This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition before we fly out to California here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, and we already have pre-Super Bowl drama developing. Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We got Jacob Ray in for Pepe, and there is zero sign of Robert Montgomery Belt.
Where is he? Now, he sent us a text.
This morning?
He sent us a text this morning. Said that 35 was on a slowdown. But I was expecting that to be one of those things. I was like, hey, I'm just preparing you guys. Not that it actually was going to happen, but it does appear that has happened.
Is there a chance? Guarantee he packed late.
Yeah.
Was not organized, did not have his things together, and I'm wondering whether this is a little bit of fear of 9 a.m. Wanting to call out today before getting the head shaved before San Fran.
I got the shears.
Ooh.
I got the shears, baby, and these things are tough.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the size of these baddies. I mean, that is big.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, this is good. I mean, I'm like a regular barber here. I got a barber cape. You know, one of those capes put around the neck?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it'll fit around his neck, though. He's got a big neck. I thought I had a big neck. Bobby's got a bigger neck than I do. So, yeah, I'm ready to go. Hagee is bringing in his...
what's he got?
So he's got that little... so this will get you, what I have here on the side, right? So just what you have on the side, maybe, right? Or a little lower than that. So then Hagee's going to come in here with his and clean it up. You know, really get to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
So it'll be nice and shiny. Now, I didn't bring baby oil. Jacob, you have baby oil with you?
I did not bring my baby oil.
You don't?
home.
Okay. I have some in the shower, but I don't have any with me here. So we're going to have to figure that out. You know,
the
maybe
baby
we'll hose them down.
Is for what?
You know, like an aftershave kind of thing. You know, like a soothe the body kind of thing after the shave. And then, obviously, it has other uses as well, I'm told. But, yeah, so I don't have the baby oil with me, but... We'll get Bobby cleaned up. We'll get him cleaned up nice and good.
Yeah, the other thing I was thinking about that's going to suck for him is we got to go to the airport right after the show. And at least for me, I always have to rinse off the head right after a haircut because of the itchiness and the leftover. And he may be sitting there itching himself to death. He may have cut himself with a scratch or rash on the plane while we get to California.
Yeah, the good news is that, we do have Admirals Club access.
Yes!
And they have showers in there. So if he wanted to rinse off,
they have showers in there.
They have showers in there. So if he wanted to rinse off, he could do that.
Yeah. The Admirals Club was so clutch last time. Never been in there before. Bobby, good morning. What's up?
Hi.
What happened?
There's a slowdown on 35 over by Coram, and so it threw me off. And then I thought I was going to get thrown off even more because there were traffic signs that said the entrance to 635 East is closed. It was not, though. So if I would have listened to that, I would have been late. But I was like, I think that sign's wrong, and so I just kept going.
So you were packed and all ready to go? Nothing this morning causing you to scramble?
No, other than the traffic. But no, I'm packed. I'm ready. I took 2 bags. I didn't want to, but Kristen said I had to.
Two bags?
Yep. No, I mean, not bags. They're like these little 2 small...
Duffel bag kind of things?
No, they're not even duffel bags. They're just these like little mini suitcase things.
Why didn't you just pack it in one?
I would have. There's just too many. Like, I'm a hoodie guy, and 5 hoodies do not fit easily and then give room for everything else. So.
That was the problem. I was trying to pack light and not carry on, or I'd even, if you guys checked, I would check. I just wanted to pack light. But then I'm like, then it means I would have to bring 1 or 2 hoodies. So I'm like, I just can't do that. I need more than 1 or 2.
Yeah, I mean, for 15 years, we've checked a bag.
I know.
You ask every year.
I know. I was just trying.
We're not traveling with Chris Arnold and Tim Collins.
And if I could get away with it, I would absolutely just shove it all in one duffel bag.
Well, yeah, everybody would.
Yeah.
Everybody, if you could get away with it. No one wants to go through baggage claim.
I don't know how they do it.
When I do Cowboys road trips, I will put my clothes in the backpack with my laptop so that I don't even have to put it above me.
Yeah, but it's for a day.
No, I know. I'm just saying, but I'll make sure I won't. Everybody else will check bags or bring on 2. I don't even want to wait when we park the bus. I want to be the first one to be able to go up and check in at the hotel so I don't have to sit around for forever.
And you shaped up the beard. You're looking nice and nice and thin. thin up top.
Yeah, it was gonna look awful. It was, like I said, it would have been a Rowdy Tellez look if I would have had the beard. It's not a good look. There's a reason why G-Bag talked to him the way they did, and so I went and had to trim things up last night. In fact, Kristen would not stop reminding me. She goes, "Are you gonna shave?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm just knocking some stuff out." She goes, "Hey, why don't you shave?" I'm like, "Okay, fine. You want me to shave, it sounds like, very clearly, so I'll get up and do that."
Yeah, I got a text message. I was debating on whether telling you. I was talking to RJ before the show started.
Tell me.
Well, you got to promise not to get mad.
I already know I assume I know what you're going to say. Go ahead.
Well, you going to promise?
Yeah.
Okay. 9:15, I already put the phone up, sitting there chilling with the wife, and your wife had texted, and she said, Bobby's really freaking out a little bit. He's scared of getting the head shaved. Do you think it's okay for, you promised, do you think it's okay for me to come in and shave his head? And
she didn't ask you that. No, she didn't.
Yeah, I'm not making it up. I swear.
Oh, where? I need to. Where's the text? I'm not freaking out.
Don't get me in trouble. I'll show you the text. And I was like, one, is this going to make Bobby feel better that Kristen is doing it? Does she have some type of head shaving experience?
No, this is her being diabolical. This was her trying to be underhanded.
What's underhanded about it? To me, it's a nice, sweet gesture.
Yeah, no, it was she wanted to come in here and get the satisfaction of doing it.
Oh, you think it's about the satisfaction?
I did not forget. The only thing I said to her last night about it was I said, I'm not taking off the hat for the next few days. And the future fellow Baldies had told me that they were like, you're actually not going to want to wear a hat for the first few days. I was like, why? They said it's so like fresh up there that when you put a hat on, it's actually going to irritate it like pretty bad. And they're like, it's going to feel like it's going to itch or it's going to feel a little like. It's like, that's fine. I'll have a bunch of red scabby scalp then because I'm not taking a hat off. In fact, depending on where we go for team dinner, whenever we do that, if it's a place where we can't or I can't wear a hat, I'm skipping.
Well, I don't think there's any such thing anymore after going out with you guys for years of going to a nice restaurant.
Hey, we're in a post-COVID world
that don't allow the hat. I mean, hats everywhere with you guys.
I've skipped the whenever we've gone out to a dinner though like that. I'll leave the hat at home.
Yeah, you'll do it sometimes. Choppy rarely does, but I don't think we need to go ahead and worry about that much, especially with our per diem. Sounds like a burrito and a taco, according to the nosebleeds, and you're at $35 in San Fran. But right now it's 49 there. So I was like, is it gonna be colder here than in San Francisco right there on the Bay? High of 62, low of 48, and then 63 basically throughout the week.
Pretty stable. It's like every day it's the same weather. You know, it's chilly, but not cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, but is it one of those things where their 60 might be colder than our 49 because they do have like wind. The water there and stuff?
Yeah,
it says wind 3 miles per hour. Here's the text message.
Oh my God.
So my
3 miles an hour.
So my gut instinct is correct that you would prefer. It's not like you.
No, this was not her saying this is a comforting thing. She's saying we could make this worse. That's what that text.
No, it isn't. This is y'all's problem. Y'all don't know how to communicate.
Sean, what if you snuck me in without Bobby knowing? When have I ever liked something like that?
And what else did she say? Read the whole thing. Y'all vote
just
on the
an idea.
text.
Bobby's stressing about getting his head shaved. Sean, what if you stuck me in without Bobby knowing for me to shave his head for y'all? That is for y'all, not for me.
Wow. Okay.
That is for y'all.
It's not putting us out.
Y'all, is that
no? That's about making it even worse.
Jake, you got a girlfriend. Is that a sweet gesture or diabolical?
A sweet gesture, the more the merrier. Let's do this thing, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in a throuple with Alec though, so that's why he
allegedly.
Whoa!
Allegedly.
Those are accusations, Bobby.
So, he came in there and was pretty clingy to you.
So I'm not gonna have her come in. I couldn't get her in the building anyway. It's so difficult to get up here.
You gotta go downstairs.
I wouldn't know where to tell her to park.
Yeah.
So don't text away. Don't get me in trouble.
I'm not going to. I just think she's being sneaky.
We're having.
I don't think so.
We're also having conflicting opinions on the fan text about whether Bobby's head's going to break out.
Oh.
Some are saying it will break out with bumps, and other people are saying you guys got sissy scalps. Just wear the hat.
Yeah, he's gonna wear.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna do it. It's just it'll flake pretty bad. I did have Fred. Fred was asking about it. He's like, "What time are you doing it tomorrow?" He was like really excited to watch on the fan cam.
9.
And I told him 9. And so I was like, "Yeah, my biggest thing is like I don't know what it looks like. I don't know the shape of the top of my head. I don't know if it's gonna be pointy or
me neither. And I don't know what I have in terms of like bumps or picks or whatever moles.
Yeah. What if you had a Gorbachev?
Yeah, and that's well. See, I think the Gorbachevs, when you get those, because I knew somebody
It
who
wiped
had them,
off and Naked Gun 33 third.
They look like blonde spots. It looks like you end up like your hair comes out blonde on those spots a lot of times. But Fred, I actually had Fred physically feel my scalp to tell me if he thought it was lumpy, and he said, and I quote, "You have good head," is what he said.
Oh.
So
Where'd you see Fred?
I was up here yesterday. I was dropping that in the corner.
Oh my gosh, we got a big beanbag.
Wow.
Yeah.
That looks comfortable.
It's very comfortable.
Is that the one that you could take the mattress out from the inside?
That's the one that I had slept on when we were in the corner, and I was like...
You'll sit on it, Choppy.
Yeah, no, it's seriously, like, plopped out. It's fantastic. Kristen wanted to get rid of it, and I was like, well, if we're getting rid of it, I'm going to put it up at the studio because I don't want to lose it.
Yeah, I might just take it out of here.
Dude, how good is it, right?
Oh, it's way better than mine.
Way
It's
better?
so good.
Yeah, I might just steal that before they contaminate
You
it.
can't... It was a pain in the ass getting it up here and through the door.
Really?
Yeah, I had to get the little floor dolly. I had to go take that downstairs and push that from
How
the parking
heavy
garage.
is it?
It's chopped. Now go over there and try to
dollied
pick it
it?
up. Yeah, and then I carried it through the door. But I mean, it's pretty. It's also like awkwardly shaped is the problem.
Early reviews from San Francisco. The nosebleeds are raving about the hotel. Tim Collins apparently doing it big.
What a job, Tim.
And we have a bunch of NFL players staying there. They're hanging out with Micah in the weight room. Tyler Booker, Quinnen Williams, Jeffrey Simmons, and Eric has given RJ, the tour of the weight room. And Zach is telling me about the famous burrito place they stood in line for. And I just came back with one important question because I think it was the greatest setup at any Super Bowl. I think it was in Houston. Is there a hotel lobby bar? And
it's a Hyatt, I would imagine, right?
And what is it, a Hyatt or Hilton?
One of the two.
Guys, we're gonna flood the hotel with people wanting to see us now.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it is a Hyatt. It's a Hyatt Regency.
So,
Whoa.
Bobby, I'm just telling you, the setup at this one in Houston was so phenomenal. You walked in and
Was that the Joy Taylor bar?
Yes, it was the Joy Taylor bar. Let's not
so
bring that
good.
up.
there's been a Phil Simms, Bill Cowher bar along with
That was Atlanta.
Jalen Rose.
Yep.
But that was a sidebar.
That was
But
a sidebar.
This bar, it was like a big convention, and everyone just knew, like when you're checking in, there's the bar right there. That's where RJ got his Clay Travis photo. I should have punched Clay in the face when I had the chance. Colin Cowherd, Joy Taylor,
Is that where you
Hannah
got your
Storm.
Colin Cowherd photo?
Hannah.
No,
Yeah.
not the photo. That's where I almost
That
punched
photo of you
Colin
does
in-
look 12 years old, so to be fair.
That's where Colin was like spitting and spraying all over me while, weirdly just bumping through the crowd like a giraffe walking on stilts. Weirdo. So I don't know. We'll see what this setup is, but Eric went to the gym first, and Wolchuk was giving me this viral burrito place. No rice.
Okay, no rice.
That's what one of these famous reviewers did.
Really?
Yeah.
All
But
right.
It was a long line, but he said it moved quick.
In the hotel.
No. Right outside.
Outside?
Right outside.
All right, I'll check it out.
I was on the phone with Eric when he stepped off the train in San Francisco.
They're raving.
And he literally, I don't know, it almost sounded a little emotional for him. He was like, "Oh, it is so cool down here." He's like,
He realizes he's in San Francisco, right?
Yeah, I know.
Eric Chiafalo?
We got over-unders for him later. But he goes like, "Oh, it is so cool here. I can't wait for y'all to get here. It is just so cool. Oh my gosh, it's like a movie." He's
Really?
he's very pumped about it.
So they did not go last time we went?
No, they weren't here yet. Now, we stayed in a much different area.
Yeah.
We stayed in a bad spot. Where we are now is where like Radio Row was, and that was fine.
Yeah.
Like that, they cleaned it up.
And for those asking, we did not go out there today because there'd be zero guests.
we never go out there Monday. Like this is kind of unprecedented. The G-Bags out there this year.
Well, they're leaving Thursday.
Yeah, that's the time. Which means we are going to have to, by the way, on team dinner, I would imagine we're not going to do it tonight. Tuesday's the media party, so I think we only have Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Hump day.
Wednesday. Hump day.
Are you in charge of this?
I talked to my buddy who lives out there, and he said, "Oh, I can set you up with a reservation." I'm like, "Yeah, we can handle the reservation. Just give me a location."
Well, we may not be able to get in if it's some famous place.
That's true.
Don't reject the reservation offer right out of hand.
That's fair.
And what are his qualifications? Food?
He's lived there for like 30 years.
Okay. Or your sister lived there.
Well, I'm gonna. She lives out there. She lives East Bay. She's East Bay, kind of Napa area.
Are you going to try to see her?
Yeah, she wants to meet up tonight. She told me that yesterday.
Oh.
She wants to meet up tonight. So
Okay.
we'll figure that. Maybe you guys come with.
No. 877-881-1053. 877-881. How far is it?
It's like a 20-minute train ride.
No. 877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Hopefully you had a fantastic and awesome weekend. We're going to get you started here on DFW Sports Station with the latest moves around the NFL. Hirings are still taking place, and Jason Kidd going off on the local media. Inside the Star is next. But let me go ahead and get you set up with Trajan Wealth. Have you called to make that appointment yet? TRAJAN wealth.com to get your affairs in order. You think you have things in good shape until Trajan comes along and gives your plan a second look. Turns out you're missing some big opportunities like I was. Now you get a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. They're fiduciaries, which means they'll put your needs first. I trust them with my future. You should as well, because it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another to feel ready for it. Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan with less guesswork and more peace of mind. They explained everything, gave me options, and never once tried to sell me on something I did not need. I'm a client now, could not be happier. So if you want that same clear path forward, hit them up and drop my name at the offices in Frisco, Arlington, Southlake, Fort Worth, or McKinney. 469-579-3500, 469-579-3500, or TrajanWealth.com, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
When sports news breaks this morning, we promise you'll hear it here first. Turn it on and leave it on. Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan and on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app.
I asked a D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation? Someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity? Or someone budget conscious, looking to save 30 to 40% on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. With 50,000 active customers, D&M has the program for you. Leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Ready to slim, smooth, and tighten all at once? At Souza Clinic, discover our new all-in-one transformation package combining skin tightening, cellulite reduction, our all-natural weight loss program, and laser that targets stubborn visceral fat, that deep belly fat around your organs. No surgery, just real visible results. Normally valued at $1,900 a month. Now get the complete transformation for just $350 per month. Call Souza Clinic at 972-479-5187 for your free consultation today. Souza Clinic, weightlossfortexas.com.
It's the Classic President's Day event at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the world's #1 Chevy dealer, 3 years running. Incoming inventory takes space. Current models must be sold. Shop our best offers on a huge selection of new Chevys. Plus, we're paying top dollar for trades. Upgrade with President's Day savings before they're gone. This is Texas. This is Classic. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey everybody, it's Corey Majors, Tolos. When it comes to retirement, timing your Social Security can make a huge difference in how much you actually get. My good friend David Dustin, founder of MoneyWorks Group, helps people all over North Texas navigate the system so they don't leave money on the table. Right now, David's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you make more informed decisions. Visit MoneyWorksGroup.com for your copy or call 972-736-7373. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with confidence and guarantees.
For all of our fan contest rules, go to 1053thefan.com/rules.
Partly to mostly sunny this morning with a high 60 56.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples has hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppa here. Zerez wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. 3 rooms of carpet clean, starting at just $109 plus a free hallway cleaned, and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Online, book at ZerezDallas.com and mention the RJ Choppy fan special.
Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you get no payments or interest for 2 years. Act now, you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't miss out. This offer will end soon. Schedule your free quote right now at windownation.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard helps you sell for more with repairs that attract the right buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by H-E-B.
Hey, Forney, the winter storm may have delayed your H-E-B grand opening a few days to Wednesday, February 4th, but it's worth the wait. So join them on February 4th at 6 a.m. with fun freebies and tasty treats at your new Forney H-E-B located at US 80 and Gateway Boulevard. H-E-B, here everything's better.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
The Cowboys are agreeing to assistant coach deals as Christian Parker starting to form out his staff. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, along with our insider, Bobby Roberto Belt, Derek Ansley, defensive pass game coordinator for the D-backs, Ryan Smith in the secondary as well. The Cowboys are filling out the staff.
Yeah, which we talked about Ryan Smith last week a little bit because that one had been, I mean, shout out to whoever that CBS guy was. I don't know who he is, but he got both of these on separate, like at separate times. So
Garrett Padell?
No, not him. It was not Garrett. That Choppy's sister knows Garrett, but no, it was not him. Ryan Smith was basically last Friday. We knew that one was kind of coming, and that one makes a lot of sense. There's connections there. He's from the same fraternity as Christian Parker. They've known each other for like a decade. They've done a bunch of coaching clinics together. This one, I don't know. Derek Ansley, who they brought in to be the passing game coordinator, I don't know if they have any obvious connections. I asked a couple people, and the people I asked were like, I don't think so. I don't know if he knows him.
He was defensive coordinator for the Chargers, also been a college defensive coordinator at Go Vols, and worked for teams like Bama and the Raiders.
Yeah, and so he's
he won a title with Bama.
He did. Now the big thing with him is there's no obvious connection other than he's got a lot of experience with quarters coverage, like with doing stuff with Saban and different things like that, and so you're going to see a lot of that from Christian Parker, and so that's a connection. But in terms of them knowing each other, I don't know that there's an obvious one, which makes it seem like, at least, assuming there is no connection, Christian Parker's just out there hiring people that he thinks are, all right, it's not just a buddy system. Let me make sure, let me get this guy, let me go get this guy, which was going to be a question for somebody who is as young as he is how are you going to fill out your coaching staff with folks if you haven't worked around the league enough?
The much-typed name that kind of got zeroed in on by insiders and Tolos, a lot of it because of this show, Jim Leonard. Well, the Bills are bringing him in. So Joe Brady getting Jim Leonard, according to Ian Rappaport.
They did something right. Good for them. Good for the Bills. That's their first non-F-up of the offseason, it feels like. So, I mean, did you see, like, we already had a day later, Joe Brady was already apologizing for that stuff he's said in that interview, where he talked about Keon Coleman and talked about getting hyped with the defense and he dropped an F-bomb. He apologized for dropping an F-bomb already. So they're already a mess again in Buffalo, but Leonard will be good there.
He said, I can't wait for Josh Allen to, like, throw a freaking interception so I could celebrate with the defense.
It was
now.
super dorky. It was just like, okay, Joe. But he was he ended up apologizing for that. that's it. Oh, I shouldn't have used that language. And so, but no, Jim Leonard is in Buffalo. I really like that hire for Buffalo, as long as there's not too much continuity in Buffalo, as long as they're not just like ignoring things that are wrong with their team.
Clint Kubiak, after the Super Bowl, is expected to become the Raiders' next head coach. Mike Macdonald now is expected to be searching for his third OC in 3 years. I was like, whoa, Mike Macdonald, it'll be year 3 for him?
That to me is a wonderful sign of how good of a coach he could potentially be, though. If you're whatever side of the ball you coach, if the other coach that you're bringing in there to hire, you're having to bring people in who are getting hired away or doing whatever else, that's usually a good sign that you're picking your assistants.
It also makes me wonder, though, like what do they do if the head coach if that's their side of the ball? I assume they have a lot of their hands on the product.
Right, which McDonald's
a
defensive
guy.
Right. I know, but you said this is the third straight defensive guy.
So you would think
I'm wondering, like, the guy under him, it's the Eric Bieniemy thing. Like, what did Eric Bieniemy really do in Kansas City?
No, but Clint Kubiak's the offensive coordinator.
Never mind. I'm on the defensive side for some reason. I don't know why I said that.
That famed defensive family, the Kubiaks.
Never mind. My bad.
I was like, what?
You were so Johnny on the spot with Gary Kubiak coaching Denver last week.
I know.
The 49ers are bringing in Raheem Morris as their DC. So Shanahan and Raheem have now been together at 3 separate stops, and this will be number 4 after their time in Atlanta.
Yeah.
So it'll be fun to defensive coordinator compare.
Yeah,
right?
We're going to get a ton of examples of this. And Raheem Morris obviously spending as much time as he has with McVey. McVey and Shanahan, they are so linked. The fact that I think we're getting close to now, we're probably at a third of the league as their coaching tree.
People were questioning Mike Tomlin, like, where's his coaching tree? Where are the guys that don't become head coaches? Sean McVay is just the opposite. Another one that was in the gas vicinity of Sean McVay, as you like to say.
You got to be in the cloud, as long as you're in that plume.
And this one is Mike LaFleur. The Cardinals are hiring Matt's brother. So Sean McVay just completed how many years as a head coach?
I was just looking at it, so I know the answer.
2017.
9 years? Doesn't it feel like way more?
Yeah. The fact that he's still he's still the third, maybe not the third, but he was like, going into the playoffs, he was like the second youngest coach in the playoffs this year.
Feels like to me longer. He just completed season 9. He's had 7 head coaches hired off of his staffs, including Zach Taylor and more on the way. So the NFL now has Harbaugh brothers and LaFleur brothers, along with Matt and Mike, to be head coaches. Sean McVay, 7 head coaches hired in 9 years.
And that still was the greatest assistant coaching staff in years. What they had in Washington. Where they had McDaniel was on that too, right? It was McDaniel, McVay, Shanahan, and
Slowick was like a quality control guy.
Insane.
Like, yeah, they were stacked. My favorite note about McVay and how young he was always when he got hired. Wade Phillips was named the interim head coach of the Saints on November 25th, 1985, and it was 60 days later that his then new head coach, Sean McVay, was born.
Wow. Vic Fangio is considering retirement. Is that what Adam Schefter was referring to last week when he went on with our guy John Kincaid in Filthy? Now, Jimmy Kempski and others have messed up the follow-up. They said the Eagles have considered Jim Schwartz and Jonathan Gannon to replace him. Jonathan Gannon has been hired. So I don't know what they're doing in Philadelphia with some of that coverage. But Vic Fangio causing Eagle fans to freak out over social media, thinking about stepping in. Why would they let Christian Parker get away if this was coming?
If he wasn't making up his mind, there was nothing they could have done about it. Because they can hire Christian Parker away because he didn't have the title. So if Fangio was just dragging his feet, they may have been like, we'd love to let Christian Parker, we'd love to get an answer here and hire Christian Parker to be our defensive coordinator. Vic's taking too long. And so if Fangio was just dragging his feet, which they said, I think I read from one of the Zach Berm, or one of the guys who's the Eagles writers. He had said that, I guess it was like a week and a half ago, they thought he had retired. Philadelphia had gotten the indication they thought that Fangio had said, "I'm retired," and that then it had become a little unclear. And so, I don't know. It may just be an issue of Fangio didn't give them a proper timeline.
Bobby, your boy Cliff Kingsbury, along with Brian Callahan, are apparently involved in the Giants' offensive coordinator search. So John Harbaugh trying to find his offensive guy.
Yeah, I don't understand why it's so quickly. Like, it was last year, everybody had said, like, all right, Cliff, penance paid, like, you're an offensive, like, top guy again. And I know they had their problems this year. They were not very good.
And Jaden was out.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Jaden's out, and then that was enough for everybody to just be like, we're just going to stay away from Cliff Kingsbury. There must have been, whatever stories came out of Arizona from his time, there must have been so bad that the league just does not trust him very much.
A stunner in Minnesota as their general manager got fired, apparently surprising a lot of people within the building.
Yeah, Kwesi, let's see, Adolfo Mensa.
Yep.
One of...
Very good.
Kubiak.
One of the more surprising... was that?
Kubiak. Kubiak Adolfo Mensa.
One of the more surprising dismissals. I thought. Like, I was like, okay, this came out of nowhere. And then it was like, oh, there's got to be more to this than just Sam Darnold versus J.J. McCarthy. Because I assumed that Kevin O'Connell had a major decision-making hand in that choice, right?
Also, didn't Darnold get offered? I think Darnold got offered a contract and he just went, no thanks.
I don't remember.
But, I mean, otherwise, it tells me there's something more going on.
But do we
here.
agree that should have been Kevin O'Connell's call? This is where you get general manager versus head coach who's working with him every single day, the person who has to put together the contracts and the money. How do you divvy up that expertise?
Yeah, I mean, and it's like in the Athletic article.
To me, I go to Kevin O'Connell and I say, can we win a title with Sam? And his answer determines what I do in terms of drafting JJ or not. That's just me. Now,
because they drafted JJ before.
Yeah, and then he tore his ACL in the preseason. That felt like during the preseason, like JJ was playing out of his mind in 24 in the preseason, and it felt like everybody was like, oh, he's going to jump right in day one and be the star. So they weren't even planning on playing Darnold consistently, I don't think.
So, like, if that's the case, it's very revisionist. So it leads me to believe there's something more to this. It doesn't make any sense. Like, you're going to make
he took paternity leave.
Which
Head
is
on a swivel, Sean. Head on a swivel.
Well, I'm going to San Francisco. Yeah. There's a report that he took 2 weeks of paternity leave, and the Athletic said that those around the league were stunned.
It's like, all right, it's kind of gross, man. Like,
2 weeks. This was during training camp.
It was during training camp, and yes.
Worked remotely during that stretch.
Did all kinds of Zoom meetings, yada, yada, yada. And they found the list of the guys that were cut. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You've never heard of any of these guys other than, like, N'Keal Harry. Like, none of the...
And you've heard of N'Keal Harry because he's a massive bust.
Exactly. Right? Nobody's heard of any of these guys. So it's not like he made, they let this guy fall through the cracks, and this guy fall through the cracks, and this guy fall through the cracks. They all turned out to be great, but that didn't happen. So it's not like he made bad cuts. And by the way, I think they won like 13 games the next year.
One of the team sources that texted The Athletic, this is my take on it, said, I'm not shocked that he was let go, which I guess results-wise, it doesn't stun me that a GM would be fired after
winning 43 games in 4 years?
Like, to me, it's like, all right, if you felt like he's got tension and he's not doing enough, they've always felt like whenever they've won 12 games, where it feels like they overperform, and it's just O'Connell, like, bringing stuff out of them. So I'm not shocked he was let go. I'm just shocked at the time. And that's the thing to me. Why was this not done right after the season ended? Why did you wait till that seems like there was some blow-up that occurred in the last month that got side. And for the reports coming out about the paternity leave is like, okay, now you're gross. That literally has nothing to do, because none of the claims are saying this is tied to his firing at all. It's just like, by the way, now that he's out, this was really dumb.
Yeah,
we hate it, even though publicly the Vikings supported him at the time for doing it.
Yeah, that was the whole thing. Like they apparently they said they had no problem with it. But you win 43 games in 4 years. I'm not a math guy. That's like 11 wins a year. That's like 11 wins a year.
I had Tolos telling me that if you adopt, you can get 10 weeks of paternity leave. You had a Mississippi story, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know how many Zach Wolchuk has taken, but not enough.
Mississippi's trying to change the laws. Mississippi, of all places, to give you 2 months of paternity leave now. And so they're running that through legislation. The thing about this that's funny, though, is I found a couple different stories yesterday when I was trying to find details about stuff of the Vikings website, pushing stories about him like Adolfo Mensa, like, oh, look at what a great father he is, and look at like they did like profile pieces on him through the team. And his opening press conference, he starts like crying, talking about, my dad passed away a year ago. I still kept a voicemail of when I was with the Browns and we'd beaten the Cowboys, and he left me a voicemail that was like, son, I'm so proud of you, and I still play that all the time to fire myself up. It's like 9 months later, he had his first son, and you guys don't want him to be like it just seemed really petty.
Well, was this petty or needed from Jason Kidd going off on Mavs media? We'll play the audio and let you be the judge as part of the 6 a.m. Club on Sean and RJ next.
In the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
21% from three-point range as Flag throws it down. Cooper Flag with the flush.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. We are off to San Francisco after the show to join the G-Bag Nation. KNC to follow afterwards. And tomorrow at this time, we will be on Radio Row in California. Bobby Belt getting the head shaved at 9 o'clock this morning. Thanks for being a total that stands for turn it on and leave it on.
Technically not tomorrow at this time, because tomorrow at this time will be 4:42. That'll suck. But, yeah, tomorrow at this time for everybody else, not for us.
Well, won't we be on air at 4:40?
Yeah. But I'm saying this exact segment would be 4:40.
Just shut up. Just shut up.
Wait till I lose my hair, and then I lose my brain power.
The Mavericks have lost 4 in a row. The latest one at the armpit against the Rockets. Jason Kidd was furious with the officiating, and he was also furious with a reporter who went on social media and said Jason didn't let him finish the second part of the question. Here's the exchange that went viral.
Coach, you get a lot of national criticism for playing Flag at point guard. Over the last 2 games, he's on the ball.
Criticism, that's your opinion. You guys write that bullshit. That's not, I've done this. I've played this game. I've played it at a very high level, and I know what the I'm doing. But I don't give a what you guys write. Because you guys have never played the game. And so I build players. So I know what I'm doing. So to take criticism, it only makes me better. Because if I wasn't doing it right, you guys wouldn't be poking holes in what I've done.
I've done this. I develop players. I know what the F I'm doing. I've played. You guys never have.
There's a lot there. I mean, a lot. The first thing that I still don't, I've got a theory or an answer to everything else except the very last thing he said. What the hell does, because if I wasn't doing it right, you guys wouldn't be poking holes in it. Huh?
Yeah.
If you were screwing things up left and right, like, well, gosh, with you, the media, if I was screwing things up, you guys would just not ever criticize me.
That's like Jason. Pretty cool, right? We got a Babe Ruth trade again. Kinda cool.
Exactly. It's that makes no sense. There's I don't know. This is totally calculated. This is Jason Kidd doing some mental warfare thing, and I don't know why.
I mean, he's right. We didn't play in the NBA. That's a fact. None of us did.
A lot of us haven't done a lot of things that Jason Kidd has done, including playing basketball, but other things as well.
I will say this: I like him when he has the ball in his hands. I'm not going to argue with that. Like I want him to have the ball in his hands in every single possession. That's a good thing. I'm also not trying to win basketball games. I'm trying to lose basketball games because I just simmed the lottery and 2 sims. Second sim got the number 4.
2 sims.
Now on the third one, dropped out to 10. Not good. Not good. But yeah, like this is what happens. A coach pop off to the media every now and then. I like hearing it. I also hate hearing it because then there's fighting. Now you got infighting. But I want the ball in Cooper Flag's hands as much as possible.
Well, look, a lot of media people will tell you that cover the Mavs that Jason does read everything, and he is sensitive, and he is aware of every single thing that's being said or written about him. What I tweeted back was, yeah, you did do things at a very, very high level, and you do know basketball inside and out compared to the rest of us, but you also traded Luka. So some of your credibility right there
allegedly
gets flushed because Luka Doncic won't look at you or acknowledge you since you've played since, with the 1-year anniversary being relived by everybody in the sports world. So yeah, your basketball genius thought it was okay, I think, to get rid of Luka Doncic and bring in Anthony Davis.
So that's my conspiracy theory here, because you said every coach pops off once in a while. He doesn't. He does not. He's very controlled, and he was always very controlled in the way that he
was furious about the refs in this game.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that's all. I think that he chose to show you. And when we heard some of the just psycho mental warfare stuff he did with the Bucks and the Nets when he was coaching there previously, and just the ways he would try to just screw with people. And they get to the finals to play the Celtics, and he gives that interview. He goes, Jaylen Brown's really their best player. Like, I mean, he says things on purpose to screw with people. So this here, there's something else to it. If he's going to just all of a sudden drop 8 F-bombs in one answer, where it's like, okay, what's the story? My theory is we were 3 hours away from the anniversary. I think he sees everybody that was cleaned out by Luka, and he's terrified about people finding out how much he was involved, and that he'll get run out too as soon as that happens. And so Luka anniversary coming up. Let's start stirring up something else. Let's not even have people thinking about the Luka anniversary. I'm mad about something, and then we're talking about Jason Kidd dropping F-bombs instead of reliving. Hey, did Jason maybe
take
do something?
Iceland?
Yeah, exactly. You're taking Iceland. Hey, we should make Canada 51, right, guys?
There's just nothing like warm and fuzzy about Jason when I think of his personality or covering him over the years. Like, you could get it with Jeff Bannister telling great stories, or Bruce Bochy laughing it up, or Brian Schottenheimer. You didn't really get it a ton with DeBoer, but it's just like Jason just kind of seems like he's there. I could do with or without, based upon any game situations, the team and how they're doing, and of course him at the podium.
I do like. And this has nothing. This doesn't mean anything from a coach's standpoint. I do like having somebody as a head coach in the NBA that is a legend for whatever. I just like that. I like the Mavs have had good NBA players or NBA players as their head coach. I mean, we're talking about a string here that they've had. I like that. I like having that. Not somebody have to. Now, who's their coach again? Now, who's this guy?
Yeah,
what's his background?
He's a brilliant basketball mind. I don't think anybody would ever question that. But he also, I think, he's one of those guys who may be too smart for his own good too. Where I think Jason says a lot of things that sometimes make me question his intelligence. Like the Babe Ruth thing was dumb. Right.
This, I think, was just he was ticked off and he didn't let the reporter finish the question. I think the reporter came out and was on the night show as well and said I was getting to another point with that, and Jason just cut it off. But
it was a whole setup for lack of a better term,
right?
Kissing up a little bit. It's like it was to set up and go, how right were you? Because look how much he's improved. And Jason cut him off. And so when I say I think he's smart, and I think as a basketball guy, he's a savant. But I also think that he then believes too much in his own intelligence, and it bites him at times where he doesn't even realize he has a blind spot.
Bobby, you were tweeting about it, the 1-year anniversary of the Luka deal. Feels like it's been longer than that.
Feels like it's been a lot longer.
It's going to feel a lot longer than this.
I still remember my buddy coming out of the bathroom. Didn't even finish. Didn't even wash his hands. and because we had a bunch of people over, and he goes, they traded Luka, and I just said, you're a liar. That's not true.
No, it was.
It's like Shohei didn't get $70 million a year. My son came out and said that $70 million a year. I'm like, no, that didn't happen.
I was looking back through it. I was listening. I was trying to find and see if there's anything illuminating that I'd forgotten. I went back and listened to the first show we did after he got traded. I listened to the first segment, and then I went back and I listened because you were out that day. So I listened to us at Radio Row the first day you were back, and I was trying to see if we developed anything, and there wasn't anything in there that really stood out. But it was just reliving a little bit of it was so weird. The biggest thing that stood out to me was I forgot that this is how mad the city was instantly. We knew they were angry, obviously, instantly. But the way we knew it was really bad was when we took calls that first day.
Yeah.
There was one guy, I think, one or two guys who came out and were like, yeah, get rid of Luka. The callers 2 hours later were naming those people by name in their city, like they were burning in their brain from 2 hours before. Yeah, Dale and Mansfield, you can get the hell out of town too. It's like, all right, if you're that mad that you're gonna memorize the caller's name from 2 hours ago to say you want them out of town, you're pissed.
More salt in the wound from Kirk Goldsberry, NBA insider for The Ringer, and he dropped a little bit of new information with Bill Simmons.
Yeah, and there's a week-long process. One of my sources inside the Lakers was indicating that the deal was bigger, and I think you guys were literally joking about this last night, that there were 2 firsts, and there was Dalton Connect, and the deal got whittled down because I think Rob Pelinka was able to convince the Dallas Mavericks that Luka is a lot of risk. Yeah. You guys are right for trying to look at this way because this guy, is drinking or is whatever, his weight problem, whatever it is. So they were able to convince it. This was a weeks-long process. That's another thing that came out today. And Dallas
almost
started
3.5 weeks.
Dallas started it, dude.
I mean, it's getting worse and worse. It never would have worked if they got connected to play defense and Nico would have run him out too. But it just gets worse and worse. But we knew this. We knew the deal was bigger.
Yeah.
We knew they had another one in there and it got talked out of it. We knew they had other guys in there that got talked out of it. It's amazing that somebody can say, "Oh man, he's such a risk." You got this 25-year-old who could score 40 at any given point and is going to lead the league in scoring for like 6 of the next 8 years. No, I mean he's a risk, man.
I want to know. I really would. There's a decent sum of money I would pay to be able to I want to hear what their communications were like. How did Pelinka talk him off of some of those things? Was it hard?
FOIA.
Yeah, well,
there's got to be one, right?
If there was, if they were a public university or something, maybe. But there had to be. Was this Pelinka having to pull teeth, or was Nico just talking himself off of certain things and just, hey, I'll do this? I still go back to that Forbes writer who, after the trade, had reached out to a GM and said, "So you guys didn't know Luka was available?" He's like, "No." He's like, "What would you have given if you'd known he's available?" He said, "Everything. Everything we had to trade, we would have traded for him." Yeah. And you got Anthony Davis.
One prominent agent, quote, "I've never seen a transaction that caused so much collective shock and confusion around the league." From Kevin Durant looking at it on the bench to Shams and the tweet and that amount of views and having to convince people that he was not hacked. Here we are 1 year later.
That's the thing that's the most amazing. That's what I was floating around this weekend. It's all you need to know about this trade is that the number one reporter with millions of followers had to prove to people that it was a real deal and it wasn't an April Fool's joke on February 1st.
Mavs are 11th in the Western Conference, behind the Blazers, 3.5 behind Portland, 4.5 behind the Clippers, and they're basically right there with the Memphis Grizzlies. They have lost 4 straight, 5-5 in their last 10. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Bobby gets the head shaved at 9 o'clock. We will be in San Francisco tomorrow on Radio Row. We're also your home of the Rangers. Why didn't they make either of these moves over the weekend? Choppy has it in some Diamond Cavs after this.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about an entire sport missing the plot? What is the point of baseball?
To score and prevent?
To score runs or to prevent runs. The Rangers have got one of the two down.
Right.
They know how to prevent runs. They don't really know how to score runs. Okay, they don't really know how to score. At least last year and the year before. But there were two guys that were available that do know how to score runs.
Two guys.
Or at least put bat to baseball. Well, kind of. It is Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ 105 through the Fan. Over the weekend, you had Eugenio Suarez sign a 1-year, $15 million deal with the Cincinnati Reds. He of, 49 home runs last year. Okay.
Mariners thought he was worth investing in at the deadline.
49 home runs. Now, would I have done this deal? $15 million for 1 year is pretty low. Pretty low for 49 home runs.
It's a year. Absolutely do it.
It's a year out of your life. This is not a big-time contract. The other one is who we've mentioned a number of times on this show, in this segment, Louis Arise. Louis Arise is essentially a singles hitter. He doesn't run. He doesn't field. He doesn't walk. He doesn't have power. He's a one-tool guy. It's a pretty damn good tool. I'm a big fan of that tool. I love hitting. I love guys who put bat to baseballs. What is the number one thing that happens in the postseason? You need guys who do not strike out.
Mm-hmm.
Because what happens in the playoffs is the pitchers are better. When you get guys on, you got to get them over and you got to get them in. And what does not get runners over and what does not get runners in? And that is strikeouts.
Yeah, it doesn't help.
Doesn't help. And this guy struck out, I think, like 21 times last year.
There was his worst year, Joey Gallo's worst year in Texas. He struck out 213 times in 2021. Louis Arise in 7 seasons has struck out 215 times.
He doesn't. How can he be a singles hitter that doesn't steal any bases?
He's not fast. And he can't field.
He's had 2, 4, 3, 9, and last year 11 steals.
He's slow. If you told me that Jock Peterson and him are racing down first base, I'm not sure who I'm taking.
His WAR has never been above a 1-2 since 2023.
Right, because again, no power. WAR and like QBR. Like
what
if
is
you
it good for?
What? Yeah, like QBR, right? Like if you were a classic drop back passer, unless you're like Tom Brady, you're never going to have a great QBR, like an elite QBR where it's like in the 80s consistently, because it just doesn't happen. You need to run. WAR, you got to have some power. He doesn't have any. But for $12 million on a 1-year deal for a guy who's going to hit you 300 and a guy who in the playoffs, and I do believe that this team thinks they're a playoff or wants to be in the playoffs this year. If you're going to get to the postseason and you're a high strikeout team, which basically everybody in the sport is now, you need a guy like Louis Arise to not strike out and to put the ball in play.
So that would have been $27 million for both.
For both. Do I love Suarez? No. Okay. I mean, in 12 games in the playoffs this year, he struck out 18 times. He's a walking strikeout against good pitching.
He's a Dolis.
Yeah. But 49 home runs from April to September, that'll get you to October. And that's when you just bench him and put Louis Arise in there.
Louis Arise's sprint speed, he's the 25th percentile in Major League Baseball, according to this. And that's as a guy he weighs, 175 pounds.
Can you find his 60? Can you look up his 60-yard, his 60? That, in baseball, in NFL, they have the 40. In baseball, they do a 60. I don't know why they do a 60.
Now, though, but I don't have that. But what I do have is that his squared up percentage, his whiff percentage, and his strikeout percentage is all 100 percentile in Major League Baseball.
Because he's amazing. He's like a catcher hitting. He just puts Barry Bonds' video of just I replace the bat or the glove with the bat. That's what he does. He just doesn't have power.
He's so weird. His average bat speed is the worst in baseball. It's the worst, and yet he's 100% of the time making contact.
All these analytic teams won't even have him on their board. They won't even consider looking at them, even though he would help them because he gives you something that you don't currently have, which is contact. And that's disappointing. It's disappointing that they got the Giants got a B grade on this. The Reds got a B+ grade. I mean, I would have taken that. I mean, it's just disappointing. I mean, the Rangers could have used both of these guys, or at least one of them, and they just, for financial reasons, can't do it. And it's very upsetting.
So are you ready, Sean? Are you ready to seed on the point? Because when they did the Mackenzie Gore trade a couple weeks ago, you told me, like, there's still time. They can still do stuff. We're losing people now.
Yeah, I'm close. I'm 85% there to joining Team Bobby and criticizing them for not adding offense.
I mean, spring training starts, pitchers and catchers are in a week.
Yeah. Yeah, those are two of the bigger names off the board.
I mean,
we talked about it late last week.
Yeah, I mean, we're whittled down to nothing, and what we might have left is pitching, which this team doesn't really need.
And we got burgers.
5 potential breakout bounce back candidates for the year from SI, and one of the names on here, one of them is Mike Trout, but one of them is Jake Berger, who finished the year 238. With a OPS right around 700, 16 home runs, 53 RBIs, and an F WAR, I think it's the Fangraphs WAR, in the negatives. But, he did have a 29-homer campaign back in 2024, 34 home runs in 2023. And what they're saying and what they're hoping for is that we're looking to have his batted balls to the pull side change a little bit. Making it a point to get the ball earlier, take advantage of that pull side power, because when he was doing really, really well in 2023 and 2024, that number was in the 49 and 45%. Last year, it had dropped all the way to 35%. I don't know if they were trying to make him go the other way a little bit more, if that was a Booney thing. I have no idea, but, that's one of the talking points of Berger. If they can get Jake Berger to be an average, just a league average first baseman. I mean, and that might be asking a lot, but a league average. I mean, it's a massive increase from where he was.
Just get me one of the guys in the lineup to bounce back. It feels a little bit like the Rangers' offense feels like the Cowboys' defense at times, where it's like, just get me one, like just one thing, and it would change so much. It feels like, because I mean, when they went on a streak last year and they were winning some games, like that also coincided with I think it was like in June where Berger was hitting a little bit. Like when they start getting guys who are actually like, all right, they go through a little bit of a phase where they're able to make contact. It's great. It's just Chris Young has built a team with 9 of the worst hitters in Major League Baseball.
We got changes around the National Football League. They informed teams that they're projecting a 2026 salary cap in the range of $301 to $305 million per club. That would represent another significant jump from this year's $280 million cap number, and nearly $100 million more. $100 million more than the 2008 cap in 2022. So business is good.
Yeah, I mean, they really got set back by COVID. Like the 21 season messed up a lot of their projections. It forced a lot of teams to cut guys that they hadn't anticipated because they didn't project this out. But now they're starting to get some of this back where it's actually coming in a little higher than each one of their projections each year. So, I mean, these jumps with the salary cap have been like, I mean, it's doubled basically in the last 5 years, the cap, because I think it was whatever, I don't know if you read it there. It was like 183 in 21. And so then now you're already up to over 300. It's ridiculous.
And the COVID year dropped even more? Is that what
No, in 2020, they weren't affected by it because it was 2019 revenue that affected the cap. It was following the 20 season, the 21 cap took a hit. And that was the year you had to sign Dak, which just was great management.
Still has.
Well, I don't think they planned for
No,
COVID.
but I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, had they done the deal when they were supposed to, it wouldn't have been a problem.
Well, Jerry says, I always know what the cap's going to be before anyone else. I got a real good handle on it. I always know what that increase is going to be. So you have that number going up. You got it, Jake? This is Robert Kraft talking about that and more on the Sports Hub.
I want to tell you guys, though, we're going to push like the Dickens now to make international more important with us. Every team will go to 18-2, and eliminate one of the preseason games. And every team every year will play one game overseas. And part of the reason is so we can continue to grow the cap and keep our labor happy.
So there you go, 18-2. Robert Kraft just putting it out there.
How
slice the preseason? Keep doing it.
I mean, it's obviously beneficial for them to go to overseas. They wouldn't do it if they didn't.
Right.
But is it like how much are they getting out of this? I mean,
well, exposure. You can't measure that.
So
right.
You're making it global.
Sure.
That's the thing. Somebody had said, they're like, you got to remember, like, as it stands now, the NFL being as popular as it is just American-born athletes, essentially. And they're like, if you are able to tap into the athletes that exist around the rest of the globe and get them interested in the sport and growing up wanting to play it, football just becomes that much more dominant.
Jonathan Jones, CBS, said for the first time ever, the NFL could begin throwing flags on plays after replay review. They would be player safety fouls like face mask or roughing the passer. Discussions will take place next month on what would be a massive change.
You know, one thing I would like to see with the face mask is if they do review it. Like, there's obviously they used to have the 5 and the 15 face mask. There are face mask penalties where the hand is like over the mask. It's not ripping. To me, I hate that face mask.
Well, then you got the shot on the quarterback, right? You're not supposed to just touch the quarterback's helmet. Shot to the head on them, which I'd be okay calling that more so for them and not the other guys. But are we talking about running 2 plays in a game and then going back?
Like in the NBA where they point to the desk?
Yeah.
And then like we're
going to check the line.
They wait to go for the next timeout, next dead ball?
I don't like that. I understand.
Can't do that.
There's a little bit of, and this has been a problem in all sports, it feels like recently, but like you want to get it right. Everybody wants it to be right. But there reaches a point where it's like, if we're being too obsessive about getting it right, that you're kind of killing the spirit and the flow of the game, or you're getting really nitpicky of like, well, let's slow down this frame and there it is, and it doesn't really follow the spirit of it, then I'd rather just have it be wrong every now and then.
Most viral sports moment of the weekend was boxer Jarrell Miller, who won his fight but lost his hair.
Lost his hair. This is Big Baby Miller. And Aiden's got the video of this. Up on the fan cam, but he was in his fight. 2
bald guys today on the fan cam.
That's right. He was doing his boxing match over the weekend, and I mean it didn't go as planned. He had a story though. He had an excuse. He had an out.
Handled this well.
He handled this very, very well about why he was wearing a bird's nest on top of his head.
Well, Jarrell, congratulations. You faced some adversity in the ring and some adversity there at the top of your head.
So it's so funny, right? I get to my mama's house, and she had some shampoo bottles under her table. And I shampooed it. The was like ammonium bleach. I already lost my hair like 2 days ago. So I called my man. I said, give me the man. Let me slap that on real quick. A beast of knock that off.
Do a lot of so he was laughing it off. He said, you got to have fun with this stuff. It was awesome. I love the guy now. Do a lot of people have bleach in their shower?
I have never seen bleach. Now, maybe they clean with it, and she just keeps the cleaning products in each bathroom.
Honey Badger might.
Yep. But I've never seen ammonia bleach in the shower, and you would use that in a shampoo bottle.
And this thing popped up like it had a mouth.
It really did.
And then it ended up next to another fighter in the crowd, and he goes, I'm safekeeping.
Safekeeping for
and
this
it's just
thing.
sitting there.
Yep. And then some girl puts it on her, maybe his girl puts it on the top of her head. But yeah, he made a good joke out of it. I don't know if that was it's the sensible thing to do, when you wash your hair with bleach.
Jaylen Brown. I mean, I thought he was going to go there.
Gotta get a rug, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's when he had the, he lowered his head and put all the shoe polish or whatever it is, the spray.
Yeah.
The spray.
So you guys buy the story then 100%?
Versus,
he's lost his hair. And he's just like, 2 days ago, bleach in the head. Because that sounds.
What would happen if you put bleach on your head? Does that burn?
I don't know.
I would imagine it would.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, like,
don't girls bleach certain parts of their body?
Potentially.
Try it today when you shower at Chopper's house.
I mean, yeah, there's going to be a lot of, I'm going to have to do something for the skincare with the hat on all the time, so maybe bleach would settle some of that down.
All right, we are about to go commercial-free in the Expressway, an epic Saturday of partying for myself and best and worst of the weekend at 7:40, but we have some pre-Super Bowl overreactions or not. Sam Darnold has already silenced his critics, and this Super Bowl matchup will have the least juice in the Sean and RJ era. Is this the most boring matchup of the last 15 years? And will Drake May continue to struggle? RJ, with Super Bowl overreactions or not, as we're off to San Francisco after the show. Commercial free in the Expressway next. But Commercial free in the Expressway here on Sean and RJ. Thank you, Roberto, for breakfast. We have Bobby getting the head shaved at 9 o'clock, and then we are off to San Francisco to meet up with the G-Bag Nation, who is getting started today from Radio Row. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto, along with Jacob Ray, in for Pepe. Best and worst of the weekend, coming up at 7:40.
Are you concerned at all? Because we're never out there on Monday. Today, I guess, is the media day at the stadium. Are you concerned at all about Eric lobbying to just, hey, I'll start the show there, but I want to drive over to media day and just start asking everybody a bunch of questions about the Super Bowl being in San Francisco, which is what he would like to do today.
Oh, that's what he wants to do?
Yeah.
I'm not concerned. It ain't my show.
Yeah, it's not even in San Francisco. It's in Santa Clara.
That should be the reply from all the players?
Yeah.
Like, we're not even playing that San Francisco. What are you talking about? Yeah.
So is he going to media day?
He's lobbying for it. He's like, come on, let me go. He's like, I'll go get some great content and send it back to y'all.
Yeah. Trying to think what Dawson would say.
Great content.
Yeah. What I'm doing is what Dawson would say, just dead quiet silence.
Shoot, yeah, boy.
Pre-Super Bowl overreactions or not, commercial free in the Expressway on the home of the Cowboys.
Overreaction or not, Sam Darnold has already silenced his critics.
Not an overreaction. No. Now, if you want to say he's a top 8 quarterback, I think we can have that debate right there. Maybe he got the GM in Minnesota fired, but this is an amazing. I know we're going to go through the last Super Bowl matchups to see if this one has the least amount of juice, but is this the best Super Bowl quarterback story? You got Brady, you got Warner.
Brady and Warner were big.
Foles was pretty impressive.
Foles, yep.
And do we mean of all time or just like in recent history?
All time.
Jeff Hostetler doing what he did with the Giants was a big deal.
Yeah.
Doug Williams doing what he did was big.
Yeah.
Because he was a kind of a bust. And then he kind of resurrected his career.
It was also, it was first black quarterback.
And I forgot about some of Sam's stops. Like, he was in Carolina. I forgot about that. I think he was in San Francisco.
Yep.
So when we talk about QB development and the geniuses, now you could say they already had their guys and they're signing people to contracts, but like Baker Mayfield was with Sean McVay, didn't stick. Sam Darnold was with Shanahan, did not stick.
It's funny you say you forgot he was in San Francisco. So did the media, which right after the game, one of the Seattle reporters was like, hey, now you're in your first Super Bowl. And Sam Darnold was like, well, I went to the Super Bowl with the 49ers.
Yeah.
Come on, quit being technical. Nobody knew you were on that team. Shut up.
Right. But I'm happy for him. Great story.
Yeah, he's great. I will say, when we had talked about Bryce Young, like, what's wrong with Bryce Young? Why is he, like, this was a year and a half ago, and I had reached out to somebody. That was the feedback that we talked about on the air that I got from them, was they said, Carolina's pretty broken. And like that they would wonder if like maybe Young would have success outside of that organization, because he said like Baker had to get out of there, Darnold had to get out. It was obviously second stops for them or third stops, but they both had to get out of there before they could kind of figure things out.
Fan text for Jake Delhomme, undrafted player, when he went.
That was a good story.
Yep, that was a good story. The great Jake. So there's been some good ones.
Donovan McNabb fighting through vomiting in the huddle and just barely able to speak while T.O.'s running on a broken ankle.
All right, overreaction or not, Drake May.
And by the way, how about Justin Jefferson in this quote? Shots right at J.J. McCarthy while we're talking about Sam.
That organization has turned on J.J. McCarthy so fast. You remember it was 4 starts in and Diana Rossini was reporting like, yeah, he may not be back next year. It's like, how bad has it been? But then I also think about the Dallas game where he was told not to do the little gritty thing and he got penalized for it. He's like, yeah, I was told not to do that in practice, but I just figured I should do it anyway. It's like, okay, well, maybe you are just super defiant then. Yeah. And that's why you're going to be out of there.
And wow. Justin Jefferson saying basically what?
He said that he's like, it's hard for me not to think that if Sam Darnold were with us this year, we would have had more success.
Oh.
It's like, geez, dude, that's like, Keon Coleman was not picked by our guys. That was some other idiot.
Yes.
Drake May will be the best quarterback from his draft class.
I mean, if you're going to answer the title of the segment, overreaction or not, of course it's not an overreaction.
Likelihood or not.
Yeah, likelihood or not.
Well, it's him or Caleb. And I guess some people threw Jaden into the mix. It's just hard to go away. It's hard for me to go away from the Caleb tools. Those 2 throws. Like, those 2 throws are etched into my mind.
They are. I mean, he could do things that he's one of two, right? It's him and Pat that basically could do these things.
Josh.
But Josh does things differently because he's so much stronger. Like, he could just run you over. Like, he would run you over.
He can make those throws, too.
Yeah, he can. I think he would just choose to lower his head in an aggressive manner and just toxic masculinity right over you. But
I'd probably go Caleb, Drake, Jaden moving forward.
Caleb, Drake.
With really a lot of indecision between Drake and Caleb.
I'll go Drake's above Caleb. Yeah, because to me, Caleb was always the more talented player. But the question was just like about, could Caleb put everything together? Did Caleb have the makeup? Caleb's accuracy issues have been kind of concerning through these first years. And when you think about like accuracy issues, on the flip side of it, it's for the year. This is so stunning to me. I don't think we talk about this. 72% completions from Drake May. 72% is a ridiculous number.
Yeah. But I also don't think we talk about his weapons either. He had an MVP type season with not a great supporting cast.
Right. Yeah. Caleb's got better receivers for sure.
Yeah. Like we're talking about Stephon Diggs, Kayshon Boutte, Hunter Henry, Mac Hollins, Ramondre Stevenson. That's not a who's who.
No, it's a who's not.
No, I mean, he will make some. I know we talk about Caleb. So Drake May will throw some lasers sometimes that are absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. Great deep balls.
Right now, I would say I think Drake will be the better. Now, obviously, if Caleb, could, time on task, process the game better.
I probably wouldn't have said it without Ben there. I'm giving Caleb a little Ben nod.
Overreaction or not,
little BJ.
This Super Bowl matchup will have the least juice of the Sean and RJ era. So we started the show back in 2011. So our first Super Bowl was the 2011 season. It was Giants, Pats. Mm-hmm. And then we went Ravens, San Fran. And then we went Broncos, Seahawks. And then we went Patriots, Seahawks. And then Broncos, Panthers.
Yeah.
Down the list.
Not an overreaction. That's probably... if you look at the other games, there's maybe the only one you could argue, but I still don't think you could...
Baltimore, San Fran, Denver, Carolina.
So Baltimore, San Fran had the whole Harbaugh thing, and it was Ray Lewis's last game. Like there were all those different storylines there. The one I can think of is just like there's good players, just like there are in this game. Rams, Bengals, but people were in love with Burrow on the road to the Super Bowl, and it was Stafford's like redemption arc.
Yeah. Indy, Chicago.
That was bad.
That was before us.
That was before us.
That was a boring game.
That was bad. Like the one thing about the you could say going into it, the Foles Patriots game, just because we thought it was gonna be a blowout.
Right. I'll say it's not an overreaction.
Yeah.
I'm not dreading the game.
I'm looking forward to it. It's just
interesting.
It's not like It's not like there's a bunch of legacies on the line. There's not like a lot of those storylines.
No. The MVP of this game, overreaction or not, will be a defensive player. The last one we had was
it Malcolm Smith? Or no, was it
somebody with Tampa, right?
Yeah, because that was Devin White, wasn't it? Because Von Miller won it. We've actually had a few defensive Super Bowl MVPs.
Not an overreaction.
I agree. I think I think there's a good chance if Seattle wins that there's a defensive MVP.
Could be Tank.
Oh, that'd be great. Wouldn't that be great?
That would be great. Let's see here. Yeah, the last one would have been...
Vaughn.
No, it was not. Yeah, Devin White didn't win it. It was Brady was the MVP.
Vaughn and 50, Malcolm Smith, and that's basically it.
Yeah, Vaughn, Malcolm Smith, Dexter Jackson, Ray Lewis. Those are the defensive guys who've won it.
Yeah, New England's defense probably a little bit underrated, and then we know what Seattle's defense has been. So no, not an overreaction.
All right.
Have you bet on Super Bowl MVP?
Oh yeah, you can.
Yeah, I know you can.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it yet. I think Darnold is the favorite though.
One of the weirdest stats of all time is that the Cowboys have 7 Super Bowl MVPs.
Yeah,
and they've won 5 Super Bowls.
And when was their last one?
30 years ago.
They've won 5. They got 2 in a losing effort.
No, they got 1 in a losing effort, and then they had co-MVPs in 1.
Okay,
good stat. Overreaction or not? Last one. The Patriots' offensive slump, coupled with Seattle's defense, is going to make this a tough game to watch.
How healthy is Drake May?
Oh, here we go.
He's battled through a shoulder injury.
Is that what they're throwing out there?
Yeah, just like Josh Allen went up there with those fake crutches to try and be like, oh, look, I had a problem too, instead of just not being good enough. But no, I think New England's gonna. I think we're gonna be surprised at how good offensively New England is in this game. I think this is gonna be more of a shootout. Because were you the one who said it, or I don't know if I heard it somewhere else. The over/under is like the lowest one it's been in the Super Bowl in forever. It's like a
46 is what I recently had.
That's ridiculous.
The spread was 5, over/under 46. It's not going to be any offensive explosion. There's no way.
Do you think it'll be? I mean, obviously, it's not going to be Pats Rams 13-3. I wouldn't think.
Right.
I'm going to say they go
24-20.
They go 10 points over that.
10 points.
They get in the 50s?
Yeah.
No.
Wow. Because, I mean, neither defenses, both defenses are good.
Yeah. Both offenses are good.
The money line is Seattle minus 240, Seahawks by 5, latest from Bet Online. And you also have, speaking of numbers, the Seahawks going up for sale with an over-under of $7.5 billion. That is going to charity.
That is, it's all going to charity?
Yeah, Paul Allen put it in there that the sister had a directive to sell both teams and donate it all to charity.
Wow. It's a good time to sell.
How many would just defy their brother's dying wishes?
I feel there's a karma with that, right? You defy the dying wish.
Is it $7.5 billion worth of karma?
I'd give it a shot. I'd test it.
And I wonder, like, on those sort of things, how legally binding is a will in that instance?
Right.
Like, say, can you put in a will, like, hey, in the future, if you do this, I'm saying you got to do that. I don't know. Can you make that legally binding to where you could just blow it off if you wanted?
That's incredible. That's an incredible gesture. $7.5 billion, all to charity.
Yeah, it sounds like an incredible gesture. But what if it really is just like he hates his sister or something? And so he's like, you thought you were getting this money? You are not.
But what about, like, how much money do they have elsewhere? That could be a drop in the bucket.
That's true.
I have some of the over-unders from Bet Online. I hit up Jimmy Shapiro over there, who we'll see in San Fran. I was like, you guys are sick. You guys are wrong for some of this stuff. Which will be higher, Stephon Diggs catches or Stephon Diggs children?
How many kids does he have?
6.
Ooh. Wow.
Some people are throwing out that he had 4 this year. Children is the favorite.
Yes.
At minus 220. Good gosh. Which will be higher? Stephon Diggs. I'm surprised these players don't get a hold of this stuff and threaten some of these people and these outlets. Which will be higher? His yardage of shortest catch or baby mamas?
So
how many baby mamas does he have?
6.
What, 6? Oh, wait. Oh, no. You didn't. You said there were 6 kids. I didn't know it was 6 different women.
Yeah.
Yardage of the shortest catch.
Yardage 100%. Of the shortest catch is minus 140. Which
he's going to have. He's going to have to play football until he's 50.
If Eric does go to media day, he said one of the plans that he had was he wanted to just interview Stephon Diggs, asking him questions as if he's Trayvon Diggs until he calls him out for it.
Oh my!
By the way,
do that. I would not do that.
Injury fan text are saying if it is in the will, you can attach binding conditions to future sales and assets and where it goes. So if it's in the trust, she doesn't have a choice.
Okay. Next insensitive one: total ice arrests. Super Bowl Sunday versus total yardage by both teams.
Total yard. That's there's going to be like 700 yards.
Not with these two teams.
Oh, man. Okay, even 500.
Total ice arrest is the favorite at minus 150. Will there be an ice protest inside or outside Levi's?
Hold on, I got a question.
Got a bunch of ice odds.
Doesn't that potentially open the door to being able to manipulate odds if you're an ice agent who's bet on it?
Yeah, but they they put a ceiling on these though. I think it's like $50 for the prop bets. That's the most you can bet on a lot.
It's probably not a lot.
Will there be a protest inside or outside the stadium?
Yes, minus 50,000.
Yes is minus 1,000. Will ICE raid a Super Bowl tailgate party? Will any player wear anti-ice signage? No is minus 10,000. Will Bad Bunny?
No. Okay.
A player wear anti-ice? I guess they could. Will Bad Bunny wear a dress? Primary color of Bad Bunny's entrance top. Style of Bad Bunny's dress. Ball gown is the favorite. And halter dress. Yes is the favorite at minus 150 that he does wear one. His top is supposed to be black when he comes out. Will he experience a wardrobe malfunction? In parentheses, it says genitalia must be seen. So we're getting specific. Will he expose a nip? Will Carol G perform?
I love how that's minus 500.
Will Ice arrest Bad Bunny on stage?
What are the odds there?
No. Yes is plus 2,000. I wouldn't put it past Trump. What if they storm it and get him on stage? No is minus 10,000. Bad Bunny halftime show first song. Inevitable. It's not unavoidable. It looks like unavoidable.
Uncomeback-withable.
Which Bay Area landmark will be shown first? Golden Gate Bridge or Alcatraz?
Ooh,
the Full House.
I would say got to be Golden Gate.
Yeah, it's got to be
Golden Gate minus 500. Will electrical substation near stadium be mentioned?
1,000%. First time somebody is down on the ground with an injury, they will absolutely say that.
Yes is plus 300. No is minus 500.
Does it specify there that it has to be like one of the game announcers? Or could this be pregame?
Doesn't specify.
Most of these from history, I think most of these are from the beginning of the broadcast.
Okay.
Which highlight will be shown first? Vrabel's Super Bowl touchdown catch or the goal line interception? They're both even. Which will Streaker be tackled on the field of play? Will the broadcast show Patriots male cheerleader? Will Gay for May sign be shown? Will Darnold be seeing ghosts? Will that be mentioned?
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So,
Darnold seeing ghosts will be mentioned, I bet.
Yes is plus 600. No is minus 1,500.
Although, I was about to say, didn't the NFL put out an edict after that happened that they thought, I think somebody got fired over that.
How many times will Cardi be shown? Over under is 1.5.
I love will Mike Vrabel bleed from his face? I love that one.
Which team will have a sideline tantrum first? Will Belichick and Jordan Hudson attend? Will they mention the matchup is between Mike coaches? Will Collinsworth mispronounce Nick Emenwari's last name?
That's pretty good. What are the odds on the Belichick one? On Belichick and Hudson being there?
Yes is plus 200. No is minus 300.
You think they'll be there?
No, that's why I was curious why it was even not, because, he's talked so aggressively against them.
All right, someone on this floor is scared of this segment right now. Bobby will be scared at 9 a.m. when we shave his head bald, thanks to Donovan Ezeraku and his sack total this year. Let's get to best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. 877-881-1053. I told you and invited everyone to my big Saturday out. And
you invited like the way Peyton invited to his bachelor party.
Yeah, I didn't hear about
y'all can come if you want.
What do you mean you didn't hear about it? I said it on the show.
Yeah. Well, he definitely didn't hear it.
Definitely no, I didn't hear about it.
Yeah. And Jake Riepma joined us. Yeah. And we had a day for the ages.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. 8 hours, 7 different places.
That's too many.
It was insanity. It was nuts. Bishop Arts. We started off we ended up at a cigar lounge, a restaurant, a steakhouse, another steakhouse, and never managed to eat the entire time.
You didn't eat?
Woke up starving, fell and busted my ass on the ice outside of my house. With the patch that is not melted yet.
Is it on the Ring camera?
Yes.
Oh, baby.
We got to have that.
DFW security camera. And I was just told him, man, I don't want to see it. Do not want to see it. But 7 places, 8 hours, epic day. Riepma apparently went somewhere else after us, and he got kicked out of the place while he was trying to go get food. They're like, his friends told him, you look fine, you're acting okay, but the bouncer was like, no, you don't look fine and okay, and he had to go
while he
was trying to get food. I mean,
you were sloppy, so you can't tell?
Yeah, we're all, no one amongst the 3 of us, no one in a position to judge.
Okay.
No one. But right. he was holding his, tequila, gin, beer, just mixing it up, old fashions. He was holding it well. I was impressed.
Good for him.
I was impressed. By stoplight number 5, he was still good. I don't know how my wife. Well, I don't even know if she did. I don't know how my wife kept up with us.
I was gonna say, isn't it normally Amanda that's wanting to next spot? And so, were you part of that this time, or was it Jake leading the charge?
No, both of us. You know, Bishop Arts is fine, but my wife and I, you let us out of the cage every once in a while. We just want to keep increasing it. And then I wanted to show Jake a lot of these different places that he hasn't seen before. So we ended up at the Albernays Bar.
Oh, that's a good one.
And we're, Javier Cigar Lounge.
Yeah.
I don't know how we ended up in the restaurant, but all of a sudden you got these butt cheeks hanging out everywhere.
Oh, that's my kind of place.
Yeah. And it was crazy. So that was best. And then worst was yesterday. Our old hangover thing that did not apply to me. It did kick in, and it was just.
You didn't eat.
Yeah, it was getting worse as the morning went on. I'm expecting it to be worse when you woke up, but no, it got worse as the morning went on.
Sinatra's old line. That's why he doesn't trust people who don't drink, because when you wake up, that's the best you're going to feel all day. That literally worked out for you. It was the best you felt all day because it got worse.
So it sucked. I'm like, I don't want to read, show prep, pack, shower. All of that stuff. But yeah, worst was busting my butt outside the front door.
Did you get as you did the last time I think you had the hangover, did you get the disgustingly big order of Jack in the Box to the house to try and cure it?
No, we had leftovers, like some leftover stuff. My wife, she's like, you got to drink this michelada. Do you know what a michelada is?
It's a pina colada with beer.
No. It's beer with tomato juice.
I was going to say, yeah, isn't it like tomatoes have got the celery in it?
It's kind of like the beer Bloody Mary.
Ugh.
And I didn't want any part of it.
You know what would have cured your hangover?
I don't know about that.
That would have cut through it.
I know, but you've been out.
Yeah, now I'm not. So now which you told me I was not allowed to go on trips anymore without it.
Yeah, so that was best and worst. Epic day with Rima on Saturday.
Have you ever had a Caesar, the drink?
No. What is it?
It's like a Bloody Mary, but they use clam juice instead of tomato juice. It's Canadian.
Is it better than the...
I don't like tomato juice. I don't like Bloody Marys.
You like clam juice?
I don't like clam juice either.
Right.
So I don't like either one.
Never heard of it.
Yeah. Best, we had 2 great dinners over the weekend. We had my sushi spot and then a little pizza on Saturday, and I love a good pizza. So we didn't do much. Sarah's been under the weather. She had whatever I had, but she has it much, much worse than me. This girl in bed is just coughing all over me, spraying my face.
Great.
No, I've already had it, so now I'm immune. Right, I'm immune to it. I got the antibodies.
I don't trust you.
It's just all.
You've claimed antibodies before.
They worked. Yeah. So just she's in a tough spot. So I had all I could do to drag her out of the house just to go eat. So that was the best. The worst, this is surprise. So we have a new driver, Luka, 16. And
I thought he was just about
fancy.
Yeah, I was like,
is he taking you to the airport?
No, it's just so he was out one of the nights. It was either Friday or Saturday, and we follow his location, and he was in Keller at like 10:35, and he had to get all the way back to his mom's house, right? And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, well, he's not going to make it in time. So I call.
What's in time?
11 o'clock.
That's the curfew.
Curfew's at 11 o'clock. So I call my ex-wife. I was like, hey, curfew. She's like, he's not going to make it. I said, okay, what are you going to do? I said, and so we're trying to figure out a punishment. I call him up. I was like, hey, you got to make it here in time. Because we got plenty of time. I said, you still have to go pick your car up at his house. Well, he opens the garage door exactly at 11 o'clock.
Oh!
And that's why this is the worst of the weekend.
Way to go, champ.
I did not want him to be successful in this.
Oh.
Because I wanted to, I don't think his curfew, I think his curfew's too late. I need to reduce that a little, pull it back.
What would you have it at?
10:30. 16-year-old first timer. 10:30 maybe. 11. He got his wish for the first time.
So is it going to be a different curfew time at your house? Or it's universal?
No, it's universal. We make things universal. But I sent him the Major League Baseball movie, Nice Catch, Hayes. Don't ever blank and do it again. Like, hey, congratulations. I'm proud of you. You made it. Don't ever pull that crap again, where you're opening the garage door exactly at 11 o'clock. Have some brains.
I'm surprised you're cracking down on this.
Yeah, this seems like
you let everything else slide.
One of your favorite, I would think you'd be like, proud. What an excellent loophole or technicality. Like you got home just when you were supposed to.
I love all that. I love it. Inward.
Okay.
Inwardly, I love it. So that's the worst. That's the worst for me of the weekend.
But you think he's going to push it now?
I think he's going to push it. That's the problem. He had to speed. There's zero chance.
Could you see that on the app?
It wasn't working. That part wasn't working for me. The speed. Usually
how
you
fast
can.
He was going.
Yeah,
he was breaking the barrier.
So that wasn't working. That's the problem.
The best was also the worst. this weekend. So we bought a new couch.
Oh,
baby.
Yeah, and
what were the qualifications? What had to be there? What was on the list?
That's exactly why it's the worst.
Oh,
is
no.
Because you can go in there with the way it's nothing Kristen did. It's nothing I did, certainly. But we just have two very different ways of approaching how do you shop for things like this. And so naturally, the way she's going to want to go about it is going to have me go like, okay, we don't need to do that. And then the way I want to go about it, she's going to be like, you're insane. Why are you doing that? So the big issue was she walked in there and she's kind of discovering her qualifications as she goes along. Or she's got a few, but then she's discovering more as she goes along. Whereas I'm just like, get me like two things or something. Like, okay, you want an L. She wanted an L-shaped couch, was a big thing for her. So she wanted the L shape. Then she realized she wanted there's got to be enough room for somebody to be able to lay down in case the girls want to like just kind of lay out or whatever and still have room for seating. And
what about material?
And material was a big deal. I had no idea how much the color of the couch was like not just of, oh, it can't be, this wasn't specifically what it was, but it wasn't like, well, it can't be gray. It's got to be this shade of gray. Like I can't have that gray, but I can have this gray. And so we found in 3 hours of shopping, she found one couch in the whole store that she couldn't poke holes in. And then even then she was like, I don't love the color. It's just okay.
And what was the material?
Polyester or whatever. It's like some fabric thing.
Okay. That's a warm lay.
So it was, you want a warm lay every now and then. So the problem was is that after we got looking through the whole store, she was like, because I'm going to be gone. So I was like, all right, if you want the couch here for like when I get back, then we got to make a decision today. And she goes, well, I want to go shop at other stores. Maybe I can find this one cheaper somewhere else.
How many stores did you go to in 3 hours?
We stayed at the one. We looked at everything in there. It's a giant store. It's the
Nebraska.
Does it have a lot of rooms in it? Or are they all on the move?
No, it's the living spaces in Frisco. And there's like a playground back there that you drop because there's like a bar and stuff. I had no idea it was the industry that it was. But to me, I had told her, I said, look, you just went through a whole store and you found one couch that you liked, which means if you go to another store, I anticipate you're going to probably find about one couch that you like. And we're going to do this with a bunch of stores over the course of several weeks, and you're going to eventually find 3 of them and then start agonizing instead of just saying, you know what? This is one of the ones I like. Let's not worry about getting the one I love the most. Let's just get one I like. And so that's how I look at it. I go, if I like it, I'll get it. I don't need to know if there's a better couch out there that I would have liked more.
Yeah, I'm like your wife.
Like this.
Yeah, I'm like your wife. I got to see all the options. I got to do all. I can't believe it wasn't more research done.
So no, I mean she dove in, and I mean it's a good couch. I like it. It's ridiculous how expensive couches are now. It ended up being like $2,000 or something, and it's just like
that's not too bad.
No, it's not. That's what I'm saying.
How many a seat?
Technically, I think it's 5, but it's really 6 because that L turn, I think you can fit 2 kids there, like sitting down watching. But it's got like the recline seats and everything else on it, and so it's cool. It's great. That was wonderful, but I knew that was going to be frustrating because it's just like I have a certain way of just like if you like it, get it, and if there's nothing else you like, then get that one. You don't even have a decision to make, and she's just can't even fathom that I wouldn't want to shop around.
So is in your place? Did it get delivered?
It gets delivered tomorrow. So it's getting delivered.
Timing for you.
Yeah. So they're delivering it tomorrow, and we did the whole. They're like, we have 3 options. I was like, whatever option is, you guys do everything. Is the option that I want. And then there's a second worst of the weekend. I had to drop some stuff off here on Saturday. The little Wi-Fi connection from the Comrex, which I didn't bring with me. And I made the horrific discovery that Jacob Ray, who's filling in for one more day, does not know ball.
That's a stretch.
He definitely doesn't know weather because I heard Alex say he had it 78 degrees in there.
Listen to that.
Dude,
Alec and
what's
him.
the matter with you?
Him and Alec here right now.
79?
79.
Is that comfortable to you?
Okay, so I explained this to Alec. There's a vent right here.
Okay, Peyton says
that's where
the
the heat
same
comes
thing.
out of.
No, there is no heat. Even if you have it cranked up to 80, it's cold air. So it's blowing cold air all the time, blowing papers everywhere. So I just opt to turn it off.
Peyton does the same thing. Peyton will have it 75 in there wearing a hoodie, and he's like, there's a vent right here. It's so freezing. Kristen will make me switch spots at a restaurant if she's sitting under a vent. She hates it that much. But I was up here. Fan phenom Eric was doing this game when I popped up here. And so Jacob was like, hey, you should sit in here for this. And he was doing keep 3, cut 5. Okay? And it was just best Super Bowl teams of the last 20 years or so. He wouldn't give like a specific timeline of what he was going to say because the game is he lists a team and you have to decide then to keep or cut it without knowing what teams are coming after it. And then you eventually just see like what three teams
these
did
on
you
TikTok, the
yeah,
blind rankings, yeah.
So 2022 Rams was the first team. So we cut him. 2021 Buccaneers. All right, keep them. It's a Brady team. You don't know if you're going to throw any Patriots on there. 2024 Eagles cut because it's the Eagles, even though they were pretty good. 2022 Chiefs keep. Okay, well now we've only got one keep left out of 4. So because of that, when the Seattle Seahawks from 2020 or from 2013 came up, the Legion of Boom Seahawks with Marshawn Lynch and Russell Wilson playing it, Jacob, before he could even finish saying 2013 Seahawks, said cut and said that Seahawks team was just not, because he said specifically, who wants Russell Wilson at quarterback? 2013 Russell Wilson. But then he wanted to keep the 2015 Broncos with washed Peyton and cut that Seahawks team.
It's good defense. Both defenses are great. The Legion of Boom is better.
The Legion of Boom,
Legion of Boom
I don't know,
is better.
when you really look at it over the last 15 years, I don't know that there's a team better than that Seahawks team.
Ooh, you sound like Kevin Hagelin now.
It's very, like in terms of the Super Bowl winners, though, just out of them, the only one to me that, like the 19 Chiefs were really, really great. But I mean,
I think he might be forgetting how dead Peyton's arm was.
Well, so here's who we ended up with.
I was holding out for a better Patriots team.
Here's who what we ended up with for passing that was that 2018 Patriots team that went 11-5 and beat the Rams 13-3 in the Super Bowl. I was like, thanks a lot. Wonderful selection.
Yeah, has anyone been hearing from Pepe?
No.
He
posted a photo this morning or last night of his view.
Jake, what was your best and worst of the weekend?
So my best was probably just catching up on a lot of sleep. I'll be honest with you, I'm not really cut out for this 4:30 a.m. being up at the station thing. I didn't properly adjust my time schedule, so it's been a lot of sleeping in until 11 o'clock or so and then figuring out what to do with the rest of the day. But Saturday night, I had to work. I hosted on Saturday afternoon, then I had to go to work. And then my girlfriend had one of her friends in town. She's a nurse in Temple, so she came up for the weekend. They were staying up at the Omni in Dallas, and they wanted to go out on Henderson. So I was like, all right, I'll meet you out there, right? So they had been drinking, doing the girl thing, went to wineries, dinner, stuff like that. So they were already like way ahead of me when I got there. So I had to catch up. Started slamming some stuff, whatever. Her friend takes this as an opportunity to go shot for shot. Mind you, she's probably 6 or 7 drinks in, right? So she, thanks, Bobby. So doing the thing right, I catch up, and then it's kind of, we're coasting. We're coasting the rest of the night, drink water, stuff like that, right? We ordered an Uber because the bar we were at closed at 2 a.m. We found out there was a spot like a mile away from her hotel that was open till 3 a.m. So I was like, all right, let's check it out. So we hop in the Uber. It was a $20 Uber, right? Not bad at all. We're sitting in the Uber, hear a little bit of burping, right?
Oh, here we go.
Coming from the friend. And she's one of those girls. She doesn't go out a ton, but every time she goes out, she does her big one, right? Every time it's either, hunched over the toilet every night. Sure enough, backseat of the Uber, lets it rip.
Oh.
So we get to this spot, get out of the Uber. Uber driver informs me that'll be a $300 charge.
Oh, no. You got to have the pull over.
Yeah. It was mine. It was mine.
Oh.
Yeah. It was mine.
Is she going to reimburse? Pay
we haven't got that far yet.
Yeah. You need your girlfriend to do that dirty work.
Yeah, that'll be a good conversation. So we ended up chopping the night there. Got back to their hotel. I ended up driving home because I was good to go, and that was that. So $20 Uber turned into a $320.
Oh, no.
300 sobered him up real quick.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
Best and worst of the weekend. Every Monday at this time, commercial free in the Expressway here on Sean and RJ. Jason Kidd going off on Mavs reporters, and we need to go off on members of basketball media for what they're saying about Cooper Flagg. It's a Mavs media watchdog next.
That would have been one of the great plays. Flag, count it, and a foul.
Mike Breen with the call on ESPN. The Mavs have lost 4 straight, this time to the armpit, 111-107. Cooper Flagg did his thing, and they lost a win-win as they fall to 19-30, 34-12 boards. And this is a game after Cooper set the NBA record for points by a teenager with 49.
Is that good?
Against his roommate. Saturday was the 5th game this season with at least 30 for the number 1 pick. So, awesome. They were down 10. He goes on a little personal 6-2 run himself. They still end up losing.
He's fun, and when you're there, when you're at a Mavs game, you could see pretty quickly that it's just he moves differently. He moves differently.
I saw this during one of the breaks a few minutes ago. Did you see the Michael Shea SNL bit about Cooper Flagg? Well, then I won't spoil it. But it was, do we have it on the cut sheet? Because I won't ruin it if we do.
We don't have it? Did I not send it? Okay.
Crap. All right, well, here's what he said. He was talking about...
he'll pull it up.
Okay.
Go ahead, find it real quick, Jake.
But either way, that's funny. So, but Cooper Flagg, these are the win-wins.
Yeah.
If he's going to shoot 70% and play out of his mind, and then they still manage to lose the game, that's exactly how you want it to go.
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We got a lot of Mavs media watchdogging to do. We'll start off with Jason Kidd going off on the media. He was not happy with the refs in this Rocket game. And Mark Cuban went and backed him up. Cuban not going to do the team any favors by saying that it's still a joke in terms of the process. It's same old Mark. And Jason was not happy with this reporter.
Coach, you get a lot of national criticism for playing Flag at point guard. But over the last 2 games,
I don't give a
ball.
about the criticism, that's your opinion. You guys write that bullshit. That's not that. I've done this. I played this game. I played it at a very high level, and I know what the I'm doing. But I don't give a what you guys write, because you guys have never played the game.
Babe.
And so I've built players, so I know what the I'm doing. So to take criticism, it only makes me better. Because if I wasn't doing it right, you guys wouldn't be poking holes at what I've done.
Man.
So he's saying you guys are so uninformed. I think that's what I've settled on what he meant. You guys are so uninformed as having not played the game that if you didn't criticize me, that would terrify me because I know you guys are so wrong all the time. So that makes me think that. And the guy who asked the question was like, yeah, I was about to praise him. He cuts me off right before I was about to tell him, hey, this was a good call in the long run. How has it helped?
Tolo Guy said one of Jason's more memorable dumb quotes was when he was playing for the Mavs after having a good game. He said, yeah, we separated the taxpayers from the regular people. So that was Guy setting that in. The Babe Ruth comparison. So
that's pretty cool. We get to be part of history, you know?
Yeah, he was sitting on this. I would have replied back with, did your great basketball wisdom and knowledge lead you to trade Luka Doncic? We're at the 1-year anniversary point. Why won't Luka say hi to you? Why won't Luka acknowledge your presence or existence? And then, we just got to keep moving forward. That's what he would say.
A lot of people on the fan text coming in and saying he sounds like Vin Diesel, a less intimidating Vin Diesel. I never heard
think?
I never heard that.
I don't hear the ooh. I don't hear the like borderline Sylvester.
It's not the growl, but I hear that. You hear it a little bit. Which, maybe he's paying homage to the release date.
Yes, we have a date. We have a release date for Fast Forever. Fast Forever. It is going to be 2028. It is March 17th, 2028. And they are going to pay homage in some way to the great Paul Walker. Now, I don't know if this means that it's going to be CGI or what.
Well, it's not going to be him.
Well, it could be his brother, right? It could be they might have his brother.
What a turn that would be if it was him.
Yeah, that'd be a
U-turn.
That'd be a turn, Bobby.
Which sounds like the amount of racing they're doing in the movie, U-turns.
They are, because of that, it's going to be a more grounded version. I'm assuming they're not going to go to space in a Pontiac Fiero in this one. So the budget's only $200 million. Still high, still a good budget, but it's going to be a more grounded version, and they're going to do something with the Paul Walker character. It's Brian O'Connor. All right. And maybe it's his brother, or maybe it's CGI.
All right, so that's Mavs Media Watchdog nominee number 1. Number 2, Jamal Mashburn, college basketball coverage on Turner. He said it. We've been sitting here saying there's kind of some people floating this, speculating this. Jamal Mashburn says Cooper Flagg would be number 6 in this upcoming draft class.
So when I look at last year's number 1 overall pick in Cooper Flagg. If I was to put him on that list, he would be 6th.
You would put Cooper Flagg behind all 5 of them.
Behind all 5 of them.
Koa Pete, Peterson, Caleb Wilson, everybody.
Just from a skill set and also elevation level of where they can get to. I personally think Caleb Wilson, he's going to take a humongous jump at the pro level. I think he's going to be
such a good pro game.
Yeah, such a good pro game. But I just think that this freshman class, and you contribute everybody from last year, those guys will still be at the top of the list. I thought Cooper Flagg had some holes in his game.
Woo! Man!
And,
did he stop watching him at Duke?
I know.
That feels like someone who's not revised. That feels like this was my pre-draft take, and I'm not revising it at all.
Wait till you hear Udonis Haslam here in a second.
Because, as you heard at the end of that, it said MASH. It was Bruce Pearl saying, wait, you mean Caleb Wilson's going to be better now? And he's like, how many guys can score 40 in a game? And he's like, all right, well, I can see, Peterson doing that.
Yeah.
And then he says, I can't see Caleb doing that yet, but long term. He's like, all right, fine, long term. They don't mean immediately. So, I don't know.
Well, he talked about people dropping 40 rookie year.
Yeah, he said there was a couple that would drop 40 rookie year. Okay, maybe one guy gets super hot in a game.
Yeah.
He's getting a lot of run. These are NBA players. They're highly skilled. I can absolutely see that. But to say that Cooper Flagg would be the 6th pick.
That's the worst take.
He said top 6. Okay, so
he should have. I appreciate a unique hot take. If I think that you actually believe it, I appreciate different thinking. He should have said, I can see 2 or 3 of these guys.
That gives you an out.
So now we're going to be lining up for next year, all 5.
Right.
Compared to Cooper Flagg's rookie stats, and Jamal Mashburn is going to get dunked on.
I can absolutely see 1 or 2 guys being taken ahead because the draft is a lot of times about measurables, projections, the future. They want the upside. Cooper Flagg had a very high floor. Very high floor. He was going to come in. He was going to be a steady basketball player. Is the upside going to be there as high as it would be maybe with a Darren Peterson, who you saw the entire Darren Peterson experience over the weekend in the Kansas BYU game, the entire experience that happened there. But this is lunacy.
I wonder if this is this is such a bad take. It makes you wonder stuff is this just Duke hatred? Because Duke beat him. Then he goes who's really great? That North Carolina kid, Caleb Wilson. He's awesome.
Yeah.
He's so good.
And
people
then
hate Carolina too, though, right?
But if he hates Duke, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
And then you could nominate Udonis Haslam for not knowing that Cooper Flagg actually plays defense when he was choosing his top rookie on Prime.
Zach, a lot of times when people say no disrespect before they say something, they're about to say something disrespectful. I know Cooper is doing his thing. I know Khan is doing his thing, but VJ, to me, VJ is, out of all these guys, he is the two-way guy. He is the guy who can impact the game on both ends of the basketball court. I've watched literally VJ Edgecombe go through a whole 3 quarters of just guarding Brunson, guarding Luka, guarding these guys, and then all of a sudden in the 4th quarter, he's making big shots. He's making big plays. His play is not dictated on whether he's getting the basketball or not, which I'm not saying these other guys are, but I think this guy impacts the game regardless of if the basketball is in his hands. And then once the basketball is in his hands, he obviously knows what to do with it. I love VJ Edgecombe right now. I understand it's a great rookie class, but if I'm starting a team, I'm starting my team with a 2-way guy. That's just me. Okay. I'm starting my team with a 2-way guy.
Which take is worse? Is it Jamal for
Haslam?
Haslam?
Yeah.
We just went through Tim McMahon's piece last week on all the executives and scouts talking about him being a 2-way guy, how hard he plays on the defensive end as well. And Udonis Haslam acting like he's Steve Nash out there.
Yeah, it's that's the worst one. I can honestly see a couple of guys getting taken before. I don't know about 6. 6 is a lot.
But that has been written by other people. Bad as it is, you found other people have had that take.
Yeah.
This is the first time anybody said what Udonis Haslam said. So, there's uniqueness there. That's great. This is also the same guy who about a year ago also said, Mavericks fans, y'all need to get over the Luka trade.
Yeah.
You have a great organization. Some teams haven't been to the finals in 20 years. Quick complaints. Like, you know how they got there, though, right? Like, do you get that part of it? So he might be an idiot.
Worst take nominees right here as we Mavs media watchdogs making Jason Kidd's audio look better and better. And then this is what Bobby was referencing as Cooper Flagg makes it to the big time on SNL.
Cooper Flagg of the Dallas Mavericks has set a new NBA record for scoring the most points by a teenager in a game. Not a great start to Black History Month.
That's good.
It's good. It's
good.
solid.
Yeah. Speaking of that, that's a segue. We may as well have just renamed this to Worst Take, all from the NBA, because Draymond Green had another ref interaction where he was teed up. And this is what Draymond blamed it on or had to say after.
I will tell you, though, I find it very ironic that I got a technical foul for telling a Caucasian referee not to put his hand in my face. As a black man in America, don't put your hand in my face. And I said, hey, don't put your hand in my face, and I got a tip. So I thought that was the most interesting thing of the night.
Someone tweeted, Draymond has to turn every foul into a civil rights movement.
Stop it. Stop it.
He got destroyed for this. He got killed.
Why has Golden State still been so? Because we've heard some of this, like, about their reluctance to, well, we don't want to move on from Draymond. Or like,
yeah.
He gets tossed from games. He's a pain in the ass. He's not very good. At his peak, he was triple single. That was his peak. That was as good as he ever was. This blows me. I don't understand why they've stayed with him as long as they have.
They really protect him. Steve Kerr.
They do.
It's like he is off limits. And here he is, dropping that audio as well.
Look, he at his peak, I think you can absolutely say the box score did not show what his impact was.
No, he was an incredible defender.
He really was. He did a lot of things. Yeah.
Facilitate.
He did a lot of things that people don't want to do. Right, they don't get a whole lot. It's an offensive lineman, right? They don't get a whole lot of credit.
He still does a lot of things people don't want to do.
But that shelf life, it didn't age. Didn't age well. He still doesn't put up a lot of points. He still doesn't fill the box score. But he also doesn't do a lot of the things that, now he's just become like a pain. He's a walking technical foul, and he's a pain in the butt.
And then RJ says that we have breaking news that a retirement must take place right now today for what happened on this play. Cut 4, Jake.
Computer.
Not a long list of players 5'9" or shorter that have made an impact in this league. That's one of the reasons it's been more fun to watch. Yuki, who's passing it, Yakuchonis, and he gets the jump ball. We're going to see Yakuchonis and Yuki on a jump ball.
Yuki was on him like a Wolverine, boy.
We're going to see the shortest player in Bulls history go up for a jump ball.
Look at the Bulls bench laughing. Feel like a little honey badger out there. He was just snatching the ball. I'm jumping Yuki.
With this thing. I want to see it.
Come on, Yuki. Yuki's like, y'all underestimate my hop. Y'all think this is a circus,
Just
man.
Just wait. But he won the tap. He won the tap. Here he comes. 5'8", winning the tap. And a turnover.
Make that layup, kid. Take that layup, kid.
23rd giveaway of the night for the Bulls. Yuki trying to
He's everywhere. There's 5 Yukis out there, Bulls Nation.
That's so many Yukis. Knocked out of bounds by Yakuchonis. Look at the Bulls bench.
Yes.
Go, they're enjoying Yuki mania.
Yes.
Got to retire. Yakuchonis, got to retire.
Vida.
You can't. Yeah, we're just going KJ. Casper, you were calling KJ. You got to retire.
So what was the matchup for the jump ball?
He was 6'5", and Yuki is 5'8". 5'7". You cannot lose a jump ball. and I'm not saying like Yuki got there quick.
Yeah.
Like he jumped and he was just so much faster off the block. No. They got to the same height. Yuki wins the jump ball. He's all over the place. He's ripping the ball out, forcing jump balls, stealing from behind. KJ, must retire. It's been real, but not real fun.
I can't remember who did. Earl Boykins did this to Rafe LaFrance, I think, one time. Blocked him, got the jump ball, and then won the tip.
My number one segment of the morning, 9 o'clock, as Bobby goes bald. We should set records on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. My number 2 segment is next. Who ended up on the Epstein list? Next on The Fan.
If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Bobby goes bald at 9 o'clock before we get on the plane to San Francisco here on Sean and RJ.
Gonna shave my head, too. We're gonna do that on the air.
I thought there was a chance that you were just gonna do it and take the radio theatrics out of it. Just do it yourself on the weekend.
I was going to do, like, the initial, like, I was going to put on, like, a 3, and I was like, let me just get this, like, set up so we can just use a razor with it, but I figured there was a chance you guys would say I somehow killed the spirit of it, so I was like, whatever, I'll just leave it.
Yeah.
But I did shave my face.
So you and then Hagelin.
Yeah, so it's going to be a two-parter. I'm going to come in, all right?
Have you talked to Hagee about this?
I did, yeah.
So he is going to use a razor on me today.
I don't know if it's a razor. It's one of those things. It's like, you know how, like, you can trim your beard and then you can take it all the way down with the skin level shave?
Yeah, like an actual razor.
It's an electric razor. It's an electric razor that you would use on your face to make it a clean-shaven look. Because this will get it down to just stubble. It'll be stubble. But that's it.
9 a.m., fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, if you want to go ahead and watch it.
What am I supposed to be just silently, or am I supposed to be commentating, or am I going to be actively?
Here's what we're going to do.
Well, he's not going to be able to be in the segment because he's not going to have a mic, so I'm going to have to be talking while I get my head shaved.
You, Hagelin will probably be in here, I'd imagine. Jake?
We're gonna turn you around in the chair. We're going to lean you back, and we're going to get all the hair here on the table because I brought a little tarp.
You got a tarp.
Why would we need it here? Like, why wouldn't we just put a trash bag down on the floor and let it catch all of it?
Well, because my tarp is currently, my big tarp is covering the pool equipment.
And no Tim here to come check the hair follicles.
That's right.
And what's left. Okay, I was totally in to the release of the Epstein Files. Your usual Friday news dump, and this delivered in terms of info, names, and detail. Normally, right, we're just used to redactions. We're just used to everything being blacked out. Nothing being given to the public. 3 million pages were released, and apparently there's 3 million more. There's 6. How do you have a 6 million page report?
I can't even fathom
6 million.
6 million. I can't even fathom 1 million pages.
Right.
Like, how many pages is a Bible? Like a big Bible?
A couple thousand.
Yeah. Couple thousand.
Yeah.
We're talking, if it's 6,000, we're talking 10 times the amount of, or 100 times, 1,000 times, I don't know, however many times.
This delivered info. Trump, Clinton, Elon, Jay-Z, David Stern, Bill Gates with an alleged STD with Russian girls and needing Adderall for bridge tournaments. These are
Bill. Hang on a second. I didn't see that part.
Oh yeah.
You need an Adderall for a bridge tournament?
Yeah.
You got like these grandmas out there playing bridge against you. You need Adderall?
Right. That's what Epstein was like. How dare you kind of just discard our relationship after you needed the medicine for your wife from the STD that you have, and this is what Epstein is writing to him. Epstein's writing in this. I was fascinated by that. A lot of lowercase. The period's not where they should be. Weird spacing issues.
Man, I'll tell you, I thought Epstein died. I thought the Epstein thing happened 10, 15 years. I didn't realize he died in 2019. Or got captured in 2019. I thought all this stuff stopped 10 years ago. And I had no idea it was this current.
And a lot of the, back and forth and correspondence with these celebrities and stars after he was known and recognized as a felon. After he got in trouble for this stuff, he's still communicating. You have people in the government who have lied saying, no. Now that he's dead, they all think they can just get away with saying no. And Ghislaine Maxwell's in jail. No, I never went there. And
Can you say her name? Ghislaine?
Ghislaine Maxwell. G-Max. In all the emails, she's known as G-Max. Yes. Okay. But, look, did anyone else get into this?
Yeah, but like I said, it's 3 million files, so it's so overwhelming that, I think you just have to end up picking, what lane of coverage do I want, and, what are they? Because I know I missed 90% of what came out about it. There's 10% that I saw a ton about. But it's you listed off all those people. There were things about this. I was caught up in Nice to see Joe Gibbs pop up in the Epstein emails.
No.
Yeah.
Is it the same Joe Gibbs?
It is the same Joe Gibbs.
Because people were saying the fan text, like, it might not be the NBA David Stern. It's a lawyer from Florida.
I don't know. This is definitely Joe Gibbs because in the email it says, Joe Gibbs is so nice, but Snyder is a pig. That's what Jeffrey Epstein said, which I think
it sounded like a meet and greet.
It's not good if Epstein likes you, but it's really bad if Epstein thinks you're a pig, and worse than that, because that means that.
No, it says in 2010, NBA Commissioner David Stern sent Epstein a page 6 article about Prince Andrew. We all know the allegations with Prince Andrew. Jacob, do not use this against me moving forward. This is from David Stern in an email. I will arrive Saturday the 31st in New York City. We'll see you latest 4 p.m. on Sunday unless you want me to come over before for any reason, comma, orgies, comma, etc.
Okay. Wow. So here's
NBA
the thing.
Commissioner David Stern.
Here's the thing.
Allegedly.
Which we know David Stern. David Stern was very blunt and would say, just leave it open again. I'm like choppy looking for the loophole here. I could envision myself sending a note to a friend and saying, like, hey, unless there's anything else you want to, like, involve me in, like your orgies you're doing, like, I would say something like that to somebody, like, just screwing around.
What's really weird is, like, Elon, right, he had outed Trump a while back when he was kind of flying off the handle saying, Trump is in this, you're all going to find out, truth is coming out. And then Elon, was like a proponent for these being released while he was denying that he ever really interacted with Epstein. And there's tons of email correspondence where Elon is, like, begging to hang out with him.
Yeah.
Begging to go. And it's like, why would you have pushed for it if that was in there? It doesn't make any sense to me.
So did you see the Steve Tisch involvement?
Yeah, this is the biggest sports problem. The Giants co-owner apparently had Epstein scouting girls for him.
This is the most, if you want to talk about smoking gun, what he wrote in his email is the most damning of, like, just, man, given the allegations and how you phrased things in here, that sounds awful. Which Steve Tisch had emailed on April 26, 2013, right around the draft. He should have been busy. Should have been focused on other things. I don't know if he's with the Giants then, but he said, "Hi, Jeffrey. I just had lunch with your assistant's friend who I met at your house Wednesday morning. Very sweet girl. Do you know anything about her?" And when they go on to it, he actually released a statement already about this, Steve Tisch did, because they're like, what's going on? And he said, "We had a brief association where we exchanged emails about adult women. And in addition, we discussed movies, philanthropy, and investments. I did not take him up on any of his invitations and never went to his island."
As we all know, he was a terrible person and someone I deeply regret associating with. So he got put in there. Josh Harris, the Commanders owner, had an ongoing business relationship that included numerous phone calls and at least one visit to Epstein's home in Manhattan. Jay-Z, a woman says she was abducted from her home and drugged, waking up to Harvey Weinstein and Sean Carter. Mamdani's mother, a filmmaker, attended a party at Ghislaine Maxwell's townhouse in 2009 along with Clinton and Bezos. The gathering took place after Epstein was convicted in 2008 as a pedophile. An email referenced in the file states she left the event after 5 a.m., quote, "just left Ghislaine's townhouse after party for film." That's Mamdani's mom. So, look, there's going to be a lot of just automatic guilt by association. I grew up on Joe Gibbs, so I cannot choose to believe that Joe Gibbs. It was
the most innocuous reference you could possibly have showed up in an email, and he's generally thought of behind the scenes as being one of, like, the nicest people.
That would rock my world. I'd have to call
be like
out.
Mr. Rogers popping up in these or something.
Yeah, so I think that was kind of more of a meet and greet along with Daniel Snyder. But here you have it: Trump, Clinton, Elon, Jay-Z, David Stern, and Bill Gates. Man, I have this stuff. And I know that there's been some Bill Gates stuff over the years, and I'm like trying to like not to believe it, but this is pretty damning, especially when Melinda sat down and said, yes, a major reason for our divorce was Bill's association with Epstein. It came across as Bill wanting to partake and participate, but then when it was time, it's kind of like the girl you don't want to take out in public. It's kind of like the one you don't want to take home to mom. No, don't acknowledge me when we're around other people.
Right.
And Epstein got furious over it.
Dude, it's massive. And I mean,
Russian girls, STDs, Adderall for bridge for Bill, apparently.
The sports angle is obvious. Like, what are these leagues going to do? Leagues don't want to be associated with this. And
the Tisch thing's I would think it should be a problem.
It could be a very big problem.
Kraft popped up in this a lot. We're like Epstein is actively in emails claiming he's trying to help find Robert Kraft a lawyer. Like, I mean, he's that like associated with him.
Kraft used Epstein's lawyer for his prostitution issue.
Kraft used Epstein.
He used one of Epstein's lawyers, but I was stunned that this had this much in it. I mean, I was hours per day, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, reading everything that I could.
And there's probably like no telling what is still in those files that people just haven't been able to get through
This is
yet.
the stuff that they release, and then one of the documents went down for a while, like it was pulled down, and people are like, we screenshotted it, then it ended up getting put back up. Some of the victims' names were still left in this when they were supposed to be redacted and covered up for their protection and privacy. And again, people are pointing out, if these individuals were willing to put this in writing, what else is there?
What's not in
what
writing?
was not in writing?
There are so many people on Reddit and other places already who are looking through the files of the innocuous ones, trying to find like code. Like, what? How would they, like, are there any common phrases that are being used
Reddit's
that maybe could mean
There's
something?
one sentence in there from Epstein, like, I give you permission to kill them. I give you permission to murder. And people are like, why are you blacking out these names? Why are you blacking out the names of the emailers? And as Elon is pointing out, what's going to be done about it? I think Elon is trying to go ahead and deflect a little bit by saying, are there going to be arrests? Otherwise, this means absolutely nothing. Is there going to be anything that's done because of it? I mean, Kash Patel already sat down in front of Congress and said there's zero evidence that Epstein is responsible, or there's zero evidence of Epstein trafficking. He already said that at a hearing.
And then Bobby, you found you were tweeting or texting about this, the Robin Leach one,
dude.
And then, but then
okay, so yeah, some of these have been like they've got like commentaries next to them of like FBI didn't find any like some of these were investigated, and so this specific one was found to be uncredible, but it was somebody with a history like mental health issues too. But I mean that doesn't always necessarily mean they're wrong. But they couldn't find any evidence she had ever been around Robin Leach or anything. But claimed that Robin Leach was at one of these parties.
Jay, do you know who Robin Leach is?
Not a clue.
Oh my
gosh,
Aiden, Robin Leach. He doesn't know. No, Peyton definitely doesn't know.
100%.
Lifestyles of the rich and famous.
So, yeah, he was the hello.
Always complaining.
So, Robin Leach allegedly was at one of these parties, according to this woman, and she said she witnessed him choke one of these girls to death and then saw them get rid of it, like get rid of the body. And it was just like, there are some wild accusations in here.
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 of what came from the Epstein file release on Friday. Will there be more? Bobby goes bald. Yeah, Bobby goes bald at 9 o'clock. But first, his Cowboys segment. Should the Cowboys listen more to Mel Kiper and less to Will McClay? Next in B-Lo, right here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. But you should always listen when we're talking about synergy.
in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
What kind of a GM would Mel Kiper make? Or Daniel Jeremiah? Let's look at it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Who the hell is Mel Kiper Jr.?
Exactly. And so that was Bill, wasn't it? Polian or who did
No,
it?
that was the guy.
It was the guy before Polian.
Before Polian in Indy, back in when they drafted Steve Entman.
Oh yeah, well Kiper was right. Kiper was right. Before we get to Mel Kiper, Daniel Jeremiah, and how good they are at drafting compared to Will McClay, I thought this audio was kind of funny. First off, the audio itself is a little like, okay, does this upset Cowboys fans? But then the other aspect of it is where it came from, which I did not realize this was even a place churning out content. John Harbaugh, the New York Giants head coach, okay, the New York Giants head coach, who 20 years ago worked for the Eagles, sat down and did an hour-long interview from his office with Howard Eskin on his podcast.
Oh, Howie.
The Burger King. Did we go through the 3 million files to...
Stop it. Stop it. No. Come on now. Come on.
Will he be at Super Bowl covering up his ring? Ashamed of wearing that.
He redacted his ring?
Yeah.
No, but Howard Eskin interviewed John Harbaugh. Must have had a really good relationship with him from his time in Philly, like those years that he was there. But he ended up asking him, like, hey, how do you view the Giants as stacking up in this division? And do Cowboys fans feel any disrespect at all from what John Harbaugh had to say?
No one's ever won the AFC North 3 times in a row. We had our chance to do it, we just missed right, but we would have done something that never been done before as well. And I just think it shows you how competitive national football is. But how tough is it going to be? Well, it starts with the Eagles. I mean, let's just be honest about it. The Eagles are the defending champ. I remember when my dad would tell us that when Bo Schembech, they took the job at Michigan in 1969, and Michigan was down, and Ohio State was the reigning national champion. And it was like, we have to beat Ohio State. Everything we do, every decision we make is with Ohio State in mind. And they ended up building a team like Ohio State is what they did. And they beat it the very first year. So you gotta build a team to beat the Eagles. Yeah, you gotta beat the Commanders, you gotta beat the Cowboys. But the Eagles are the champs, So we have to build a team to beat the Eagles. And everything we do, every practice we have, every film session will be with that in mind. I mean, you better do it or you have no chance. So how hard is it going to be? It's going to be really hard, but it's going to be hard for them to beat us too.
So there you go. Is there any disrespect to just looking right past as the bottom dwellers right now in the division, just going like, screw the two ahead of us. We're not even worried about them.
No, but the only thing you could point to is what you always cite, the NFC East record for Dak against everybody else.
Yeah, Dak against the NFC East he's tremendous. And then when you get him outside the NFC East, it's right around 500 for his career.
Yeah. We have nothing to stand on.
No, you don't. And I wouldn't.
That won't mean if people trash talk us at the Super Bowl and walk by our table that we're not going to talk as if we've won something.
Like we've won 10 Super Bowls in a row.
Yeah.
You have to.
That will happen. I will talk trash back when we're sitting here in the Metroplex amongst the Tolos. No, we can't say anything, but it's like I can insult my sibling, you can't insult them.
I'm more interested in the idea, and I think
even if it's true,
I think Choppy, this has been your take before. You'll know here in a second. The idea of saying, and I get he could just be talking, but I mean, he really did kind of lay out a minute-long answer there to say, the whole way I'm building the team is just to beat the Eagles.
Yeah.
Which is a little odd.
We always talked about this, or you always talked about it with Peyton's teams.
Yeah, and I think you said that with the Cowboys and 49ers. You didn't like that Dallas was trying to beat the 49ers.
Like Mario Williams, don't get him because you want to get to Peyton Manning on the Texans.
Right, yeah, like that. They would always try to find, they would have the one guy that you can't beat in the divisions. They would try to find the guy to stop him instead of just trying to find the quarterback to beat him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it's the old philosophy of, like we were talking about recently, like, do you play the game or do you play the opponent? Like what is the philosophy here? And just, him there, like, he didn't just lay that out. That's why I don't think it's just a flippant thing. That sounds like that's what he's building the team to do, is because he laid out there the whole story of, like, boy, my dad, when he got to, Michigan, it was like, we got to build a team to beat them. So this sounds like it's something that's completely ingrained within him as this is my approach and this is what I'm going to do. So the Eagles may beat themselves like they do every other year in the NFL the last few years. Okay, over at Blogging the Boys, I thought this was kind of a cool look at things from one cool customer, which is his name. I don't know what his actual name is, but that's what his handle is. And he's been over at Blogging the Boys for like 10, 15 years. But we've always had the discussion of, man, the Cowboys have been missing with their draft picks lately. They're not hitting on some of their day two stuff.
You're referencing someone that's named one cool customer?
OCC is how he's been known in the Cowboys blogging world for years. But he's been a Blogging the Boys writer for forever. I don't actually know what his name is because I've just always known him as OCC.
Okay.
But
hey, you know me.
He went ahead and took a breakdown of, let's look at since the Garrett era ended. Because during the Garrett era, you look at that and go, okay, Garrett had influence, different things like that. So we can't necessarily fairly measure the last 10 years. Let's just look at since Garrett ended and the philosophy would have potentially shifted in how they're going to draft guys, and during this period where people have struggled. And a lot of times we hear the mock drafters are putting this player here. Why didn't we get this guy? And a lot of times people fall in love with players based on what Daniel Jeremiah or Broadus or Mel Kiper have to say. That's how they get their information, which is fine. But there's a danger there and all of a sudden thinking somebody sucks because they didn't necessarily like him. That's why Brian always tells you it's ice cream, okay? What's your favorite flavor of ice cream? These players all have ability. That's why they're talked about in the first round. You're just kind of trying to figure out what the flavor is and how it works for you. And so they decided to take a look at, since the Garrett era ended, so from 2020 onward, how the first round draft pick that they assigned to the Cowboys in their final mock draft, when they're done sandbagging, final mock draft, how their projected picks would have performed versus what Dallas had as their actual picks. So the way they're doing this is they're taking the weighted average value, which is Pro Football Reference's attempt to assign a single number that represents how valuable that player was to a team each year, and then just take that cumulative scoring. So Dallas had been pretty good. They were 9th in the Garrett era, or they were 8th in the NFL in the Garrett era in weighted average value among NFL teams with their first round picks. So since that time, they've taken CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons, Tyler Smith, Mozzie Smith, Tyler Guyton, Tyler Booker. There's a couple difficulties there with Mozzie, and so far Guyton. We'll see where that goes. By the way, I was interested to see Micah Parsons, even though he played one fewer season already than Lamb and was out for a significant portion of other seasons, his weighted average value is still 3 points higher for his career than CeeDee Lamb's.
Wow.
So that shows you what kind of a game wrecker he was. But cumulatively, they're at 193 total points there. So then you look at Mel Kiper. Here's who Mel Kiper had mocked to the Cowboys. And this is why you should also listen to Mel Kiper's final mock, because he clearly is a Jones guy. 2020, Xavier McKinney, who was a Pro Bowl player. 2021, Patrick Surtain. 22, Tyler Smith. And if Patrick Surtain would have been there at 10, that's who they were taking. 2023, Dalton Kincaid, the tight end. 2024, Tyler Guyton, offensive tackle. He nailed that one. And then 2025, Omarion Hampton, running back. The average value when you combine all those, and you got to remember, Surtain's in there, and he picked Tyler Smith, who the Cowboys picked in Guyton, so there's some mirroring there. He's still 40 points off of what the Cowboys had in weighted average value. He's at 156. And that's just for Kiper. When you go to Daniel Jeremiah, here's who Daniel Jeremiah had projected to the Cowboys as his picks. And these, we would be very unhappy if these had been their picks recently. 2020, C.J. Henderson, who got traded by the Jaguars, I think, at the end of his first season. Really, really bad.
Florida?
Yep. 2021, J.C. Horn, who, good player but has not stayed healthy. He only just kind of popped off last year or 2 years ago. 2022, Jahan Dotson, who was a massive bust for Washington.
Yes.
2023, Luke Musgrave, tight end for the Packers, who has not been healthy. Fine player, but not a first-round player. 2024, Graham Barton, the center, who Zach Wolchuk was in love with. And then 2025, his best projected pick was Tet McMillan, the wide receiver. So if you look at that, the weighted average value is 77 from Daniel Jeremiah's picks, which is way off the pace of what the Cowboys do. Now, that's not to say that
Mel's was better.
Mel's was significantly better than Daniel's. Cowboys were significantly better than Mel's. But it's not to say that obviously some of these guys, Surtain and Horn, were not available in the Cowboys pick. They may have picked those too.
Right.
So you don't really know. But just kind of analyzing it and looking at it and where it falls down, the Cowboys ended up picking guys who were either the mock draft consensus said Tyler Smith was picked too high. Consensus said I think Micah Parsons was picked too high. Consensus had said that Booker was picked too high. So there have been some of these consensus things where they've been wrong. So that's why when you're going through this process and you're getting super committed to, I hate Tyler Smith. People were melting down when they picked Tyler Smith.
Yeah.
And now there were people who were super upset at the idea that he could potentially leave if they didn't get an extension done. But during that stretch of Garrett, like I said, they were 8th in the NFL in total average value from their first-round picks. Since 2020, even with the Mozzie Smith bust, Dallas is 5th in the NFL in weighted average value for their first-round picks. And that's with Mozzie giving them nothing.
Who's above?
The Chargers are 4. 3 is the Baltimore Ravens. 2 is the Detroit Lions. And then number 1 is the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Whoa.
Wow.
Jacksonville.
So, probably because they've
been picking number 1 every year.
That's it. Yeah, they've been able to stack picks. But I mean, one of the picks that Jacksonville had in there, there were a couple years where they had 2 picks. So for instance, they had Travis Etienne and I think C.J. Henderson in the same draft. So Henderson was a bust, but they were able to hit with Etienne. So it's kind of just like a cumulative score. So because of that, if you have more picks than other people, then it can be there. But Dallas ultimately, their average points per pick, if you just break it down to an average for their first-round picks, they're 32.2 points per pick, which is number 1 in the NFL in the last 6 years. So they've been the top team in terms of efficiency with the way they draft.
Bobby's last segment with hair in Below the Belt on DFW Sports Station. What's your nerve level?
I'm not nervous about I'm not going to look in the mirror probably until maybe tomorrow.
I'm excited for you. I think this is going to be great.
Here's the thing.
I think it's going to be great for you.
Here's the thing. I think bald can look good on a round head. It's very shapely and it works whatever else. My biggest problem is I think when we shave the head, up here at the cheeks where these bones kind of jot out, I think that's I've got weird bone structure right here. I think this is going to look weird on a bald head. I think it's going to make me look like the bald emoji, only this is going to look like where the ears are.
Did you think about this a lot over the weekend?
Oh, God.
Okay. Evan Hagland walks in with perfect timing.
I'm going to, the first question we ask Schottenheimer in Oxnard is, why did you take the sack off the board? Why did you accept the penalty and take the sack off the board and then destroy Easy's confidence and make him so upset that he had to rage quit the game and get tossed out? Because he would have gotten a 6. I think on technicality I shouldn't have to shave my head.
I want to see 1,000 on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We're almost at we're almost at 800. I want to see this like a Cowboys Monday for Bobby Belt going bald. Getting tag team on the Dome next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
A&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist bump time on the Fan Cam. Twitch and YouTube. Is that the actual razor that's buzzing?
Oh,
there we go. If you've ever
Bobby getting ready for
I was going to say, I thought Choppy brought something else.
If you've ever just wanted to see Bobby Belt get it, he's talked down to you. He's rubbed his brilliant football mind right in your face.
Rolled off the list of all 100 people more attractive than, was it Shakira?
Yeah.
Shakira, yeah.
That didn't work. The fan text lashing out. Maybe it's something on Twitter. This moment is for you, and it's happening because of this. Come on, Jake. Don't mess up your radio.
Come on, man.
Okay. Because obviously the injury can factor into all of this. But barring injury, if Ezeraku doesn't pick up a minimum of 6 sacks as a rookie, minimum. That's like the very baseline. That would be, all right, he kind of met expectations, to me anyway. If he doesn't pick up a minimum of 6 sacks as a rookie, I'm going to shave my head bald.
Part of this.
So here's the thing. It was wrong. It was clearly wrong. I think we need to get Ezeraku at training camp and let him know, like, how are you going to make this right?
That's cool.
First of all. Second, gosh, I think, now I'm getting anxious.
Did you want to be a barber? RJ, you have a lot of stuff.
I do have a lot of things.
Did you just watch that Seinfeld episode?
You tell the jokes, I cut of the head.
Have you looked at his backpack? His backpack has all sorts of weird random things in it. So, look, he would have gotten the 3.5 sacks in the final game. He was not properly credited with the shared sack he should have gotten with, I think it was Kenny Clark or somebody. That was one. 2, he got a sack and a half because that should have been that sack. But then Shoddy was like, nah, you know what? Let's not have them second down after a sack. Let's go to 1st and 15, which they did pick up the first down on eventually. So I like that ended up happening. But right there, then he was so frustrated, like, is the system going to do this to me for the rest of my life? And he got so angry and upset by it that, he lashed out a little bit and got thrown out. He would have picked up the other 2 sacks in the second half.
If we did not have this number on the fan cam, I would maybe take that statement into account. We're at 11:50.
Wow.
On a
Wait, let me tell you something.
on a non-Cowboy Reaction Monday. So, RJ Choppy, walk us through. We're going to need some coaching from Kevin Hagelin as well, who also brought in his machinery.
All right, I got my wall here, and I got some settings on this bad boy, and I've also got some blenders over here.
Yeah.
We're going to make them look good. We're going to make them look wonderful.
Projections on, I think this is going to be great for him. I think this is going to be an improvement.
Oh, for sure.
No doubt?
No, I have no doubt. But here's my question. Will he see that improvement through, or will he just pop a hat back on and we won't ever see it?
I will pop a hat back on, and I have to be right, even to my own detriment. So if I think it's going to look bad, I'm going to...
So what's the percentage that you would change your mind? Does that happen?
Have you ever known me to change my mind? Regardless of the facts set before me.
Can I do the beard?
That's why we're here.
Yeah,
John, what are we starting with?
All right, we're going to start with the side. We're going to make it. We're going to get it right here. And then we're going to blend this in. Oh, 0. We're going to 0.
All right, let's do it.
All right, we're going to blend this in with the beard. Then I'm going to trim up his neckline as well, okay?
There's no need to do that. Let's get the head over with.
Fire it up. All right. Now... the first slice.
Would you rather him gone right down the middle like the Legion of Doom?
Oh, wow.
That would be pretty cool.
Corey, give us the angle.
He went close real fast.
The side of your head looks good so far.
You could have given me that option. You could have had him shave straight down the middle, and then you could have said, all right, now here's your offer.
Oh,
you either go to Super Bowl like that, or we finish
without a hat, though.
Straight down the middle.
Now Alex coming in. Now Aiden's coming in.
Oh, my goodness.
Right now we have the monk look going on.
Yeah.
So it's got a little bit off the side, and then over at the top, it's you're starting to build the cul-de-sac.
I'm starting to think he might look way better.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this is going to be the best thing.
I'm not going to look in the mirror. I'm going to try to avoid looking in the mirror.
Dude, this actually looks. You got a nice head.
I've shaved my head down.
Can you tell? It's really shiny.
Yeah,
I know
shiny
mine
dome.
has like more moles and stuff like on top than Bobby's. Like straight down. Oh. The sales department is rolling in as well. You should get this sponsored right here.
Oh, we should have.
Alec, give us your side angle here with the play-by-play Alec Medford in studio as well with Bobby getting shaved bald.
It's actually impressive. It's looking pretty clean so far. Chop is running a smooth operation here.
But Choppy thinks this is a tryout too.
Yeah. This segment, Choppy thinks this is his segment.
Somebody's watching it is like, we got to have him.
He's their new barber.
Now, Kevin, when you did this this for the first time, like how much? Oh man, that a lot came off there.
See,
how much trepidation and worry did you have on how you would look bald?
Absolutely zero, because I misjudged how my hair follicles worked. I shaved my head because I thought it would look cool, and then when I looked at the stubble in the mirror, I was like, "Oh no, that middle part's not looking so good."
Yeah, I don't know if there's many people who don't look as good bald.
Well,
versus what Bobby was hanging on to.
I got
Do
a
you
cone
prefer
head.
bald?
Well, not if you have my hair. But if you have,
That's not what he's doing, Sean.
or Jake or Alex hair.
Not what he's doing.
What do you got, Choppy or Bobby?
He's
This guy, I think Choppy would look phenomenal bald.
You got to keep it kind of trimmed up and tight, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got
Stop
you.
it, dude. Stop.
I'm with you.
Nice and neat.
You know,
Yeah,
fun fact, I know this from
Oh
listening.
man, this is an improvement, bro.
I think he looks way better.
This is not
I got a
bad.
question.
Let's
I
say
got a
this is an
question. When you
improvement.
were a baby, did you lay on your back a lot, or did it looks like you got a nice round head? You don't look like you're flat anywhere.
So here's the thing. This may look okay. I don't know. He's still going to go over it again, and then it might look awful.
Yo, man.
No, dude.
Bob,
this is you.
Bob, you got a little badassery here.
We found a new
I
Bobby.
can see that.
Right?
Yes.
I
Alec,
feel
what
like
do you
with as
think?
pasty white as I am, I'm going to look like a cult leader.
Well,
No, I'm jealous how clean your head is.
Okay, we're done.
No,
you're not. I know you're
I do
not.
like the idea of just having the one spot.
I want that to be on Radio Row. Just
bro,
like,
this is a home run, Bob.
No.
This isn't I'm not messing with you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and now he's gonna have to figure out how often to shave it.
Kristen's going to come snag you before the airport running.
Yeah, she's
tried
gonna
to
bring
come
you
in here.
cereal.
I bet. Yeah, she
Yeah.
is.
If we were in prison together, I'd want you to be my roommate.
No, this is
Oh,
so
my
much.
goodness.
This is so much better. 1100 on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Alec, what else? What else?
Does
you see?
anybody have like a little mirror to show him now?
I don't want. I'm not
You
going to
don't want
look.
to see
I
it?
won't look. No.
He does now.
We should force him.
The thing I was thinking about that would be a problem is after I get my haircut, I have to rinse. You have to get the follicles.
Oh, damn it. I didn't even think about that. I'm going to itch at the airport.
Yeah, we're supposed to go. But with that, you can just put your head in the sink, I think.
Do we got to shower downstairs? Shower downstairs on one in the gym.
Or
Just
Choppy's
go in
going to
there
get
and
us
shower.
VIP status in the lounge.
Oh, the Centurion.
Or I could shower at his mom's.
You can.
Like the rest of yeah, exactly.
my
Sure.
goodness.
No, never mind.
Wow.
1241
I just have to arrive with a headdress on.
the fan.
You get kicked out of there.
All right, so
now he's pivoted.
so
hasn't he?
Choppy, what level?
What guard are you putting
what
on
guard?
This is the
Guard.
Oh, because you're going to try to blend it in now?
3 millimeter.
He wants to take it to this next level of blending it.
He's like, let me blend it in,
Yeah.
not just get rid of the hair.
Now, what did you have?
Okay, so what I brought, I think we'll put
Bob,
the...
this is a capital W.
It looks awesome.
Yeah.
dude.
That's a capital W.
Looks awesome.
What I
head
brought, we'll
mistake
finish it
actually
off and kind of have him
Look at
closer to
that.
me.
Look at that blending job, too.
Yeah.
This isn't a loss, dude. This is a win
This
for
is
you.
a
Chop
win.
is certain he's going to go sit back down at that text message thread, and he's going to see just like people going, like, Chop, you're so good at this.
Yeah.
You should be a barber, Josh.
You're blend
Yeah.
king.
And this will take it
What are
like
you, wait. I thought Hagee was doing this.
all the way down.
I thought Hagee was doing this.
I look.
Is that Hagee's?
Now,
Yes.
Yeah.
And
That
now,
thing
like,
is, that's awesome.
Yeah,
Now
dude.
that I see
Yeah.
RJ's skills, I trust him to
Is
go
that
and
4 or
finish
3?
this off.
Is that a triangle or
this
is that
doesn't
a
feel as
square?
uncomfortable as I thought it would. The actual razor. That feels nice.
I was going to put up a vote that we stop it before Hagelin's to see if it looked good enough to keep for him. What do you think?
I think it would have, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Bobby's about to fall
RJ's
asleep.
anxious to
No.
show off his skills.
So that level of
me being dead inside.
that level of hair that he had before RJ used yours will grow back how fast?
You got a good head.
Like 4 days?
Yeah. Yeah, 4 or 5 days.
4 or 5 days.
I think by the time you...
By the time I get back, and Kristen won't have to see it.
Yeah.
Oh, man. But when she sees it at the airport...
I think
or wherever.
13:34 on camera with Bobby paying off the Donovan Ezeraku bet. Yeah, I think in a perfect world to keep the way it looks the best, it would have been right before Choppy went with that. You agree,
But it doesn't
Corey?
look bad.
This
here.
looks,
No, it doesn't
this
look
looks
bad.
sharp, dude.
But
this
the other
looks
one,
real sharp.
the other one, you know, I was not able to stand up.
So do you...
Like Hagee on the ice.
See, that's true.
Or me on the ice.
I think by the time y'all leave after your last show on Friday, he's going to be back to optimum attractiveness.
Okay.
I
That's-
told you,
that's
see,
my-
as soon as he'd hit with this, it would change things.
It looks really. It still
I
looks
don't,
good.
It still
I
looks
don't
better.
really think it does.
Yeah.
I think it looks like what?
It's
I would never wear a hat again if I was you.
It is
way better.
It is a tremendous.
Should we talk
improvement.
through my suggestion that I had during the commercial break about how we can get guests at Super Bowl?
Nope.
Have them sign your head.
No.
Have them sign your head.
This is fantastic. This is great. I hope your wife is going to approve as well. RJ, phenomenal job by you.
Is there any part of you that's disappointed that he looks better?
No, I'm happy for him.
Anyone have rubbing alcohol?
I think it was he wants lotion. He wants Diddy oil.
Lotion on its skin.
Oh, goodness.
Some bumps in the back.
Do you
Damn
use
it!
Do you
Okay, so
use
I do
oil?
have bumps.
You use oil like Alec? You probably
wait.
have a lot of hair
Wait,
product.
hold on. Do you mean bumps like I have a misshapen head, or bumps like from the razor?
It's probably from the razor.
Probably.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Right now, we got the money shot right here. You're good. You're good to go. And I hope your wife approves. But
is there a tiny part of you, I'm sorry, that thinks that he's about to like manufacture tsunamis to help his real estate prices in California or something?
He's going to screw this up with the laziness of maintenance.
Oh.
He's gonna go back to what he was today. He's not gonna make.
Don't you have a really old photo of me with my hair out of control that you stashed away?
I think so.
Yeah, my hair has gotten to some ridiculous points before because I just didn't want to go get it.
How's the hair falling on the floor for cleanup, Chop? We're doing good?
I tried to get most of it right here, so we're good.
On Bobby?
RJ Chop.
No,
Are we done?
On the apron.
Oh, okay.
Is it done, Chop?
It is done now. I got to clean up. I got to do some cleanup here. He's got an ear, and then we got to trim the back hair.
Okay. On the neckline.
RJ,
neckline.
do you cut other people's hair?
No.
Oh.
It is very good.
Hey,
wow.
Neckline terrifies me because there was a time when we were still a weekend show and you guys went to the finals. I think it was Mavs finals. And there was a picture of Choppy and he was standing up cheering and his neckline was all off. And y'all gave him hell. It's like so bad that I was like, I'm never going to mess up my neckline.
So much so that he got
always
rid
got
of
to be a
his
certain
neck.
way.
He's got no neck.
What are you doing now, Choppy?
That's why.
Okay.
I took it down.
Yeah.
With the beard.
Dude, this is great.
So what type of reaction? Is he going to itch? Does he have to put something on this now for the
he's gonna
plane?
itch. He's gonna-
Will the hat make it worse?
I don't think the hat will make it worse. Actually, believe it or not, the hat might contain the itchiness to a certain level.
Yeah.
I think it might itch a little bit, but it's not going to be as bad as all that.
Why are
If
we
you
doing
just
this? Had
go-
nothing to do with
Yeah,
this.
That's true.
Chop,
He's
I
just
think-
trying to help
Looks
your
good.
life.
No, yeah,
out.
you
get stopped
need to
now.
clean it up. You need to clean it up.
Yeah,
It
just
looks,
go to the bathroom and kind of wash your head off.
Yeah, this
because
underneath
this is going
part
to be a
is good for
simple
you.
rinse.
Yeah,
Scalp
right?
It's
too.
easy. Think about how much money you're going to save on shampoo now.
Yeah.
I think
You
this
use
is
shampoo.
I think this is about a 9, an improvement to a 9. Right? 8.5,
like
9.
total?
Yeah,
Alex?
see, I would say 8.5. It's a 9.5 once it stubbles back up, though.
Yeah. Alec?
That's an easy 9.5, 10 for me. That's an easy improvement.
Yeah,
Get
look
this
at
man
that.
some moisturizer and he's good to go.
We help make your life better.
Now, do you have any lotion or any of this stuff that...
Can you mark that? I just want that as a job from Sean.
The Epstien Files? 877-881...
I would be concerned whoever would tell you yes when you ask the question, does anyone have any
they're like,
lotion
"Oh, here
around?"
you go."
I do have my
Alec-
gym bag, but I don't have my gym bag with me.
You know
CA
Alec has
used to- at
product.
the old-
Cody could have it. Look at his hair.
Yeah, Cody, where's some lotion?
There, look. There it is.
said he's
Oh, my
next.
gosh.
Wow.
Wow. You should thank Donovan Ezra. Yeah, how's the hat?
It feels awesome. That's the best feeling.
You shouldn't have
Get a
done that.
haircut, put a hat
That was the
on.
worst thing you could have done is put the hat on before you wash your head.
Oh, yeah, your hats might feel
Because now all the
weird
follicles, now all the hair follicles are in there. Are you looking? Have you seen?
No, I'm not going to look.
Yeah, you will. I tweeted a picture of it, so you're
I
going to
will
see
look.
it. You're going to
Yeah,
have
It's
to
not
see
like
it.
Sean
you
knows I don't
Medusa.
look at
You're not going
Twitter.
to turn to stone.
That's right. RJ, well done.
Nice work, man. Nice work, Chop. Good job, man.
Donovan Ezraku, Brian Schottenheimer, you just did Bobby a tremendous, huge favor. And thank you for the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Is he already a member of the Mile High Club? Because on this flight to
don't say
California, this might happen.
Who's he
wife's
going to have
not going.
sex with?
Every one of them. All of them.
Bobby Bald reaction is next, and trip over unders for the entire station. Thank you to the KNC Masterpiece as well. We continue right here on 105.3 The Fan.
or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Going from an extreme high of the last segment of Bobby getting his head shaved, looking phenomenal. The Twitter reviews blew up by RJ Choppy and the barber skills that you have, to a low to start off the red zone as we are getting ready to fly to San Francisco right after the show.
It is a low because somebody tweeted at me and said that I look like Vincent D'Onofrio as Private Pile in Full Metal Jacket, which is awful.
Yeah. Is that who this guy is?
I'm not going to look because you might be
That's
showing me my
Pile.
picture as a trick.
That's Pile. You don't want to look like Pile.
Yeah, you don't look like him.
I am in a world of...
What happened?
We got a delay.
Oh, God.
We got a flight delay. Secondly, it also appears that the flight is 3 hours and 56 minutes, and I don't like that's too long.
Gosh, 4 hours?
We got extra leg room though. We're good.
Were you just realizing it's 4 hours?
Yeah, I thought it was like an LA flight, like a 3 hour flight. I didn't realize it was. We don't go to San Fran often. We go every 10 years, right? For the Super Bowl. I just don't remember the
How
flight.
long is the flight delayed?
Looks like about 35 minutes.
They usually
that's step one. Step one's a 35-minute delay.
What is the expectation for show prep tonight?
I mean,
would you want it to be done now that we've delayed? Would you want that to be done by the time we get off the plane so we can just be done, or would you rather we finish it after we get off the plane?
I mean, I would. Stuff has to happen, right? Like, I would say probably like 85% done, and then, whatever happens. What time we go to sleep? What time do we have to get up?
We gotta get up at.
How far is the walk?
Tim says
5 minute walk.
5 minutes.
So 10 minutes with dodging every homeless vagrant that's out there trying to cut you.
So we'll leave the hotel at 3:35.
Okay.
3:40.
Oh.
First day, 3:30.
I was gonna say first day might be 3:30.
Yeah, we got to go a little earlier. So maybe get up at 3:10, 3:15.
Because you got to find the coffee, which you will not find on a West Coast Super Bowl until probably the show's almost over.
Right. 3:10, 3:15.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's bedtime around 9.
Bedtime around 9, 10, 12. Okay.
6 hours?
6 hours.
6 hours.
We'll see. Hopefully some stuff happens. Hopefully, Brian Windhorst drops more stuff like the Knicks aren't interested in Giannis because they like their current team. Have you been getting feedback on the hair, on the bald head, and how's it feel?
I don't know. I can't.
You already have a hat and a hoodie on.
It feels really painful because right as soon as we went to break, Chop is just like, "Oh, here, let me rub your bare, exposed scalp down with alcohol pads," and that stung, and so it hurts right now.
You're supposed to because you want to close all the pores. The pores are open.
I don't know about the feedback because I realized I can't even look at the Twitter mentions because people will be going tagging the photo in there, so I can't even look at that.
How are you gonna brush your teeth?
With a hat on.
Get out of the sleep with a hat.
Yeah.
As well.
Yep.
Now, Choppy, you know that you need to do this next.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Yeah.
Sarah doesn't. She doesn't want me to.
She doesn't want you to.
She likes your hair.
Oh, I know. She never sees my hair. I wear a hat all the time. But
then what does it matter?
It's so
to her?
liberating for you. It'd be so
I don't
free.
want to. It's too much work.
He doesn't want to do anything with lib.
It's too much work. Because you got to do that 3 times a week.
I did. I knew somebody who they did it every other day.
Yeah.
A razor, an actual razor to their head.
That's the problem. If it was a one and done, if I could just nair it, you do laser hair removal. Well, just nair it. I mean, that'd be fine. But yeah, if we got to do it 3 times a week, that's a lot, man.
All right, today's Red Zone dedication is going to be for the Super Bowl.
A Red Zone dedication.
But radio station over-unders here on the Fan. Pepe even checked in.
Oh.
He even checked in. He was live watching this in Vegas at, 7:30.
Yeah, and this is why we're going to take Jacob to dinner and then let Peyton find out about it on the air afterwards. All right, I got some over-unders.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Dude.
What?
A 4.3 earthquake just shook San Francisco.
No!
Per the U.S. Geological.
Did it really?
Yeah. Schefter tweeted that.
Oh, no. So that's the...
7:01 a.m., a 4.3.
That's a tremor.
Y'all want to travel. Y'all want to go on all the trips. Y'all want to go on all the trips.
I mean, the one trip we want to go on, we're just not sure of. So.
I know.
All right, these are some over-unders for the trip.
4.3.
That's not big, is it?
What?
A 4? I don't think they even get out of bed in California less than a 5.
Yeah, 4 is like a G-bag number. All right, so we got Super Bowl trip over-unders. All right, and so you guys are we'll review these at the end of the week to see how correct they were. All right, we've gotten some positive reviews here so far, but there's a number of us. Something could always happen. So number of hosts who have to switch their hotel room. I'm putting it at half.
0. Under. Their rate. Why would we have to switch?
Not change the hotels. Just there's something wrong with your room. Because we got enough people that there could be somebody's got something off with it.
Maybe an AC not working or something. I'm still going to say 0. The guys are raving about the hotel. Chiafalo said it's the best hotel he's been on. Micah Parsons in the workout room. Quinnen Williams. Who else?
Booker. Tyler Booker was there.
Tyler Booker. A lot of the Pro Bowl players are in the hotel. They're going crazy over it.
Yeah. I would say 0.
See, I
0?
think here,
Okay.
if the air's out, can you open these windows at all or no?
Probably not.
Because it's like 60 degrees. You can just open a window.
Crack them an inch or two.
Yeah, give it a little crack.
So I'll say 0 too. I think we're going to have a lucky run here. All right. This is always the one that you got to think about.
Depends if the glass shatters from the earthquake.
Right. You've got to go through you got to figure out the number here. Number of people at the team dinner, 9.5.
Number 9.5. Okay, so 3 of us.
Yep. Then you got these are just people on the trip. Kevin and Corey are 5.
Yes.
G-Bag is another 9.
Yeah.
Or is another 4 to get to 9.
Yeah.
And then you have Tim, DJ, Ross. So there's 12 people.
And what's the over-under?
9.5.
9. I'll take the under.
Chop.
Tim usually never goes. Dawson might, but the odds I think we've pressured Kevin enough lately to show. Corey will be there. Eric and Zach shoe-ins. I think there's a question on Broadus, maybe.
We are not including, by the way, I need to be clear here, because this is one of y'all will try to get on a technicality if you get this right. We're not including Adrian in this. So, like, Adrian would not
Corey's
be...
wife.
Yeah, she would not be part of the count here, because I would imagine she's going to show up, and so she could end up replacing Dawson's number and pushing it over the top.
I'll say 9. I'll say no Tim, no Dawson, and I'll leave room for no Broadus.
Oh, that would be a stunt.
They'll have some friends, scouts I need to catch up with my gang of 7.
I'm saying 10. I think we get just over it.
I think we get over 9.
All right, so we're going over. Sean's going under. These are Super Bowl over-unders for our trip. Number of times a guest makes a joke about the Cowboys Super Bowl drought. 1.5.
Over.
Okay. These I'm counting these as guests themselves. So if one guy comes on and does it 4 times, he wouldn't count. So we're going to say at least 2 guests do it to us?
Yeah, I think... I think it'll be 3.
And then they'll be like, here's why you should get screened for this.
Yeah.
And then they'll move on to that.
And then we'll break down their career.
Yeah. All right. Next one here. Number of times we hear about a station host getting in a long-distance squabble with their significant other. 1.5. Because there's always at least one. Eric howling on all 4s. Me not calling in an expedited...
This show will set it over.
I'm thinking
by
over.
itself.
I'm saying over 1.5.
The number's 1.5?
Yeah.
You're a shoe-in.
I don't know. She's so focused on like unpacking the apartment and stuff. She's like, I'm gonna be busy. She already asked like Amanda to go to lunch, I think, or something. So
over.
Okay, I'm going over 2. All right. Number of times G-Bag ends up with a guest we had scheduled.
1.5. Ooh. That's a good one. Kevin's already trying to trade. He's already.
I didn't hate his trade.
We accepted it, but for Choppy, even though I shouldn't. I should still be bitter about Dan Patrick and Florio. But we traded for Chris Russo. We're giving up Katie Nolan to get Chris Russo.
Only people on earth who have said, I'll take Chris Russo over Katie Nolan.
Exactly. The over-under's 1.5.
Mm-hmm. I think it'll happen once.
I'll go over just because someone will realize, oh my God, I'm not showing up between 4 to 8 a.m. and Tim will have to reschedule for afternoon.
By the way, real quick, I'm just looking. Earthquakes 1.5 or greater in San Francisco. There have been 29 in the last 7 days.
Oh, so this is just common occurrence.
Yeah, there have been 706 earthquakes in the past 365 days of a 1.5
Now, hold on. Isn't the Richter scale, though, like 4.5? 4.6 is 10 times higher than 4.5 or something?
I think it's double.
Dude,
it's a lot.
Chiafalo is he's in heaven. He just said, didn't feel a thing. I'm in the gym with Micah right now.
Only thing I felt was Micah dropping those plates.
We had an earthquake. We had an earthquake in Oxnard in 2008 during Hard Knocks. And
didn't we have one last year or something? I think we had a small one.
And I was walking, and all of a sudden I started feeling dizzy. I was like, why am I feeling dizzy? And I didn't feel a thing. But everybody says that when your equilibrium gets all kind of thrown off.
Yeah, but you don't want to think it's the earthquake when it's really the power plant next to this stadium or whatever it is. All right, since you said people are going to realize this, number of live guests we have, I'm setting it at half.
It'll be over on Thursday and Friday.
There'll be like Caliendo, or we'll stroll in there at 7 in the morning and be like, hey guys,
100%.
Over.
All right, and then last one here, since Eric's listening. Number of times Eric Chiafalo says something on air or social media about San Francisco that makes us all concerned that he's going to get talked to. 2.5.
I'm going to say under.
Specifically about San Francisco.
I'm going to say under because I'm not going to think he's going to get talked to because he never does.
Okay, number of times he says something that you go, I would never say that.
Oh.
Ooh,
I would never say that publicly.
Yeah, yeah. Specifically about San Francisco, though.
You know what? This mood that he's on.
He's in a good mood.
I'll say under.
As long
as they don't talk about halftime.
I have some insider info. Going over.
Oh,
what do you mean you have some insider info?
He's gonna do a bit.
Yeah.
With who? Or just guests?
Here, Choppy, talk for a sec.
Yeah, I got to hear this with my one ear here. Oh, no. No, he does not want to ask. Oh, no. Whoa!
I don't think he'll do that.
I think he will.
Wow, I think we may have heard that.
I don't think he's got the balls to do it. I don't think he's got the guts to do that. Don't do it, Eric.
He has the guts to tweet it.
All right. Super Bowl over-unders for everyone heading out to California to join G-Bag today. We're on delay right before an earthquake.
From the 972 number of times, Eric has to skip an interview because his wife runs him.
Oh, God.
Oh, man.
What an all-time moment. Do they have any women scheduled?
I think KNC got most of those.
Okay.
Because they did I think they got the betting lady.
We should have traded Katie Nolan to G-Bag to get Eric in trouble.
Yeah, get him in trouble.
All right.
I had wanted him to make a joke. I'd fed him a joke to use about one of these stories. He's like, He's like, the heat I got the last time for the Howland thing, I'm not doing that.
He's more willing to get in trouble with the company.
Yeah.
Yes.
Than his bosses. Than his boss at home. Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next.
After we get you over to Platinum.
ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Crosstalk with a KNC Masterpiece before we fly out to San Fran here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Treef, RJ Choppy, a bald Bobby Belt, along with Corey and Kevin Hagelin. Good morning, and what's coming up on the show?
Guys, we're very excited about today's show. Super Bowl stew to kick off things today.
Yes!
And we're done with playoff porridge then.
That's right.
Playoff porridge is only during the playoffs, Sean.
Is it too cold now?
Yeah.
And then, so stew is like a soup, not stew like Stewart shortened.
Right, exactly.
Why don't you guys have some non-depression food name segments? You know, like make it a bisque or a chowder.
Farina, you know what farina?
Yeah.
That's fair. As long as you can give me the matching
gravy.
letters. Yeah.
Make it phonetical.
Yeah, and then we continue
Super
to make
Bowl
the Rangers
sushi?
great again at noon. So
Would that work for you?
Yeah.
Super Bowl sushi.
Yeah, that's like high end.
Yeah.
yeah, it's little sample bites.
But
you
you
know?
don't like sushi.
That's true.
Super
He
Bowl
doesn't know if
steak.
he likes sushi. He
I
hasn't
tried
even
it
tried
once. It was
You can do
weird.
Super Bowl steak and potatoes.
Has anyone scouted any San Fran restaurants? You're usually good with this.
I have a couple that my buddy sent to me. There's some weird stuff on those menus though, so
Just
you
the
gotta
menus?
be willing to get it. You know, go in that direction with me if you're really gonna do it.
Weird, like a sourdough bread bowl.
One's like the pancreas of
Why
a
is that
lobster or
weird?
something. I don't know, like or a crab, like a crab pancreas. And you
Really?
gotta- yeah.
What?
Or yeah, there's some weird stuff. So I'll send some stuff
sounds
over
really
to you guys.
pricey.
And then he said you got to go to the saloon. He said the saloon's the bar near us. It's actually really close. Both of them are really close by.
Yeah, the nosebleeds hit up the viral burrito place.
Oh, what was their verdict?
Long super line. Zach said it was awesome. Fantastic.
How long of a line will you wait in for a place like that?
You got to tell me how long the wait is.
How long did you wait at Fortunate Son?
Well, if they have a bar, it's different.
Was there a bar there?
Yeah, there's a bar there.
Okay, but you waited a while for that.
But
didn't
I
you?
waited at Goldie's with lawn chairs. My wife was not happy, not thrilled.
Worth it?
No. But look, those things are an experience. You get the day off.
Get to talk to some people.
Yeah, you sit there, you have a couple drinks. You know, it's like I want to go to that old woman Tootsie.
Snows.
Yeah,
Snows.
He was
barbecue.
actually just dressed up like a woman.
No, she's no longer with us.
She's like what?
I don't believe she's with us anymore.
No, Tootsie, she's alive.
I'm pretty sure.
No, I'm pretty sure she's alive.
All right, let me go check.
Yeah, she's like an 85-year-old school janitor.
Oh,
who just
She's a janitor at 85?
Yes.
Man, that feels
hard
like
worker.
That feels like a work-intensive job.
Yeah, she just cooks up barbecue like 2 or 3 days a week.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, she is still with us.
yeah,
My
see, I knew it. That
apologies.
was just Dustin Hoffman.
Yeah.
Come on now. Sports stuff you can get me on. Don't come on me with Pitmaster deaths. Yeah. Brandon Hurtado's still here as well. So yeah, they went to this viral burrito spot.
They loved
said
it.
the line was moving really fast. So all I care about, they're hyping up this hotel. Right? Tim Collins he's flying around San Fran after getting this hotel. Do you remember the Houston lobby bar?
How can I ever forget the Houston lobby bar?
That's all I care about.
Greatest thing ever. We went from our room downstairs after the show because we got done late. We just come over right after our show at 10, 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Walk right into the bar and it is Pat Carissa Thompson standing next to us. We got Hannah Storm over here. The Mannings, Jay Glazer
That's where I
walks
hooked
by.
up RJ with the
dude.
Mannings.
Yeah,
right, with
it-
Cupper.
Oh, I had to talk to Dean Blandino for a second and tell him to F off, basically.
Yeah.
Screw
Dean's
that guy.
charming. Dean is very charming.
See if you can find.
He knew immediately.
See if you can find how this hotel bar looks. See if you can see where it is, because I want to walk in and boom, have it there to where it's a meeting place.
Yeah.
You know, the center of the hotel.
I wonder if that is the strategy, by the way, when you just said Dean's super charming. I wonder if they go like, nobody understands some of these NFL rules, so the important thing is just we have somebody out there who can be like persuasive and charming.
I can see that.
Yeah, and like they don't have to understand the rules either. They just have to
sound confident.
Yeah, and make a joke that makes people go, what were we talking about again?
He bought me a drink, and then I put 2 more drinks on his tab.
Blandino?
Yeah, I put two drinks on it. Actually,
Where's
3
that?
of them. Yeah.
Where you had the thing with, was it Gottlieb?
With DA and Gottlieb?
Yeah.
I had a few drinks.
Damon.
And so I saw DA, and DA loves our show. DA, because we were around the same time, and he would listen to us, and he would just sit there and crack up. And so I went over to say hi, and him and Gottlieb were talking, and I was kind of drunk, and I'm just kind of standing there, and Gottlieb just looks at me and goes, "Can we help you?" And I was just like, "Oh, screw this guy! I'm just trying to soak it in, man.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to soak it in." And he was just like, "Well, we're kind of in the middle of a conversation." And Da was like, "Dude, it's okay, man." And Da was so nice. I love him. Gottlieb, not a big fan.
Yeah, that's
got one photo here. Oh
no!
Got one photo there. It's but again, that's just one. That's inside one restaurant.
Yeah.
You know, we're gonna love this hotel.
That's not a lobby bar, though. I don't think. And you can't tell where that is from the entrance door.
No, I can't tell where that is from the entrance door.
Yeah. And did we drink? Did we throw drinks on Bill Cowher's tab?
Oh, yes, we did. Yeah. We said
that was when Phil Simms sat there and ordered. We're all sitting there, you know, drinks and shots and having fun, talking to Bill Cowher. And Phil Simms stops everything down. He goes, "Ice cream. I need 4 or 5 scoops
He wanted
of ice
5 scoops with strawberries.
5 scoops of ice cream from Phil Simms.
I've never seen anything like it. First of all, I've never seen a larger human head.
He had a bigger head than Bobby?
Bobby's head. Bobby looks like a pinhead compared to Phil Simms. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
Boy, somebody who walks around demanding things like that, you can understand how he had such a tough time with Romo taking his job. Like, he's like, nobody takes my job. I demand ice cream with strawberries.
Or why he threatened for his kid to leave the university, even though he was the worst quarterback.
They were cool.
Thanks a lot.
Jalen Rose was there as well. Yeah, I wanted to fight Cowherd that Houston won. Like you were getting into a Gottlieb. Cowherd was walking through like a spitting giraffe. Just who can I kiss up to? Who can I?
Boy, he looks right through you. Right through you.
Right?
Oh man, you're talking to him and he's like this.
Yeah.
Trying to see who else is out there.
I think he's like 6'4", so he's taller.
He?
Isn't he huge?
I don't know. I always assumed he was like 5'10".
He's about my height. No, he's about my height.
So wait, hold on. You had a bad experience with Cowherd, didn't you?
Yeah, it was Super Bowl here, where I was the stage manager for his show. He's got Romo on, and the director is like, "Hey, we need to get a sound check with Romo." And I walk in, and I'm like, "Hey, Tony, can we pull your microphone down?" And he's like, "Yeah, of course."
Sure.
And he pulls it down, and then he immediately Cowherd asks a question. He pulls it back up, and I was like, "Oh." And they're like, "Hey," in my ear, they're like, "Hey, we need you to get this." I walk over. I'm like, "Hey, can we get you to pull your microphone down?" And he goes, "Like, we're not going to get an effing sound check for Tony Romo. He's going to be fine." And I was just like, "All right, man." All right,
I knew he was a fraud. First, I've only had one interaction. It was at the Super Bowl. That was good.
Ooh, oh my,
fancy.
So that's a hell of a bar. I'm not leaving the hotel.
I was with other people. They said that who I was, and then on the tag, it's got my real name. He picks the tag up and he goes, "I know the name," and I'm like, "No, you don't. That's my real name. You've never heard this name before in your life. Yeah. You're just a fraud."
Oh, so he was trying to compliment you?
I know the name. No, you don't. You don't know this name. Nobody knows this name. My wife doesn't even know this name. You have no idea who this is.
Does the earthquake concern you?
Oh, yeah, a little bit. But then Bobby and Corey just schooled me because I was like, "I don't think I've ever been in an earthquake," and they were like, "Yes, you have."
Yeah.
I don't ever remember being in one that I've noticed.
I apologize for saying.
Hulk Hogan was in one time, and he was out for like 6 weeks.
That's true. Earthquake squashed him.
Yeah.
That rematch of SummerSlam 90.
I feel like earthquake is by far the most overrated natural disaster.
It is out of all the ones you tell me. If you tell me
I've power ranked.
You know what?
Yeah. If you tell me I'm in the middle of any of these options, I'm taking earthquake.
I'll tell you what.
Same.
Can you take a different BART train for me? Because I don't want to be underneath there when one happens.
That's true. I'm not taking a BART anyway.
Oh,
I'm taking Ubers.
Oh no, I'll beat you there.
Congrats.
I'm going to take a Waymo.
Are you anti-public transportation?
Did you hear what
I
Corey said? He said he's taking a Waymo.
Taking a Waymo.
Earlier today, I said, "What the hell's a Waymo?"
Is that the self-driver?
Yeah, driverless car.
Ooh.
Driverless Uber.
Chance.
Will any of you get in one?
I would get in one.
Yeah, I'll get in one. I'll interview.
No.
Especially if it had that guy from like Total Recall.
Have you seen the movie or the TV show Upload on Amazon?
Yes.
No. Okay, that's how he died. Was one of the he dies in the show with one of those self-driving cars and it wrecks into
people die in plane crashes and you're getting on one.
But you're also
and I think
ignoring
they're
the
going
fact,
down. This is actually a great example of how I think about things.
Since I've seen that show, you're ignoring the fact that the car was programmed to kill him to get his software and stuff.
Right, so somebody could program the cars for it.
Yeah, who wants to kill us?
I've read too many of these stories that say these self-driving cars in Austin that they're trying out stop in the middle of the intersection to drop you off because they can't read the lines.
I don't think...
I was maybe a virtue signal.
Guys, I have a developing situation.
Uh-oh.
I think that Eric Chiafalo may move to California.
Oh!
He loves it there.
He
Every time we go out
He has
there.
that personality.
He's been listening...
Except for the...
Yeah, he's like in the gym with Micah.
The other keyword.
The bar's in an ideal location. Never been in a better. He's in heaven. He is in absolute heaven. He said the bar. I'm going to send a pic in a little bit. He's going to go send us photos and scout it all.
He's
out.
going to pick it. Is that what he said?
He's going to send a pic.
Oh, send a pic. I thought he said he's going to go pick it. I was like, pick it. What's he going to go pick it?
He's going to pick it.
Oh,
Yeah.
There's a lot for this is if he moves to San Francisco.
Wait till halftime.
If he moves to San Francisco, it's his mission field. That's why he's going.
Kevin Hagelin.
They need it.
I think it was Choppy asking if the Royal Rumble was a huge problem attendance-wise. How was the Royal Rumble, and were some of those shots only showing like a couple thousand people?
Yeah, well, and so like what the WWE said, and what I heard multiple people say is because they had these little lights,
LED lights, yeah,
right by the seats, like on the armrests, that made it look like there was nobody in the seats, and there really were people in the seats. Okay, fine, I'll concede that, and I'll agree that maybe that was the case. Did they all lose their voice? Because the entire crowd at the Royal Rumble was like, that's good job.
Well, they were never going to cheer for a woman
it felt like a COVID crowd. It was not
all the
good.
We're all the they call them D. Were all the women dressed differently?
Yes, you could not show any skin. It was all the way down to their ankles.
The performers?
Yeah.
You're joking.
Just the women. For the men, it's fine. So
the women all wore long.
Yeah. No, because if God forbid you show an arm, everybody who lives in Saudi Arabia is going to pass out with lust.
Wasn't the kiss of death like outlawed there or whatever? Christina Vega or whatever.
Stephanie Vaquero.
Yeah, Stephanie Vaquero. She couldn't do her signature move.
I could see that.
Yeah.
But I mean,
what?
She does this thing where she grabs a lady in her knees and smashes her into the ground by shaking her butt. And that, I guess, was not allowed. I didn't know that, but yeah.
Did any of the women speak up, like having a problem with the dress code?
No.
These look like Michelle Pfeiffer's outfit from the Batman movie.
Yeah, it looked like a Power Ranger scene at one point because they all were dressed the same, just in different colors. And
so was results good? Was it a good pay-per-view?
Not really, but I also am not a big fan of the Women's Royal Rumble because they don't have enough depth to pull it off.
Kevin Hussein over here.
Okay. Oh, yeah. The two women who've probably stolen more money from that company than anybody, the Bellas.
The Bellas.
Back in action for some
Shots
reason.
fired, Cooper DeJean.
Is she dating him?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. The one is terrible. Nikki.
Yeah.
She's awful. The other one seems cool.
Yeah.
The other one's with Daniel Bryan.
She's married to a wrestler. They're just.
I mean, you called her a thief.
Because she's a nice person, I'm sure, but she's not good at wrestling and they're not good at talking.
Yeah.
So I don't understand what the opinion.
To be fair, WWE has stolen your money for years.
I gladly give it up. Brother.
How have they stolen?
I've heard that about you.
Mike Singletary, treadmill guy. Eric.
Disappointing.
We've lost Eric to San Fran.
Gosh, Eric and Mike Singletary in the same room? Man, so watch out, San Francisco. They're coming for you.
Is Singletary?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, God, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
That's I'm a treadmill guy.
Eric's going to have Mike Singletary posters in his room.
All right, y'all. I'll let you know what happens tomorrow. Safe travels, fellas. It's the KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Yep.
And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the hell you doing today?
I really thought Radio Row would be a lot busier than this.
We are in the studio.
What do you mean we're in the studio? This is Super Bowl week. We're doing our show live from Radio Row in San Francisco.
Look, it is a little bit more of a confusing setup this year with G-Bag there today, and then the rest of us getting there tonight and going on tomorrow, and then G-Bag not being there doing their show on Friday, but being back here in the studio. I'll admit, that is a little confusing.
Well, I'll tell you this, Kevin. One of the things that's very difficult, and Alec, one day I promise you're going to get this opportunity to experience this thing, and it's going to be a little different. You remember?
And it's today. Here's your boarding pass.
You remember when we went to Buffalo Wild Wings? It was packed, and it was like like that kind of environment. It's a very distracting environment, and to be there in that, you kind of have to sometimes remind yourself. The court's only 88 feet, it's only, everything's exactly what it is. You're still got a microphone, your co-host, and you're doing the show. It's just, there's so much more going on. So that's the first part is usually day one is I got to get fried because I'm like, oh crap. Was I paying attention to what I needed to pay attention to? Kevin will tell me on the walk across things weren't as good as they should have been today. And then by Wednesday we have better shows and then we're cruising to the end of the week. So
man, there was one day we left spring training. I still think for good reasons. I was effing furious walking out of that building. I was like, what a garbage show. And I was just like, I was so mad. And then both Mike and Corey's like, hey, good news. You get to do it again tomorrow and the next day and the next day. And I was like, all right, I got it. Now, here's what I would like for everyone to consider participating in Radio Row. Now, Alec, you can speak to this if you want, but there's no doubt this is the show where Alec gets the maddest at us.
Today?
This is the week. I'm sorry. This is the week where Alec gets the maddest at us.
Screw your clock.
I don't mean for it to be like that, but our loyal listeners have a pretty good idea of our break structure. So what I would like you to do Tuesday through Friday is listen in and text in on a scale of 1 to 10 how mad you think Alec is when we go to some of the breaks. Like, for example, when we take our break that's supposed to get us back at 11 o'clock and we take the break at 11:02, just text in how mad do you think Alec is in that moment?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how math was done when we had the Billie Jean King interview. Because before that, we'd already had an interview. She breaks into the middle of an interview.
Yeah.
We had somebody else ready to come on in the next segment, so we had to push that back 10 minutes. And she, fortunately, she stood around and waited. That was a nice thing. But Billie Jean King was pretty awesome to have. That's one of those things, I didn't have it on the bucket list. But guess what? I added it once it got done. I was like, that was amazing. So this is going to be one of those weekends or those weeks where Alec is going to be like, guys, we have to go. And Tim Collins is going to step in and lean in the microphone and say, we'll figure it out.
Going into every segment, Alec, I want you to know I have the best intentions that it's all going to work out, and then it just doesn't. And I also wish at Radio Row they would give us every single hour that we could have just get rid of a commercial break at our own discretion.
That would be awesome.
And I would be like, Alec, I choose this one. Let's just keep going.
Yeah.
All right. Delete like Matt Hardy.
Yes, exactly. Now, let's talk about and begin our show with the first edition this year of Super Bowl Stew. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I am.
And do you think we need to change it to Super Bowl Sushi?
I'm fine with Stew's good. I don't know what Sean was talking about earlier.
But he's kind of bougie.
He recently talked about how he wants to make a bunch of soups and store them in his freezer. He said because they're better the next day. Soups are definitely better the next day. That's a fact. Chili's better the next day. Stew, same way.
Yeah.
A couple days later, you know what? They all meet in the pot, and then they get a chance to get to know each other, make sweet love to each other, and have all those flavors trickling around in your mouth.
Now, I will try to pivot off of that. Have you fully bought into the idea that the NFL is rigged.
I've never will buy into that idea.
All right. Well, I want you to consider this because I've gone back and fact checked it.
2 years ago, everybody was trying to push the script onto everybody, and we were like, okay, that's fun. Well, it's a fun bit.
That's fine. Let's see what you think about this. September 4th, 2025 at 7 a.m. The NFL released a tweet that has 19 million views. It says 32 teams with February dreams. We're so back. If you take a look, Saquon Barkley, Patrick Mahomes, Burrow, all of them are prominently featured. But if you look all the way at the front, closest to the Super Bowl trophy, you know who's kind of close? Baker Mayfield. But you know who's the most close? Sam Darnold and Drake May.
Yeah. Drake May is standing directly next to Malik Neighbors.
Malik
at
Neighbors
the very
is behind
front.
him. Malik Neighbors is slightly behind
Guess
him.
who's even further over? Travis Hunter. All right, Kevin. The
Also
Giants didn't
behind
even
him.
make it close. The Giants. Where's Dak in this? Well, that's actually these are kind of in the right area.
He's pretty far.
Wow, it's interesting that Mahomes is so far back, and then they weren't in the playoffs either.
I think the idea was they put the marquee players
really close to us.
Yeah.
In perspective, they put the bigger names up front, and they were like, "Hey, just bury Sam Darnold way back there." It just happens to be that he's closest to the stadium.
Absolute two closest players to the trophy being Sam Darnold and Drake May is weird.
Malik Neighbors is the closest.
No, he's inset.
I don't agree with you, dude. I don't agree.
Inset.
I don't know what that means.
Okay.
What's he doing then if he's insets?
He's just standing there.
Insets.
They're all just standing
Yeah,
there.
no, this dude, Marvin Harrison Jr. is in the second row. Like, they weren't even close to that thing. So,
well, they have to make it somewhat deniable.
I understand what you're trying to do, Kevin. I see what you're trying to accomplish here. I see what you're trying to accomplish.
Okay.
Stop with the theories, all right? This doesn't look good on you, all right? This isn't you.
Not an insect. Inset.
Oh, okay. Like
never mind.
Wizard?
No, never mind. All right. Tell me if you think this is problematic.
All right.
Do you know that the NFL has, for this week's, the Super Bowl's chief kindness officer?
Yeah, I did hear that. That's a really cool thing to have a chief kindness officer.
Absolutely. Does it concern you? He's there to just make sure
like all week?
Yeah.
Okay.
And welcome.
Coming around the radio row?
Yeah.
All right.
And he also has 5 felonies on his record. 5 separate felony incidents. I don't know if that is problematic at all to you. Dar Man, he is a YouTube content creator. Now, a lot of these took place a long time ago, but he was charged in what is a hydro Ponzi scheme. I guess it was on the water. I'm not sure. And then that was in 2010. In 2012, he was charged with felony counts for defrauding the Oakland City beautification program by submitting fraudulent checks. Good news. Those 13 felonies were reduced to only 5.
All right.
So that's good. And then 2 years ago, his employees at his studio claimed they had poor working conditions and unsustainable pay. Does any of that concern you for the chief kindness officer?
Well, I mean, aside from the working conditions situation, like, I don't know what they mean by that. Was it hazardous, or was he hazardous? Because if he was nice, they just didn't have a good building. That's different. Everything so far, Kevin, has sounded like he had intent to be kind. None of those have sounded violent, have they?
Yeah. No, they don't.
So I think that the kindness part.
Do you think the Ponzi scheme and fake checks is attempting to be
violent.
kind? I didn't say it was violent. That doesn't feel kind.
Look, he was just trying to make everybody some money. All right, he was just trying to get everybody some quick cash.
Okay,
and things, sometimes things happen.
All right,
Ponzi's, dude, is it bad that, like,
if you're in a Ponzi scheme?
Yeah, I know. I think that's bad, but I feel like Ponzi scheme versus murder. I feel like we always talk about the hierarchy, right? Is murder worse than a Ponzi scheme?
You're supposed to judge all sin the same.
I know that, but still,
sin so many.
We think of things like, nope, that one's worse. That's 3 points
for sure.
You're gonna take 3 points off there.
I would love for somebody to put together the definitive, not of the justice system, because I know that exists with different counts of felonies, just of people.
Yeah,
like how people would power rank the crimes.
Yeah,
in terms of horribleness.
Where is Ponzi? 877-881-1053. Where's Ponzi scheme ranked on your list.
Okay.
Pyramid of
evil. Okay, I like that. Now, do you want to get to actual football breakdown or tell you more Super Bowl related stories?
The 817 hydroponics crimes alert Aquaman.
I don't think
Aquaman shows up with his orca, and they're just like, "Oh, we gotta stop you!"
Look, I would enjoy seeing Aquaman break up a Ponzi scheme in the water.
He throws his trident.
Jason Momoa's like, "Not today!" Yes, I would absolutely love to see that. All right.
Him and the Dolphins.
You guys have the choice here. Actual, factual football breakdown or more Super Bowl related stories?
More Super Bowl related stories.
All right, let's go.
Thank you.
To Jack Westover. He is the fullback for the Patriots. Do you know that in the preseason, his sister bet $5 on the Patriots Seahawks being the exact matchup in the Super Bowl? And as you will recall, we have talked about the crazy odds for that. So for her $5 bet, she won $18,000.
Good night. That's awesome.
And she doesn't even have to worry about who wins the game.
Not at all.
All she predicted was this matchup.
Was this the only bet she made, though? So here's what I'd love to see. Did she take $500 and just spread out a bunch of bets, and then this one was the one that landed? Because if so, that's cool. Like, good job. That's playing the game, right? Like, that's $500 turn into $18,000. Bam, I love it. Or did she say, "I'm making one bet, and I guarantee this is going to happen"? That's that. Now that right there is somebody that you can say, let's get down with that.
Okay, man, we have gotten a shocking amount of feedback on people's crime rankings. Ponzi scheme would be 24th in their power ranking of crimes. From the 972, it's no worse than rolling through a stop sign.
Okay.
Really?
I appreciate the number there because I want to know the other 23.
Okay.
Because I feel like that number is an arbitrary number. They just said, "Hey, I'm just throwing a number out there."
All right. Now, speaking of things that may or may not be arbitrary, did you see the Seahawks are going to go up for sale after the Super Bowl? Unless they're not, but they probably will unless they don't.
Yeah, for like $7 billion.
$7.5 billion. And here's the thing. So when Paul Allen died in 2018, that was the eventual agreement that they would sell the team. And here we are almost 8 years later, and it still hasn't happened. But the spokesperson put out a statement that said, "We've already said that will change at some point, selling the team, per Paul's wishes, but I have no news to share." I hear what they're saying. But if you were ever going to sell the team, isn't this like the best time to sell the team?
Maybe. I mean, I'm still shook by the Paul Allen news.
That happened a long time ago.
But
I'm so sorry.
What do you mean by best time? Because the value's so high?
Because they're in the Super Bowl, yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's the same thing happened with the Celtics. Didn't you feel like they got a better value out of that whenever they sold afterwards? They win the championship, they're like, selling the team. Yes, I can imagine that it probably is. I wonder what other factors go into owners buying these teams.
Sure.
Like, listen, man, Jerry Jones is a very different and unique individual in this. He bought it. It is a lifetime love for him. Not all the owners look at it this way. Some of them hate it. Some of them, they're just like, damn, I can't believe I even bought.
Or is straight up just
to deal with it.
Business.
Yeah, it's a business decision. I'm watching Bottom Line the entire time, and I'm making sure that my GM and president of baseball operations can't spend a lot of money. I mean, those people.
Yeah.
So it's one of those. It is a good time to sell for the Seahawks. That's for sure.
From the 817, blocking the sun is the number 3 best crime. That feels like a reference to The Simpsons. From the 214, I will send you my top 25 crimes power rank tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
I'm out delivering now and should not be driving and writing it all out at the same time. And then somebody said Ponzi scheming is worse than selling drugs in my book. And then unrelated to any of this, let's go to Justin Jefferson. He was asked about the departure future of Sam Darnold and if he wished they could have run it back. Yeah, for sure, definitely. Everybody knows the difficulty of the quarterback position this year, how we were dealt with it. Having a quarterback that already had a season under his belt with us, knew the plays, knew the playbook, knew the players, throwing to me, Jordan Addison, TJ Hawkinson, all those guys. I definitely feel like we would have done better, but it is what it is. It's on to newer and better things. A lot of people have been like, oh, what a scathing rebuke by Justin Jefferson. And I feel like he's just saying common sense things out loud.
Yeah, he's just happy that Kirk Cousins isn't there.
Okay, you might
throw the effing ball, Kirk.
You might be right about that, but I think him saying like, yeah, obviously, I think we would have been better. I don't feel like that's out of line.
He's killing JJ McCarthy. He's like, this. Obviously, he's not good enough. He can't play in this league.
He said this year, just this year. Oh. Surely we would argue that JJ McCarthy was nowhere near as good as Sam Darnold this year.
You won't find me arguing that.
I should have known. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead.
817 KNC Not on Radio Row is number 47 worst crime.
Oh,
I appreciate that.
That feels
we'll be there tomorrow.
Not so bad.
I'm just surprised that I was surprised when Kevin told me we weren't here already.
Do you think that we will have time tomorrow, Alec, to roll out our new Olympic segment? And if so, do you like Let's Go Kick Some Ice, Snow Far, Snow Good, The Ski's the Limit, or Bros Before Snows? Do any of those Olympic segment ideas do anything for you?
Coming up next,
Mavs and Stars Super Segment right here on The Fan.
Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The shot redirects off the post and then scored. Thomas Harley, the defenseman, found it in the slot after the initial chance struck iron. They got the save at one end and the power play goal at the other.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for the Mavs and Stars and maybe UIL realignment super segment. One of the things I'm seeing coming out from realignment for football is Allen is going to play Duncanville and DeSoto in non-district. Holy moly. And then Duncanville and DeSoto are going to play each other non-district as well.
You said non-district?
Yep.
They're going to play each other? That is amazing.
Those are some huge non-district games right there.
That's like playoff football to start the football season.
Absolutely. Frisco Wakeland, who moved up to 6A, the first ever Frisco ISD 6A team, is not in a district with Allen and the Plano schools. Instead, they're in 5-6A with Braswell, Denton Geyer, 4 Louisville ISD schools, and Little Elm. So I know a lot of people in Frisco were frustrated about that. Aledo is in 3-6A with 5 Arlington schools. Granbury, Weatherford will continue to give you some more updates. I've said it before. I will say it again. That experience doing that several times in North Richland Hills at the Birdville ISD complex was really fun.
All right, Kevin, you get a choice. One day on Wall Street or one day at the realignment. Which one's more chaotic?
The realignment is really chaotic, and plus you're dealing with real things and not trying to steal money from people. Zing!
Ponzi.
Yes, you're not trying to Ponzi scheme anything up. All right, let's start with the Dallas Stars as part of our Stars and Mavs Super segment. The Stars defeated the Utah Mammoth 3-2. At some point, do we need to do a deeper dive of why the Stars don't score in the third period and their opponents seem to? All right, we could probably do that. But we played the highlight for Thomas Harley's
he's been rocking
power play goal. But I also want to talk about Wyatt Johnston. He tied Mike Modano's record for most power play goals in a season in Stars history with 18 in the 55th game.
Dude.
So 2/3 of the way through the season.
It'd be awesome if he had 55, but I get it. Like, I see what you're saying here. This is pretty good, too.
Sure. And look, I don't know how much Mike Modano cares about these records, but rough week or so. This record tied, surely to be surpassed. Patrick Kane surpassed his most points ever for an American-born hockey player, but very cool, very effective. The power play unit has continued to be for the Dallas Stars, and I think we should be very, very excited about that. But
how are we doing as far as standings go? Are we doing pretty okay? I feel like the Wild have been kind of cooking in front of us, but
yeah. I mean, look, at this point, you're probably going to match up with the Wild in the first round because, like, the Mammoth have stayed hot, but they're pretty far behind, and beating them really helps out your case. Colorado has slowed down to a certain degree, but they still have a nice little cushion. So it definitely looks like it's going to be you against the Wild in the first round. Just you want to try to stag home ice theoretically, but the Stars have been really good on the road this year as well.
It's been nice also.
As have the Wild.
It's been nice that Duchesne has been cooking the way he has lately too. That was, a couple weeks ago we were talking with Robert Tiffin. We were like, hey man, he's kind of not here yet completely. What's going on there? And he was like, I would be prepared to see him start turning it up here soon. And then all of a sudden, bam, Robert Tiffin writes a story about him for, I believe it was D Magazine. And then Duchesne's like, oh yeah, my turn to throw my hat back in the ring, fellas.
Look, there's been a lot of positive stuff happening for the Stars. I know people want to key in on the winning streak, and we can talk about that for sure. The Stars have won 4 straight, coming off of surely their worst run of hockey of the season. But there's something else that I want to key in on that I think has been really huge for them. Look at how much better over, like, let's say the last 8 or 9 games they have played in 5-on-5 hockey.
Yeah.
There are different metrics. We've talked about money puck in spots like that before, where they're ranked as the 8th or 9th best team 5-on-5 in that run. So that's a positive. Take a look at what happened against the Mammoth. You were right there in terms of hits. You also won more faceoff, 57% to 43%. You were also +2 in the special teams. Look, I don't care who you play in the playoffs. If you're able to hang hit-wise and win a good chunk of the faceoffs and have any sort of advantage on the special teams, that's going to carry. And you're going to be in a great position.
Yeah, and that's something that like we were discussing with Tiffin a couple of weeks ago, too, regarding their 5-on-5 play and lack of, like, you started to see dwindling numbers in power play, and it was because teams recognized it. And so what's going to happen in the playoffs? Teams recognize what you're really good at. They try to take it away from you. And so that's going to be something that the Stars, to be as talented as they are, they have to figure out ways to be good at everything, great whenever called upon on the things that they're really good at. And being good at 5-on-5, not bad at 5-on. Like, there's the difference between good and bad. You got to be there at least, and then be great at your power play, because there will be some moments during the playoffs when that happens. But them still, Kevin, I still don't know it's a complete team, because the other side of the Olympics could change just a scotch.
Well, I mean, and I'm sure the argument, and you've already seen these kind of names rumored to the Stars, is they feel like they still need a top 6 forward. That does seem to be the consensus. But you don't have a first-round pick. You have kind of a thin prospect pool.
But if you can convince a team to take on some, isn't that usually what happens? Hey, we'll take on some of the salary to move off the player if you'll go ahead and work with us on this trade.
Yeah, and there are a couple players out there. We just mentioned Kane is probably one of them that you could be in the market
Add
for.
A little toughness to the team.
Sure, I agree.
More than skill, toughness, I think.
I agree. I don't know if that is the type of player that Jim Nill usually takes on.
No, Jim Nill, he likes guys with high character, and he likes guys with lots of skill. And Kane, at this point, I think his skill starting to diminish a little bit. Like, over the years it has, but toughness. I think that's the one thing that I can say would be a nice addition, is toughness in that, because when Mason Marchment left, which Mason Marchment, didn't we have problems with, like, dude, what are you doing out there sometimes? But he was supposed to be the tough guy for you. Well, you kind of lacked since you've moved on from him.
And then from the 903, if this is your attitude, I get it. This is not the way I feel. The Stars are going to disappoint us again. If that's how you feel going through the rest of the season, I could see how this would be a drag for you. I've seen flashes of improvement that I would hope would continue over the last third of the regular season to make you feel better about this team than usual going into the playoffs. And if you can put some space between you and Minnesota and bump right up against Colorado, where you have the second best record in the league, but you don't have the best record in the league because you don't want the President's Trophy, because that team always loses by the second round, I would feel pretty good about that Stars team going into the playoffs.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, somebody I feel very good about, even though the team keeps losing. Go ahead and give me cut number 1, will you please?
Jabari Smith misses. Well, it was another Mavs rookie years ago that only shot 21% from three-point range as Flagg throws it down. Cooper Flagg with the flush.
Now, since winning 4 in a row, the Mavericks have lost 4 in a row. They lost, of course, we talked about this on Friday, the game to Charlotte by 2. Now they lose to the Rockets Saturday night by 4. But I want to focus in on a couple of different things. Do you want to talk about Cooper Flagg, or do you want to go to Jason Kidd being angry about being asked about Cooper Flagg playing the point?
I think there's only one option here, Alec.
You want cut number 11, don't you? Go to Jason Kidd.
Coach, you get a lot of national criticism for playing Flagg at point guard. But over the last 2 games, he's won the ball.
Criticism, that's your opinion. You guys write that. That's not, I've done this. I played this game. I played it at a very high level. I know what the I don't give a what you guys write. Because you guys have never played the game. So I build players. So I know what I'm doing. So to take criticism, it only makes me better.
didn't entirely understand the last part of what he said.
Popus.
No, I understood like the verbiage.
Oh, okay.
But he said if I wasn't doing the right thing, you wouldn't be poking holes in it. That's confusing.
No, okay.
Because like, wouldn't that be you're less likely to get criticism if you are doing the right? I just didn't agree with that specific
I don't know where he's coming from with
part
that.
of logic.
Yeah.
But here's my question, Corey. Which is the better cut of audio? That or let's go to cut number 12. I take you to Saturday Night Live.
Cooper Flag of the Dallas Mavericks has set a new NBA record for scoring the most points by a teenager in a game. Not a great start to Black History Month.
It's funny because Cooper Flag's white.
I don't know why, but I feel like that could be a useful drop.
Yeah, that's good joke, Michael Shea. Good joke. I do think Weekend Update still delivers good jokes. Some of the bits on that show sometimes get lost, but I still think Weekend Update does its good job.
And I feel like that's been that way for a long time.
Yeah,
you felt good about Weekend Update.
I think in the history of SNL, Weekend Update has kind of carried its weight.
Yeah.
The Jason Kidd audio, I like it because we just talked with Rolando Blackman about this the other day. I mean, like we literally had the conversation, and he was explaining we did that with purpose. And we've talked at length about this is a guy who needed a little bit of a quick crash course in the NBA, in Jason Kidd's offense. What are all the roles? The best way to do it is experience. Get your hands on it, right? If you need to get your hands on it, we'll put you out there for the detriment of the team, but for the betterment of you as a player. And Kevin, it looks like the damn thing worked. The player is fantastic.
See, you just hit on something that I think is going to pay off in the long run as well. I don't think you're going to see a future of Cooper Flag like being a primary point by any means. But just being able to see the game from that perspective at a time where, let's be honest, a lot of folks don't really want to be winning games, I think that level of experience absolutely translates to your point.
I think you got him here faster.
Yeah.
By allowing him to see that. And again, detriment of the team, but Jason Kidd understood what he's trying to do. He wasn't looking at it going, I'm going to lose my job if we don't win 50 games. He was looking at it going, I got to start building this entire team, starting with my superstar.
Because honestly, if you're the owners, don't you look at that and you're like, man, Jason Kidd has really built up Cooper Flag fast into being just ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's the guy I want to stick with.
Yeah.
A couple more notes about Cooper Flag. He's the first teenager in NBA history to record consecutive 30-point double-doubles. And then over his last 2 games, he has 83 points, 22 rebounds on 61% shooting. The only other only other players, to reach that, Bob McAdoo and Walt Bellamy. The most recent of that was McAdoo, and that happened 53 years ago as the only rookies to do that.
And Bellamy was an MTV VJ.
That is different.
Bill Bellamy.
Kevin,
the Rams have made the decision that they are going to keep Sean McVey, and instead of Les Snead, they're going to have more Snead. Les Snead is also back. So
that'd be a weird take if they're like, McVey, you're out.
Here to stay. We've signed extensions with head coach Sean McVey and Les Snead. So there we go. The future of football.
That makes sense, right? Like, hey, you still got really far. Yeah, you can go and come on back. Yeah, everybody wants to hire your offensive coordinators. You can go ahead and come on back. Congratulations. I would have been stunned, like beyond belief, if they're like, yeah, you know what? Maybe McVay's not the guy. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for baseball nuggets. Would you have wanted the Rangers to make either of these deals? Next on The Fan.
it to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Gino, a high lift out to left field. How much is on it? It is over the wall and gone! Back-to-back days with a 3-run home run.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got baseball nuggets in just a second. But first, Corey Majors raised his hand.
Kevin and I have packed almost everything for the trip.
I hope so. Our flight's not that long after the show.
I got to run by the house real quick.
Okay.
Get my other bag. But I have my suitcase.
Go bag.
Yeah, my go bag. I have a back scratcher at home.
Mm-hmm.
Alec, we've discussed this as the greatest purchase ever is the back scratcher. Because in the middle of the night, if my back itches, I don't have to bump the lady and be like, hey, can you get the middle of my back for me?
Mm-hmm.
Should I bring
Usually that's your job.
Should I bring the back scratcher with me or just let it ride?
Yeah, you should definitely bring it with you.
All right.
Assuming you're going home. I wouldn't want you to go home just to get a back scratcher, but if you're already going home, then yes.
I need to carry it with me at all times. My back itches right now.
All right. Now, feel free to text in your thoughts about that joke I made as well. All right. Would you have wanted the Rangers to be in on either one of these deals? And then we'll get to the fact that they have almost the best players at two of the most premium positions in all of Major League Baseball. Luis Arraez, he signed... Yes, thank you, Alec. I apologize. Let's officially get into it because Baseball Nuggets is, of course, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Luis Arraez signs a 1-year, $12 million deal with the Giants. And then Eugenio Suarez signed a 1-year, $15 million deal with the Reds. Now, I feel like I've said I wanted Arraez on this team. Whether you think he can play second base or whatever, I wanted him on this team. At first, I was upset about how low the Suarez deal was. But then I looked a little closer at his numbers, and he really tailed off with Seattle and was underwhelming in the playoffs. And so I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
not that we had the money to spend.
I would love to have a bat like that in the lineup if it's performing at the level that it was pre-trade last year. Because what is our DH right now?
Pretty much a hodgepodge of leftover players who aren't at second base.
Yeah, it's whatever pile of wood they found. Like they're just like it's over there somewhere.
Yeah, I guess that is kind of rude to Jock Peterson.
Go select a log and put it in the fire is basically what they're doing at DH. So I would have liked to have had that
in your face, Josh.
And he can play some third base for you, and when Josh Young might need a spell, like we know the limitations on this team, and again, the expectation is play better. That's the hit better, guys.
That is pretty much the mantra for the offseason.
Suarez, I would have liked to have added and hope, you could kind of revitalize what was earlier. Arraez is a different thing for me. I love runners on base. Yeah. I just love runners on base. I also listening to Choppy talk about how much of a butcher he is in the infield and all the bad things, like he can't run, he can't do this, can't do that, but he'll hit 320. I get it. I just can't. I can't find the justification and the value. And what am I going to do with him? Is he playing every day at second base and making all those errors? Or am I going to give Josh Smith the opportunity to be our everyday second baseman with Cody Freeman as an option there? So I would have liked to have added both, Kevin, but we don't have the ability to do that.
Look, man, I know the analytics say he's fine, but I keep thinking like somebody who has productive at-bats, who barely ever strikes out, and who has a good batting average, I think consistently gets underrated by WAR.
By the game itself.
Yeah.
By the game itself, absolutely. I'm completely in agreement with you. It's the other part of the defensive part on a team that it really needs. You need good defense. So it's important.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know who the good defensive second baseman is that we're putting out there, but we'll see. All right, but let's talk about the good things
we
have.
3 bad defensive second basemen.
I mean, is that really that much different than 2? All right, but here's the thing that is perplexing about the Rangers. So we talked about it. MLB has been doing their top 10 players by position. Corey Seager is listed as the second best shortstop in Major League Baseball. Wyatt Langford, who might not even play center field.
I saw this Friday, dude. I was like, this is crazy.
He's listed as the second best center fielder in all of Major League Baseball, behind only Julio Rodriguez. Again, there's a good shot Wyatt needs to play center field. I still think the Rangers would love a scenario in which Evan Carter is ready to rock and roll, and that doesn't happen, but you've seen how that's gone. So my thought is...
And Julio Rodriguez is a legit, fantastic center fielder.
100%. He is maybe the prototypical, or just about prototypical, center fielder that you would want from both an offensive and defensive perspective. But, so here's my thought. This team looks like they might be 500 again. We're worried about this and that and the other, but you take arguably the 2 most premium positions in the field. And you have the second best player in all of baseball at both of them.
Yeah, up the middle, you're pretty hot, except for your second base.
And it feels weird, almost impossible to not be like, hey, we have the second best player in Major League Baseball at the 2 premium positions, arguably the 2 most premium positions. How are we not ready to go for it?
The rest of it isn't good. And you have money. I mean, all of your money is really invested in pitching. That's where your big money, your significant, and quite on. And the Jock Peterson contract isn't favorable to you either. So like that's another. It's not outrageous, but it's not favorable for the player. I think it's because you're kind of missing true power at first base. You have a question mark at third base on a lot of different occasions.
Sure.
Your second baseman went from a career, very talented hitter, and now you have a question mark there, and you don't know which outfielders you're going to have out, next to, aside from Nimmo, you don't really know what outfielders you're going to have next to Wyatt Langford. Your hope is Wyatt Langford continues to flourish the way that he has, continues to grow to that next level, pairs well with Corey Seager, and then the rest of those guys play up to a higher level. That's the hope. But what is it? Hope is a terrible...
Hope is not a strategy.
So, yeah, that's not the way we want to go here.
Now, a few other quick hits. Shohei Ohtani will not pitch in the World Baseball Classic, per Dave Roberts, who is not the manager of the Japanese team. But he did say he's not going to pitch in the World Baseball Classic as Shohei continues to get on track to want to be able to pitch significantly more regularly during the season for the Dodgers. The A's locked up Jacob Wilson with a 7-year, $70 million contract. The White Sox get Jordan Hicks in a trade, and David Robertson, the former Texas Rangers pitcher, he did in fact retire, which I can't say is that surprising. When he didn't come back to the Rangers, we all knew there was already a chance he was going to retire. It was either going to be retire or try to play on the East Coast, so I can't say a year later him retiring is that surprising to me. And then I learned a new thing about insurance denials for the World Baseball Classic.
All right.
You know how we've talked about, well, this doesn't apply.
Likely to have heart attack, smoker.
Actually,
okay.
Not quite that, but not as far off as you might think.
All right.
So clearly the Astros players that we talked about the other day, they don't fit in this category. But there is a new insurance provision for this year's Baseball Classic, World Baseball Classic. It prevents players from having their contracts insured once they turn 37. So Miguel Rojas turns 37 on February 24th, and he was denied an opportunity to play for Venezuela because he can't get his contract insured.
Dang.
So they straight up are like, it's like regular insurance. The older you are, the more either you're going to have a premium or a higher premium or we're going to refuse to insure you. So that's part of the reason for that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we got a couple of quick Cowboys coaching updates, but our NFL draft focus continues with a breakdown of Oklahoma edge Mason Thomas. Next on The Fan.
the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we're about to, I guess in about 2 minutes, we're going to dive into the next version of our NFL Draft Focus, but wanted to give you a couple of Cowboys coaching updates.
Update!
The team has hired Derek Ainsley and Ryan Smith as defensive assistants. Ainsley will serve as the defensive backs coach / defensive pass game coordinator, while Smith will be the team's secondary coach. Also, Marcus Dixon was in town on Friday.
I think Ainsley is Billy Bob and Tommy Norris's daughter.
No, that is a different Ainsley, and it's Landman.
Gotcha.
It's not Landham, Texas. And Marcus Dixon was in town on Friday for an in-person interview, and then Eric Henderson, the USC run game coordinator, and Denzel Martin, the Steelers outside linebacker coach, they have also gone through their interviews. So there is an update on where kind of the defensive position coaches and interviews stand.
Just taking a look at these fellas a little bit, Kevin. There's some youth in this.
There is
in this movement, and I wonder how much of that is fresh ideas, guys they feel like they can build and work with for a while. You know, where these guys. This is Choppy's biggest concern is, will I lose the coach in the first year? And you might. You're going to lose the staff. Jerry told us that at the end of the year. Aren't we glad we're not getting a new head coach? I mean, you're going to lose coordinators.
Can you imagine what that'd be like?
But this seems like, I feels like Christian Parker kind of, as he was going along, was making little notes on people he'd like to work with, or had good ideas on the people that he wanted on his staff as far as the way that they approach everything.
Yeah.
And he gave that approach to Schottenheimer. Probably the best move is the rest of the staff that you already have in place. Guys, who have y'all worked with that's like this? And this is somebody, I want to go interview them, get to know them, and see if we can hire some dudes that can really get this thing rolling quickly.
Yeah, and I'm excited about just the concept of your staff growing together. I think that is a good thing. Absolutely. Now, can you go ahead and give me cut number 8? Because today the focus will be on this fine gentleman.
Benson to the air on first down, in trouble and sacked. Our Mason Thomas takes him down for a loss of 5 on the play.
R. Mason Thomas.
Not our.
The letter R.
Yep. Now, for anybody that wants to know what exactly that R stands for,
I do kind of want to know that.
It is to honor a family tradition of R names without actually being named Richard or Raymond. Very similar to my middle name, which is just the letter J. It's not J period, it's just the letter J. That being said, on the birth certificate, they had to put a period. I don't know. They said we can't do it this way, and I was like, just fix it. They didn't. So it's just my family. They didn't. This is dumb. They didn't want to choose between Joe and Joseph. And I was like, that's the same. And they were like, no, we have an Uncle Joe and an Uncle Joseph. So we just said with the letter J. That's my dad's middle name, my middle name, and Avery's middle name. So very similar in that situation. They said, hey, we want to keep going with first names that start with R.
Okay.
So we went with the letter R and Mason. So that's how that works.
I learned today.
For the future, Kevin, when you want to have that conversation with somebody. Now, let's get into the nitty-gritty on this. This is a defensive end edge that I think would fit best in a 3-4 defense. Alec, did you, just because of size, he's 6'2", 249, and I think in most defenses now are hybrid-y. And you're gonna see those situations where that edge can move over, that linebacker can move into that spot and be an extra defensive end if you need, or
it feels
whatever.
Like base defense is a misnomer.
It is. Yeah, it's not. Look, our base is we threw you out there, and then what's the disguise from there, and how do you do it? And this guy fits in perfectly as a pass rush specialist. I have concerns at stopping the run. I don't have concerns about chasing down running backs, though. He has the speed to go get somebody. At the moment, Alec, I feel like we already have his body type in Ezeraku, but there are lots of quality things that I do like about the player.
Yeah, you line him up in an odd front where he can line up wide, and you might have yourself a pass rusher here. He's pretty good at that. But like you said, a little bit undersized. He will get bullied in some of those pass rush scenarios. Like the game that comes to mind is, I'm sorry, Corey, but the loss to Texas.
Yeah.
He got pushed around pretty good in that game. If you want to see the deficiencies and understand that he does need to fit in a system that is primarily odd-fronted, that's the game that proves it all. He'll get hung up on some base blocks and stuff like that. But you talk about the athleticism, he might be the quickest guy in your front seven.
Yeah.
On any team in the league, he might be the quickest guy. I wrote down Fast and Furious Vin Diesel because he is always on go mode. He's stuck in the highest gear possible. He's always at the red line.
Very into family.
Yes, very big family man, as you could tell by the R Mason.
Actually, that does kind of make sense.
See, so maybe he just needs to be an actor in a second life. But no, he's actually a pretty good football player.
You talk about speed.
Yes.
The first thing that I think that stands out with his speed is how quick he gets out of his stance.
Yeah.
He comes off the line firing. And Kevin, Alec, that's one of the things that this team has missed a lot, especially in the pass rush for him, is their ability to get off the snap. And we talk about Mozzie Smith a lot. That's why he didn't make it. He wasn't coming off quickly. There have been plenty of guys you've seen come into this thing that just aren't firing off the ball. This dude right here, you do not have to worry about it. Elite level off the ball.
Okay. That is a complex breakdown of somebody who has a lot of positives, but then I look at the tape, especially against higher caliber opponents, and you're like, no, yeah, there's a couple of rough goes for him.
I think also, Alec, because of his speed, because of how fast he can be, a lot of offensive tackles get kind of confused on what is coming, because you're going to set your feet and start going, all right, I'm getting ready to move and shuffle on this guy because he's going to go wide outside and then bend in real quick. And then he says, you know what, screw that, I'm powering right through you. And he has the ability to power into you, and he gets you off balance that way. That's one of the real big positives, is he'll get you off balance as a tackle. You'll start stepping out, and then he's coming into your chest, and you're like, oh crap, what? I thought I was going outside for this, and now he's powered over me. So he has the ability to go with both of those. He has speed rush, he has power rush, and he mixes them up really well, and that's something that I really like about him. You don't run away from him very often. His pad level always seems to be low. He doesn't play high. He's fourth, I believe, on most of the things that I've seen when it comes to where he'll be drafted as far as defensive end edge guys.
In terms of 1, 2, 3, 4, not fourth.
Yeah, it would be Bain, and then Keldrick would be second, I believe, and then the guy that I'm really interested in looking at next would be Cassius Howell out of A&M. I don't know how much. I just watched one game where he just was talking so much smack to the people across from him. I was like, I got to get that guy. But he's not one of those guys that's going to get lost in the running game. He's disciplined in that, but I don't think he's going to powerfully take over when it comes to stopping the run. I wish I could make him a linebacker. Bigger tackles, they're going to swallow him up. Sometimes they'll jam him up if they can catch up with what his move is going to be. But other than that, this dude played on an exceptional defense at an exceptionally high level.
Based on where you guys were just talking about the theoretical positional rankings, does that make him a late first, early second round? Is that kind of the vibe right now?
Yeah.
Which I know sometimes can be defeating because you have 2.5 months till the draft.
Yeah, I would probably, late first, early second is probably exactly where he's going to go because there are a few other really, quality-sized dudes already in that spot, and Bain being the first one that's probably going to go off the board. I think what's really great here is we talked about Messidor last week. We talked about Thomas here. You have options later down the road. Obviously, at 20, you have options there depending on what you want to do. And we've tried to figure out some trades if you weren't able to get Caleb Downs that would put you in position to pick up an extra player like this.
And there you go. You know exactly what I want to do. I think you should consider at both of those spots the possibility of picking up extra ammunition. Maybe not for this player, but for some other player.
Was there anything else on Thomas, Alec, that you were hot on?
I don't see this necessarily as a skill. It's just kind of like an intangible that he has that it's kind of hard to explain, but once you watch him a little bit, you'll notice is that what's the goal of an offensive lineman, especially a tackle? They want to change your angle. Mm-hmm. That's what they're trying to do. They're hoping that you expose your chest a little bit so they can push you off balance and change your angle to the quarterback or to the running back. His recovery from awkward angles is something that stands out to me because of that athleticism. You hear the words like twitch and bend and stuff, and you're like, okay, it sounds cool, but what does that actually mean? Whenever he gets shoved off of his route, he is quick enough and athletic enough to make a new path to the quarterback that could still, it might not result in a sack or a tackle for loss, but he can put a pressure. He can disrupt a progression in the quarterback's reads.
Does that not seem like a huge, real NFL implication? Because, some of these drills they run, I'm like, hey, that's great. But, that feels like a real thing that would really happen in game.
Yes, and it happens a lot, and that's something that you can't really teach. That's why I said I don't really see it as a skill. I see it as something that he just has within his football IQ because he will find new routes, and NFL offensive linemen, like Corey said, especially bigger tackles, are going to push him around. He has the speed and that burst to say, I don't care where you push me, I'm still going to end up in the pocket somehow.
Let me ask you, from what you saw this year, obviously Bobby lost his hair because of it. Bobby, this morning, if you didn't, it's on Twitter. You can see it.
It was tremendous.
He had to shave his head, which I didn't think was too bad of a bet for him. It looks fine.
You think it would have been much worse if they just shaved the stripe down?
My dad texted me and he was like, they should have given him the bozo cut. And because my dad thinks that's hilarious, and I do too. The bozo.
Bobby seems to think it's the worst thing that's ever happened.
It looks great.
Did you see when he left? Not only did he have a hat on, he had his hoodie pulled
over
up in case his hat fell off.
He wanted more neck hair to show, and I'm like, why, dude? It looks really good the way that it is. But so Bobby lost his hair because of Donovan Ezeraku, who did not get the requisite sacks,
right?
Which I warned everybody about before the season. Everybody was like, "Oh, it's got to be this or that." I was like, "Dude, you're not replacing it that quickly." Yeah. Now, next year, let's have some fun with that next year on him. But I look at these two, and I used his name earlier. I went to go look. Donovan Ezeraku, 6'2", 248. R. Mason Thomas, 6'2", 249.
And, of course, the discussion that we've had time and again, only a rookie, is that he can get pushed out.
So my question is, do you want two of those dudes opposite each other or one backing up the other with that high of a pick? You're at 20 probably to get the player.
But let's even say you trade it back into the high second round. You definitely, I'll just speak for me. It feels like you would definitely not want both the exact same type of edges that could potentially run into that. And then you're not wanting to draft a guy in the beginning of the second round that you're like, you know what? He's going to be a hell of a backup.
My thing, Alec, is I feel like if you have two interchangeable dudes that are good at everything, that are really high level at everything, then you go for it. You say, yeah, I'll absolutely take another guy like that. We'll just put him on one side, put the other on the other side. But what we have is, I feel like it's kind of two specialists that are limited in some other areas, and you decided as a team you wanted to be better stopping the run. And I feel like this would be the kind of thing that might limit that just a little bit. Dude is a fantastic player, absolute beast. But I have some question marks on whether or not you want both of those on your opposite edges or backing up each other with that high of a draft pick.
I absolutely think that they would take Keldrick Falk, like somebody of that kind of stature, like a bigger, more physical player.
That makes sense.
If they were both available at the same time, if you stayed at 20, even if you moved back and they somehow were both still there, it would be Falk every single time. I think that would be my pick, but I think the team would say, maybe too much of a good thing does exist. Let's switch it up a little bit and get a more power archetype in.
A bunch of texts coming in. Ben Roberts, they want us to look at out of Tech. David Bailey and Grace Halton. So we'll put those names on the list too.
Would you consider Colton Hood as well? That is somebody that
he made some moves during Senior Bowl this weekend. So absolutely.
All right, perfect. And then just real quick, going back to something that Alec just said, are you guys pretty jazzed up about Falk right now then? I know we got
I got really, really amped up about Messidor. And I know people are concerned about some of the injuries, like tearing ligaments in both feet, always a bit of a concern.
Yeah.
But I just loved his style of play. I like Falk. I think he's good. I think he's going to be good. He's going to be a quality player. I wonder what next level is for him. I think his floor is high. I don't know where his ceiling goes from there, but I think that's obviously comes down to who's coaching him and what they can squeeze out of the player. I really want to watch Cassius Howe. There's something about this guy that he has an edge about him that really ramps me up. So, Kevin, that's the player right now that I got to go see it to know that it pairs up with what I think of the player. And somebody said Madams Tucker. We'll check that one out, too.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I like the way you said it. Coming up next, it's time for Madame on the FM. No, I'm just kidding. AM on the FM.
Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Remember, today, the G-Bag Nation will be live on Radio Row in San Francisco, and I know they've already got multiple guests lined up, and then our show and Sean and RJ will start broadcasting from San Francisco tomorrow. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah.
Cheese stick.
Oh. 877
Royal Rumble.
881, he did.
Not cheese stick, LA Knight.
Oh, yeah, and he didn't do too well. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, plus the Olympics and OnlyFans. What does that mean? Get to that here in just a little bit. You did mention, Kevin, the Royal Rumble going down this weekend. It was, I'm not going to lie, as much as I dislike the whole agreement with Riyadh season and everything, I do enjoy the mid-afternoon PLEs.
I loved the start of it. I'm going to work on something. I thought about this.
I love a mid-afternoon delight too.
Yes, agreed. I'm gonna try, Alec, a new phrase.
Oh,
instead of on certain things that maybe aren't totally sports related, I'm just gonna say it wasn't for me. And I really liked the AJ Styles and Gunther match. Other than that, it wasn't for me.
I'm kind of there with you. I mean, the men's Rumble match had some fun spots for sure. Obafemi coming out at number 1 was the absolute right decision. That was awesome. And I fear that we may be getting Lesnar and Femi at WrestleMania.
Yeah, I really thought they were going to do the Lesnar Gunther showdown that I feel like we've heard about for like 3 years, but...
Yeah, well, he's the career killer now, so when Lesnar's ready to retire or his contract expires, then we'll get that match. Maybe SummerSlam. But we go to the National Day calendar and focus in on today. We've got a lot of weeks going on today, too. It's International Networking Week.
Oh.
So go meet people.
All right.
Say hi. Shake a hand.
Okay, I
Do
will.
something. Yeah.
While we're at Radio Row.
That sounds fair.
Get to know some people.
Yeah.
That's right. I won't. But I also want to focus in on National School Counseling Week because I think school counselors are morbidly underappreciated and awesome.
I get
more
that.
times than not. All of mine throughout, really my entire journey throughout grade school, like they were just awesome and so helpful. So shout out to the educational counseling work being done out there. Pride in Food Service Week. So if you work in food service, take some pride in your work this week. You deserve it. But it is also Crepe Day, National Crepe Day. So if you like eating the crepes.
What?
Remember in Talladega Nights, Ricky Bobby wouldn't say that he loved crepes, and that's why his arm got broken.
Is that
like say I love crepes, and he's like, I'll never say it. I'll never say it. And he's like, just say it, and he won't break your arm. He's like, I don't even know what they are. And he's like, they're the thin pancakes.
Okay.
And he's like, I love those things.
I also didn't really know what they're, but they have like cream filling or something.
You can put some sort of cream cheese. You can put strawberry stuff, the syrup stuff with strawberries. You can do all sorts of compote, if you will. You can do all sorts of things. You can put Nutella in there.
Did you say compote?
Yeah, compote.
So you put it on your lawn?
Nope.
Oh.
You uncultured.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, you can put all sorts of stuff in crepes. I think they're a French thing.
Okay.
They're thin pancakes, Kevin.
That makes sense to me.
It's the easiest way to put it. Easiest way to put it.
Thin pancakes.
It is National Catcher's Day, so big day for Higgy. Shout out to Kyle Higashioka.
Yeah, tonight, because of that, probably MLB is doing their top 10 catchers. Probably.
Yeah, I would hope so because that's just an incredibly weird correlation there if that's not planned. National Tater Tot Day. We need to celebrate this.
Tater tot is the best version of the edible potato.
Yes.
I agree.
It's the best version of French fries that exists.
I agree.
Though
They're
there
just
are
fun.
so many great versions.
They're just the most fun.
Dude. That is what we need to do instead of the great Thanksgiving debate, the great potato.
Oh yeah,
not the famine.
Not the famine, but
Scares me.
Yeah, where we just sit down and put all of them together, just to ultimately decide that tater tots are the best. We just need to figure out the rest of the rankings beyond that.
Okay, it depends on who's on your panel though, because that could take your voting in a different direction. You might stand firm with tater tot, but you might get overwhelmed by the baked potato.
You're just saying I'm going to get mashed?
Potato wedges. I don't know why I didn't say that. Yes.
We will focus in on National Ukulele Day. National Ukulele Day, or if you're fancy, ukulele.
Here's a hot opinion.
Oh, God.
If you're at a party or you just know somebody in real life, I would much, much rather them play the ukulele than the guitar.
Huh. That's such a random stance to take, but I kind of appreciate it.
Look, here's the thing, and this is probably not fair. I think every, especially guy who is at a gathering with a guitar, I'm like, all right, buddy, this probably worked sophomore year on the quad to pick somebody up, but I'm not here for it now.
Right, I got a question. When Electric Shrimp shows up for our practices, yes, in relation to Detlef Shrimp, when we show up to our gigs together, we're there to jam, right?
Yeah.
You show up to my house, you walk in, you see a guitar sitting in the corner on its stand, and go, hey, can you play that? I'm going to pick up and I'm going to play a couple things.
And plus,
I'm not carrying my guitar to your house.
And that's fine, because I'm at your house.
Yeah.
That's fair. But yeah, if you show up, because we're like, oh yeah, we're going to have a Super Bowl party. Do you want me to bring my guitar? In what world would I want that?
So the question is going to be,
unless you're hiring somebody to come play
that's fine.
a set at your Super Bowl party.
But guess what? I'm not.
Good to know. The question is going to be, what's a hobby that you picked up and instantly gave up on? Because I definitely went through a ukulele phase.
Shut up,
and I
did?
I just recently got rid of it.
Oh, I wish I'd have known. Avery wants one.
Well, I would have gave it.
Dang it.
I would have donated, but yeah, it was just collecting dust in the closet. I played it seriously maybe a week. I learned like 3 songs, and I forgot I owned it. And I was cleaning out the closet, I want to say over like the week of Christmas, and I found it buried in the corner. I was like, this is just taking up space, so I donated it.
Listen, man, I really, really wanted this really badly and thought I was going to use it every freaking day. Every day. I am no longer a Blackstone chef. I still have the Blackstone, but it became like one day I went out there, the cover on it had kind of like, I guess there was a hole in it, and then it got rusty. And so it's a lot of work to go out there, clean it, get all the rust off, then redo some things. Had some struggles with it, and then it's either like 180 degrees outside or it's freezing in Texas. And I'm like, when is a good time to actually use this thing? So it is. I think the hobby of being. I still like to use the smoker. I still like to throw some meat on there and go low and slow. But this is. I don't think I'm a cook of the Blackstone anymore.
Oh,
there was a time in my life where I really thought I was gonna learn the piano.
Yeah.
And I did a limited amount of work, and I did not give it the proper attention or time, and I bailed on that super quick. And I still think that would be a really cool skill to have.
Oh, it's really fun. Except both of my boys, they're good, but they will go and just start playing out of nowhere, like in the living room, and I'm like, I'm literally trying to watch Landom right now. Can you guys chill out?
Man, it's not set in Landom, Texas.
It's a good show, though.
It is a good show.
It's a quality show. I hope it wins an award or two.
Let's see. Oh.
Which award? Because you just watched season 1, which is, we passed that award cycle.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
So what do we do? When's the next one?
It's not winning any awards for season 2.
Oh, no, season 2 give up? Is that what
until the very end. Last couple episodes. But other than that, they're like, what happens? Let's just hang out. And you're like, it's still fun.
Yeah. My kid got a banjo for Christmas. Or for his birthday.
Same theory with the ukulele.
He's learned this. He's actually, it's fun to play it with a banjo, too.
I like that. I was always that kid in high school. Whenever I got my license, I would every Saturday go to Guitar Center and look at all the stuff that I couldn't afford.
Yeah.
And I would inevitably pick up a banjo just because it looked cool. And I'm like, I would never play this, but it looks cool. Hanging on the wall. Why not? But let's see. A hobby that you picked up.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I've got to go back.
Oh, God.
Did you ever attempt to write a song or write a song for a girl?
Not a song.
Oh?
I've written poems.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. I haven't written an actual song that had a melody and had a hook and it actually had some instrumentation to it. No, just poems that you could read in your head.
The melody was Unchained.
All right.
Look at that. I don't like that reference.
No, because y'all crapped on my ghost joke from last week, so I don't support that.
Well, that's our job. From the 806, a hobby that you tried and almost instantly gave up on. Disc golf. Played it a few times, stunk at it, gave it up.
I used to have so much fun playing disc golf in high school. It was a lot of fun. Me and my buddies, we were just active. You wanted to be out doing something. It was a great way to be outside and go do something. I was very caught off guard when the older fellas behind us were like, guys, you guys mind if we play through? And I was like, not at all. And then all of a sudden, they all started smoking blunts in front of us, and I was like, hold on. And that's whenever I was awoken to what disc golf was.
Man.
I was like, oh, okay, all right, I see it.
Nice. Disc golf people can be fancy on you, too, because if you dare call it frisbee golf, I feel like there's a subsection of excuse me, no.
What is a frisbee?
It's just a brand of the disc, right?
I don't know. Oh, like Band-Aid
or
Kleenex?
Q-tip.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
I don't know why I'm
maybe not Q-tip.
I'm gonna save that as a drop. I'm never gonna use it.
Q-tip's a rapper.
That's true. I'm getting so discombobulated today. Thanks, guys. From the 903, gave up on home brewing after making about a half dozen different beers.
I could see that.
It's a lot of stuff. It's excessive amounts of work. You really got to love it. And I've made plenty of them. And I like to make some and have some friends over and just be like, hey, y'all want to hang out and do this weekend? And they'll come over, we'll make something, I'll put it in the fridge, let it do its thing, we'll let it ferment and all that stuff. But I totally understand how it can be I'm excited to do this, and then it's like, never mind.
And then a great one from the 858. Skateboarding. Rolled about 3 feet, fell off, couldn't balance, gave it up. I thought I was going to be Tony Hawk for about 2 weeks, and then I realized, this hurts not doing that anymore. Very, very humbling. Guys, this is also kind of humbling. I'm going to read this headline, and it's funny at first, but then when you think about it, it's kind of sad. German bobsledder used OnlyFans to help pay for her third trip to the Winter Olympics.
So, Alec, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
When I first saw this story, does it make me a bad person that I was like, well, let's see?
No.
Okay.
No, I feel like that's instant criteria, which luckily the article that I saw this at had some pictures of her actually competing in the Olympics. So I'm like, okay, I have a face to a name now. Am I going to do further research? No.
Did she need all of that, or did she start it to make it happen, and then she's like, hey, this is some damn fine money?
That's a good question, because she is actually pretty good at what she does in terms of her Olympic sport. She won a gold medal in 2018 and then a silver medal in Beijing in 2022. In 2026, she will be returning to the Winter Olympics. In a recent interview with Build, she says that her return was made possible with the help of the OnlyFans account that she created to help fund the necessary things to get her and her team to the Winter Olympics this year. She said that her training costs about $60,000 USD per season. And last year she decided to supplement that income by doing some non-explicit OnlyFans work, some teasing and stuff but no nudity. She swore, and she put it on her page too. There will never be nudity on the page.
She lied.
But for $24.99 a month, you can see some other stuff.
Oh, okay. That is a shame, though, especially if you're good in the Olympics. Kind of feels like we should just like
a gold medalist.
Yeah,
can't afford to go to the Olympics.
We'll pay for your training and everything. Don't worry about it. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, who pays for that?
I don't know. The U.S. Olympic Committee?
The fans.
Oh.
Kevin.
Only the fans.
I don't know. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Sorry, I misunderstood that. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. And then there were none. Right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll be live.
One Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Johnson in motion, fourth down. Herbert hit to end it. Milton Williams.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And we have a lot to go over. First of all, the report is out that the NFL's first game in France will be the Browns against the Saints in Paris on October 25th. I understand why the Saints are there, but why does the NFL hate their fans in France?
Well, I mean, they need to play. They need the Saints to go marching in, obviously. Mm-hmm. So they're going to need that, and they want them to get a dub.
Okay.
They need that fleur-de-lis to look really good with a win.
Maybe that is the case. Now, let's talk about Spain. The NFL has
inked. You were going to say space, and I was like, I can't wait for this NFL space talk that we're about to have.
I will work on that for tomorrow. NFL in space. In the meantime, the NFL in Spain will continue as they have inked a multi-year deal for more regular season games in Madrid. As it stands right now, the NFL will have at least 8 overseas games in 2026, and we have talked about it. It feels like their long-term strategy is to have every single NFL team play at least one overseas game every single year.
Yeah, I'm not trying to have this argument or discussion. One of the reasons they have Bad Bunny performing is because they want global presence.
Sure.
That is absolute.
Oh, sure.
And it's been globally, this game specifically has been globally present for a very long time. The big game, that is.
You can say this.
It's the rest of the games. How do we get the rest of the world to pay attention to our sport all the time? How do we get a Premier League type of contract throughout the entire world? How do we get everybody to love our game? And this is just another element. Take it to Spain, take it to Paris, take it to all these places, and continue to find new venues that want it.
You know what, Corey? As long as we're mentioning things that we're not trying to start a whole deal about, just giving you the information, all of the head coaching spots are filled. And none of them were filled by black men. Anticipate during the Roger Goodell State of the Union press conference that he will, in fact, get questions about that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'm just telling you the information, how I believe it will come to pass. But there have been at least 5 coaching changes in the NFL for 16 years straight. And the 10 head coaching moves for this year are tied for the most ever in an offseason with 1978, 1997, 2006, and 2022. The Cardinals are set to hire Mike LaFleur as their head coach, and Clint Kubiak, the son of Gary Kubiak, is going to be leaving the Seahawks once the Super Bowl's over to go be the new head coach in Las Vegas. I want to focus in on LaFleur. Sean McVey has now employed 4 full-time offensive coordinators with the Rams. Matt LaFleur, Kevin O'Connell, Liam Cohen, and Mike LaFleur. All 4 of them have now gone on to become head coaches.
Interesting.
That's a pretty damn good track record.
Yeah, I think this is what happens is a lot of coaches go in, they see or a lot of owners and GMs see the success of something and say, we got to have that. And I think Sean McVay does a really good job of everything's complicated, but very simple at the same time. You saw the effect. You've seen the effects with Sam Darnold. Shanahan had that. The effect of it's not going to be that complicated. The position, we got to organize you. You have to know what you're supposed to do. And whenever the quarterbacks know those things, they play better. Well, guess what? Whenever your offensive coordinators are getting the message across clearly, their teams play better, and those coordinators want to be purchased and used.
Right.
Just like Jerry Jones said.
By the way, a couple of other coaching movements or lack of movements. Vic Fangio supposedly considered retiring, and the Eagles were considering Jim Schwartz and Jonathan Gannon, but now word is Vic Fangio is staying put with the Eagles for now. The 49ers are expected to or have hired Raheem Morris as their defensive coordinator, and then former Titans head coach Brian Callahan and Washington OC Cliff Kingsbury are involved in the Giants' initial OC search. You got to imagine it's kind of disappointing for Kingsbury, who probably thought he was a real live candidate for one of these head coaching jobs.
Yeah, is this a good opportunity, Kevin, for the fail up to just stall out?
Yes, but I get a feeling if you get Jackson Dart up and running, he'll get that shot once again. But one of the people that we talked about for DC here with the Cowboys obviously did not come to pass. Jim Leonard is being hired by the Bills to be their defensive passing game coordinator. And
staff.
Defensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. He also visited with the Chargers and the Ravens, but he will now head up the Bills defense.
I like that coaching staff right now. I'm interested to see what more they can get out of it. That might be the shot in the arm, that they're kind of looking for. McDermott, did he deserve it or not? Lots of questions there because the owner completely thinks that it was a catch. But he fired him over something that he thought was a catch. It's a weird situation.
Sure, that is true.
But I love that coaching staff up there.
Now, let's talk about the salary cap. I think this came out right after our show ended and right before the start of G-Bag in that commercial break. The salary cap is going way up. It is now projected to be $301.2 million to $305.7 million. Why? This is a big deal because depending on where you looked, this feels like it is about $6 to $10 million above the projected spot for the salary cap. So not only for the Cowboys, but for all of the teams that would theoretically give you a little bit of extra space. So all the things that we've been talking about for weeks and weeks and weeks got a little bit extra wiggle room.
Add 10 million?
Yeah, up to 10 million.
Let's just go ahead and add 10. Let's act like it's 10.
Okay.
This is awesome because that gives me an extra player.
Yes.
Maybe two.
Theoretically.
With the Cowboys' history, that's 10 players right there.
That does feel like that is.
But this isn't good opportunity. Again, the players have to be free agents. You can't just, all these things can't just exist and just be like, we're going to go pay crap. Only Kenneth Murray is available.
Yeah.
We got $10 million extra dollars. Let's go spend it on Kenneth. No, that's not the way you're going to do this. They got to be available, but to have the surplus of cash, this is nice.
$301 to $305.7 million. Do you know what the salary cap was in 2013?
$100 million.
$123 million.
From 806, doesn't matter. Still not enough pie. There's plenty of pie.
It is.
There's so much pie.
Now, if you think the Cowboys won't take advantage of that I totally get. But check this out. 2022, the cap was $208 million.
Okay.
That means in 4 years, the salary cap will have gone up $93 to $98 million. That is amazing.
So I don't know exactly
that TV money coming in
to decide that it is the decision based on the TV money.
I mean, that's a huge part of it.
And the Players Association has negotiated that whenever that happens, they just keep upping it. That's the conversation. That's interesting because the players have got to love seeing that. But I'm sure they're also there's got to be more in there.
Yeah.
There's got to be more
Absolutely.
in there somewhere.
The first thing I would go to is the way they do the revenue split. If you can get another 0.5% or even a full % of that would be huge. Also, in case you wanted to know, if and when Diego Pavia plays in the NFL, he will be the shortest quarterback to take the field in the Super Bowl era. That record previously held by Kyler Murray and Bryce Young, who were both 5'10" and an eighth. Diego Pavia measured in at 5'9" and 7/8 of an inch. I don't know if the people at the draft just didn't measure starting in the right place or what, but that would make Diego Pavia the shortest quarterback in the Super Bowl era.
What are your thoughts on the short QBs?
Yeah, Kevin.
I mean, I thought that Diego Pavia made a really good point. He was like, I have been this size all of my college playing career, and it worked out pretty okay. So I kind of get what he's saying. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, 26 ways the Texas Rangers can improve in 2026, Part 3, the finale. Unless it's not. Next on The Fan.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you're a big fan of interesting timing...
yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Our station has booked Bryce Young for tomorrow on the show. That is just some bizarre timing right there, since we were just talking about him and Kyler in relation to the height of Diego Pavia. But it looks like he has been booked for tomorrow.
You got a time?
As well. I am not sure.
Tell me the time!
I don't know if it's going to run live on G-Bag yet or tape with us. So I will get back to you on that. But that's why you got to tune in. We're always going to have new stuff, and there's always things happening. Now, on Friday, the person who texted this in, I thought about it a lot. We said we would do the last part of this Rangers discussion on Monday, and they said tomorrow is not guaranteed, let alone Monday. We need the information now. I was really worried that something was going to happen to prevent this segment.
I want to point something out. My son showed me a few TikToks over the weekend that kept saying that Monday was like the day that everybody's going to be done. And I was like, hold on, what?
No.
And so I was like, what's that mean? And he goes, everybody's going to die. And I was like, why are you saying this? And he was like, I don't know, TikTok's saying it. And I was like, TikTok said a lot of things. And then I said, that's scary because your mom and I leave for San Francisco on Monday. And he was like, never mind, that's not going to happen.
And there was already an earthquake.
Great.
You kind of wish you would have known so we didn't have to pack, though.
Dude, at least the earthquake got out of the way, Oh. I'm sure there won't be another one.
Yeah, there's never aftershocks or anything. All right, let's get to the Texas Rangers.
I love the Rangers.
Okay, good. We will start with another way for the Texas Rangers to improve. Wyatt Langford continues his progression. So his OPS jumped by about 5% from year 1 to year 2. Does that again in year 3. You've got an OPS player of 812. And I know the Rangers think he can go significantly higher than that, and they're hoping Bellinger, Trey Turner, Tatis, somebody like that. But the level of improvement you get from Wyatt Langford, who, as we mentioned earlier in the show, has listed as the second best center fielder in all of Major League Baseball. I feel like this is one of the biggest ones on the list.
This is going to be essential for this team.
Yes.
Like, this is essential. Do I think it's possible? Absolutely. I think his growth has shown that he's getting better at a lot of different things. For a dude that really needed to focus on his defensive game early, he cleaned that up pretty quickly. And I think you're seeing now the respect that people have for him at the plate. I think pitchers are up there going, "This is a tough out." Not that it's like, this is I don't want to pitch to this guy because I know if I make that mistake, he's going to put it 400 feet. Like, that's the fear, is that he has that kind of power. And Kevin, if he figures out that kind of power and bat speed this season and in season 3, that is, no, every time I come up to the plate, it is dangerous. That home run per is very dangerous. That's whenever we're going to be like, Kevin, we did it. We officially got the right one. So, yes, him growing to that next level, pairing with Corey Seager, being another player that can be dangerous.
And I'm not saying it's going to happen this year, though you would love to see it. I see Wyatt Langford as more of a 900 OPS guy.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you can get above 800.
What about 1,000?
Great. Possible. As long as you stop there. And we don't have time for that. But, yes, 1.1 maybe.
We don't have time for my silly games.
I had played along with part of it. All right. Brandon Nimmo. Now, Evan Grant points out he's probably not an 800 OPS guy anymore.
Oh, what about a 900?
That feels like a no.
What about 1,000?
But we should message him on social media and ask about that. All right. But last year, 764 OPS. Okay. Do you know what Marcus Semien and Adolis Garcia's OPS was last year?
I feel like it was in the 500 range.
That is a fair feeling. But it was actually, believe it or not, higher than that. Marcus Semien, 669. Adolis Garcia, 665. But think about this. That means Adolis Garcia Brandon Nimmo, what if he has an OPS that's 100 points higher than both of those guys?
Then we're going to be doing just fine, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I think we are definitely going to be doing just fine. And I think that's another big part of it right there. For a team, we've talked about our complaints with this lineup. If you get Brandon Nimmo to once again be 100 points higher OPS than two of the players that he's replacing, if you can even see Wyatt Langford's OPS go up by 100 points, that I feel like will change people's perceptions of this lineup pretty damn quick.
Jared asked the other day on Twitter, what's the most misunderstood stat out there?
WAR.
And WAR definitely is. OPS feels like we say it a lot. Why is it so much more meaningful than ERA or slugging? Why is it so? What does it do?
You know what? I'm really glad that you said that, because let's take a player that we had talked about earlier in the show in Luis Arise and put him up with Wyatt Langford. So, on the surface, Luis Arise, 292 batting average last year. Wyatt Langford, 241 last year. Feels like Luis Arise had far, far better season, right?
Right.
His batting average 50 points higher. But OPS, so your on base plus your slugging. And that is where it becomes more important, because that's what teams have valued more and more, is not just your batting average, but your on base percentage. And let's take a look at the on base percentage of Wyatt Langford versus Luis Arise. I told you it was 50 points lower batting average. However, on base percentage, Wyatt Langford's 17 points higher than a Luis Arise. And so that means whether it's hit by pitch or probably mostly walk, he gets on base far more often than Luis, or somewhat more often than Luis Arise, and that's what teams value. And then you factor in the slugging.
Yeah.
That's the name of the game. And the slugging for Wyatt Langford compared to Luis Arise, that's another thing that's 39 points higher. So while Luis Arise probably has more productive at-bats and outs, that's a thing I don't think that OPS correctly factors in, is productive outs. And I think that's a hole in some of these stats. But Wyatt Langford gets on base more, and he has more pop, and thus that is far more value.
I wonder if just kind of like the quarterback interception, if it's a little subjective, and that kind of creates that hole, or can we really truly judge that? So average with OPS is about 700 to 800, 800 to 900.
If you get to 800,
it's good.
You're like, hey, good job.
If you get 900 plus, you're like in the elite level.
You're probably a stud. But even that started to change, because it used to be, if you got above 800, you were like, oh man, good job. But now if you get 800 or above, I think people are like, holy crap, this player is awesome. And this is where it does get kind of confusing, because even with all those numbers, Luis Arise's WAR last year was 1.3 and Langford's was 5.6, which if you just looked at it from an old school, take a look at this. Last year, Wyatt Langford, batting average of 241. He hit 22 home runs and 62 RBIs. You're like, yeah, all right, that's, I guess, okay. But at a WAR of 5.6, which I know factors in the defense as well, you're like, holy smokes, that's freaking awesome. Mm-hmm. And if he jumps up above a 7 this year, oh my goodness, you got a bona fide superstar.
Like, let me throw in real quick. Shohei Ohtani was a 1.014 last year.
That's bananas. And if you get above a 1, it's bananas.
Aaron Judge was fine. He was a 1.144.
That's the year all time.
Yeah, but the year before he was 1.159. So he was fine last year considering. So that's where can you do one more thing for me in this conversation? Is it equally weighted with slugging and on base? Or does one carry a little more weight in it? Because it's plus.
Yeah, I know.
Like if I have a high slugging, I will have a high OPS despite my low on base percentage?
No, so yes, you could. But believe it or not, they actually, I know this is going to sound really dumb, they actually just add the numbers together.
Yeah.
So, like,
it's weird.
The formula is as simple as that.
Okay.
I don't want to pretend it's like, well, if you take 60% off the median. No, they just add the numbers together.
Yeah.
And they're like, that's what gets your OPS. Now, I'm trying not to beat people down with stats so much.
Well, I think it's important, like, with that conversation to understand why we use these stats in our conversations with our Tolos. I mean, there's a lot of them out there that know it better than we do.
And that's probably true. And Jared knows more about the advanced numbers than I think anybody else. But somebody brought up WRC Plus. And again, I'm going to try not to beat you down too much with this.
It's a cola.
But that's RC Cola. So WRC Plus is weighted runs created. And so that factors in a whole lot of stuff, including total offensive contribution. But the thing I like about that number, it's adjusted for a variety of things, including ballpark factor. And so whenever you take a look at that, see what their score is, because the league's average player is set at 100.
That's that right there. What you just brought up, WRC Plus. Okay, I'm sorry, you're finishing up what the number is, but I wanted to say something.
Yeah.
It feels like, you know how we talk in basketball and hockey, the pass that led to the assist. Like it feels like that. Hey, I did something that led to the run. That's why we add this into it, because ultimately, how many runs does our team score, and how was I a part of that?
See, and that's a fair way to look at it. And so that number is slotted at 100 for your average MLB player. And so let's go back to the same two guys.
Yeah.
Luis Ariz. His WRC Plus last year was 104. That means he's theoretically 4% better than the average Major League Baseball player.
Okay.
Whereas Wyatt Langford's was 118.
Which means he's
18% better than the average MLB player. And this year, Fangraphs has it at 125, which would mean he would bump up then to 25% better than the average Major League Baseball player. And so, so think about it. So that's why we talked about Ariz. If you put him at second base, I realize he signed elsewhere now. But if I told you right now, you could have had a second baseman that was 4% better than an average MLB player, don't you think you would have been like, great, let's do that?
Yeah, I do wonder, because that doesn't include defense, right?
I do not think so. That is an offense. Ooh, bad baseball brain. I think that is primarily offense.
Does WAR include defense?
So, and that's a thing where you can find here, and I'm not, okay, hopefully this won't make people's brains explode. Different sites have proprietary WAR, which means the Baseball Reference WAR you'll find is different than the ESPN WAR and everything like that because of a couple of different factors. So I hope you guys have found this interesting. We haven't just beat you
I thought it was
down.
fun. I really do think
but
it's
I'm
fun.
pretty sure WRC Plus is just for offense.
Because whenever we get rolling on baseball season this year, a lot of these words are going to be hitting the airwaves. And there are some new listeners, always new baseball fans.
Right.
Some people recently found out about the Rangers. And
just like with the Seahawks.
Yeah, and they're getting into what's going on here. So I think it's an exciting time because, Kevin, here in a couple of weeks, we're going to be in surprise.
Yes.
And baseball season will be rolling.
Now, a couple more things. I'm going to tell you about Ezekiel Duran, but also, Alec, I want to know if this makes us liars, because I said today was going to be the finale, but I do still have multiple things to look at from the Rangers that could make them better. Does that make us liars and we just need to cut it off? Or do you think our audience will be like, that's okay?
I think you need to continue, but I do need to preface it with...
You're lying!
Damn it! I thought this was going to be the end. All right, one more quick note for you while we're talking about all of this and power and everything like that. Ezekiel Duran. Now, whether or not you think it's going to be Josh Smith, Cody Bradford, Ezekiel Duranapalooza at second base, Ezekiel Duran has not hit a home run in the major league since September 8th of 2024. So for a player that has displayed some pop, you got to get something from him power-wise if you're going to have him out there.
Yeah, that's got to come back. Like, that was the whole reason to keep him around. The whole idea whenever he initially arrived was, holy crap, what did we just get out of this? And then it just disappeared. Like completely.
Yes.
And it was because of chasing. He got too involved. Again, this goes back to what I discussed last week. If you let the pitcher know that you're going to go after something, he's going to throw it out there all day.
Sure.
If you force the pitcher, if they go into their scouting report and they're like, dude, you have to throw it on the plate, otherwise this dude is not swinging, then they're going to have to try and figure out ways to get it around the plate to get you in position to pop. He needs to find a way to get back to that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some Super Bowl overreaction or reality. Unless I'm lying about that, too. Next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We will debate the merits of whether that gentleman belongs in Wanker of the weekend or not. I think I'm going to argue no. But right now, it's time for Super Bowl overreaction or reality. I hope you will forgive me. My first question is not specifically about the Super Bowl. I believe the rest are. Sean McVey has said he's keeping his fingers crossed that Matthew Stafford will return in 2026. Overreaction or reality? He won't. Matthew Stafford will retire.
Yeah, man, does that mean that Sean McVay hates Stetson Bennett? He's like, I don't have an option after Matt.
I feel like it's fair to say after the guy who's about to win MVP, it's a downgrade.
Yeah, he took us to the Super Bowl. We almost got there again. If it hadn't been for him, would we even been close?
Yeah, Stetson Bennett really would have got the job done for them.
Hey, who knows, man? Who knows? Overreaction or reality, he won't. I think it's a good opportunity for Matthew Stafford to go ahead and hang it up. I also see the complete desire to go, I still have Devontae and I still have Puka.
Yeah.
And now we have this 3 tight end system that nobody understands how to stop, except for, I guess, the team that's in the Super Bowl. But like, there's all these things that he loves the creative mind of his head coach. I think he sticks around another one.
Do you think if he wins the MVP has any bearing on that? Because that'll come out on Thursday.
I think, honestly, if he wins MVP, it'll make him want to do it again.
Okay.
He's like, because in your mind, wouldn't you be like, I could add 2 MVPs?
Yeah, and plus the group of quarterbacks that have won 2 Super Bowls and an MVP is only 8.
What about 2 MVPs and 1 Super
I'm not
Bowl?
prepared.
Right.
Ooh.
Aaron Rodgers.
I could probably figure that out. Steve Young, I think.
Look, there we go. We did it.
All right. I'll be asking the trivia questions here. Thank you. NFL overreaction or reality? I don't know why I came up with this question, but here it is. You would take the Cowboys plus 14 against either of these Super Bowl teams.
Oh.
5 of the Cowboys' 9 losses this season were by 14 or more points.
The way that the Patriots offense has played lately, I don't have faith, but I would take the Seahawks plus 14 for sure.
Minus 14.
Or minus 14. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So. I would take the Cowboys plus 14 for sure in this situation.
Over the Patriots, but not the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Okay. Alec, overreaction or reality? You would take the Cowboys plus 14 against either of these Super Bowl teams.
Against Seattle, I would. To Corey's point, to Corey's point with the Patriots, the way their offense is played, it feels like they would let the Cowboys stay in that game a little bit longer than they should. Maybe run up the score to like 10, a point differential of 10 in the fourth quarter. But yeah, I think Seattle would do some unholy things on that football field.
All right. So
Jackson Smith and Jigba alone.
Yeah.
And then let alone Cooper Kupp. Like, think about that, dude.
I would rather not. So don't take the points against Seattle. It's not worth it. But yes, against the Patriots. Overreaction or reality? If the Patriots win the Super Bowl on Sunday, it will be the first major accomplishment in Drake May's Hall of Fame career.
Reality.
Ooh.
First off, he's going to be in contention because the head coach is going to have a defense ready. So that team, so they'll always be in these opportune moments to do something. They went and spent this offseason whenever they had to. They said, we have to go buy some things. Let's do it. And so they invested in their team for sure. But that dude is going to have his defense ready. He does a great job connecting with the players. So I think the head coach alone does a great job. But he has found ways to make Drake May a leader also. And so now he's leading the team rather than just being a kid that's out there running around making plays. He's leading the team. They talk about him coming into the huddle and the command he has that huddle already. This is fascinating. So, yeah, I'm right there. I think it's just the first step of it all.
Alec, overreaction or reality? If the Patriots win the Super Bowl, it is the first major step in Drake May's Hall of Fame career.
See what you did there? Major step. That's a reality. It's a total reality because, like Corey said, that thing is built to last. but also this kind of success doesn't happen this early for many people.
Yeah.
So I feel like if the front office, which Elliott Wolf is doing a great job putting together that team and maintaining a solid roster on top of the great coaching that they have, they're just going to be consistent. They might just hang around the rim the next few years, but they will be perennial AFC championship contenders at minimum every single year going forward, as long as that brain trust doesn't have some weird spiraling angle where they just start to hate each other, kind of like what happened in Tennessee with Vrabel and Rand Carthon, the old GM there. As long as everybody likes each other in that building, as weird as it sounds, they'll be around for a while.
Plus, I mean, if he takes down Sam Darnold, a.k.a. Apollo, like this, if he takes him down.
I think Sam Darnold is like having a tin can as your quarterback.
If he takes down Sam Darnold, people in history will be like, was this the greatest moment in the history of the NFL when one young quarterback took down
I hope the Seahawks, because of you guys, win this game by like 30 points and Sam Darnold looks amazing. All right. We have an NFL overreaction or reality first. This one is a combo one, and it has 2 bonus questions. Overreaction or reality. You can name all 12 NFL teams that have never won a Super Bowl.
Overreaction.
Okay, Alec? Overreaction or reality. You can name all 12 teams that have never won a Super Bowl.
Overreaction.
No typing.
Overreaction. I can't.
If I give you can get 10 of them.
Overreaction.
Damn it. Alec, can you get 10 of the 12? Don't you dare
we can get this thing down to 2 and we'll look awesome.
To say.
Just keep saying overreaction.
I think I could get, you know what, reality, I think I could get 10.
All right. Alec Medford, tell me.
Why did I do this?
10, I mean, if you didn't know that was going to happen next, I don't know what to tell you. Tell me 10 teams that have never won the Super Bowl.
Okay, the Tennessee Titans.
Correct.
You've never seen the Cowboys win a Super Bowl.
That does not count.
All right.
It counts in my heart. The Houston Texans.
Correct. To what you just said, not that other part.
The Jacksonville Jaguars.
Correct.
The Los Angeles Chargers.
Correct.
The Minnesota Vikings.
Correct.
The Cleveland Browns.
Correct.
The Lions.
Correct.
The Panthers.
Correct.
The Bengals.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Okay, that is correct.
They went to one.
They have been to at least 3.
Recently.
Yeah. Okay.
true.
All right, so you got 9 of the 12. You only need 1 more.
The Arizona Cardinals.
That is correct.
Let's go.
Corey Majors, can you help him out with the other 2?
We said the Falcons.
The Falcons is correct. And I am astonished this one is left at the end.
The Jaguars.
That was already said.
Okay.
Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo
They went to 4 in a row.
Bills, but they won none of them.
I think you should essentially give them a Super Bowl championship based on those 4 losses.
If I could give Super Bowl championships based on what I want, things would look a lot different. Bonus! You can name the 4 NFL teams that have never even been to a Super Bowl.
I think I can name 3 of them.
Okay.
Were we bidding here?
No.
Okay.
You go.
Well, Jacksonville hasn't.
Correct.
The Texans haven't.
Yes.
The Lions haven't.
Correct.
The Browns also haven't.
That is correct. Now, I want you to remember these.
I forgot about the Texans for a second, and then I was like, hold on.
For the first time ever, it's a bonus question. You just listed the 4. The Jags, the Texans, the Lions, and the Browns have never even been to a Super Bowl. Overreaction or reality, at least 2 of those teams will win a Super Bowl before the Cowboys do again.
Overreaction. I think the Texans might be the closest right now.
Not the Lions?
No, I think the Lions' window might be starting to slide just a little bit. They have some work. They got a lot of work to do on that team. And also to play the style that they play, that is a physical style of football that Dan Campbell enforces.
Very true.
And I just don't know how long you can keep that up with the same players. I think the Texans are the closest, but their quarterback might be the problem. I think I want Stroud to succeed.
Yeah,
but they have the defense in place. But you just watch. We just saw Stroud out there looking clumsy the entire playoffs, like he was not prepared for it.
How crazy is it too that like 2 years ago you'd watch CJ Stroud, and then I'm like, and they're going to get a badass defense to go with. Wouldn't you have been like, oh my gosh,
done?
They're going to win all of this Super Bowl.
But now he's chasing his rookie season, and
that is a great way to put it.
He might never get it again. Yeah. The Jaguars might be. They're interesting but they are a 1 year they're 14-3. The next year, what happened? So I can't put any consistent. And once I see consistency, I can have a conversation about it.
All right, Alec. The teams are the Jags, Texans, Lions, and Browns. Overreaction or reality? At least two of those teams will win a Super Bowl before the Cowboys do again.
Overreaction. I'm exactly with Corey where I think there's one team that kind of makes sense in that fold, and it's the Texans. I think the Lions window has closed just because the NFC the past couple of years now has felt so top-heavy. There's some really well-built rosters and some that aren't built super well but really well coached. Example, the 49ers. But I could see the Texans getting close. I don't even know if I see them actually doing it. Like Corey said, the quarterback worries me, which I didn't think I was going to be saying this early in Stroud's career. So no, I don't even see one doing it.
Wow. Super Bowl overreaction or reality? A non-quarterback will win Super Bowl MVP on Sunday.
Dude, I've been all over this. Wide receiver Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Agreed.
15 catches, 150,000 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Book it.
Okay. I will not.
Okay,
That's
don't do that.
Too many yards.
But I mean, like, I really do. I think he's going to have a surplus. What's the most catches in a Super Bowl? Have we gone through that number yet?
Ooh, I believe
that would be
that is coming up at 122.
That would be a stat that I would be willing to say I think he can break this weekend.
Okay. Alec, overreaction reality. A non-quarterback will win Super Bowl MVP.
Reality, because I think the Seahawks are going to win, which means I don't think it's going to be Sam Darnold that lights up the entire world. I could see JSN. I could see Kenneth Walker. I could see a defensive player. I really could. I could see a pick six happening in this game or like a major forced fumble and recovery.
Yeah.
Shout out Tank Lawrence. And Nicky Manwari is probably one of my favorite players on the field for either team. I could totally see a defensive player getting it, so sure.
Will they ask the defensive player if he's going to go to Disney World, though? Or will they be like, we're not talking to him. Let's go ask
hey,
the
congrats. Now get another name over here. All right, well, I'm going to skip my Sam Darnold one for now because you guys are haters.
Just for the game here, I think Seattle's going to win.
Okay.
I just don't think it's going to be because of Sam Darnold.
Overreaction or reality? Jackson Smith-Njigba is ready to be or already is the best wide receiver in the league.
Well, 903, you're going to jinx this GASN guy. He's going to maybe we are. Maybe I'm putting too much on him. Already the best receiver in the league?
Or is ready to be?
He's had a great year.
Can I give you the stat on that? He broke the Seahawks single-season receiving yards record set by DK Metcalf with 6 games to play.
And who's his offensive coordinator? Clint Kubiak?
And he going away.
Leaving to go somewhere else. So replicating this might be difficult.
He still has Sam Darnold.
I appreciate that joke, Kevin. Thank you very much. I think that he will be in the top 5 consistently.
Okay.
Injuries obviously are always a problem. Wasn't that a problem for him at Ohio State a little bit? They were a little concerned about that. But injuries will always kind of decipher where you are in that. With Jamar Chase, he's still the best, but then he's missing for 6 games in a year, and you're like, well, hold on, who else? Let's look at numbers. But yeah, I think I still have Justin Jefferson as my top receiver in the league, and then we'd have to have discussions about who's next in that.
Alec?
Pickens is probably in the conversation soon.
Oh, I like that. Alec, overreaction reality. JSN is ready to be or already is the best receiver in the league.
Reality.
Woo! I love it!
Reality, just because I do think that you have to consider and almost ignore, in a way, the situation that they're in. And to me, I don't know if we can see Justin Jefferson get that same level of production going forward just because everything surrounding him is not what it used to be. So I think it's to no fault of his own, but those numbers are going to start looking less and less sexy, and people are going to look at JSN and say, the numbers are certainly there, and then you go and just Google his highlights, because highlight culture is what we live in, and people see the one-handed catches, they see the nasty route running, and they're like, okay, the paper matches what my eyes are telling me more so than Justin Jefferson. Again, I think skill-wise, Justin Jefferson is better, but people are just going to say the math is not adding up here in terms of the numbers and the eye test.
You just brought something up interesting about math. Justin Jefferson's numbers just aren't going to be the same because, well, his old quarterback, Sam Darnold's not there anymore, and JSN's numbers are popping off because his new quarterback, Sam Darnold, is there.
Justin Jefferson's numbers were great with Kirk Cousins. What are you talking about?
Like there's a theme there. Yeah.
J.J. McCarthy's not a good quarterback?
Yeah. Nowhere near as good as the icon.
And Kirk Cousins?
Man, I'm telling you, I'm going to be rooting so hard for Sam Darnold to win MVP. All of that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan now.
How invested are you in Sam Darnold cards, Kevin?
Almost none. But I wish I were.
Oh, man.
I might go on an eBay spending spree
this week
in San Francisco. I'm like, I got the best Sam Darnold card ever for $4. Now it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Now, going into this weekend, did a lot of people know who Jarrell Miller was? I don't know about that, but
I had no clue who he was.
His toupee got knocked off.
Dude.
In his fight. And the weirdest part was somebody just put it down in a seat. So it looked like the toupee had its own
little
chair and everything.
Did they put any googly eyes on it?
No.
That would have been hilarious.
At least not in the video that
I need to carry
saw.
around googly eyes just for bits like that.
I do think that would be so funny if you just started googly eyeing everything around here. Now, some would say he got punched and his toupee flew off, and that makes him the Wanker of the Weekend. Others would say he did still win the fight, and it feels like his profile went up quite a bit. What say you? Miller, Wanker of the Weekend, or no?
No.
I'm with you on that.
He gained profile from this.
Yeah.
Sure, is it embarrassing when your toupee gets knocked off of your head by a punch? Yeah. But did he win the fight?
He did.
That's all that matters.
This is a split decision.
All that matters. He got that big bank. A couple $1 million off of this, I'm betting.
I don't know about that much.
Hold on, what?
I'm guessing he probably didn't make
million.
I doubt it.
700,000?
That I don't know from there, but I think that's probably lower than that too.
Oh, is it worth it then at that point? Like to get your toupee knocked off?
Hey, you know what's amazing?
Hey, I won and I got paid, but gee.
Do you think if I told you in round 2, the one dude knocked Miller's toupee off, and then I was like, that guy's going to lose. You'd think, like, man, he's already punching his hair off. But like, it didn't come all the way off.
It looks hilarious.
So he just tore it off before the start of round 3 and threw it into the stands.
Why did he wear it to the match? Why didn't he just go slick with it and be like, this is how I fight? Like, why would you even have the toupee on?
Look,
nobody's fighting in glasses.
We all have a certain amount of pride and
boxers
vanity.
Getting out there with their contacts in.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. You could lose a contact for one.
That's happened before.
If you get stuck behind your eyeball.
100% that has happened.
Then don't do that
in
again.
fights.
They should stop. They should not ever do that. That's ridiculous. What are you doing
Once
here?
I get on the Nevada State Athletic Commission,
They don't allow people to do that, please, Kevin.
I will work on that. All right. I want to go to Tom Brady next.
The 254. That guy got paid and got two paid.
Okay. You know what, 254? You're doing a great job today. That is very clever, and I also find it humorous. So congratulations. Now, I am a well-known Tom Brady hater, but I think Tom Brady... Man, that really is clever. I think Tom Brady should count as the Wanker of the Weekend, and here's why. He gave out his LFG awards. Let's effing go. You scroll down the awards. Matthew Stafford, Player of the Year. Sure. Offensive Player of the Year. Couldn't make a decision there. So he said Jackson Smith and Jigba and Puka Nacua.
Dude, they're really good. Both of them are really good.
They are.
Pick one.
Sometimes there's ties.
Throw some cojones, Tom Brady.
You just wait. Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett. All right. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's clear cut.
Imawari, McMillan, Defensive and Offensive Rookie of the Year. But the reason why he's the wanker of the weekend, let's go to his Coach of the Year. Tom Brady's LFG, which should lend itself to some level of decisiveness, is Ben Johnson of the Chicago Bears and Mike Vrabel of the New England Patriots and Mike McDonald of the Seattle Seahawks and Liam Cohen of the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Brady had a 4-way tie for Coach of the Year. Get the hell out of here.
LFN is more like it, right? Let's effing not.
Okay.
Like, he didn't make any decisions.
Yeah.
He just brought up a bunch of coaches that exist.
Yeah, he's like, these
that
are
had
all
good years.
These are all good people. Let's pick them
at least
all.
throw that in, like, at least take one and say you're the best.
Yes.
And then say, hey, by the way, here's some honorable mentions. I don't know if you ever heard anybody do anything like that with their hits and misses of the week, but that's what I do. I'm like, you know what? I got some other stuff I'd like to include in this. Hits and misses, honorable mention, 7 of them.
And sorry, 254, if it sounded like somebody said I was about to give you the business before I gave you an aggressive compliment. Sometimes that's just how I talk. Also,
the fact that somebody said, can't wait to see what toupee Bobby goes with this week, that's something.
Should we have brought Bobby a toupee?
Well,
for San Francisco,
we can go find one.
Okay.
In San Francisco. This should be our mission.
Agreed.
We go toupee shopping. They're expensive, though.
Oh, then this will probably kill my idea. There's no chance.
Right?
I was going to suggest we bring a new one for him every day and like try it out like Pretty Woman style. But you said they're expensive.
We can get those, like, you know, the hot pink wig and stuff like that.
Can you return toupees?
I don't know.
Sorry, there's a lot of toupee questions. We were not prepared for the answer. Thank you very much to Jarrell Miller for making that happen. All right. This is tough because we've had this gentleman on the show, and I thought he was lovely. But Jamal Mashburn is the wanker of the weekend for this.
You hate Jamal Mashburn now.
I like Jamal Mashburn.
We got him, though.
But that's true. But this is just objectively stupid. He said if I was to put Cooper Flagg on the list of current freshmen, he would be 6th. It got so bad that T.O. was like, there's no way you actually think that.
Terrell Owens?
Yeah, the producers told you to say that, right? This is stupid for many different reasons.
Well, I got a question.
Yes.
Did anybody know that Jamal Mashburn was on this show before today?
That's a good point. I didn't, and it worked. But here's why that's a dumb opinion. There are lots of reasons. First of all, Cooper Flagg probably just had the greatest back-to-back games in the history of being a teenager in the NBA with like 83 points on 61% shooting after he had the most points ever for a teenager and broke the team rookie record. All of that. But Jamal Mashburn knows, or at least I hope he knows, that Cooper Flagg was in that class and he was number 1. He was in the class with DeBonsa and Peterson and Wilson and Boozer and everybody else. And he was easily number 1. And then he skipped a year, went to college, was the unanimous college player of the year when he should have still been in high school. What the hell is he talking about?
According to who?
According to the voters and the NCAA.
What do they know?
How to screw student athletes.
I do want to...
out of money.
If I'm wrong about this, you can correct me. I feel like I heard the audio, and he said he felt like there was a higher floor for those, or a higher ceiling for those other guys in the NBA.
That is a terrible take.
Like he felt like some of the other guys that are going to be coming out next year will be even better than that. They have better, more fitting pro games. What I've seen from Cooper Flagg so far and the rocket ship he's taken to where he is already. Like that's what I'm like, where is going to be the shortcoming for this kid who tries harder than everybody, but also is now developing skill to go along with it? Like his defensive effort, if he ever loses that, that's a problem.
Sure.
Because the benefit of him right now is that he is one of the best defensive players on your court, tries hard at it, and then is now, again, developing skills to go along with. Somebody messaged me over the weekend and they were like, dude, come on, about like everything that we're seeing. Like, this is so great regarding Bobby's take that he's not exciting to watch. And I was like, dude, it's the moment where Cooper Flagg decides I'm going to rack it, and you can see it in about 15 steps away that he's made the decision that he just needs to pick up a little bit of speed. That's exciting. And then you get that defensive effort on the other end. It's an absolute blast. I don't know the trajectory of the other 5 guys he would have in front of him, but you are excited about Debonsa. Didn't Debonsa get waved off and then a 3 drilled in his face over the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, Darren Peterson looks phenomenal as well. But another one of my issues with that take is that's the knock on Cameron Boozer, is he's been as productive as anybody at every single level, but people don't think his ceiling is that high. So if that's Mashburn's argument, that doesn't hold any water whatsoever.
Yeah, it was a take. It was hot, and he's catching lots of flack for it at the moment. It seems like everybody across the NBA world is like Jamal. You know what I'm saying? Like, it seems like most of the people that I'm seeing are going, are you not seeing this dude already? He's already this advanced.
Yes.
So this is, I understand. And I'm not going to hate Jamal Mashburn for it, especially if next year or some point he comes out and he's like, you know what, guys? I was wrong. I had a thought.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to go a certain way. This kid's proven me wrong, and you know what? I'm glad he's a Dallas Maverick. And you know, he goes in on, he dives in on like, I can't wait to see what what places he takes this Mavericks franchise. That would be awesome. I was wrong. When you admit you're wrong, and then you're like, I'm looking at new information. I was wrong about this initially. You can definitely make those changes.
Now, this one is kind of complicated as well. Is Paul George the wanker of the weekend? He was suspended 25 games, not 24 games, 25 games without pay for violating the NBA's anti-drug policy. In his statement to Shams Charania, Paul George said, over the past few years, I've discussed the importance of mental health, and in the course of recently seeking treatment for an issue of my own, I've made the mistake of taking an improper medication. I am very conflicted on this because the rules are the rules, and you got to know what you're putting in your body. I agree with all of that. But it is a darn shame if this is all true and he's having mental health issues, and because of that, he's now suspended for 25 games, which I would have to guess would only make, theoretically, someone's mental health issues worse.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I can imagine that part's difficult. I don't like anybody using it as an excuse, of course.
I get it.
And I don't know what's really going on in his life. Hopefully it doesn't flame out in some other way. Hopefully he finds, he's like, this is what I got hit with. This is what I'm going to deal with. I still have to focus on me, and I'm focusing on the direction I'm trying to get better at.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Hits and misses with also the 2025 NFL Contract Awards next on The Fan.
Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We will do a quick hits and misses, and then we will get into the hits and misses contracts version from 2025. Because, Kevin, you love contracts.
Can I tell you that was one on the list for Tom Brady where he actually picked one person to win? He said best value, Nishan Wright. That stings.
That is good value there.
It was.
That is on this list.
Son of a biscuit.
So thanks a lot, Kevin. Segment over.
Was the whole segment going to be about Nishan Wright and how we really dropped the ball on that?
Yeah.
Oh,
and
man.
Mike Jackson, who was with the Panthers.
Oh, man.
Remember when we had Michael Jackson?
I do. Hopefully this one didn't try to diddle any kids.
The misses of the weekend or the hits, which would you like first?
I want the hits.
All right. Very quick hits, by the way. Very quick hits. Liv Morgan fans. Gentlemen.
She won.
I am a Liv Morgan fan. And she now is going to be representing the world
at WrestleMania. Oh, man. I really want to read a text I got from Mike about that, but I did not ask him if that would be okay.
What? Why not?
He had thoughts about the Saudi dress code.
Oh. I mean, I can understand.
And what Liv can do at WrestleMania.
He doesn't think she can do it. He doesn't think she can win.
I wouldn't say that.
He does think she can win.
I don't think that was relevant to our conversation either.
I am so confused, but I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Also, hit of the weekend, finishing the story, ? Because now we get to finish Roman Reigns' story.
What is his story?
Finally winning WrestleMania.
He won every year WrestleMania forever. They created the 2-day WrestleMania that feels like in part to fake that he's been in the most main events ahead of Hulk Hogan. And yeah, he's always in the main event at WrestleMania, which I get. He's a huge star, but I don't like him being in the title match because he wrestles like maybe 5 times a year.
All right, how many times, though, has he won this thing?
Twice.
Really? Is he the most decorated wrestler in the history of wrestling?
No.
Who is?
I mean, you could say John Cena.
But
Ric Flair argues
he quit
about
the
that
game
because he hates to tell the truth.
Oh, no.
Ric Flair is the biggest piece of trash, maybe, in recent wrestling.
Yeah.
John Cena's good?
Good is a complicated question, but I'm going to say yes.
Alec?
Oh, yeah. Easily.
I don't know much about y'all's world of wrestling, so I'm just kind of...
No, he's a good wrestler. I think Roman Reigns is a good wrestler to a certain extent, but now you get the Roman Reigns formula. Not every match has to be 30 minutes in slow motion.
Best wrestler / actor? Like, who turned out to be the best actor? Is it The Rock still?
Batista.
Oh,
Batista.
I did just see a super generic Batista movie that was pretty fun.
Is it the one where he drives around with the guy from Silicon Valley?
No.
That's a very
That's from
generic
several
one.
years ago.
Yeah.
This is a new one with Jason Momoa, and if you're like, hey...
Wrecking Crew?
Yeah. It feels like AI wrote the script every beat along the way, but those two have pretty good chemistry, so it ended up being fun. I could see Batista.
That means they didn't make love.
They did not.
Because if you have good chemistry, that means you didn't make love with the person that you have chemistry with.
Oh, interesting. I think Cena's in the mix for that.
Like this Margot Robbie situation.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Wuthering Heights. Evidently, Avery keeps saying like she became very codependent on her.
To be fair,
I saw this.
I've heard a lot of Avery's misinformed opinions.
Yeah, so this one's
No, this is real.
This one though, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's just part of Hollywood.
Yeah,
I think
honestly.
I think in Hollywood they're always like, "Hey, we got to figure out a connection of some sort." And she's like, "Yeah, tell everybody that I fell in love with him or something."
It was Jacob Eldory, I think.
Is that Frankenstein?
Yeah, that she said that she was like super codependent because their on-screen role is so close. She like anytime he wasn't in the same room off like the set, she was like, "Where is he? Like, why is he not around?" And she said that happens with like every movie.
Isn't she married?
Think so.
It's concerning.
I will not listen to a possibility that there's a Hollywood affair.
That's why Adrian didn't want me to go to Hollywood. She was like, I don't want you getting caught up in that. I'm assuming.
This Yahoo News Canada headline is concerning. Margot Robbie had a shrine to Jacob Elordi during Wuthering Heights. A shrine? That feels weird.
That
Have you
is
ever made a
concerning.
shrine?
No.
So that's a good
with a hair doll.
That's a good answer.
Women, right?
Okay. No! This one said they had shrines of each other.
Oh, because with those powers combined, you could be the most powerful actor.
This is
I
weird.
got a question regarding shrines. If you found out somebody had a shrine in their closet of you,
I'd go talk to him.
would you be flattered?
Yeah.
Or would you be concerned?
No, I mean both. But I would be flattered. I feel like I would try to take the time to talk to them. Now, would there have to be security personnel around? Maybe. But I appreciate the time and effort they put into that shrine.
What if it was the boss? Like if you found out the boss has a Kevin shrine and he's got a little...
I would just use that in our next contract negotiations.
Would you use it as a positive thing? Or...
Yeah. It would be weird if somebody had a shrine of you and they're like, can't give you that raise. I'd be like, you can't? I wish I had hair for your hair doll shrine, but I don't.
By the way, that's from the movie Slackers, I believe.
Yes. Very obscure movie.
Where Jason Schwartzman collects hair of a girl that he loves who doesn't know that he loves her.
Oh,
and makes a hair doll out of it.
This movie is accused of being whitewashed too. Come on!
You're kidding me.
Because I guess Lordy's character in Wuthering Heights was not white.
Misses of the weekend. Sports Illustrated, this is kind of a miss of the year. They gave the Patriots an F for signing Milton Williams.
Oh.
Things have turned out okay there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoops.
So, sorry, Sports Illustrated. It happens, you know. Jamal Mashburn, y'all are in the same company. It's fine. I guess I'm going to say this is a miss. The Mavericks still have no All-Stars after the reserves have been announced.
Yeah.
And that's a bit of a miss, in my opinion, Kevin.
But LeBron made it again.
Hooray. Would you have rather Flag been in there?
Hell yeah.
Than LeBron?
Hell yeah.
Who deserves it more?
Probably LeBron, but I'm also not invested in like LeBron's All-Star streak. I thought he had a great quote. He goes, because somebody's like, oh, is that like a goal? And he goes, you know, when I missed like the first 12 games, I wasn't thinking, I hope I could play well enough to be an All-Star. And I thought,
so he sounds realistic.
Yeah, I thought that was a really funny bit.
And then another miss of the weekend, Elena Rybakina.
Oh, tennis.
Tennis, yes, that's right. When she won the Australian Open, which Kevin didn't watch because it was in Australia.
It starts at like a ridiculous
Has
time
nothing to do with the fact that it's women's tennis. It's just the fact that it's Australian.
Look, I will admit, I enjoy men's tennis more than women's tennis.
Is there a way to edit the "this is tennis" out of there?
Oh, there definitely is.
We don't want to start. We don't want to set that standard that that's okay. You know?
Just for the record, I think you should be able to say that. Like, I think you should be able to say that you enjoy one thing over the other without, like, as long as it's not bad, without getting dragged.
I got you, dude. Anyway, Elena won the Aussie Open, and Kevin, when she won it, she did a fist pump above her head and then went and grabbed her bag.
So you were underwhelmed by her celebration.
This is a moment you've been waiting for your entire life to win the Australian Open. And you jump up there and you're just like, we did it, guys. And that was it.
So you wanted her to like fall on the ground.
Jump on the net. Balance on it. Walk on it like a tightrope.
That would be cool.
Do something. And she was just like, yay. And then went and like getting her bag, getting ready to walk off. They're like, hey, do you want the trophy ceremony? And she's like, no, I'm good. What was that about?
Man, okay. So
go back, get a chance. If you get a chance, go watch her celebration. it looked like the person that lost was more excited than she was about winning this.
Yeah, because I was just looking, the only other major she had ever won was Wimbledon in 2022.
Thank you.
That
was 4 years ago. Forgot numbers.
And she's never been past the quarterfinals of either the French or the U.S. Open. It definitely feels like
maybe she didn't believe it. Maybe she was like, "Hold on, am I being punked right now? Am I on candid camera?"
Maybe she's been on the wrong end of too many key matches, and she's like, God, I hate seeing those jacknuts every time just go crazy.
Just wanted to go fight a kangaroo. All right, guys, the 2025 NFL Contract Awards, according to Joel Corey. Now, I like Joel Corey, obviously, because his last name's Corey. My first name's Corey. He doesn't have an E in it. He does have an extra R.
Okay. Do you find more egregious, the extra R or the E?
You know what? Last names, off limits.
Okay.
Last names, we can do whatever we want with last names.
Sure.
First names we need to be consistent.
Okay.
People with E's in your name. Most valuable acquisition. Who do you think it was, Kevin?
Milton Williams, based on what you just said.
Runner-up.
Sam Darnold.
Runner-up, Micah Parsons, edge for the Packers.
2.
Sam Darnold.
Hell yeah!
Got him for a friendly 3-year, $100 million contract. $33 million a year. Allows you to spend elsewhere. Go get a DeMarcus Lawrence if you want to.
Do you think Dak is twice as good as Sam Darnold?
Nope.
Do you think they're equivalent?
No.
Okay.
I do think that Dak's better.
Yeah, but not twice as better.
Man, that's actually an interesting conversation, too, because I'd like to see their matchups, because when he was with the Jets, he beat the Cowboys. That was a dumb game, too. That was a really dumb game. And as he said, he is reshaping his reputation for, quote, choking in big games. So there we go.
The seeing ghosts thing really haunted him for a while.
Yeah,
right?
And now he gets to play in the big game to prove a point.
Yep.
Least valuable acquisition. Runner-up. Justin Fields.
Oh.
For the Jets.
Yeah.
Winner. I don't know if you win this. Geno Smith.
Yeah. Man, that's tough. You're on the wrong end of the best one.
Yeah.
You're the other person involved in that.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's tough.
Yeah. Offensive signing of the year. Mac Jones gets the victory in this. Sam Darnold was the runner-up. Come on, what are we doing here?
Hold on.
What are we doing here?
This is that bogus thing they do with offensive player of the year. How can you be the best acquisition and only the second best offensive acquisition behind Sam Darnold when you play the same position?
Well, what if the rules are nobody can win the same two awards?
All right.
And if that's the case, then we'll rock with that. But listen, Mac Jones, 2-year, $8.41 million contract, won 5 of 8 games for the Niners this year.
I mean, he played very well.
Yeah, and despite the electrical substation, was still able to be out there on the field.
I'm really intrigued by that.
The electrical substation in question. We'll call it that for now, because we really don't know yet. Defensive signing of the year. You'd probably think, obviously, Myles Garrett. No, you'd be wrong.
Oh. Do they count Micah Parsons as a signing because he got a new deal?
Yeah, they do. Micah Parsons.
Well, there you go.
Who immediately made that team better.
Yeah,
they were better when he was on the field, and when he wasn't on the field, obviously they were missing that piece. Do I think that he's the reason everything for them? Not really, but he is a massive part of their future now.
Look, and I know Micah has failed to make an impact in playoffs past, but who's to say if Green Bay wouldn't be here right now if he would have stayed healthy?
Best contract extension, James Cook. Worst contract extension, Deron Bland. Oh, man.
I mean, look.
4-year, $90 million.
It is a troubling pattern.
But we're already out of year one.
Whether it's Tyrone Crawford, Jalen Smith, or Deron Bland, the players who are willing to sign at the level that you think they're worth is maybe there's a reason.
Yeah. Gotta take a look at that.
What's the last really good contract extension the Cowboys did?
I'd have to look.
Okay.
Dak.
No.
Well, he was second in MVP voting.
Yeah. And you paid him $5 million more than Josh Allen.
I think he might be second in comeback player of the year voting this year.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
That's worth being the highest paid player in the NBA.
The biggest steal, obviously, Nashawn Wright.
Yeah. Well, we didn't need cornerbacks this year, did we?
Dude, everybody giving up on Nashawn Wright.
No, you're right.
That is like
Yeah,
that.
no,
Let's
you're
not-
right,
Let's
you're
not
right,
act
you're
like
right,
we
you're
all
right.
didn't give up on him.
No, you're
But
right.
Al Harris obviously saw something in him while he was here
Yeah.
and said, "Hey, I can coach this kid."
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. Worst use of a contract, Cam Robinson. Best use of a contract, or of a contract year, George Pickens.
I get it. He's
is
made himself a lot of money.
Pickens did exactly what you're supposed to do in a contract year. I talk about it all the time. Exactly what you're supposed to do in a contract season. Go out and let the performance talk for you.
Yeah.
Do your best to stay on your best behavior and watch the money trucks just roll up to your house.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to end up happening there. All right, that is the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait, what the hell?
What?
What? Play cut number 7. Why didn't this fella get a hit?
Alcaraz conquers Australia. 6-2, 6-3.
Go ahead and turn that crap off right now. You have an entire show to play all the tennis you want. I did tennis, Kevin. I did all the tennis I wanted in the C block.
Why is the lady who
She won,
and you're disappointed with her, but the guy who became the youngest Grand Slam winner in men's tennis
It was kind of
history-
expected for him to win this.
Okay.
With this girl, it was unexpected and very unassuming based on her celebration. Congratulations to Carlos Alcaraz.
He was too excited?
No, I just didn't care.
Oh, man.
But we'll go visit his island when we head out to San Francisco.
That's not...
Is it open?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Celebrate for you.
Coming up next, it's Super Bowl week, so will any of these big game records go down? Next on The Fan.
Roger that.
Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Christie's on him. Gafford lurking. Şengün inside. Banks it home. Big bucket from Şengün.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Over the weekend, the Dallas Mavericks fall to the Houston Rockets, 111-107. That is 4 straight losses for them. They will be back in action on Tuesday night against Boston in a finals rematch from a couple of years ago that will look a whole lot different, in part because you've hit the 1-year anniversary of the Luka trade.
Oh, yeah.
But it's Super Bowl week.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Sorry. And we're going to talk about that. I have a whole bunch of Super Bowl records for you.
Okay.
And I want to see if you think any of them can be broken.
Is it Charlie Pride's Dallas Cowboys? That was a great record.
I don't think they hold any of these records. They would have, except for one particular play.
Leon Lett.
Yes. Will any player break the Super Bowl passing touchdown record? The record is 6. You would need a quarterback. That was Steve Young in Super Bowl 29.
Playing against a bunch of bums.
Agreed. 30-1 on your money if you think somebody will throw for 7 or more passing touchdowns. That feels exceedingly
I just feel like the
unlikely.
defenses are too good.
Yeah.
For both of these teams for anything like that to happen.
Agreed.
So, no, I don't think so.
We will see if we get to any more reasonable ones. Will any player break the Super Bowl passing yardage record, which is 506?
Good God!
Or, excuse me, 505. If you think somebody can get to 506 or higher, 50-1 on your money.
That's so many.
It really is.
A lot of yards.
Now,
this is a passing era.
It is.
But no.
But since you say that, Jerry Rice holds the record for most receiving yards with 215. Will any player break the Super Bowl receiving yardage record? Only 9-1 on your money. That feels low.
I want to say Jackson Smith and
Yeah.
Jigba, but it seems smart for the Patriots to key in on him.
Yes.
Now, obviously, Clint Kubiak's going to try and come up with some ways to open him up and let him and Sam Darnold do some work together. He'll scheme up some plays that'll set up for big plays. But there's nobody else I don't think that would be in this conversation.
Yeah.
Cooper Kupp, he can have a bunch of them, a bunch of catches, but he's not turning up field and turning those into big plays right now.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that.
He could have 12 catches, but I could see that for being 90 yards, you know.
Now, you asked most receptions in a Super Bowl. The answer, James White, who had 14 in Super Bowl 51.
Hey, googly moogly.
Will any player
That's a running back.
have 15 or more receptions, 20-1 on your money?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But the reason that he had that many catches is because their opponent that year was so disciplined in making sure no big plays are going to happen.
True.
So Tom Brady had to keep checking down and checking down and checking down.
I have 2 that I think might be accomplishable.
How
in this
patient
cycle.
will Sam Darnold and Drake May be if that's the game? If they're just like, "No, all we can do is check down.
I don't know. Now, Timmy Smith, this is one of the weirder stories in Super Bowl history. Timmy Smith holds the record for 204 yards rushing in a Super Bowl. All regular season, he had 126 yards rushing.
Wow.
So he had more yards rushing in just the Super Bowl than the entire regular season. 18-1 on your money. Will somebody run for 205 plus yards?
There are 3 running backs that I think could do it.
Okay.
All in this Super Bowl, I think there are 3 of them out there. And Kenneth Walker, Ramondre Stevenson could. But he splits time with Travion. If Travion gets hot, they might just go ahead and feed him. I'm going to say no, because I've been swearing by this is going to be 84 of the toughest yards you've ever seen with a touchdown.
I think this one's got a shot. The record for longest field goal in a Super Bowl, 57 yards from Harrison Butker. Do you believe there can be a field goal of 58 or more yards? 4-1 on your money.
Really? 4-1.
That's not bad.
How's the turf in that stadium? I heard there was one time there was a game there. The turf wasn't so good.
They fixed it.
All right.
Fixed everything. Allegedly.
I think it can be done.
Okay. You like that one as
I
a
do.
potential.
Yeah.
What about this one? What do you think the combined record is for most points scored in a Super Bowl?
Hold on. Can we go back to that last one real quick?
Yes.
I might be taking that back because field position I think is going to be huge in this one. And
so you think they're going to play the old school
attempt,
field position
a big
game?
long field goal would put you at midfield, and I think they're going to try and keep people pinned. All right, what was the question again?
Most combined points in a Super Bowl. What do you think the record is?
89 points.
Only 75.
Oh.
That was that same JV Super Bowl with the 49ers winning 49-26. Can the combined record of 75 points be broken? If so, 12-1.
Not in this game.
You probably won't think the next one either. The Super Bowl record for most points ever scored by a team is 55 from the 49ers in Super Bowl 24. That, of course, would have been broken by the 92 Cowboys, if not for
Don Beebe hustling down the field.
Yeah, for that one play. Well, that's also...
Who do you blame for that? Do you blame...
I blame Leon Lett.
Leon Lett?
Yeah, of course.
You don't give Don Beebe credit for hustling?
But you said, who do I blame? I'm not going to blame his hustling. That's what he's supposed to do.
Okay.
All right, couple more things. I don't have odds with this, but some more Super Bowl facts and figures for you because that last one was also 12-1. So it feels like you don't love the records for this one.
I'm sorry, man.
That's
if
okay.
I let you down there.
Not at all.
I'm terrified.
All right. Will the Patriots score points in the fourth quarter? Mike McDonald coached defenses in 5 playoff games as the defensive coordinator in Baltimore and head coach in Seattle, have given up 0 points in the fourth quarter. The only points scored were a defensive touchdown in Mike McDonald's first game as a coordinator in 2022. So in 5 playoff games, nobody has scored points on his defense.
That's interesting. That tells me that
kind of shocking.
He's doing something early in the game and staying with his game plan all along, and has a plan for the fourth quarter. And I don't know if that plan is pressure or what it is, but it tells me that he's sticking with something throughout the game. Maybe making some adjustments at halftime, but then whenever the fourth quarter comes along, he's like, all right, now we turn it up.
I'm not going to lie. Learning that fact, I already thought Seattle was going to win, but I feel like that's really kind of pushed me.
Oh, yeah. Especially late in that game.
Yeah.
Can you make a play that late in a game? Can you make a play after the third quarter and you're like, okay, I don't think this is going to happen at all.
Yeah, I think that's entirely possible, especially if it sets you up going into the fourth quarter as you got a 3rd and 13.
Yeah.
If you're already son of a gun, we're about to have to punt. And all right, this is Seattle's 4th Super Bowl appearance since the turn of the century, tying the Eagles for the most from the NFC. With a win, they would join Philadelphia, the Giants, and Tampa Bay as the only 4 NFC teams with multiple Super Bowl wins since 2000.
Really?
Yeah, there's only 3 right now.
Well, they have? Oh, when there was their the other one, was that in 90? That was in
Seattle?
Yeah. Didn't they win with Sean Alexander? No. Okay.
They have 1 Super Bowl
good
title.
Luck for them.
You don't mean that, but you better not mean that for this one either. New England, if they win, it would be their 41st playoff victory, moving ahead of the 49ers for the most postseason wins in NFL history. Their playoff win percentage of .645 is already the best ever.
Wow.
Topping, of course, San Francisco. And then this is bizarre to me. This is the 3rd Super Bowl between starting quarterbacks picked in the top 5 of their respective drafts, as well as the first where both quarterbacks were taken 3rd.
Interesting.
Which is kind of fun, right?
Yeah.
The other matchups, Peyton Manning and Cam Newton, and Joe Burrow and Matthew Stafford.
This makes that NFL graphic even more interesting now, considering where they were picked and all that. I mean, come on, dude.
Are you ready?
Kind of fishy.
Are you coming over to my side, and now you think that?
Yeah, the later in the day it's gotten,
they kind of try to tip us off.
Or I'm starting to believe it.
Okay, see, I like that. This is what I was looking for.
Where's the copy of the script?
Corey.
Where's the copy?
All right, and did you see that Scott Hansen even came out and he talked about that, and he was like, "I swear the NFL's not rigged," which is what a good company man would do.
Oh, and he's the guy from NFL from Red Zone, right?
Yeah, which has now been merged with ESPN.
Interesting.
They finally got approval of that deal. So
interesting.
Do you expect
ESPN
him to tell you the truth? Or no?
I don't know, man. Not anymore. I really like his coverage, though, when he throws the octo box up there.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Now you have two different options right here. Do you want to reflect on the year anniversary of the Luka trade or go back to the Stars winning?
The Stars.
I had a feeling.
People don't want to talk about the Luka thing anymore.
Man, I don't, but it feels like a lot of people really do.
They were ready to write stories about it.
Yeah, that dominated my social media feed over the weekend.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Go ahead and give me cut number 4, will you please? And we'll talk about something positive, the Dallas Stars.
From the 20-year-old boot, feeds Duchesne, he scores! The beat goes on for both Jamie Benn and Matt Duchesne. They combine. Duchesne's goal streak run to 4 games, and Dallas moves back up by a pair.
Yeah, I was going to go over this with G-Bag and Crosstalk, but I feel like we really need to talk about if Eric's ready to move to California or not. The Dallas Stars have won 4 straight, 5 of their last 6. They have 2 more home games before the Olympic break. Tonight against Winnipeg and Wednesday against St. Louis.
You going to watch tonight's game?
Let's see. We'll still be in the air.
Uh-huh.
But I think because of my American Airlines credit card, I get free Wi-Fi.
Look at that.
So
I'm logging in as Kevin on the airplane.
Yes.
What I'm being told.
By the way, I did get a text from Mike at about 12:30 Saturday afternoon. It's like, hey, did they moved wrestling off of Peacock? And then he had other questions about streaming services that I may or may not be a part of.
No, I think I brought along my American Airlines card also, so I too would get free Wi-Fi. So I'm hoping that that's going to be the case for me. Looking forward to that.
Okay, I like that.
Watch some Landom.
It's still Landman. How important do you think these 2 games are? Because these are the Stars' last 2 games for 3 weeks as we go into the Olympic break.
Oh, I think it's a great opportunity to kind of go into the break feeling confident and not having a bunch of question marks on yourself as you come back into it. But it's not going to change the trajectory of anything. But I do think that both, Duchesne's on a roll right now. It's nice to see that. The guys that have been kind of building to something, it would be nice to see more of that from them. And then take that break, hopefully have an addition after the break. That puts you in a new position to say, hey, we're taking over for the Wild, and I don't think you're going to be able to catch Colorado.
Probably not.
That's just like you have an MVP on that team and Nate McKinnon right now, and you're probably just going to have to say, we're going to finish second, but we're going to stack something up on the way there. We're not just going to limp our way into this thing.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation as they are live from Radio Row in San Francisco. We'll get to that next right here on The Fan.
Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. If you wanted to know some of the facts and figures from realignment day in the UIL, the cutoff for 4A, 1,304. For 5A, it was 2,214 students. And then Allen's non-district schedule, they're going to play in football Duncanville, DeSoto, and South Lake Carroll.
That's awesome.
That is a freaking gauntlet.
You know what? That'll be the state of Texas will want to watch those games. Those tickets will be sold.
I agree with you on that. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, let's take you to San Francisco and Radio Row to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
We are terrific, Hagee. How are you?
Man, I'm doing really well, and I hope I can ask this to start.
Please do.
Wolchuk, what do you think about tucking in your shirt?
Oh, okay. So this is a good question.
Wow, are they spying on us?
You guys listening? Like, what the hell's going on?
You guys got eyes and ears down here?
Know
I didn't know.
I
didn't know if tucking in your shirt was considered gay or not gay.
Okay.
So I thought that this shirt that I'm wearing
stop it.
a little long. So I tucked it in. Brian said he always tucks his shirt in, so that's how I know it's probably a little gay.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? I'm rocking with it tucked in.
I'm a lot gay. Don't forget that. Okay.
Hagee, I need to know what to do for the voice. Like I feel like my voice is waning now. Like I am not.
Yeah.
I'm losing it. I'm losing it today.
All right.
Whiskey bottles.
Yes.
Brand new car.
Actually, I did get told that whiskey is very helpful, but two things. They have these like Vicks Vapo lozenges that you can get at the store, and also the over-the-counter sore throat medicine. Take a couple shots of that.
Should I take him some of those mints that Reggie used to give us?
Yes, the Power Mints.
Yeah, I'm going to get some Power Mints. I'll bring them out to you.
Thank you. I love you.
Wait, we see Reggie right now. Do you think Reggie's got you got some Power Mints?
Yeah, Reg, you got those Power Mints?
Power Mints?
You got that throat?
Can I get a Power Mint?
Told you.
There you
Reggie.
go.
Throw goat. What a stud.
Him and Nancy Reagan.
Yep.
Oh, they're airborne. Look out.
Oh, I got it.
He caught it! Chemistry.
Was the upset of the day right there.
That's chemistry.
I think he actually dropped it and kind of flippered it over.
He's not letting anything slip out of those sausage fingers.
I got it in the crevice of the elbow. And the
Body
I got it in the weenus.
Body catcher.
I like it.
I'm a real Terrence Williams. That's what they called me. Just stay away from the scooters, boys.
Now,
take a couple, man.
Oh, man, they're so freaking strong and gross, but they work. Now,
no, don't take all of them.
Chiafalo, there was concern on the morning show that you are thinking about just going ahead and moving to California.
Yeah.
How has your Super Bowl experience been thus far?
Treat it like a brand new mission field.
He walked off
like
the plane
that
in
idea.
a dress. It was incredible.
Other than the sniffing dogs.
No, Wolchuk's been very observant with the demographic out here.
It's incredible.
You can see things you never thought you'd see before. You thought it was only imaginary, but it's right there in front of you. Right there in front of you. Wow, that girl is 6'5". Holy crap! Look at the biceps on that chick. It's pretty incredible.
Can I get your number for my friend Brian?
The weather's amazing. The food has been 10 out of 10. Just being able to hop on the BART, which is the San Francisco Dart, which was confusing. There's been some confusing things.
No, admit how confused you were to start the game.
I was like, why am I riding a BART right now?
Hey, by the way, we did have an Uber driver give up on us last night.
Oh, what does that mean?
So did our Waymo gave up.
He couldn't double back.
Yeah.
He couldn't get us to our destination, so he just kind of threw up his hands.
He did. He claimed no speaking English.
No mas, he said.
No mas. Yeah, he did.
Luckily, Chief knew enough Spanish to just say Camino and do his fingers like we were walking. So he pulled over.
Okay, I need a ruling here, guys. Eric sitting in the front seat, gentleman playing Hispanic music.
Yeah.
It's good. Eric pulls up his Hispanic playlist, gets the guy to play it. I don't think the guy was too happy.
I don't think he was crazy about it, but like he was very. I mean, he obliged. Like the hospitality.
I think
was
it allowed
real.
him. I think it allowed him to kick us out.
It might have been the.
I think he did.
That might have planted the seed.
I think
It's muy fuego.
Yeah, I told him. I said, La canción es muy fuego. Daddy Yankee Nueva.
How much have you guys been enjoying your day leading up to today, to now?
We enjoyed it last night. We enjoyed our night, Hagee, but we're all business until 5 o'clock Pacific.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself.
How long was the wait at the burrito place?
It was long. It was long, but I'll tell you what, it was worth the wait. I was telling Walchuk the entire time because we were starving. I mean, we were like, dude, we haven't eaten in forever. We got these pretzels from the plane. That's pretty much all we're snacking on. So we were starving, and I'm like, dude, are we really doing this right now? Are we really about to stand in this line that wraps around the freaking corner? And I don't have a jacket, and it's a little bit cold. And he was like, trust me. He said that about 1 million times until about an hour later we finally sat down and consumed what was perhaps the best quesadilla and burrito I've ever had the pleasure of consuming.
It really was delicious. Like the best travel food that I've had.
It was an awesome experience. It really was. Like it's authentic. Like I have some buddies that have been out to California before, and they're like, man, I think the Mexican food in California beats the Tex-Mex that we get. And I was like, you're crazy. And then through one experience, I'm like, they might be onto something, man. And then we got the Chowder Bowl last night too. We boogied over to the Fisherman's Dwarf and enjoyed the sourdough bread bowl with the clam chowder. It was beautiful, man.
Yeah, with Sleepy and Dopey.
I didn't realize they actually have a Velcro wall.
What was the name of that place again?
The Fisherman's Dwarf.
It dwarfs all expectations.
It really does.
Doc and then we're all out there.
Grumpy came out with the sourdough bread bowl. Said, "You want some Tabasco in there? Do it yourself, bitch."
Yeah, we put the crab meat in there. Put the crab meat in there. And
no, it was delightful. It was really, really good.
That was awesome. Like, really, everything's been great. And then I'm in the gym today at the hotel, and it's really the nicest hotel gym in probably the world. And based on my research, and you got Micah Parsons in there, okay? He's rehabbing the knee. In comes Dak Prescott. You know, he's got to get that work in. Like, the work never stops for these guys. So, and it's just a who's who of Pro Bowlers down there in the lobby. Puka Nacua.
CeeDee Lamb.
Shador Sanders.
Quinnen Williams.
Tyler Booker. T-Book.
It must be the official Pro Bowl because I think on floor 2 there's like this giant hospitality area that's got all this NFL stuff in there.
Yeah, I think it's the PA Hotel. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Great job by Tim Collins booking this.
Yeah, he's flexing.
10
he's
out of
happy.
10.
Really great experience so far, fellas. The only thing we're missing is the KNC Masterpiece.
On our way directly after this show, we will be hopping on an airplane.
But you're not missing Sean and RJ?
Actually, I really want to touch Bobby's head.
Yeah. No,
he looks good, man.
He does.
I hope that hair never comes back.
That's what happened to me, Broadus.
It does look good. I think he's got the right idea. Now Bobby's followed. You're next, Brian.
But he hates it. So he put a hat on.
He hates it?
Oh, yeah. He puts a hat on and put his hood up and said he refuses to look at it. He asked his wife if she saw a picture of it, and she said, no, thanks.
Wow.
She'll get used to it.
Yeah, I think it's a better look for him. I thought the biggest nightmare for him is flying here with all the hair shreds and shards like in the itch factor.
Yeah.
That was something I don't think he really considered.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We have 4 Super Bowl Radio Row guests. Sean Merriman coming up at 2:20. Nate Tice at 2:40. A podcasting beast. We have Jermaine Wiggins, Super Bowl winning tight end, with us at 5:20. And there was one other in here. That's right. Mike Sando of The Athletic, 4:40. We'll ask him how many brisket Sandos he's had
There
recently.
we go. As long as we can get a version of you responding that goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, buddy." That is just my favorite thing ever.
We'll see you soon.
All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation live from Radio Row in San Francisco. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. We will be there tomorrow. Sean and RJ will be there tomorrow, dominating Radio Row 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
And HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Radio Row in San Francisco, and our coverage is brought to you by Stella Artois and Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. General at your service. If you see me, beer me, N.A. Wouldn't mind one of those Stella NAs right about now. There's Brian Bross, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. Rocking and rolling here with you for the next 5 hours. You got Lucius Alexander back in the Pimp Cup Master Control, 75 and 635. Wolchuk and Chia. Follower here. DJ Pridemore is remote engineering along with Tim Collins, remote producing. Live on Radio Row for Super Bowl 60. And it's been a great first 24 hours or so. Boots on the ground. We were just talking in crosstalk about how our hotel is some sort of an NFL Players Association hotel. I rode the elevator last night with Quinnen Williams and Pat Surtain Sr. Saw George Pickens bumping around. Like, go down there for 30 seconds and you're watching or some of the top players in the entire NFL kind of hanging out. I'd say food so far for me, not quite up to your standards, not quite up to what you guys got to experience last.
What'd you dive
night.
into?
I've just been DoorDashing.
Yeah. 7-Eleven crap?
And I would say so far, if
Beef jerky.
If San Francisco has a great reputation for its food, it does not apply to the DoorDash menu. So far, I would say Dallas outperforms it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll take your word for that. We bounced around and found some good local spots, and so far so good. That's been. I mean, did you see the photo? I got to show you the picture of this quesadilla.
Yeah.
This quesadilla rock your freaking socks.
I'm jealous
off,
right now.
Unbelievable.
La taqueria. DoorDash that.
That's a Michelin star.
Yes.
Yeah, it's alleged. It's the best world burrito.
Best world burrito in the world.
They say world's burrito. It's the best.
We also got to experience one of our first earthquakes, or maybe our first earthquake on the road, a 4.3 this morning.
I didn't feel it.
Rocking the Bay. It was
7:01.
7:01.
Yeah, Sean texted me and said quake. I'm like, is this a typo?
I responded back, girth.
Saw another story that there was actually 9 earthquakes this morning. There was a breakout of them, but 4.3 was the biggest, and apparently people that were up at that time could feel it pretty easily, but I slept through it.
I was podcasting in here and didn't feel it. I mean, maybe just because of the structure. I don't know.
Good construction.
I didn't feel it either.
I didn't. I was just kind of like just doing work, and
they got to earthquake-proof all their buildings.
But Dawson, you and I were talking about that, right?
Yeah,
Driving in.
Oh yeah, we were. It's been on my mind the whole time.
Dawson and I were like, going, have you ever thought about like being somewhere and all of a sudden they just have an earthquake, you know? And he goes, I really haven't thought about it, but now I'm thinking about it. Yeah.
I mean, I think being up on these bridges as a local, like day in and day out, it's like, aren't you tempting fate a little bit for the next big one to rock? Didn't you watch the World Series in 1989 and see like the Bay Bridge collapsed and cars just fell?
Yeah,
you know, that kind of. But I guess it doesn't bother them. I guess you get used to it, and little earthquakes like they had this morning don't bother them at all. Okay, speaking of George Pickens, there was a report this morning from Calvin Watkins. He's had no contact with the Cowboys so far about a new deal. What do you guys think about that?
I think it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise. His agent clearly is not super aggressive. He doesn't want to pick up the phone and go first. We know Jerry and company don't really want to either. And it's still, the calendar says just now February. They feel like they got all the time in the world.
And I think they realize it's probably going to be tagged no matter what. That'll be the the placeholder there. But what Jory said when she talked to Stephen Jones at the Senior Bowl was interesting in terms of the defensive coordinators they were interviewing. It was so difficult to prepare to go up against CD and Pickens, and it made Steven think like, okay, that's even more incentive to keep George Pickens on the roster. I think he's going to be a Cowboy next year.
I just want to acknowledge something. Our guy Wolchuk is fighting through immense adversity.
It's not good.
Right
He
now with
is.
his throat. You can tell he's got the lozenge in.
I'm about to put number 2 in.
That's oh my gosh, he's already humming through 2. We're 4 minutes into the show,
So we'll see how this goes.
he's fighting.
But
Turn the mic off.
Jerry, in farther down in that story or before that, I can't remember what the order was, but he also said we got to be open-minded to anything. And I think he's trying to send a message to the agent that, if the demands are huge, and I don't necessarily believe that there has been no contact. I mean, last year when he was saying they hadn't really talked with Micah, we later found out that it had at least been significant exchanges of numbers. And then, Micah and Jerry get together and talk. And I just don't think they want to be very forthcoming. But I do think overall, after going through Micah last year, CeeDee Lamb the year before that, Dak Prescott the year before that, I think this is just their playbook for the engagement farm. And I don't think they're annoyed by it like the media and fans are. So we're just going to have to, I think, buckle up for maybe another extended, harsh negotiation that goes into the summer. Let me ask you this. If they allow it to impact training camp, how big of a mistake would that be? Because I think that's where we're heading for the possibility of it.
Well, we've seen before it can have a big impact with Lamb, right?
Yeah.
When he missed all that time year before last, and him and Dak were just clearly not on the same page. The whole offense was a train wreck, so hopefully it would be better just with everything being more stabilized with the way Shoddy and Clayton Adams are running this thing. But I would be pretty annoyed by it, especially if it bleeds into majority of training camp. That would not be cool.
Big weekend for Jason Kidd. Asked about how he feels about the criticism of him starting Cooper Flagg at point guard, said he didn't give a bleep about the criticism. What do we got? We got breaking news. He's fined $35,000 for blasting the refs. Okay, he was definitely frustrated after that one with the refs, and maybe that bled into his, pointed comments towards the media. And I do understand the frustration of a coach who knows more than all the media. And, when a media member is like forming opinions and challenging you, I think it can be offensive to coaches. I don't think that's how the reporter intended it. But that's how Kidd took it. It was kind of similar to Sean Payton challenging the reporter last week, saying, "What do you know about coming downhill to stop the run?"
And then tried to play it off as a joke.
Yeah, and
we're just kidding, right? Yeah.
So I don't think it was a great moment for Kidd. With all due respect to his superior basketball knowledge, I do think he's a great coach, but it just comes off as sensitive and defensive.
Yeah, Dawson, for these guys and gals tell us in professional sports, we don't hear what you say.
Yeah.
We don't read what you say. They're lying to you. They always hear what you say. They always read what you say. If they don't see it or hear it, they're getting it from a family member, And I think what happens is you're sitting there, and I know from my own personal experience, I remember being in meetings and stuff, and, guys complaining about, well, Tard Archer said this, and Archer did that, and, McMahon said this and that and the other. And I would just sit there and go, guys, they're right. Why are we getting so sensitive about this? They're right. They watch this football team every day. They're right. And I just think it's one of those things where all of a sudden, you hear it, you read it, you see it, you hear it, and then you just get to the point where you're like, enough. And then that's where you get the lash out. But there's a lot.
Yeah, you don't lash out like that against something that you really don't care about.
Yeah.
You do give a massive leap. Yeah. Actually, because people want to be acknowledged for their greatness.
Yeah.
And I think Jason Kidd's one of the top basketball savants in the entire world, and he's got a lot to teach, but there is some weird things about his personality that I think are toxic, and it leaked out a little bit, even though he didn't raise his voice. I wonder if they still feel under the gun. It's the 1-year anniversary of the Luka trade, almost to the day.
Yeah.
He's reacting like that. I wonder if he feels maybe a little bit defensive because Luka really doesn't want to even acknowledge that he exists. So because of that, he's being publicly exposed for being pro-Luka trade more than ever before.
Well, he probably felt like that they had built a pretty good basketball team, and now it's all kind of crumbling around him. You could talk about with Cooper Flagg and all that, but the injuries and no AD, and and you get to a point in time, it's like you put on the brave face and you're next man up. We'll be fine. And then you're at the end, you're like, F this. The Luka trade, I think, makes absolute sense, what you're saying. But I think that he probably felt like just a couple years ago, I had this team going in the right direction.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about trading AD for, like, expiring contracts and this, that, and the other. He goes, yeah, Luka might have been fat and a drunk, but you know what? We were winning basketball games. There's something to that.
Yeah, and the losing can definitely pull things apart. I understand, he's probably as frustrated as a lot of Mavs fans are, but I think the fact that the post-Luka trade story has sort of evolved to put him in the blame, inside of that circle of people that wanted to move on from Luka. I don't think his relationship with the fans can be repaired. I think we're still needing to get down the road to create this sort of separation from everybody that had something to do with that you have an opportunity to clearly move ahead. Okay, what else we got going on here? We're talking football with you live on Radio Row. On the plane, I was listening to podcast. Here's one thing I heard. The team that spent the most in free agency in the NFL in 2025 in the offseason, do you know who that was?
Patriots?
No, they spent the fourth most. The number one team was the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, wow.
Sam Darnold was a big part of it at $33 million. You add Tank, you add a couple of other players. How important is it, you think, to spend big in today's game? I think the barrier for being the best team in the NFL is as high as ever. I think teams are going harder at trying to build the best team. And, the idea that maybe you could draft and develop was alive 10, 15 years ago, Brian. I think it was, but I think it's more dead than ever.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in drafting, and I kind of like the plan, but you can't play that way. You can't, and especially if you're missing picks. And I'll tell you this, if you're going to miss picks in the first, second round, you better hit on picks in the fourth, fifth rounds, sixth round, and some teams have been able to do that.
Yeah.
And so if you're going to be that draft and develop, you got to hit on those picks. But it's been a big problem for the Cowboys. And to me, I would like for them to go in. I want to say this. I think this coaching search has been absolutely a blast to watch. And I say it from the level of, of what Christian has done, been able to do and find these coaches. And they all seem to have a specific niche that they do or an area of expertise. And so if Jerry and Steven are staying out of the way, man, okay, maybe that's what, but it's talking about free agency.
Yeah.
Where Jerry and Steven need to step back into the game is the money. The coaches, they're going to have a big say, but you got to keep this open. You've got to keep the 12th pick and the 20th pick open to potentially where it's not just taking defensive players, but you're open to taking maybe the best players on the board. And I say that in a way that Jerry needs to spend, and they need to identify. And they need to identify much like Seattle has identified.
They've been scared of being wrong, and I don't think they've spent more than $6 million on a free agent in a long, long time. And they used to talk about it openly, like, we don't want the risk of a player who only fits in somebody else's system. And I get it. You don't want the risk of somebody whose medical history you're not intimately aware of. Sometimes you can purchase damaged goods on the free agent market. The next thing you know, the guy has, some sort of an underlying situation that where it's stopping him from getting healthy. I say all that to say you have to be comfortable with that risk of saying this could blow up in our face. We might look like the 2011 Eagles who think like they built a super team, and you go out there and win 6 games and you can't get anything right. And I think for a long time there was this idea that, the teams that are spending in free agency, it's because they failed the team build the right way.
Yeah.
And now they got to try to make up for it with spending, and you don't want to be that team. And I
think they can identify free agents, though. I think they can. I think Dallas can, and I say that they bottom fish, and I hate bottom fishing, but I understand why they did it. I think if you let these guys go and spend $50-60 million, they'll get you 2-3 good players.
I hope so. We don't have any evidence of them doing anything else but finding a couple of good players out of the bargain barrel.
Well, the thing about it is somebody in the pro department had to identify trading for Pickens, and somebody had to identify the running back. But it doesn't have a great track record.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm not. But at least recently, we've seen some of that where, like, okay, now the Mingo trade and Trey Lance trade and all that.
Kenneth Murray, awful. You got to have a good pro personnel department, and maybe that was the coaching. Maybe that's Eberflus saying, "I want this guy" or whatever. But
my hope is that Christian Parker or whoever else is involved, because they're going to have a say.
Yeah,
I'm hopeful that they know what they want and what kind of player they want, and I just believe they're going to spend money. I just believe they're going to spend money this year.
And I'm with you on tracking these coaching hires. That's actually what I did a lot of last night when I got to the hotel. I was like, who are some of these guys? And the Ryan Smith story is awesome. It really feels like because the Arizona Cardinals had such ambiguity at head coach, they end up hiring Mike LaFleur over the weekend. But their staff kind of got picked clean because these guys didn't have any commitment from Arizona. They're looking elsewhere. And I think the Cowboys might have got in there and taken a coach that Arizona is going to regret letting out of their building with this Ryan Smith guy. And his philosophy lines up so well with Fangio and what Christian Parker wants to do. He's got a track record of developing guys, recruiting guys, and getting a lot of results even when your players aren't the best. But you want that congested, difficult look that creates difficulty for the quarterback as far as trusting what his eyes can see. That's what this Ryan Smith dude's really bringing to the table. He's your new secondary coach from the Arizona Cardinals, and maybe we'll have time a little bit later on to talk about some of the other hirings that they've made. But the other thing I love about it is what you brought up, Brian, is there's no guys that the Joneses insisted that you hold on to.
This is very much Jones on the yacht.
Yeah.
We'll handle everything else.
Almost like they're saying, maybe this isn't our expertise.
Yeah.
Maybe we should let the people who are actually in the trenches find the best coaches.
Christian Parker has shown that he is capable of knowing what coaches he'd like. That's the whole thing. Sometimes it's, there might be a little bit of an element of, I knew you here, or I knew you there kind of a thing. But I applaud. I think they're just really trying to hire coaches for specific jobs, and whether it's pass rush coaches, nickel coaches, those are the kinds of things I think they're trying to do to teach this defense. Give me a defense that's got young guys with a lot of enthusiasm, and maybe they're going to make some mistakes along the way, but I'll trust that group. I'll trust that group that they're building with right now over guy Rex Ryan coming in here and hiring a bunch of guys that what the hell, we're gonna get any better here.
What the hell indeed. As we are off and running here, it's the G-Bag Nation. We're live on Radio Row, and we'll have lights out Sean Merriman on the Wild Fork Foods hot seat when we return here in the nation. live on Radio Row. It's brought to you by Stella Artois and Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And we are standing by for Sean Merriman, player the Cowboys nearly drafted, but decided to go with D. Ware. So
that is very true.
Maybe we'll ask him about that.
It became the night before the draft. We did not know who we were going to select.
Yeah, I love this story.
Parcells was pushing very, very hard for Sean Merriman. Scouts were pushing very hard for Ware. Rick Goslin in New York at the time at the NFL draft, he calls myself as I'm driving home about midnight, and he's giving me all this information about Sean and things that they're kind of hearing and everything. And next thing you know, I said, "Man, you got to get a hold of Jerry."
Oh yeah.
You got to get a hold of Jerry and say this, and because I was kind of siding with the scouts.
Oh, okay.
And he got a hold of Jerry, and matter of fact, Rick called me back about 30 minutes later and says, "You guys are taking Ware."
Wow.
And then the next morning, we all came into the Valley Ranch into the war room, and Steven and Jerry grabbed Bill. Says, "Hey, Coach, can we have a word with you?" And they went into Larry Lacewell's office and shut the door. And Lace was looking around. We were all talking, and Lace is like, I bet you we're going to take Ware here. Bet you we're going to take Ware. And sure enough, Bill came in. He was pissed. God, he was pissed. He sat down in his position at the table, and then you got Jerry and Steven come bouncing in. "Yeah, let's draft. Let's go. Let's." All that. And Bill was mad for about 20 picks until we got Spears. And that was walking the tightrope to get that one done too. But man, it was fascinating.
He exploded on the scene. Had like 35 sacks in his first 3 seasons.
Oh my God, we thought we were all wrong. We thought we were so wrong.
This segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We'll get Wolchuk's top 10 here in just a minute. Let's go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your champ.
There it is. All right. G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. We play the champ right about here. Our winner going for day 2. If you go 5 times in the G-Bag Nation, you're going to be G-Bag of the Year. And we'll play you sometime in 2027 against all the G-Bag of the Year nominees. This one right here comes from the night show here on the Fan After Dark. They do a segment called Fatties on the Phone where they just talk to folks on the phones that listen to their show. Chris in Fort Worth called Buzzed Up with some advice on how to survive the deep freeze that we went to. And this is our winner 2 times.
Worth? Hey, appreciate everything you guys do. Man, you guys doing well.
Appreciate you, sir.
And, yes. And as you and I know, hey, get chalkboard, that whiteboard we don't need. No, I'm sorry, but I was gonna say, man, love everything you guys doing. Keep up good work and everything.
Well, thank you.
And the 3 things. This is how I know you my guys, because this is why I love Blake.
Okay.
As well.
Okay.
Because of older age. And when you say the 3 things survive is you got to stay warm, hydrated, and strapped.
Yeah.
2 different things.
Chris, you're not in a vehicle by chance, are you?
Man, that's the first time I've heard that. Is so good. It's excellent.
That is wild. That's more than just boozing, right?
Yeah, it's got to be.
Well, I followed up on text Friday because I actually said something about that to that effect on the air on Friday, and Chris texted in and insisted there were no narcotics involved. Whew. It was just that his kids had left for the weekend or whatever with wife, and he got a bottle of tequila and drank it all. So I think that was just a rather large amount of hard alcohol for maybe a man that doesn't always go to that level.
Yeah.
And it definitely got the best of him, but it's a worthy champ. It was, yeah, and he'll face the challengers like Lucius said coming up at 5:30.
Sean Merriman there yet?
No, sir.
Man, I remember Sean Merriam. I'll never forget his nickname. I'm going to say why he's not there. Yeah. I'll never forget a nickname that Tila Tequila, if you remember Tila Tequila, she gave him.
Yeah.
I was reading a Playboy article, and she called him Thumper.
On and off the field.
Yeah, that's right, dude. He had a whole reality TV life after that.
He had a run, bro. He had a run.
Yeah, he's personality plus, very entertaining football player. And if it wasn't for injuries, he might have a gold jacket. Let me just say that.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, he, like you mentioned, he got off to a rocking start, man. And then, he did get banged up a little bit, but I mean, great celebration. The lights out celebration, is one of the all timers.
And he got that lights out nickname. Did you see the story? The backstory?
Like KO and kids when he was growing up, like as a hitter.
Four of them in one game.
Wow, bro! You're bringing out the gurney 4 times.
Yeah. I think that just goes to show you how quickly the world has changed when it looks at the knockouts and the concussions and everything, because that wasn't that long ago.
Yeah. You know, where it was like a beautiful thing. It was like, wow, what a stud.
You hear about this guy? Knocked out 4 of those kids. And then and they all finished the game. All the kids that got knocked out, of course, they woke them up a few minutes later, got back in there.
Boom.
I don't think I'd be looking to block Sean Merriman or tackle him.
This is before the injury tent. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, this was way pre-injury tent. It's probably pre-CTE lawsuits and all that. Here's Zach Wolchuk, your Wooly Bully, with his top 10.
All right, let's see what we can do here, boys.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mr. Throat.
Woo! Okay, we're gonna rank. What'd you say to me? The top 10 greatest Super Bowl defenses, because we're here at the Super Bowl.
Okay, top 10 SBDs.
Honorable mention on this list is your 1992 Dallas Cowboys. People forget.
Haters.
They were number 1 in the NFL in 1992. Offense got a lot of love, but that defense was damn good. You had Charles Haley, Darren Woodson, great Leon Lett. I mean, Jim Jeffcoat, outstanding. Robert Jones.
Name about 7 more.
Larry Brown.
There you go.
What? Yep. Look at that Rolodex, man.
Thank you. What can I say?
Voice is holding up well.
We all know what number 1 is, right? Like, could we say number 1? Like, is it obvious?
You can try.
Bears.
Well, you could.
Okay,
maybe
85 Bears.
Maybe the 2000 Ravens.
That's what I was going to say.
Ravens.
That's what I was going to say. 2000 Ravens, where it was like, even in that
77 Cowboys. Doomsday defense.
Interesting.
Okay.
Top 3.
Did we nail them?
No.
Oh, wow.
One person might have.
Brought us.
We'll see who's football guy of the day.
Who's football guy of the day? Who'd you have? 85 Bears. Broadus has the Doomsday D.
I thought I had 2000 Ravens. Initially.
Okay, well, I'm jumping on your 2000 Ravens.
I heard Ravens say 2000 Ravens over here. Eric had that first.
Okay.
I dibsed it.
You counted was 77 Cowboys.
How about was like with the 78 Steelers be involved here somewhere?
All right, so here we go.
Wait. Legion of Boom?
Legion of Boom.
What did they do to Peyton Manning in that game?
No fly zone?
No fly zone, bro? Wow.
There's a lot of good ones.
A lot of good SBDs.
It's almost like defense wins championships. Do you think defenses still win championships?
Oh, for sure.
Somewhere Nico's saying, yeah.
That's why the Cowboys can't get out of the first round.
Fortune favors the bold, baby. All right, you got number 10. No fly zone, 2015 Denver Broncos. Right here in San Francisco, beating the Carolina Panthers. Denver held 12 of its 19 opponents to 20 points or fewer that year. Pretty damn impressive.
That was the Von Miller. Yeah, MVP.
Yep. Loaded team. 9, 71 Cowboys, Brian.
71 Cowboys.
71 Cowboys.
Rattle off the roster.
24-3, they got the win over Miami. Yeah. Let us know about that.
Oh, no, there's like Larry Cole, Chuck Howley, Bob Lilly, Herb Adderley, Mel Renfro.
Harvey Martin?
No, that's
all you got?
Randy White?
I want more.
No, Randy White was
I want more.
Feed me more names.
I named you all the big players.
Okay, the good ones.
Yeah.
All right.
Charlie Waters.
Do they have stats to say like they didn't give up a touchdown all season?
Let's see. 18 points in its 3 playoff wins in total. That's what they allowed.
Wow.
18 points in 3 games.
That's solid.
Pretty amazing. They held their last 6 opponents in the regular season to just 54 points.
All right. Yeah.
Incredible.
That's getting it done.
Number 8, the 2008 Pittsburgh Steelers. They got the pick 6 from Troy Polamalu, sealing the AFC Championship game win, 24-13. You also had the 100-yard pick 6 from James Harrison in the Super Bowl that year. That defense had 7 games where it held its opponent to 10 or less points. Pretty impressive.
That's really good. Is that James Ferrier? Can we get a James Ferrier
Ferrier
in
was
there?
on that team. Larry Foote.
Okay.
Shake Townsend.
Could we get a Brett Kiesel? Can you give me a Brett Kiesel in there?
I think I see Brett Kiesel on this D-line.
Brett Kiesel's on that D-line?
Yep.
Heck yeah.
Absolutely.
Who's our guy from Colorado we interview all the time, the linebacker?
He was not on this team.
He wasn't on that team?
No, he was before that time. He was on the team that lost to the Cowboys.
Chad Brown.
Yeah.
Chad Brown, okay.
Chad Brown.
Chad.
You did have Ryan Clark.
Ryan Clark, there you go. He should be the head coach of the Steelers right now.
2013 Seahawks. There's your Legion of Boom coming in at number 7.
Okay.
Ball hawking unit. Phenomenal. 43-8 was their Super Bowl win. Just disgusting. 2002 Bucks. Didn't get mentioned. 2002 Bucks coming in at number 6. They forced 2 shutouts while allowing just 12.3 points per game during the regular season. And the Super Bowl was just an absolute butt-whooping.
That was against the Raiders, right?
5 interceptions, 2 pick sixes.
I told them not to give up on Gruden. They wanted to trade him. I didn't want to trade him.
And how about Rondé Barber's 92-yard pick 6 at the vet on Donovan McNabb to send him to the Super Bowl?
Yeah. That was a bad offensive game for Tampa Bay. I mean, that was Brad Johnson, like in the wind and cold, not getting it done. For Mike Allstott, it was that just
there you go.
handing him the ball kind of thing in that game.
5 is the 66 Packers, Brian. We're going way back.
Way back. Ray Nitschke.
They held
Willie Davis.
Kansas City to 2.8 yards per carry.
Yeah, Lynn Dawson having a cigarette and a tab in the...
Just...
what a legend.
Unreal. 4 is the 2000 Ravens.
4?
Number 4, the 2000 Ravens.
I guess they cracked the rush.
10.3 points per game allowed, fewest since the league expanded to a 16-game regular season.
Come on now.
Held the Broncos to just 3 points in the wild card round. And then Super Bowl, basically shut out the Giants.
Yeah, because wasn't it a punt return?
It's a kick return. Start the second half,
Yeah, that was, we'll see. I guess we'll see what these top 3 are.
3 is the 72 Dolphins, the no-name defense.
Oh.
Wow.
Nick Bonacani.
Yeah, and that's the team that
Jake Scott
lost to the Cowboys in the Super Bowl. 2, 75 Steelers.
70. I said 75 Steelers, didn't I?
No, you didn't. You said 77 Cowboys.
But I threw the Steelers in there as a throw-in.
You did. You threw the Steelers in.
Okay, football
Thanks
guy
for
of the day.
listening.
There we go. Mean Joe Green.
Not football guy of the day.
Not football guy of the day because number 1, here we go, Gavin Dawson.
Gavin Dawson's our football guy of the day. Because number 1 is the 1985 Chicago Bears.
I think that's an overrated defense.
Hey, dominance right there, buddy.
Mike Singletary.
Saw him at the airport yesterday.
And in the gym
and
this
at our
morning.
hotel.
Okay, wait a minute.
He is shrunk.
I had to point him out. I had to point him out to you guys.
He was facing the opposite direction.
We weren't looking at him.
I'm football
Are you
guy.
telling me you could recognize him from behind, Brian?
Damn right.
I recognize. I said, guys. I remember. I walked up. I got off the phone with Fred and them.
I've seen that ass before.
I walked up. I walked over to you guys. I said, that guy right there is a Hall of Fame linebacker. And you're like, oh, who's that?
No, I didn't say who's that. I said, Mike Singletary. All I had to see was his ear.
Yeah.
That's a Singletary ear.
You see his
right
eyes,
there.
you know for sure.
Yeah, that dude's wild.
The guy doesn't blink.
They're coming to check our frequencies.
All right, let's step aside here. There's Woolchuck's top 10. He just fought through it like an absolute beast.
Nice job, Woolchuck.
The Woolly Bully is on the prowl here on Radio Row. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And we do have Nate Tice scheduled, incredible podcaster, right?
We're off the running.
Hey, big-time ball knower.
Yeah.
Nate Tice.
Dude, he put in the call for Fernando Mendoza this time last year.
Yeah, we also need to figure out if his dad, Mike Tice, who was an NFL coach, would he put his piece on the line the same way Vrabel does?
His dad will sell some tickets.
No wonder Nate's got a big neck like that.
Okay. All right. We'll do best of the weekend coming up at 3 o'clock. Nate Tice joins us next here. It's the G-Bag Nation live on Radio Row on The Fan.
But...
Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. We're back live on Radio Row in San Francisco, and it's time for our first guest on our Wild Fork Foods hotline. Wild Fork Foods, your #1 meat and seafood source. As joining us now from Yahoo Sports and host of the Football 301 show, it's Nate Tyson. Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for joining us. And do we got here? Mike's hot.
Mike's hot.
We are good to go.
I think I was talking during the intro, so perfect. Yeah, that's great.
Well, let's jump in and talk football. Let's just start right with the game. Who do you think's going to win and why?
Oh, okay. So I think my best way I'm hedging right now is the Patriots cover. So I think the Patriots are more alive than I think people are realizing. I get it. The Seahawks are a better team. Don't get me wrong. But I do think that the Patriots have some parts of their team and their makeup and how they play that could give the Seahawks issues. They have, namely, defensive tackles that can take over the game. Milton Williams, Christian Barmore, and Kyrus Tonga. Going against what's the weakest part of this whole, I would say the whole Seahawks team is their, I wouldn't say interior trio, because Gray Zabel's very good, but their center and right guard are their weakness. And I think infamously, I'll say now, especially what's happening in Minnesota, we saw what happened with Sam Darnold, some pressure last year in the playoff game against the Rams and Week 18 against the Lions. That's where you can get bad Sam. That's where Sam can start spiraling. And in a game like this that's so heavily specific, Patriots coaches are going to be watching this film, going to see the weaknesses. They call it who's the fish, and that's what they're going to be doing. And they have weapons that can actually get after it. They also blitz a ton. They're the most blitz-happy team in the second half of the year, going against a team and a quarterback that, yeah, they can gash you against the blitz, but that's not how they want to win. They want to get you set because they're scared of the run and because they're scared of the play-action game. But if you get in third, if they get the Patriots get the Seahawks to third down, they can get the Seahawks team a little bit of issues and get them off skew. So it's going to come down in the weirdest way. It's going to come down to early downs to impact third down. But again, I also think the Seahawks defense is tremendous. It's an elite unit. I think everyone knows that. But Drake May, while the receivers aren't Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua, he has a play style that can give the Seahawks a little issues, which is he has cojones. He's willing to push the ball.
Right.
And that's what the Seahawks dare you to do. That's why Stafford has success, because he has the play style to do that.
I love your quarterback evaluations. Where in the priority list when you're evaluating quarterback is big cojones? Where would you have that?
One or two.
Right?
One or
Okay,
two.
very
Yes,
good. Maybe
yes.
1 and 2.
Yes, I know. Very nice. Luckily, I'm a Dak Prescott aficionado, so he's another guy that actually has the cojones to push the ball over the middle.
I love that. Okay, so who are the cojones power rankings?
Oh my God!
Who do you think has the biggest, and where would Dak fall?
Stafford is probably
Stafford 1 seed.
Stafford is up there. May's getting up there. May's got some big ones. Dak is probably top 3 or top 4 to me. A guy low key is Jared Goff. Because he's willing to stand in there and whip it over in between. Whip it over. Throw in between the numbers. I was trying to find a different phrase there. But work
Eric,
between
you
the
did
numbers.
exactly what Eric wanted
I
to do.
Well, this doesn't help.
He saw my 80%.
I looked right off and it was like there. So I was just like, God, get out of the head. That's awesome. No, but it's those quarterbacks. That's how you have to win. Yes, you can win attacking outside. I think, and not just on the Dallas show, but because like if you watch the Eagles. Yes, you can win throwing outside and letting your playmakers make plays, but it's hard. You need guys to win one-on-ones over and over and over. That's very hard to have those weapons to do that. If you do, smoke them if you got them. Go for it.
Yeah.
Cowboys can ironically do it now because they have 2 guys that can do it. And actually, I really like Flournoy. Is another guy that can kind of do it. He's got some talent.
He's sneaky good.
Yeah, and the underlying numbers are good with him and all that stuff. But I swooped him up on every dynasty team. Didn't say anything on my pod for a month.
Well done.
Swooped him up, and I was like, "Hey, Ryan Flournoy's good." No, but so throwing over the middle is something. Size is another thing. I think if you ignore, people think height. I think weight and girth, and I think this is a sport that's a combat sport. And if you look at UFC or boxing or MMA, I should say, those are combat sports with weight classes. And the fact that we'll just ignore a guy's 200 pounds or 205 pounds, when it's like that matters a lot for how many hits you take as an NFL quarterback. And if you want to scramble, if you want to stand, not even just getting hit, but like imagine a tight pocket where someone's pulling down at you. You need guys that are strong and can hold up. So like a guy like Caleb Williams that's 6'1", but he's 230. Dak is, all of 6'2", but he's 235. Like, he's big. Mahomes is 230. Allen's 240. May's 225. Herbert's 240. And I think that gets waved away a little too much. So size, throwing over the middle, and just a little, if you can push the ball and be creative, that's kind of like the kind of quartet that I kind of look at for guys.
Nate Tice is with you here on The Fan. Where is Patrick Mahomes at this point in his career? Assuming he comes back totally healthy.
Still the dude. He's the lack of speed there is what's kind of grabbed my attention with the Chiefs, with their skill players. Mahomes had to do a lot of creation this year. He scrambled more than he ever has, and that's because no one could get open. Kelsey is definitely on the tail end of his career, probably should retire. And then we got guys like, Xavier Worthy is time speed fast, but then you get into play speed, he barely even breaks 20 miles an hour. You get guys like, I do think Rashee Rice is pretty talented, but he's also a guy that can't stay on the field, off-field reasons, and get banged up as well. But he's also kind of a specific receiver. He's more of a has to be used in certain ways. He's not going to win any route running awards. But I think just they lack a lot of team speed and they lack size as well. So it's functional speed, functional athleticism. Running back wise, their O-line's like good, and when they were healthy, when Simmons was out there. But the O-line's good. The run game can be good. It's very efficient. It wasn't explosive. So all the explosives, which is the name of the game again in the NFL right now, no one's generating them outside Mahomes, just going like, all right, like, here I go again. And what's worrisome to me, so I'm not as down as Mahomes as most, he's coming off an injury. What's worrisome to me is that, they brought in a new OC, but it's the old OC. And I thought Bieniemy did a great job as a running back coach for the Bears this past year, but it kind of worries me that Andy Reid, he got rid of all these assistants. I was like, okay, this is what they need. They need new ideas to help this out. And then he rehired his old OC, his old running back coach that was there before, and then the one guy that they brought from the outside got his start with Andy Reid 15 years ago. Wow. And I was like, no. So I do think that they're a team at a crossroads, but they also were a better team than I think maybe some of the kind of the chatter about them was this year. They're weird year. That's how the NFL goes. You could be a better team than you. They had better point differential this year than the year before when they won the AFC. Wow. I know, and that's just... it's just hard to compute sometimes, but that's kind of where it's at.
Looking ahead to our Cowboys for next year, you mentioned Pickens and Lamb. And we want to keep them together. But from a roster construction standpoint, do you think it's wise? I know you talked about the explosives.
Yeah.
Can the Cowboys still build a good enough team with all the holes they have on defense by paying two receivers $30+ million?
I do, because they have the rest of the makeup that it makes sense. When the Bengals did it, I'm like, you got. When the Dolphins did it, I'm like, okay, you have a lot of holes on this team. I think the Cowboys' offensive line with Clayton, I'm a big Clayton Adams guy, is that I think that's going to be such a strength next year. And I think year two of that's going to be really cool. Design-wise, curious what they do running back-wise. I know Javonte might come back, but I do think they could add some juice to that position. I know Blue's in there, but I'll believe when I see him on the field. So I think they could add some juice there. I say you do because, one, the NFC is pretty wide open next year. The NFC East is super wide open next year. The Eagles are going to be reeling this next year. Not only just the offensive coordinator stuff, but some of the personnel on offense. Lane Johnson keeps getting banged up. They might still have holes at right guard. Who knows what happens with A.J. Brown? The Commanders are essentially we have to treat Commanders as year two Commanders rebuilding. We have to wave away year one NFC Championship game Commanders because they just got hot. That happens in the NFL, but they're kind of rebuilding. I look at them as a 7-win team, and I bring that up because the Giants, I view, is the same way. Might be good in a few years, but why I bring that all up is that the NFL, we want to say 5-year build. It's really a 1 or 2 year build, and then we just got reevaluate everything after that. And I think the makeup of this offense could go supernova. A locked-in top 3, scoring 30 a game. And then the defense, when Quinn Williams is healthy, has enough out there. I also think this draft class has a lot of positions that the Cowboys need on defense. It's a great linebacker class. Yeah. There's some other aspects, corners, and they're kind of aligned nicely where they pick where those runs might happen. So I think this is my long-winded way to get to this, is that they have means to address those other spots. While other teams, I'm like, they didn't have the picks. They didn't have the other young players to go about it. So I think it's a very wide open NFC next year.
Are you seeing the return of the safety start to get prompted? Because we're praying for Caleb Downs at 12.
Okay.
He's the best player in the draft. He shouldn't get to 12. But it now looks, with like Kyle Hamilton and what you're seeing with Nick Emenwari, the hybrid safety seems like it's now the new thing in the NFL.
Well, those guys are, they've been starters for a while, but it's been cool to see how that position's been weaponized, because that guy is essentially what shoot, it's essentially what a will linebacker, like what James Harrison used to do for the Steelers, like an outside linebacker in a 3-4, that's what the nickel is now. That's what the slot is now. That's the guy that's blitzing. That's the guy that's dropping into coverage. That's the guy that has to fit the run if the run comes to the open side. So that guy has to be a multifaceted player. So why safeties have been that as opposed to the classic 185-pound corner to match the slot guy is sometimes they have to guard a tight end. Sometimes they have to guard a receiver that are now being CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb's a power slot. He's 195 pounds-ish, but he's physical, and that's what these slot guys have to play against. So, yeah, it's been happening, for a few years now. Like Jalen Ramsey, when the Rams made their run, he was the star, which is the same thing, the slot, the nickel. Star was just a way because people on the keypad were trying to find a position, and that was why they did the star. That's all why it became that. Wow. But so like the asterisk worked. But that position has become one that needs size, needs kind of like a smarter player. And I think what happened is a lot of people thought they had to be a freak and be a 4-4 guy, and are seeing more Kyle Hamilton. That size with okay speed, enough speed, can kind of win that position as well.
Is there a when we have all these coaching changes now? And I was wondering if you were a general manager and you had to go get an offensive coach, what team would you attack and go get from? Or if you wanted a defensive coach, what team would you go attack?
Yeah, I think you see the team that gets rated the most, the Rams. That's on offense. I think McVey has been tremendous in how he kind of has revamped the offense every year, kind of being one step ahead of the meta of what the trends are. Just watching the offense with Stafford, it's basically already gone through 3 different versions. And I think how he teaches the game and how the guys learn under him, he really props them up in a good way too. Like LaFleur, who just got hired to be the head coach, or going to be reportedly the head coach of the Cardinals, like he let him call plays in Week 18 games. He let him call plays in the preseason. He grooms these guys. He also teaches these guys to look outside their tree and find new ideas. So offensively, he's always going to be the guy. And then I think Ben Johnson might be the new one as well, which is Sean Payton's tree, essentially. It's not essentially tree. They're all related in some way. Yeah, but his mindset and his play, how he puts together the game plan is very Sean Payton-ish. And that's an offensive philosophy I believe in as well. It's a little bit more, and it's actually really what the Rams do as well. They actually are more related now than you would think. But that's the offensive tree. Defensive tree, Fangio defense is always interesting to me because of just how well taught it is. But that's kind of hard because then it's like, am I stealing the ideas or am I stealing the coach?
Right.
So I've always been a guy that I like to win with aggression. So there's guys that are more appealing to me. The McDonald tree is going to start probably getting plucked from. But again, McDonald's kind of the emperor of that defense. Like his mindset and his study abilities and scouting is probably a big part of that. So defensively, I wish I had a cleaner answer, but it's really just case by case because some of these guys for a while, everybody was trying to copy, hey, we're doing Fangio stuff, but then they're hiring guys that had no idea what they're doing.
Exactly,
and it all just came apart from there. So
we are joined by Nate Tice of Yahoo Sports. You can hear him on Football 301, streaming on the Yahoo Sports Network Fast Channel, yahoosports.tv, YouTube, and everywhere you get your podcast. What do you think is the most important or the biggest reason that 301's been such a success for you?
Oh, I didn't even know it was successful. No, it's
it's great, man.
They let me just talk. No, I think that's what's fun. Yahoo gives me the freedom. They realize to kind of go like, hey, people want to listen to some of the nerdier stuff. It's kind of cool for me to see an audience out there. Say you listen to the show, that's amazing. Like I'm still blown away. I always get recognized in airports, which is always just funny. And for some reason, whenever I'm buying a beer, it's like there's only 2 times I ever get recognized. So I think with Football 301 though, it's just been fun to show that the talking head shows, the debate shows, there's an audience for that, but it's been cool for me to see that there's an audience for maybe the vegetables, the starches as opposed to just the sugar. And yes. I think with football, and this I feel like I'm in an exec meeting, with football is that sometimes, how many fans of football are there in the NFL? I'm talking to Texas people, but 100 million, it's like, so even if it's just 1 or 2%, that's 1 million, 2 million people that want to learn more. There's so many people that played high school, played Little League, coached it, did some aspect of it all that they're like, I know what that means, and I want, that's what that means, or learn the why. Yeah. How many people play Madden? So it's that for me, that's maybe part of the growth is that maybe I appeased a market that was out there that maybe some people didn't know. I just talk what I want to listen to. When I listen to baseball or basketball podcasts or shows, I just want to listen to nitty gritty stuff. I don't care about yeah, I mean, some of the trade stuff is cool and all that, but the drama side, I get that. There's an audience for everyone. That's why sports are amazing. But for me, I want to learn to the nerdiest stuff possible, so it's kind of nice to kind of maybe present that to people.
Oh, yeah, do you think we're in good hands getting Christian Parker defensively, coming from that Dick Fangio tree?
Oh, yeah, actually, sweet. I appealed to the crowd there. Yes, I do, because, again, it's just a well-taught scheme. Like, what they do is very frustrating for what a lot of offenses want to do. Putting a cap on everything, timely, what they call simulated creeper blitzes, where you're only rushing 4, but it looks like a blitz. Like, that stuff is what convolutes more offenses today. So it's the right defense for what I call the meta. You know, if you play video games or anything right now, that's what is kind of prevalent right now. McDonald and Fangio have overlap. It's not the same defense, but like as far as what they try to do, very heavily game planned from the same kind of structure. So the idea of it, I really do like.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, and I just like where they're set up. I don't think the defense is going to also be top 10 next year, but they have a means to at least be viable. And again, I think the NFC next year is open, so I'm pretty bullish on the Cowboys right now.
Nate Tice, Football 301. Thank you so much, man. That was fantastic.
I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me ramble.
There you go. You can find him on the Yahoo platforms. An absolute legend, and he is leading the charge here on some of this great podcast gold that you can find out there in the NFL landscape. We got the best of the weekend on the other side, Chief.
Hell of a sports weekend, plus hell of a time here to kick off in San Francisco with stories to tell next in the nation.
krl-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live on Radio Row. Our presenting sponsors, Stella Artois and Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. We have the C-Note coming up in 20 minutes. We'll look at some Cowboys news and maybe a mock draft or two. But right now it's time for Eric Chiafalo's best of the weekend. Here he is, the Chief.
Yeah, that's perfect with the Tide sponsorships. I think Wolchuk was wearing that burrito from the La Taqueria last night.
Yeah,
it's overflowing with the guac and the juices.
It's bursting.
And the flavors.
Just like a squirt of avocado and juices.
Yeah, the freshest avocado of all time. Really, really great experience, and I'm glad we did it. Wolchuk was onto something, man.
Delicious,
he was a dog with a bone on that one. He's like, this is where we got to start. Okay, here we go.
That's surprising. When I hear La Taqueria, I think that sounds like a generic kitchen.
I know.
That's just cranking out DoorDash orders.
I know.
But it was amazing.
Which you are ordering, right?
Yeah, I would order that. Yeah, you would definitely order that.
You'd have been happy with that.
But I wouldn't expect like the best burrito in the world.
But I think the quesadilla, in my mind, was actually even better than the burrito.
Okay, we got to go back.
Though the burrito was amazing. Wolchuk went with the 2 tacos, got the lengua for the tacos. Fire. What's up? Yeah, Broadus is raising his hand in class.
I just want to ask Dawson a question.
Hey, Brian.
Like we were talking the other day, like we did a top 10 best cities to eat. We were talking about San Francisco and all that. I'd like to ask Dawson, do you just predetermine that you're not going to go eat in these places?
I go sometimes.
Or is it just about convenience and
convenience? It's 100% about convenience.
Is it just like
Chief's got it down.
I do not want to I check in to old room 1452 and I don't want to move from here unless I have to go work. So now you're just like, I'm not really interested in trying La Taqueria and all those other places, right?
I mean, I think that's a lot of hassle. I think it's a lot of hassle. Getting on a BART train, dealing with all sorts of smells. You're going to smell urine at least 4 times on that trip.
It is
part of the
smelling. I thought we were in New Orleans for a second.
Yeah, you got to smell little vomit.
We haven't stepped in any dookie yet, and we haven't seen anyone actually drop a sidewalk grumper yet. But it is on the bingo card.
You had your head on a swivel yesterday as we were driving through.
Well, the Tweaker Island was ridiculous. How about that lady that was just in her? She was the happiest human being in the world. She didn't have a tooth in her mouth, and she could not have been happier.
No, she was
prancing around, dancing around,
doing a concert. I think.
Yes, she was.
Yeah,
living her best life.
She had good moves.
Yeah, she was getting after it, man. So far so good. I did want to acknowledge, did you guys see that UFC fighter's toupee go flying off?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
is that not the video of the weekend? Okay, the 2 videos of the weekend, it's that guy's toupee punched off his face. Okay, and then there was also, did you see the video where the guys are getting into an argument with security at a bar, bouncers at a bar, and some dude launches a chair over?
I think that was in Houston.
And he accidentally hit his friend. He was trying to hit the security guy, but he KO'd his own friend. He's
the ultimate backfire.
Dude gets hit from the back with a chair that was flying 15 feet. Ooh. And it was supposed to hit the bouncer, but this dude just goes face first onto the sidewalk. It was unbelievable.
It's terrible. Reminds me of the time I tried to throw some beads at the St. Patrick's Day parade and accidentally hit Bruce Gilbert in the face with them.
Oh,
no. Yeah. I don't think he ever forgave me.
And that was your boss, right?
Yeah, that was my boss.
That was your boss.
Yeah. That was about 20 minutes before Armand Williams tried to jump off the back of that truck and face planted.
Oh.
Yeah.
So this was in the boozing days, obviously.
This is St. Patrick's Day.
This is probably 2012, 2013. Yeah, this was right in the heart of the good old days.
Right before the come to Jesus.
This moment.
Yeah, that was when the warning signs were happening, but I was ignoring them.
I was ignoring them. That's so good. Yeah, I can't even believe that this dude. You're a UFC fighter. Why are you wearing a toupee? Why do you even care what you look like? You're supposed to be a savage. Now, credit to...
I wonder if it was a bit, because at the end of the fight, he takes it off with this big old smile and I think throws it into the crowd.
Yeah, and they're all putting it on their own heads, passing it around like the offering. It was amazing.
You got to lean into it once it happens, man.
Yeah, once it happens.
It looks so badass. Go ask Bobby Bell. You look more attractive. You look tougher.
Oh, when you're bald?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to mug a guy with a shaved head, But if you have horrible receding headline or male pattern baldness, or a trimmed up Krusty the Clown look like Broadus.
Yeah, just
that's the guy
home.
you mug. You don't mug Broadus if he would just totally take a bick to the sides. Right now, he's very muggable.
Can you grow out a beard, Broadus?
Not very good. It looked like a catfish.
I would really, I would really like to see bald bearded Broadus and what type of aura that might have.
I kind of what I look like I look like a college strength coach.
Yeah.
Like, you ever seen like the sideline of games? It's always the guy that's bald
and he's got a huge beard.
Yeah, that's always the strength.
But he's also got traps for days.
That's not me.
Delts for months.
That's not me.
He's got the joggers to pull it off already.
Yeah, that's true. He's slowly morphing in to a young college coach.
I'm trying. I told you, young Bennett Broadus says if your OC is wearing joggers, you probably got a pretty good offense.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how you want to run the offense right there. And then you want grungy defense.
Yeah, you want Dick Fangio running the defense. And
what'd you think, man? Slipped in the Dick Fangio on old Nate Tice.
Yeah,
he just moved right past it.
I knew you were going to do it.
I looked at Dawson. They're giving us the rap signal, like Nate's got other places he's got to go. Yeah. And I'm looking at Dawson like, I'm getting this Dick Fangio in here
I just knew it. And so I just crossed my arms. I knew it was going to happen.
Yeah,
I knew it.
I know. I saw your disappointment.
Yeah, I knew.
But he just buzzed right past it.
He buzzed right through it.
And that is the whole point. Like, we'll end the game when somebody calls us out. But right now, we're like 15 for 15 if nobody's stopping down to be like, I think it's Vic. Other than the play-by-play guy.
Merrill Reese called you out 3 times.
But he didn't actually call me out. He just said Vic. He didn't say, hey, correction. He just threw in Vic, but he didn't actually stop down. Yeah.
But I thought the best part of the Nate Tice interview was not the Vic Fangio stuff. It was you asking for cojones rankings, basically.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about that.
That was freaking hilarious.
He went down the cojones.
He was Robert Girth, and he saw the wiener juice.
Yeah. I mean, that was pretty
Classic
good.
moment.
That's a good top 10. Top 10 cojones in the NFL.
I love it. I hope he should start to do that.
Jared Goff was a bit of a surprise. That was an upset right there.
I mean, if he's got great protection.
Yeah, if he's got the protection. Yeah, because he can't take off and run, so his only other choice is to take a sack or just let it fly.
Yeah.
Now we had like the tale of 2 Uber rides last night. We tried the Waymo. Okay, first one is the selfless. Like the car is just driving itself. Yeah, we did it. We did it last night.
I called the Waymo. It's affordable.
Yeah, it was like $15 to bang over to the Fisherman's Dwarf and
just a 10-minute drive.
Crush a bowl of sourdough clam chowder with crab meat.
And boy, was that dwarf humming.
Hey,
what's sourdough chowder bowl?
And you know what the beauty of it is, and it's all about when it comes to the sourdough bread bowl.
Yeah,
it's all about the scrape.
Dude, the bread at the bottom.
When you get to that bottom part, and now you're scraping that bread into every bite of chowder.
Do you eat the whole bread when you're done? Do you eat the bowl?
Well, we had just punished the quesadilla and the burrito.
So we did not eat all of the bread.
We didn't eat all of the bread.
That is so surprising of you.
We hollowed out the inside pretty good.
We went hard, dude. But that
were you guys like
bread
Lady the Tramp sharing a bowl?
No, we
got our own.
I got the crab cake and then the traditional sourdough with just the clam chowder. He got the crab added to the clam chowder.
What were you guys doing, like Man vs. Food challenge last night?
We just want to get a taste of the city.
Just attack San Francisco like nobody else.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
You never know if you're going to get an opportunity to go back. So we said, screw it. Let's do this thing.
So you rode around in a car without a driver.
Yeah.
Sure did.
It was
in a city that has motorcycle people. Like, how many people ended up on the hood?
Well, we almost got hit jaywalking by one of those Chinatown moped guys.
Yeah.
Because we bounced over to Chinatown just to give it a little peek ski,
give it a sniff,
and then
see some duck in the window.
I heard the Peking duck or whatever is phenomenal over there.
Peking
or Peking, excuse me. My apologies.
Duck yourself.
Really good stuff. But the Waymo, it pulled up like probably 25 yards away from us on the other side of the street. You know, you don't have to tip that thing.
No, there's no tipping.
No tipping.
And then it shot us over probably about a 5-minute walk from where we needed to be.
Yeah, it was.
So it didn't quite make it.
It wasn't like 100%, but the whole time we're in there, it's like this is kind of cool. It's just me and Wolchuk hanging out, like
it's playing tunes, it's playing some vibes.
Yeah,
it gives you a little tutorial before you take off.
Would you ever be worried if the doors locked and that thing started on its own, just like over the Golden Gate Bridge?
Yes,
at a high rate of speed.
Got a glimpse of that Warlock, by the way, the Golden Gate Bridge.
It is long.
I hear we need to go to the Golden Gate Park.
It's on the other
Golden
side.
Gate View or whatever.
I've jogged over and back that thing.
Oh, my gosh.
3.5 miles.
In the marathon days.
I heard the drive over to Golden Gate Park or whatever on the other side of it goes
Yeah.
through some S turns that like there's no guardrails on. So I'm probably going to pass on those.
Okay, I got
But
you.
it is.
No, Chief, go do it.
I'm not ballsy that way.
We can do it when we go back to La Taqueria tonight.
we're gonna.
I'm trying to get out of the show right now to go to La Taqueria.
Yeah, that place was amazing.
Did you wait an hour, you said?
It moved pretty quick. I think in total,
It was an hour.
was it?
It was.
To sit down and get our food?
It was.
But that's all, the order. I mean, and you're watching a show because you can like see them cooking.
Like puppets?
No, Brian, screw you.
No, it was great. It was
Like
great to watch.
Mariachi band? What are you
Yeah.
watching?
They did. They did. Mariachi band.
Okay.
But they're,
Yeah.
they're chopping up the carne asada. They're rolling up the burritos in front of you. And the mound of guac. I mean, it is the best guac you'll ever have in your life.
And you wore half of it on the way home, huh?
Yeah, he did.
I think that you oversold it. I think I did a pretty good job besides the last bit of squirt juice at the end.
Yeah, it was right there at the end. But then our next Uber driver was a real Uber driver, and he wasn't saying anything to us. We get in the car, and he's not saying anything.
God.
He's just kind of like hand miming things.
I'm trying to talk to him, and he's just pointing.
So for like the first 30 seconds, we don't know what's going on. And then at one point, Walchuk says this verbatim, "Oh, he's deaf." Okay. And he just says it out loud. We had a deaf Uber driver, and he was nails, though. I mean, 10 out of 10.
No, he wasn't. He took us to the wrong damn spot.
You gave him the wrong address. Okay?
I did not, because the same address that he put in was the address that I had in the Uber.
Well, nonetheless, we got there safely.
In real life, he was deaf.
And it was,
No, he really
real
was
life.
deaf.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
was-
Walchuk literally out loud, "Oh, he's deaf."
Well, he can't hear it.
Okay.
Why does it matter if I said it? He can't hear it.
You're probably right.
Did Eric try
But
to...
I don't know if he was really deaf because he was jamming along. He had this DJ Paolo stuff playing, and he was
about
like,
to say-
he was head bobbing to it. I think he uses that as an excuse so he doesn't have to talk to people.
Did Eric try and play one of his Essen songs? You know?
I didn't throw the Daddy Yankee Sonorile on there.
But it's fuego.
But it is fuego.
Hey, man, I know you probably can't hear this. There's some fuego.
I think it's evolved perfectly, the rideshare companies, to where they don't expect a conversation. There's no obligation. You can just get in there and not say a single thing. Just look at your phone the entire time. We're in a real good place with the rideshares.
I kind of felt like last night or yesterday afternoon, our guy had enough of us.
For sure.
It
Well,
just,
the
he
poor
kept,
guy,
he
they-
kept moving the map. He kept moving the map like, I
And they
can't-
shut down all the streets out here. He couldn't turn left to save his life.
Yeah.
So finally, he just said, "Get out of here."
It must be very frustrating, though, because, a lot of the streets are getting shut down. Normal routes are being taken away. It is a very unique city experience. I think it's the most unique. This and maybe New Orleans and New York.
I'm telling you, last night we got thrown into the deal where, like, I got dropped off. Sniffer dogs get into the car.
That's wild. Yeah.
Like we're staying at this hotel where it's big time, and to get into it, you have to go through this like 3 checkpoints.
My number one observation from a little stroll that I took just to take care of some necessities, the homeless people here aren't trying to get out of anybody's way. It's like it is their street that they live on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You're
and
in their house.
you need to get out of their way or show deference to them, which is a different vibe from any other city. I actually saw a homeless man yelling at a resident who was walking his dog to get off my lawn. And by the lawn, he meant like this side of bushes by a park.
His unhoused lawn?
So he did not want the people, like, I guess, having their dog use the restroom on his yard. And I was like, wow, man, that is a very, different type of dynamic.
That's amazing.
I think it sums up.
I can crap right there.
I think it sums up San Francisco quite well. Okay, we got the C-Note on the other side. We got a Cowboys rival blasting the Cowboys. We have mock drafts as well coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's chat Trajan.
Here we go. Welcome back, Nation. It's time to hit the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening every day at this time on your home of the Cowboys. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Got a mock draft coming up here in just a moment. Talk about some prospects and how much sense they make sense for your Cowboys at 12 and 20. Fred Warner, Niners linebacker, blasting the Cowboys-Niners rivalry is one of the headlines. Says on the St. Brown podcast there with Equinemius and Amon-Ra, says he grew up a Cowboys fan, but it's not a real rivalry because the Cowboys never win. I think the last time the Cowboys won in this rivalry, it was a 2020 regular season game. I think that was Warner's rookie year, so he's technically not 100% accurate when he says he's never lost to him, but just about. It's quite a run there, maybe 6 or 7 games, including the playoffs, that the Niners have won in a row. And what do you guys think about the nature of this rivalry? I think unfortunately they've both been great franchises in the history of the game. Neither one has won a Super Bowl since those great rides. But if you look at the 80s and early 90s, and then the Cowboys flipped them there, and then I guess there was some success in the 2000s when the Niners were really down, but unfortunately it is a rivalry that the Niners have kind of dominated, and you got to put yourself back on their level, I think, if you want to be serious about competing against them and making sure they don't kick your ass in the playoffs. So unfortunately the Niners do have bragging rights right now over the Cowboys. He also made headlines for saying the NFC West is the best division in football, and you really can't argue with that one.
With that one too much, yeah.
No, not this year. 3 out of the final 4 in the NFC.
Looked like it was going to be the NFC North, but both Green Bay and Detroit might have taken a slight step back. And Chicago was, pretty good, but not great. So Fred Warner there. Matt Miller mock draft on ESPN is what we go to next here on the C-Note. I think a great job by him. We've talked about the Daniel Jeremiah worst-case scenario. Matt Miller pretty much saw it the same way, as the 2 right tackles, the 3 edges, and the top 2 corners did not make it to the Cowboys, and that's where Miller decides to take the linebacker Sonny Styles, Ohio State. And, I wanted to use this as an opportunity to bring up something. Yeah?
Do you have the mock draft in front of you?
I do.
Can you tell me who the Commanders picked and Kansas City picked ahead of you?
David Bailey, edge attack, Kansas City.
Okay.
Commanders took Downs.
Okay.
Yeah, so Downs off the board. I mean, I don't know how likely this scenario is, but when I look at the players, I think there is, definitely a case to be made that this is the way the draft should drop.
Yeah.
And I guess teams could look at it significantly different. I think Dane Brugler had a really interesting point of the Senior Bowl over the weekend, that some teams might be hesitant to take a safety in the top 10. So if the right thing happens, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that Caleb Downs is there. But I do think best case scenario is that Sonny Styles, the linebacker, is available there, and I think the Cowboys should be excited about taking him. From what I can understand, and Dan Rogers, I don't know if he writes for Blogging the Boys anymore, but he did like a chart, I don't know if you guys saw that over the weekend, of the positions and what Christian Parker likes, and it was a good reference to refer to. And at linebacker, he wants speed, and he wants defenders that are balanced, that can play the run and the pass. And if that's your approach, then I think you should celebrate getting probably an 8-year fix at middle linebacker with Sonny Styles, assuming he stays healthy. That's the way I would look at that pick.
I mean, Styles at 12 or Rodriguez at 20?
Styles at 12 I'd be fine with, but I'm all about taking Jacob Rodriguez at 20. If you can get one of the corners at 12, or if one of the edges slides to you, I'd be in on that and then taking Rodriguez at 20. But I do love Rodriguez more than a lot of other people do. I think Styles is going to instantly be one of the best coverage linebackers in all the league from day one.
Yeah, and his position is good enough. His strength is good enough. He might not be a traditional violent thumper coming forward, but he'll get the job done. He didn't miss very many tackles at all.
Yeah,
very sure tackler.
Yeah, and I do think the cool thing about him is that he's still sort of just scratching the surface. Isn't he super young?
He's only played the position 2 years.
And
he's a converted safety.
Yeah, so you would think his best ball is ahead of him.
Yeah, my podcast partner New Bear on How About Wow compares him to Brian Urlacher, who played safety early in his collegiate
Mexico sure did.
And was just so big, but somehow still a very fluid athlete. And, I don't know if Styles is going to mature like Urlacher did to be just a giant brute of his position that happened to be incredibly athletic. But, if that's how that board fell, I think you should definitely take the opportunity. Like the middle of your defense with linebacker deserves a massive upgrade. Now, I don't know about Sonny Styles in the communication parts. Have you guys heard anything about that or seen anything about that?
Player.
Super smart player.
Caleb Downs is still the guy that gets everybody lined up, but Styles is very capable of doing that, and he understands, having played in the secondary and now in the front seven, what both need to marry and know to be on the same page.
Beautiful. I love that.
The thing that I really liked about Styles is it's rare that you ever see him out of position. There's things that they try and do, get these guys on the move and stuff. And his awareness, the vision he plays with, the understanding of where he needs to fit, I think is really, really rare in a lot of ways.
Rare in a lot of ways. I love that. I think we need smart, balanced football players to fit this Christian Parker system. And speaking of Parkers, Matt Miller, ESPN, at 20, he goes with TJ Parker, the edge from Clemson, who just had a tremendous Senior Bowl week.
Yeah.
And the criticism for him has been, is he just a big, strong athlete who runs around college tackles? Miller says the strength of him is that he's actually really good at playing with his arms, both in pass rush and in run defense.
Yeah, he's got tremendously long arms.
And, I don't know if he's got tremendously long arms or if he just plays with his hands incredibly well. Well, Chuck, I think effectively in the game, they're long. When I looked it up, they came in at like 33 inches, maybe slightly above average. But whatever the case, that is the case to be made that a guy that doesn't have a really sophisticated set of pass rush moves and doesn't have tremendous bend is going to be able to win because of the way that he plays with his hands at the NFL level. Brian, would that be something that jives with your experience, or is that too much of a hurdle if you're going to be a really good NFL pass rusher?
I think it really, really helps. So you have to have that ability to do play with your hands. The thing that bothered me about this guy, and you go back, everybody tells me, Zach, you need to go back and look at the 2024 stuff. Mm-hmm. Go back and look at the film.
He had 11 sacks that year.
Yeah. Well, 6.5 of those sacks came against Pitt, North Carolina State, and South Carolina. And they were all in 3 games. Oh. So, yeah. So, you're kind of like...
He's just inconsistent.
Yeah. And I think there's some stuff with him with the Senior Bowl that maybe you have 4th and 5th round offensive tackles trying to block him. Or guys that might not. Now, the Iowa guy's a different story and stuff like that.
Wanker.
But I do feel like, though, to me, the thing with Parker is I don't know where the quick twitch is with this guy. I don't see that edgy kind of quick twitch player. I see a guy that's got a lot of, I think I see the power. I don't see the quick twitch with this particular player. That's the thing that bothers me the most about him.
All right, thank you for that. Lunda Wells is getting interviewed by a third team now, the Jets, for their OC job. He's still the Cowboys tight end coach. He's very well liked, does a good job. He is also interviewed with the Commanders and the Steelers for jobs with those teams. So we'll see what the future holds. I know there would be a lot of disappointed players over there, including our own Jake Ferguson if he did move on. Big news in the division over the weekend. What do you guys know about Vic Fangio actually considering retirement? Jimmy Kimsky with the Philly Voice said an Eagles spokesperson declined to confirm Fangio was still the DC, leaving it open for speculation. The quote, Vic informed the team that he was retiring from coaching in the NFL. Sources said Fangio was then convinced by the team's brass to stay for at least one more season in 2026. Is this a holdout trying to get more money? Or is this an older gentleman actually looking at retirement? But I would be surprised if they let it get this far in the hiring cycle. Christian Parker has left. There was a story when the Cowboys were considering Christian Parker that the Eagles needed to get final word from Fangio. Then, if he wasn't coming back, they were going to elevate Christian Parker to the job. But if he would leave after all this, that would probably be the biggest sign. And there's been a number of them that internally the Eagles are just waiting to burst at the seams.
That's where I kind of thought this thing was going. That maybe he was sitting there and he was looking at the hiring practices or what they were trying to do, and maybe he just didn't want to go through that anymore.
Maybe he lost faith in.
He lost a little faith in the head coach.
5 OCs turned him down.
Yeah.
They had to get Mannion.
Now, I'll say this, though. These coaches all have egos, and so, you act like this, I'm going to quit. I'm thinking about hanging it up. Oh, no, Dick. No, man. No, we need you. We need you here. No, you can't, I'm thinking I'm getting old. No, Dick, you're the best. You're the best in the league.
Right.
They do that. And the old guy feels appreciated,
Yeah,
he doesn't feel like the guy that's getting kicked to the curb, and say, "Hey, have a good life." These old guys, they do. You have to kind of prop them up a little bit because they think they might be losing their fastball.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I just didn't do a good enough job this year. When he knows he did a good enough job, but he, I've been around these coaches. They do. They want you to put your arm around and pat him on the butt and tell him everything's okay.
Attaboy butt slap goes a long way, man.
You're not washed up.
By the way, is this Adam Schefter's? Maybe next week could be crazy. Remember when he left? Remember when he left the show? He's like, next week could be even bigger.
I did like that angle.
I asked Schefter. He didn't know.
Yeah, he tried to downplay.
Yeah, he didn't know. He goes, "Oh, they took that out of context."
But that would be an all-time L for the Eagles, though, to lose Christian Parker, not just in general, but to the Cowboys, and then have Fangio say, "I'm out."
Do you think Fangio was leaving because Parker left? He didn't want to deal with everybody else there?
It sounds like even going into this past season, I think he's just old man who might just want to be done with the grind, and they're having to really
he wouldn't
convince him.
He wouldn't know what to do if he left.
That's probably true.
You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, man, these old dudes, it's Parcells, it's I don't know, man. I'm getting old, don't want to coach. It's like the Hamlet of coaches. Maybe I coach, maybe I don't coach. Maybe I coach. Jerry told him, hit the bricks, bro. You don't want to coach anymore. Get out of here, And he did. He hit the bricks.
Our Super Bowl coverage brought to you by Stella Artois and Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
Wolchuk can use some of that for that shirt he had on last night.
The 3-2-1 is like, please get him out of here. I'm tired of seeing Dick twice a year.
That would be amazing.
Dak feels the same way.
I think he sees the writing on the wall. They're about to suck.
Yeah.
It's like, let me get out of here while I can.
Okay, we got a daily football fix coming up at 4 o'clock. We got Krusty's Corner right around the corner, buddy.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, Dawson, you got it started with the mock drafts. Let's go through another one. Pretty interesting at Pro Football Focus. We'll do that next.
But first, fellas, I want to
They've got more new Chevys than anyone in an all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We are live Radio Row in San Francisco. It's brought to you by Stella Artois. And Tide, if it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. And thank you to Greystone for being a part as well. Thank you to all our sponsors who make this possible for us to be here at the Super Bowl. We really, really do appreciate you guys.
Would you be all right with us saying, like, Roll Tide as we shout out Tide?
Sure, Roll Tide.
We're rolling Tide this week.
Roll Tide, yeah, Roll Tide. I mean, if they, anybody that helps us get to do our jobs a little bit better, I'm all about that. So Roll Tide and everything else that goes with that. And Stella, too. We like to drink us some Stella beers.
Yeah, I could go for about a couple, 2, 3, 4 of those right now.
Yeah,
Their
feeling
beer
12, 24
so
ounces
good,
short
man.
myself.
They're so good. God, it's so good. All right. I was, Dawson, I have to give you an alert.
Bring it.
Did I tell all you this? I think maybe I told Dawson this. Did I tell you guys about the Radio Row acknowledgement of people? How you acknowledge people at Radio Row?
You had a pro tip about this.
Well, yeah, it's the kind of like you're going to find yourself lying a bunch. Mm-hmm. You know, you really are. When you're at this place, you find yourself lying. You know, there's people you haven't seen in a long time.
Every time you say good to see you, you don't mean it?
Well, it's like they say it to you, but in real life they hate your guts. You know, kind of a thing. It's like, oh, hey, great to see you, man. What have you been up to? Yeah, I've been doing a lot of podcasts and stuff. Still over at 101, you know. And
got all these companies.
They really don't. They're
coming on my ass.
But they don't care.
No.
They really don't care.
Right.
They don't care. And so, Dawson, right out of the gate today, I had one of those.
Did you?
Right out
I
of
just
the
had one about 30 seconds ago. Our guy, Jimmy Shapiro, the booked Danny Cannell for us. He's back there talking with Colin.
Jimmy Shaps.
I gave him the hat tip.
You gave him the hat tip?
Yeah.
You didn't slap the hands and point the finger?
That's our Cannell Connect?
Yeah.
I'm going to go give him an attaboy butt slap.
He was pretty tremendous.
I'm just telling you, man, that you run into a lot of people, and they don't care a damn bit about you.
Yeah.
They really don't.
I just gave Jimmy the point.
There you go.
Point, the smile.
Yeah. Did he give you the thumbs up?
Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
Hey, Jimmy.
Jim Doggy.
Hey, that's a disgusting shirt you got on, Jim.
We got a fist bump.
That's what we love.
Did you lose a bet,
We
Jimmy,
love
with
you.
that shirt?
What the hell's going on with this shirt?
Hey, is Dick Fangio going to hang him up? What? No. Gosh dang it. All right, pipe down,
you
Jimmy.
in line for the Super Bowl?
Now he's birth shaming me
Jimmy?
now.
How you doing?
All right.
Jimmy's the man.
Where you staying? Good flight? Those are the common questions, right?
How about that earthquake this morning? Huh?
4H, you feel it? It's pretty interesting up there on the 15th floor. Didn't feel it a bit.
I really like those earthquake-proof buildings, though.
Yeah.
Have you seen the reports on them?
rockers?
They got that. Yeah,
rockers.
yeah. They'll sway with it, no problem.
Sway with it, no problems. All right, Pro Football Focus. Wolchuk, you're going to love this one. You're going to love this one.
Oh, well, there's got to be one reason why.
Pro Football Focus is they throw out their mock draft, and this is from the post Senior Bowl. By the way, the one good thing about the flight being 3 hours and 15 minutes and us staying on the ground for about an hour, got to watch all the Senior Bowl.
You could have watched it live.
Yeah,
I found a 3-hour movie.
Oh, wow.
The Leo movie.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to say he went on a 3-hour cruise like the skipper. And
so what'd you think of the game?
I did. I liked the game. I was really proud of my LSU quarterback.
Yeah.
I thought he stepped up and played well.
He had you feeling nussy?
It had me feeling nussy. He did a nice job. I think he's going to go in the top 48. I think he's going to go.
Wow, not top 50, top 48.
Top 48.
You got a tip? That's awful specific.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
we're looking at a team middle second
He's
round.
going to go 48 overall.
Should we drop picks? Should we drop props down?
Yeah, where's Shapiro? He'll get you the props.
Yeah, I got some.
They give me this. I think he's going top 48. Just going to save. Just throwing it out there.
I love it.
I'm a football guy,
Football
right?
guy.
Football guy. All right, here we go. Vegas, of course. Everybody's got the Mendoza, penciled in, Indiana quarterback.
What if they didn't take him and they took Nuss?
God, that would be fun.
Hey, you would nail the top 48.
That would be
Bold
fun.
prediction.
That would be fun. New York Jets are going to take Ruben Bain. My man Ruben Bain is flying.
He's a dog.
He is flying up the board. At number 3, you've got
he's a cane, Eric.
Malinois. Francis Malinois goes to the. It's every time Arizona picks, it's either offensive tackle.
It's one of those. It's whichever tackle.
It's one of the offensive tackles. David Bailey goes to Tennessee at 4.
Okay.
Mekhi Lemon.
He's the best wide receiver in the draft.
Goes to the New York Football Giants at number 5.
That one would hurt.
That would hurt a little bit. Spencer Fano, Utah's offensive tackle, goes to Cleveland at 6. The Commanders. This is why I always ask, because I always feel like the Cowboys might get somebody out of this group that you didn't think. I always ask the question, well, who did the Commanders take? Who did the Chiefs take? I think they're kind of looking at the same players you are.
Yeah.
So, if they start, if 2 guys go off, you might be stuck with them. Well, here's interesting. So they've got the Commanders taking Arvell Reese, linebacker from Ohio State.
Oh, he did a little slippage.
The Saints, this Jeremiah Love seems to be, every time they pick, it's Jeremiah Love. It's New Orleans at 8. Kansas City, here's one. This is the highest I've seen this guy. Caleb Banks, the defensive tackle from Florida.
He's big. He's athletic.
Had himself a good Senior Bowl.
Would you take him at 9 if you were the Chiefs? Or is this the guy, is this like the situations where we're seeing a guy that you pair with Chris Jones? Does that make a lot of sense?
Maybe a Chris Jones replacement? You groom him?
Maybe groom him. But, man, that seems really rich.
It's very rich. I mean, I wouldn't be sniffing at him in the top 20 picks, but some team probably will because he does have a lot of talent. And the size, athleticism.
Peter Woods goes to the Bengals at 10. Mansour Delane. We had Dane Brugler on the show the other day, and Dane said that his Mansour Delane, the LSU cornerback, is his number 1 cornerback in his group. And that would be to the Miami Dolphins at 11.
We haven't heard the name, Wolchuk.
Here it is.
We haven't heard the name.
Caleb Downs, Ohio State.
Let's go.
We got him.
Woo! We got ourselves Caleb Downs.
It seems it might seem crazy for Downs to slide outside the top 10, but this is what PFF is saying. But from talking with people around the industry at the Senior Bowl, it appears his range is truly anywhere in the top 20.
Wow. What a moment that would be if Downs is there at 12, man.
Do you think the Cowboys have the cojones to pick him?
Gosh, I hope so,
Downs
man.
at 12? Yeah, I do, especially with Christian Parker now.
Yeah,
and
Parker.
And what he wants to do with the slot stuff.
All right. Downs goes to Cowboys at 12. I think we're all happy about that. McCoy goes to the Rams at 13, the corner from Tennessee. The Ravens at 14 take Carnell Tate. Tampa Bay takes edge rusher Cassius Howell from Texas A&M. That could be a possibility for the Cowboys at 20. A stand-up outside linebacker, defensive end type of a guy. Really like him as a player. Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver from Arizona State, goes to the Jets at 16. The Lions take Akeem Mesidor from Miami at 17. The Minnesota Vikings take Caden McDonald, defensive tackle. This is the highest I've seen Caden McDonald go. He's like a one technique type of a player. I think he played the 1 or the 3, but more the 1 inside defensive tackle for the Minnesota Vikings there from Ohio State. Sonny Styles goes to the Carolina Panthers at 19.
Oh, wow. Can you imagine if Downs and Styles?
Wow, that'd have been a dream.
And here you go. This is where they pick edge T.J. Parker from Clemson. Parker didn't have the year many of us expected, they're saying, earning a PFF run defensive pass rush grades in the high 70s instead of the 80s as he did in 2024. But he was one of the standout players from the Senior Bowl. I think they're giving him too much credit for the Senior Bowl stuff as opposed to going back and watching all the Clemson tape. His violence as an edge rusher in the run and pass situations give him first-round value. He'd pair nicely opposite Donovan Ezaraku. I don't think I would like that pick too much if it was
Who was still there, like in the next couple of picks? Did you have anybody you'd rather snag right there?
Well, you could have taken Caden Proctor as an offensive tackle. You could do that. KC Concepcion, Texas A&M wide receiver. Lee Hunt, who's going up the board, or Lee Hunter, excuse me. Lee Hunter goes to the Bears. He had a nice Senior Bowl. C.J. Allen at 26 goes to Buffalo Bills. And then Denzel Boston goes to the San Francisco 49ers at 27. Our offensive tackle from Arizona State.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting pick at 20.
How does he say his name?
Ian Anchor.
Ian Anchor?
Ian Anchor, yeah.
Ian Anchor, Max Ian Anchor. Just want to make sure. He had a really good Senior Bowl. When you watch the game and you watch the first couple of drives of the game, man, they were running the ball behind him. He was really effective.
The one-on-ones really impressive with him.
Yeah. Keontae Scott goes to the Rams at 29.
That's the highest I've ever seen Keontae Scott go in a mock.
That's a good one, though. Emmanuel McNeil Warren goes to the Broncos at 30. Patriots take Zion Young.
I take Zion Young over T.J. Parker.
And Emmanuel Pregon, the guard from Oregon, goes to Seattle at 32. So you get Downs and Parker with the 2 picks for the Cowboys. I think you're really happy about one, not so much of the other one.
I'd be wanting to probably trade down there at 20, or I would just stand in and take the linebacker, C.J. Allen. I think if you got Downs and Allen, take a big step in the right direction defensively. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, sir.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon at this time, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. You know we're going to have the best draft coverage on draft weekend and the entire lead up to it in the entire country. Our radio station does it the best. It's an honor to work with the king, Broadus himself. Okay, we got a daily football fix coming up next. Wolchuk, where are you taking it?
All right, let's do it. Of course, it has been Mock Draft Monday. Did Seattle just spoil their Super Bowl trick and the head coaching cycle's complete? That's next.
I want to...
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and our coverage is brought to you by Stella Artois and Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. I have audio of George Pickens and Dak Prescott talking at Super Bowl Media Night, which is happening down the road in San Jose. So we'll get updates on that coming up in about 20 minutes or so. Here's Wolchuk with the Daily Football Fix.
All right, let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side! I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
All right, how much do you think it is for a Super Bowl ad? 30-second Super Bowl ad.
Let's go 1.5 mil.
1.5 million. Dawson.
Double it.
Double it. 3 million.
I'm going 8.
8. The closest. Anywhere from $7 to $10 million for a 30-second commercial. Over 300,000 a second. Holy crap. These commercials better be awesome.
Yeah, that reminds me of when, that makes sense, because I remember when Kanye West was promoting his Yeezy website, and he was like, I spent all the money on buying the space, so he just made the commercial from his phone in his back seat, just talking to his camera like a normal selfie-type video. Well, that was the commercial.
It's crazy. I did see Hailey Steinfeld, who is
Hailey
Steinfeld.
Haley.
Dude, I'm struggling over here.
No, I know. I'm sorry.
You know what?
I thought you were.
Just have my bag for a second. Damn it, golly!
It is Hailey. It is Hailey.
She's Hailey and she's Steiny.
Yeah.
But Hailey Steinfeld, thank you. She's going to be in a commercial. So people are now trolling Josh Allen because they're like, "That's his wife. He finally made it to the Super Bowl."
Wow.
I mean, that's not good. That's not nice.
And his kid, because his kid's in her belly.
That's true.
Because she's pregnant.
That's true. That's true. Beautiful pictures they had.
Yeah,
He's excited to be a daddy.
Haley's holding it down for the Bills, and we're holding it down for the Cowboys.
Yep. One day, Cowboys and Bills will get there together. Round 3, it'll be epic. But we did get the coaches. The carousel is done. It will be completed after the Super Bowl when Clint Kubiak can go and officially take the job with the Raiders. But he's expected to be named the Raiders head coach. And you've got Mike LaFleur, who's going to be taking the Cardinals job. So now all 10 vacancies are filled. And Gus Bradley is who Mike LaFleur is looking at to be his defensive coordinator in Arizona. So the Niners brought in Raheem Morris over the weekend. He's going to be there, DC. Familiarity in the conference, in the division, obviously. He was with the Rams and Sean McVay before he got the Falcons job. So now he'll be the DC in San Fran. Gus Bradley, who has been the assistant head coach in San Fran, going to go over to Arizona with Michael LaFleur. So a lot of moving parts there in the NFC West.
Yeah, and Warner said the Cardinals, the West is the best division, but it's like a big dragon with one googly eye, and the Cardinals are the googly eye on the NFC West right now. I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah, there's no question.
Do you guys think that Kubiak leaving Seattle weakens them significantly?
I think it's a big loss. I mean, who will they tab to be the next play caller will be huge. And then the Rashid Shaheed connection.
Yeah.
Are they able to retain him? Does he go with him to Vegas? Clearly, they have a good relationship, and that's a big reason why I think they traded for him midseason.
Yeah, but I mean, the Niners getting Raheem Morris instead of Gus Bradley, I think, is a huge win for the Niners. I'm surprised, and I know that the Browns still have the rights to Jim Schwartz, but I'm surprised that they wouldn't try and claw to try and get him instead of Bradley or Raheem Morris, but I think it's a huge win for them to have Morris instead of Bradley.
Well, and I guess if Dick Fangio left, that was the big rumor. Would the Eagles go and try and get Jim Schwartz back? But I think Fangio, the report is right now, he's staying for 2026. And then
I don't know, man. I'm an old guy. I just don't want to know if I want to coach anymore.
I get it.
Oh, Dick, come on.
Dick, come on.
He's having fun with these come on, Dick.
You're so good. You're so good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You get an old. You're an old guy, and you're
Please don't leave us.
Yeah, it would be such a sap story for him to do that. The defense was fantastic this year. The Eagles' defense.
That's what old dudes do.
It's like what are we talking about?
That's what we do. We feel sorry for ourselves, and we want somebody to tell us that we can still do this. At 70-something years old, we can still do this.
It's a good question from the 559. Why does the Woolly Bully sound like he's eating when he's talking? Just asking. Well,
he's got a cough drop.
He's got a cough drop, throat lozengers. He's got throat issues. We might have to put him on ice.
I'm losing my voice. I'm sorry, guys.
You might have
what's going on here.
You might have to go.
Like Heggie losing voice kind of thing?
You got to go find one of those essential oil places and just go breathe in there for a while.
Where do you find an essential oil place?
Out here in San Francisco. We saw all sorts of places last night.
We did.
Think about the places we saw in Chinatown last night.
There's a lot of weird stuff in Chinatown.
There was
a lot of it was closed.
Yeah,
but
it was closed.
Did you try and knock on the door? Did you put the Wooly Bully face up on there?
They're all backdoor entries.
Window shopping. What's happening?
What's going on in there?
Can't go through the front.
Anybody open? Maybe the back door's open. The Rams are signing Sean McVey and Les Snead to multi-year extensions.
I'll never forget Les Snead calling me and saying we're all going to get fired.
We're all and then he F'd them picks, and it worked.
He said, he goes, man, Gruden's going to come here and blow us all out of here. I was like, man, I'm not hearing that, bro. I'm not hearing that. He goes, really? I'm like, I think you'll be okay. He's like,
you'll be okay. You'll be okay.
You'll be okay.
It's going to work. It'll be all right.
Yeah.
The Saints are going to play the first NFL game in Paris.
Makes sense with the Fleur-de-Lis.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, I feel like that's a no-brainer for the Saints to be playing in Paris. Don't know who they'll play against. But
Cowboys.
Get to go and watch Tyler Shuck.
What year? What year is this?
This next season.
Oh,
beautiful stadium.
I don't think it'll be the Cowboys. Jerry said he wants Mexico.
Is it the stadium, the PSG?
Yeah. Yeah, it's got this
nice.
great structure on it.
That's
going
to be nice.
Yeah.
The Stadium of Lights.
Cooper Kupp. Man, maybe just don't be posting to Instagram. So he put up a series of pictures, one of which is him throwing a football, rolling right, throwing the ball. And so now people are like, wait a second. Are they practicing a trick play? Is this a play where he's going to get it? Now it's a wide receiver pass. Jimmy Johnson famously was in his hotel room. There was B-roll of the Bills practice, and he picked up, wait a second, are they shovel passing the ball to Thurman Thomas? Had his coaches go back, watch Bills tape. They didn't run a single shovel pass all year. They had implemented it for the game. Cowboys were ready. That's James Washington forced a fumble on said shovel pass. So maybe Cooper Kupp just accidentally told on themselves here. It's possible.
That's why they don't let him film practice anymore.
It should.
Like no TV coverage of practice.
You don't want that.
We have pool reporters.
Giants interviewed former Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury virtually over the weekend.
Man, I'm hearing the music about to stop here. I'm hearing the music stop it. And my man going to have a chair? He's not going to have a chair?
Well, maybe Seattle to replace Kubiak.
Yeah, maybe Seattle.
Just throwing it out there.
Possibly. It's possible. It's possible.
Just making crap up over here.
Steelers interviewing Saints quarterback coach Scott Tolzien. That's happening today.
Who's interviewing? I'm sorry?
Steelers. He was with Mike McCarthy on staff here.
He's going to get a job there.
Everybody's expecting he's going to be the OC.
Yeah, that's what I would guess.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And he was a good quarterback coach, right?
He was very good.
Dialed.
Yeah.
You've got...
Because lazy man ain't going to want to do it.
A lot of rumors right now that Titans are emerging as a team that could trade for George Kittle this offseason from San Francisco. He's got a home in Tennessee. He's got a good relationship with Robert Saleh. There's a chance for the Niners to clear more cap space.
Bob Saleh, please.
So, hey, that could help Cam Ward a lot, too.
What could you get for a guy at that age off an Achilles? Like, what is the going rate?
Day 3 pick?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think late day 3.
But they get helped, I guess, with cap space. So maybe they can re-sign Juwan Jennings.
And the Niners do well with Mr. Irrelevance. So
They sure
give them
do.
the last pick in the draft and let them
They
cook.
sure do. Calvin Watkins reporting Cowboys have had preliminary contract discussions with Javonte Williams, but they're now waiting for him to hire a new agent.
Okay.
So that's where we're at here. He's got to hire an agent.
And breaking news, David Mulugeta now steps in for...
Yeah, I'll easily pass on him. I don't want this to get out of control. You know, let's keep in mind that he is not the fastest big play running back here. And there's value in there for sure, but I think ideally you would have a speed big time playmaker to pair along with Javonte. And just same thing applies with him and Rico. If you guys want to go be feature back somewhere and chase the biggest possible bag, that's fine, but I feel like you could get more with similar money.
Yeah, how much more comfortable would we be in banging the Javonte Williams drum for his return if we knew that Jaden Blue was like a hell of a going to be the 2 to the 1-2 punch? You'd be like, man, you got to keep these guys together, but you still have that if on Blue. You don't know if he's really going to be that guy for you. He's certainly capable to some extent, but you just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he looked good in the final week of the season against one of the worst run defenses ever.
Right.
But how much stock can you put into that? Not much for me. I think there's a lot of concerns just with how he's seeing the game and how he's hitting the hole, and then you have to consider the fumble thing and the practice thing. Like, I would team build. If you want to keep Jaden Blue and try to work on this over the next couple of years, I totally get it. It definitely worked out with Rico. There's a great example of a guy that was in your building for a while and couldn't get it together, but then suddenly did. But I have to team build at running back, assuming basically the cupboard's bare.
There might be some guys day 3 that you could get if you needed to, but I'd like to bring him back, and we'll see. Hopefully the number does not start to grow, because you're right. If it does, I'm going to pivot. I'm going to pivot and get off of this thing as well. You
4
okay?
or 5.
I think Broadus just coughed into the microphone. That was pretty professional.
It was a rough one.
He tried to hit the button, but he thumbed it. What'd you do to the button?
Did you finger the
button?
button?
That's why I didn't want to sit too close to Wolchuk. Looks like you're getting it already.
It's already getting past.
Did I not hit the button?
It might have picked up on another mic.
Sorry about that.
It's all right, dude.
I tried to hit the
It's
button.
okay, Brian.
Hey, it's
You're
day
doing a
1.
good job.
It's day 1 of Radio Row, man. Mistakes are going to happen. You know what I mean?
DJ looked at me like, what the F are you doing, bro?
He's trying to be professional.
It wasn't like a glare.
And now Tim's looking under DJ's arm, meaty arm.
Oh, he's giving you the eyes.
Oh, Tim's pissed.
Yeah. I didn't mean to cough into the actual microphone. I was trying to.
No, I saw
Something's going on.
You
here.
were trying. You were doing your best. I saw the effort. You know what I mean? Attitude and effort.
Let me have some of those.
Attitude and effort.
Lysol wipes. I was trying to pull the mic down and hit the button at the same time.
We just got to execute.
Somebody help me like Dick Fangio. Please tell me I'm doing a good job.
You're doing a good job, Dick.
Yeah, please.
Hey,
tell
really
me.
good
Dick, good on
job.
you, Dick.
That cough in the microphone wasn't even that
guys,
big of a deal. We can't do it without you.
job.
It's fine.
Good job, buddy.
It's all good.
I'm really sorry, guys.
You're all right, dude.
That huge mistake is not going to cost us at the end of the game, because
Not
we're going to
gonna
come up big.
cost us.
Wolchuk's about to punch this ball past the goal line.
We're going to go into the end zone and through it, baby. That's what we do. Vikings reportedly paying
I
Brian
can't figure out how to
Flores
open the damn thing.
more
$6
than
million.
$6 million. More than $6 million. More,
there it is.
Brian. Not
For
just
who?
6, but more for Brian Flores.
$8 million.
Wow.
Cha-ching.
He's getting that HC money.
You think he was coming to Dallas? Was that the joke of the day?
Yeah.
Come on, make me feel
It's
good.
the joke of the
Joke of the
offseason.
freaking day, baby. Woo! We're elbowing. We're weaseling. Let's go.
You guys are cooking over there, man.
I feel fine. My voice is just gone. I don't know what to do.
We got to get you some bourbon and maybe a steroid shot.
I'll take both.
Chinatown, here we come.
What time does the Chinatown spot close?
We did see a syringe or two last night.
I'm asking a professional. I'm asking a professional question.
It's
DJ,
unsettling.
What is this for? What am I supposed to do
are we
with
supposed?
this?
DJ, we supposed to wipe
Those
this
are
thing off?
dude
I'm
butt
supposed to
wipes,
eat
bro.
this? Am I supposed to Tide Pod it right now?
Those are dude
Are we doing
butt
the
wipes.
Tide Pod challenge?
Unbelievable, man.
I did actually get one of those.
Just put a butt wipe on his
wipe
face.
it off like that.
I
kinda
got
thing?
some men on the go stuff.
On my
and
hands.
it did come with some
My
dude
hands,
wipes.
right?
What's men on the go? Like deodorant?
Yeah,
Travel?
it's got like your travel package of
Men
of
on the
things.
go. What?
Yeah.
That's what it's what it says on the package. It says men on the go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sounds like a men at work
Who
cover
could it
band.
be now?
Did you guys pack toothpaste, by the way?
Of course. I got my men on the go package. You need some?
I might slide through.
Dude, you didn't bring toothpaste?
I had to do the Bear water brush today.
What the hell?
That's really all that matters.
Here, man. DJ, give him some of the Lysol wipes. Let him do his teeth.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. A football fix is in the mix right as the Woolly Bullies pipes might have hit their last hurrah right there, buddy. We appreciate you fighting through. Okay, we're coming up on the halfway point of the show. Live on Radio Row in San Francisco, brought to you by Stella Artois and Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And we have one of our favorite football talking guests, Mike Sando, coming up here in about 20-25 minutes. Mike Sando of The Athletic. We'll talk to him about all things NFL. But on the other side, Pickens has talked. Dak has talked so far down there at Media Night in San Jose as we're live on Radio Row. And we'll give you the details on that coming up next year. It's the G-Back Nation, the Fan.
When you're
Dallas Diesel, that's right, baby. I love East Dallas Diesel. You've heard me mention them several times.
right, welcome back. We're live on Radio Row at the Super Bowl. Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Micah Parsons. They're all down at opening night in San Jose, and they're talking with reporters. We'll get you some audio on that here in just a second. Our Radio Row coverage brought to you by the On-Time Experts, Air Conditioning and Plumbing, Best Buy Windows and Siding as well. And this segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, a tremendous first 24 hours here in San Francisco covering the Super Bowl. As we were saying in crosstalk at the start of the show, all the top players in the NFL are seemingly at our hotel. As long as they're not on the Patriots or Seahawks, they're having a great week being in here for the festivities. Rode the elevator with Quinnen Williams last night and Pat Surtain's dad, Pat Surtain Sr. And Quinnen was telling him how much he loves Dallas and how he's looking forward to spending the entire offseason here and, seeing what they can build on. But it was really impressed with watching Quinnen Williams interact with the old guys. And I was also surprised he's not that tall. Like I'm close to as tall as Quinnen Williams.
No, he's
just as thick as you could possibly be.
Yeah, real square.
Super strong guy. So you can see how he works that leverage. Maybe a little more similar to Aaron Donald than I had thought, with how he has his success just being lower and able to lift guys and sneak through there. Okay, let's start here with Dak Prescott, if you don't mind, and we'll get there. He was doing a stand-up with Clarence Hill, and Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb were actually standing right next to him, and they were talking about the importance of this offseason.
It's an important offseason. We know we got to get that side of the ball right, but we got to make sure that we aren't complacent with what we've done on our side of the ball. We've got to get one of our guys signed and make sure that we take a big step on offense as well.
You said getting one of your guys signed.
Yeah.
Which one are you talking about?
Yeah, the guy out here. The guy out here that doesn't have a contract, no matter whichever way that they got to do it, he's an important piece of this offense, important piece of what we're trying to do. And so leave it to those guys. Obviously, if I need to get involved, I've said it before, I will, but confident in Jerry and everybody who makes those decisions and how much he means to us.
Yeah, salute to Clarence, doing a great job. You can follow him on Twitter for more clips as he's talking with Cowboys down there at opening night. But I wanted to ask you guys how much you would consider that, like that the other players really want this guy back. If you're team building, can you listen to that? To what extent?
Okay, so can you phrase that again? I'm sorry,
Yeah, if you're making your decision on George Pickens, and it's obvious that he and CeeDee Lamb have a bromance, they love playing with each other, they're not envious of one another, and here's your quarterback saying this is a key part of our offseason. Do you it doesn't work out when you let players team build. Like, there's a reason you're the general manager and you're putting it together, but at the same time, they have, and this would be moving on from all pros and back-to-back off seasons as well. So there's a lot of reasons.
I think what you have to be very mindful of is this is how I would try and educate players. And Dak knows because he went through this. He understands the process and stuff. But if I think that if a player came in to me and said, hey, we need to sign this guy, and then I would say, let me show you something. And I know you got your contract but let me show you how it works when it's another position. Okay? And especially with Dak. You, and rightfully so, you negotiated and you're taking X amount of money from us. But let me tell you how it works. And then kind of walk him through. I think that's when you try to educate players. You could say, hey, yeah, we're trying. But I would always try and say, let me explain to you how we're doing this. And that way you have a better understanding. And it's just not, well, God, they just quit on the guy. They didn't even try. They gave up. I think if you always try and educate players on why you're doing so, if Dak wants to get involved, well, he is going to get involved because what they're going to do is they're going to flip a switch on his contract. And then, like Zach told us the other day, the salary cap's going to expand. So that'll take care of another part of that. So there's ways of getting around this, but these players, they talk about push, and try and put, ownership and front office feet to the fire, not really knowing how it really all puts together,
And I do think the players like Dak and Lamb and their love for Pickens, like I think that factors into things for sure. You just have to have an understanding of
those
like
are two highest contracts you got.
Yeah, and it's like there is still a line in the sand that we have to draw here. Like if this money is going to get, if they're asking for all the wood and they want Jamar Chase money. So I'm like, okay, we have to draw a line somewhere. But I do appreciate the feedback, and listen, we want him too.
Yeah.
We want him. So we're going to do everything in our power to keep him, but we can't sacrifice the rest of the roster just to keep him here and keep a smile on your face. Ultimately, we're not just going to let him walk for free either. We're going to get a first-round pick out of this thing.
Yeah, this is where I would be too, is I would open up my personnel board, and I would show him, I would say, okay, you want us to sign this guy, and we're with you, but I'm going to show you who all we lose doing it, and then tilt those tags.
Yeah,
I'm going to take those tags, and I go, if you feel good about us maybe losing 2-3 guys so we can get this one, then we can do this. But I'm just going to show you. I just feel like if you educate people on the matter, it's a little bit, because players always want to say, "Oh, we want the guy." Well, they don't really know what's going on the front end with the front office.
And I would like the player and the agent to come back and say, now let me educate you. This is how the Rams do it. When they're close, they say F them picks. No question. And we try to get more aggressive with how we manage the salary cap. So why can't we do that? I think that's what fans and media and anybody that's putting the Super Bowl first would say. Your best chance to win the Super Bowl is to keep Pickens and truly bust the budget so you can go fix the defense as well. Like,
I'm with you.
Put that 3-word phrase that Jerry Jones used 6 weeks ago into action and truly go, bust the budget and make this happen. If that can't happen, then what is the closest they get? Now, I would say in 2021, CeeDee Lamb's rookie year, where Amari Cooper still had 90 catches, you tried it that year. And you weren't very viable in the postseason because you weren't a balanced roster. Like, you got to be able to pass, run, stop the run, and stop explosive plays. Like, just generally speaking, if you are massively lacking in one of those areas, good football teams are going to punish you once you get to the month of January. They tried it again this year, and what did it get you? Didn't even get you into the playoffs.
Right.
So, and I would also say, this is the NFL. We have to say goodbye to people we like every year.
Yeah.
Like, there's going to be 6 or a dozen people that aren't at training camp that you are friends with every single year. So it is kind of the way that things go in the NFL. But I just hope internally they're saying publicly, we're going to be cautious. We got to be open to everything. But they're truly thinking, we're just doing this for negotiation purposes right now. And we're not going to let the world know that we're going to be hella aggressive in free agency, because then agents are going to come swarming in and attacking on us. So let's take a very conservative approach into free agency publicly, but privately thinking we're about to drop the bag on making sure we build the best roster possible.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do. And I'm hopeful that they will, because they can. There's absolutely a world where you can keep Pickens and you can stockpile talent in free agency, and hopefully you get, you scour the trade landscape as well and just have everything on the table for you, because you can pull that off.
So Pickens as well, speaking exclusively with Clarence Hill and DLS Sports, as just under an hour ago, here they were down in San Jose talking about the offseason.
This season you've had, you're taking it all in. Is it still sunk in? The best season of your career? All pro?
Yeah, I definitely say it's kind of sinking in. It ain't fully sunk all the way down yet. But like I say, I always stay with the guys. When I'm with the guys and see Dak, CD, they always remind me of like the number one offense in the league. That's really what I've been thinking about the last couple of days when we haven't been playing. I was like, we really had the number one offense in the league, while some teams, still playing in the Super Bowl, and they weren't. You see what I mean?
And I know you came here with hopes of, I'm going to contract year, I'm going to have my best year, but the numbers you put up, could you even imagine what you've done?
I always knew my capability. I can imagine it, but as far as like God putting it in the best predicament for me and the guys, Seed, Ferg, everybody, I feel like it was definitely something special to watch.
Let's get to it. You got somebody behind you. Jerry said because of you got Micah's money, you're going to get Micah's money. Because if Micah's not there, they can pay you.
I mean, it's a very possibility. Everything in life is a possibility. But we definitely could have used Micah Parsons. We definitely could have used his talents. We know he was in Dallas for a long time. He loved it. But all I can say is a very high possibility.
I mean, y'all were teammates. I mean, let's be honest. When you came to Dallas, you thought he was going to be there.
Yeah. He was he's still one of my teammates. He's not mine.
Yeah, he's still one of your teammates.
Okay.
If y'all had any discussion of free agency yet at all?
No, not yet. We've been going through a lot of the Pro Bowl. Like, we just been letting stuff float around. But I feel like March 11th, around March, when free agency kind of opens up, it'll be more debacles, more talks and stuff like that.
What you don't want the franchise tag? I mean, what would you do if they gave you the franchise tag?
That's the thing. I ain't even thought about that because it's been so much, kind of like you said, Micah's money and some of the space that he had. You see what I mean?
They basically said, we got money for you, so
see what I mean?
Why are we talking about the franchise tag?
So I just wait on them. That's all I can really do. And chill with the guys.
Sounds like he's got a great approach to it, as far as maintaining your peace and just believing that the money's going to come eventually. It's just a matter of when and from who. Does seem like Micah Parsons hanging out with these Cowboys a lot.
Yeah.
He was on the golf simulator with Brandon Aubrey. He's hanging out down there at the festivities with CD and Dak and GP. He might be missing the Cowboys more than Luka missed the Mavs by the appearance of things.
He also, does he have a Packers teammate out here?
Steelers? Oh, you're talking about Micah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good point.
Like these are maybe the ones he's closest to. I don't know if there's another Green Bay Packer out here.
That's a good question. Edgerrin Cooper didn't make the Pro Bowl?
Well, because Sean Nixon did. He ended up getting a late nod, the corner.
Yeah.
But
he has been. I mean, like, all the videos are him just with his buddies. I mean, we saw him down there hanging out with some of the kids. He was with Puka last night.
He was, yeah. But like when I was in the hotel gym today, Micah's in there, and then Dak comes in, and they were shooting it.
Yeah,
they were having a good time together.
Dallas still his home. I don't know. That would be an even more surprising reunion, though, considering everything that's been said back and forth between Jerry and Mike. I think Jerry be open for it, but it seemed like. That's water under the bridge for Mike in a way that he wouldn't want to travel back across. We got Mike Sando of The Athletic coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation live on Radio Row here on The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we'll be live.
upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys, and we have another guest on the Wild Fork Foods hot seat, your #1 meat and seafood source, Wild Fork Foods. It's Mike Sando of The Athletic joining us here on the Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
Good. Making me hungry there. Sounds good.
Man, Wild Fork Foods is a heck of a spot. So new column out this morning. Outstanding stuff as always. Let's start and talk about the coaches in this matchup and what make these mics so special.
Yeah, well, if you're alluding to the column, I got into some of the little the dark arts of game management here with the Patriots. You know, we've always heard about Belichick and the mystique and all the mystery of what they're doing or they're not doing, and we know they were, were they filming teams or whatever. But Vrabel is pretty next level at working within the margins of the rules in the high leverage moments. So you'll notice, like, if there's a 4th and 1 late in the game, they've got a great way, a practiced way of their defensive linemen to kind of stem a little bit, and they're going to get you into a false start, in a critical moment. Or they're really great at slow defensive substitutions that put the offense under stress by draining the play clock. So that happened to Jarrett Stidham in the game where he threw the interception at the end. They had 12 in the huddle, Denver, and they send the last guy out at 15 seconds so that now the defense gets to match personnel. There's 15 on that clock, and it's running, and Vrabel has his guys go like glaciers. I mean, he sends 3 big guys who don't move very fast. They start jogging out there to come on. One of them turns back. Obviously wasn't a mistake. One of them turns back because the other guys are under stress, seeing who's coming out on defense. Remember, Seattle did its whole play different because of the defense that Belichick had at the end of that Super Bowl. So by the time that New England does their substitution and the umpire's holding the ball, the play clock's under 5.
Yeah.
And so now he takes his hand off the ball and then he runs through the backfield to get to where the umpires are now. They've changed it. Well, he's in the way of everything doing that. So really, Stidham has to snap the ball under complete duress with a couple seconds left on the play clock, and he throws a pick. And that is orchestrated by New England. It's smart until they, the competition committee gets together and says, don't do it. But guess who's on the committee? Mike Vrabel. So, it's really smart stuff, and it's kind of knowing when to do it. And it's not that everybody else doesn't try some of these things, but to get really good at them, you have to prioritize them. And so he has had the same guy, John Stryker, with him for 7 years doing this type of stuff, and then Vrabel doesn't call plays. So, it's hard if you're calling plays on one side of the ball to be involved in managing a lot of that stuff. But Vrabel gets to, really, I think that must be a fun part of the game for him, right? To just, where can I find these little edges? Most of us think of the edges of the great call you make on 3rd and 6.
Right.
There's a lot of other edges, Everyone's good at 3rd and 6 calls, right?
Yeah. Wow. Wolchuk was asking you at the break about college coaches getting to the pros, and your answer, right as the music was starting to play, was just fascinating. Can you build on that for us, or just
Yep. I did a lot of research on this. So 20 years ago, the typical head coach would be Brad Childress getting hired at age 50 or 52. And he spent 15 years in college, and he worked his way up to a college coordinator, and then he came in as a position coach in the NFL for 4 or 5 years, and then he became a coordinator for a few years, and he got his head coaching job. And he's been around. He's been at wherever, Northern Arizona, all these places, right? So now the path is, on his staff was Kevin Stefanski. Never was in college, sat outside Childress's door in Minnesota, kind of learned a little bit about ins and outs, and then got on the coaching staff, dipped his toes with the run game and tight ends, got into quarterbacks, got a coordinator job, and he gets the head coaching job at 38 or 9. He didn't do all those years in college, right? So the way that happened was, if you go back to early 2000s, the average coaching staff would be 16 people.
Yeah.
About.
Yeah.
And then what happened was, when the Mike McDaniels started coming in, was all the video and tape got to be on digital on computer. So if you go way back to when Tom Landry was doing this, they got 16 millimeter film, and if you want to make the cut-ups to watch short yardage, well, that short yardage play only exists because we got 3 copies of the film. We can't have it in every film room.
Yeah.
Right? So it's hard to watch a bunch of stuff. But when you have it all at the tip of your fingertips, everybody can watch everything. And so we can see what the big explosive plays were in the league last week or what Kansas City's doing in the red zone now. But to do that, you need more people. So they started hiring these entry-level guys who were good with computers, because by then all the veteran coaches, they're not good on computers. Right? That's not the way they came up. They're teachers. They learned how to teach in college, and that's their calling card. They're great on the grass. But now the league is way less time on the grass and way more about plays. And so all of these guys, these staffs grew to be 25 people on them, and now you can start in the NFL. These guys start in the NFL, and they come up under, Kevin O'Connell comes up under Sean McVey or whatever, these guys, and they're learning the computer and the film that way and learning the scheme stuff quickly. But the trade-off is only a small number of them really understand how it all fits together. And that's the key for a Kyle Shanahan or a Sean McVay. They understand the run game, right? All of this stuff. But you get a lot of specialized guys coming up who've only touched the around the quarterback, right? They're not around. They haven't had to make it all fit together. So they can find the plays that work in the league, but they may not have the full ability to adjust on the fly or know the why, right?
Yes.
Know the why. So I think that's where we're kind of finding out in real time who knows the why, because a lot of these young guys are getting the jobs, and some of them just sort of fail. And then other ones, I mean, like Liam Cohen had a really nice year, pretty good roster. But we'll see. When they hired Liam Cohen, I would have thought, the resume is so thin, but it doesn't mean he can't do it. And if he does have the whole grasp of the whole thing, he could be really good. And I think that's what's happened with some of these guys. But the whole coaching world's changed. So if now guys are trying to bail out of college because for the obvious reasons, recently you'd never see a guy go from a major college coordinator job to the NFL unless it's head coach because of the pay cut. You're making $2.5 million. You're not going to go be a position coach for $800,000, right? In the NFL. So that path has not been there, and now we'll see. Do people not want to be in the college? I don't know. And what level will they come in at in the NFL?
Talking with Mike Sando here on 105 Through the Fan. So the teaching element and knowing the why here on the home of the Cowboys, Brian Schottenheimer's talked a lot about that.
Yeah.
So they bring in Christian Parker from Philadelphia. Do you have anything you can share with us about Christian Parker, but now trying to build his staff? That's part of the reason why I asked you, because they're interviewing Texas Tech's outside linebacker coach, Georgia's outside linebacker coach. They definitely are looking and outsourcing to the college ranks and trying to build that staff together.
Yeah, I don't know much about him. I need to learn about it. So I'm one of those guys. I know a lot of the stuff, but it's like I could know by 10 o'clock tonight. I can do the research and find out. I don't know where they're at with that, but I do know that that's a huge differentiator between a lot of these coaches. And I know a lot of times, like somebody like a Mike Shannon will be sitting there shaking his head because he sees his plays all over the league being run by guys who don't know why they're doing it and how it was set up and how you're really trying to set things up for later in the game or later in the season, right? That's the art of all of this, is knowing how it all fits together.
Talk to us about the art of you finding a topic, right? In this media world, like what you just talked about, sounds like a fascinating, and you made it so interesting. It's a hot take media world, but you're finding granular, like real information and packaging it still in a very entertaining way.
So one of the great things I've been able to do is just not have to write every day. I think coming up on a beat, which I did for a lot of years, you're just cranking 500 stories a year, and it's really hard to really dive into stuff super deep. You get a couple opportunities, but I think now, especially as I've gotten to know a lot of people in the league, and I really do like the research. I love to do the research. And if you're willing to do the research and are open to listening to people who know how it all works, the people in the league, like that's a lot of my conversations is like, hey, what do you think about this? And then I talk to enough of other people and we all have thoughts on it. And I'll spend a year advancing a conversation until I write something. That thing on the coaching thing started with me noticing, I was like, hey, these offensive coordinators are so young. I wonder how old they were 20 years ago. So I looked, and the average age of an OC in 2005 was like 53, and now it was like 43. And I was like, that's kind of an interesting thing. And so I had no idea where it was going to go, but I was just like, okay, I just started like a snowball where you start to get some theories, put it together. And I actually had this little PowerPoint that when I'd go around and visit with coaches or something, I'd show it to them. But every time you show it to someone, those guys have 4 other things that you didn't think of because they've been around. They've all had their experiences. If I showed it to you, Brian, you'd have 2 things. What about this? But after a year, everyone's what about you've heard. Yeah. You've heard them. And so now you're like, you got some time to really think about this. You're like, okay, now this is overwhelming. I've got all this information. Like, how do you not make it too much and write way too much? So for us, we put all of that data. We have like a data visualization team. And if you Google, I think the headline was something like Beyond the McVey Effect, Beyond the Sean McVey Effect. They did some really cool graphics to illustrate this stuff. And so that was kind of part of it too, like looking at it and just showing this to different people. And they go, yeah, I've lived that. I never knew how to explain this, but this is exactly what it was, And so that's how those types of projects come to be. You're curious to know of how something happened. And then in the end, you can end up explaining it better than all the people who know more than you do. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. That's kind of the fun part.
The legendary Mike Brisket Sando with us here on the Fan. Middle name Brisket?
I like brisket. I do. Did we talk when I was eating brisket one time, or what do we got?
Yeah, I think, you were eating a brisket sandwich. You had the barbecue sauce.
See, the odds, I could have been talking to anybody when that happened. Yes. Hey, you know what I got, though? I got the best Christmas gift. The best Christmas gift. It's a flamethrower.
Oh. So you're getting your wood started.
Well, it's supposed to be for like searing stuff. So you just take a little camping thing on there.
Yeah.
And this thing shoots out a flame about 6 feet long. I mean, if you had this in a fight, I go out. It sounds like you're about to set the land speed record on the Bonneville Salt Flats. Yeah. You're like, and I got this thing, for the coals, unbelievable how fast. Right. And I tried.
Creme brulee, though, with you being a high-end guy, you are.
My wife makes creme brulee. She does. She's a great cook. So that has been added to the arsenal. But I tried. I was going to use it to sear the steaks, though, and it's like ridiculous. It's totally unnecessary because I got the cast iron grill going. I got the mesquite wood charcoal going. You don't need any help, but I want to use this thing. So I love all that stuff.
That's awesome.
Maybe like a prime rib it would be good with, You ever do like a sous vide, a prime rib?
Yeah.
You sous vide that prime rib, but then the hard part is getting that thing to get a real legitimate sear. Yeah. You can get a burn, but to get a real sear is kind of a hard thing to do. The brisket, that's interesting. I struggle with brisket because I always end up having to leave it on there so long.
Yeah.
And everyone else was like, the brisket takes this long. Are you kidding me? Put that thermometer in there. It's not 200.
I know.
And so I've got them to where they're really good, but I don't think mine's the best ever. I need to. It's hard to have reps though when it costs $96 to buy a brisket.
I know, dude. It's a tough thing to screw up.
Mess that up. Nope.
Okay, what do you find more fascinating right now? The idea that maybe Dick Fangio could hang it up, or Bill Belichick missing the Hall?
Oh, the Belichick thing's by far the more intriguing thing because even me on the committee has always wondered like what's going on here? Is there more to it than And if you're on the total outside, your mind really does go to like how does this work? Like what are they taking into their is this personal biases? Is there what's going on? Because you're not behind there. So I feel like I want to walk that line of like being as transparent as we can. I can't reveal exactly what somebody said by name in the room, but we got to be super transparent. That's a mystery. If you would have told me that 2 years ago, that Belichick will not be a first ballot, like I would have been shocked. And so to me, the Fangio thing, I mean, he's going to retire at some point. And did he retire for sure? Is it out?
No, it's not. It's just.
No, I think he's
whispers.
thinking about 2026 after the season.
Okay, he's going to take the victory lap, huh?
Maybe farewell tour.
Farewell tour gets to be asked about it all the time. What are you going to do after Vic? He's something else. He is something else. This guy probably goes to Home Depot with a whistle around his neck and some old sweatpants that kind of gather down at the bottom. That's Vic Fangio, central casting coach.
I love it, man.
Mike Sando brought to you by Tide. Are you working on anything this week or?
Yeah, so the Pick 6 column definitely for Monday. I do have a Hall of Fame related video coming out tomorrow, and we got the modern era guys on Thursday. So I've really kind of explaining they changed the math on this thing last year, so it's a little bit confusing of how it works. But I think they've set it up to work against the process when there's a lot of good candidates because they made it a zero-sum voting. You got to pick.
Yeah.
And so it takes away votes from other people. So And then remember, we've got these guys in the room who are, hey, this guy's been waiting longer. Like Eric Allen makes it last year over Luke Kuechly because he's been waiting 19 years.
Sure.
So, like, we're not done. Yeah. Like, what's going to happen Thursday? Drew Brees is up. Larry Fitzgerald's up. I mean, if Drew Brees has to make it, but, like, what if there's a Larry Fitzgerald doesn't or something like that?
That'd be a crime.
I mean, unless it means Darren Woodson can finally get in.
But Darren Woodson's, exactly. Darren Woodson is hurt by the new process, too, because in the past, for 17 straight years, 5 guys got in from the modern era, and they thought, oh, that's a little bit too many.
Mm-hmm.
But so Darren Woodson, maybe he goes in as a 4th or 5th guy. It doesn't matter. You're in. And I think there's a lot of guys like that who deserve a look and really should get in. And now is Darren Woodson going to have to be in his 18th year when they do the same thing and be like, well, he's been waiting long, and now we put him in? It's like, well, what changed?
Right.
Besides, he's now got a bunch of gray hair and he can barely make his way up to the podium.
Mike, as a voter, I just want to tell you something. I was with Brian Dawkins, I was with Leroy Butler, and I was with Darren Woodson. Darren Woodson, by far, is the best player.
Differentiate the 3. I love that.
I tell you what, to me, when you watched defensive coordinators had to prepare for Darren Woodson.
Yeah.
Offensive coordinators had to prepare for Darren Woodson. There's nothing that Darren Woodson couldn't do on a football field defensively. He could play the linebacker for you. He could play a safety. He could play in the slot. I think the things with Brian Dawkins, like, say, for him, super tough. All the guys were tough. I think that Roy Butler was a converted corner that ended up playing safety. I think that he had an understanding of where to be, right place, right time kind of guy.
So here's what you do. This is the project I would do. Because, we got PFF on the freaking long snapper, right?
Yeah.
What we need to do is we need to go back and you need to go into the Cowboys archives and you need to chart him.
Yeah.
You need to chart where he's lining up and what he's doing.
Yeah.
And just do it with him and the other safeties in the Hall of Fame that played since 1980 or whatever the era is, right? And you'll learn something there that we can't, that you just saying what you said is good, but in this era, we're all about, like, what do the numbers say? How do we back it up? So
he's the all-time leading tackler for the Dallas Cowboys.
He is, but I mean, the tackling thing, the guy who led the league in tackles last year and was he the best player, to me, that's fine. But I like what made you elite, okay?
Yeah.
What made you elite? Because somebody could play 15 years.
The fact that you never came off the field?
Yes, but somebody could play 15 years as a linebacker and not be great and have a ton of tackles, right? Anybody could, right?
That's true. Jalen Smith tackler.
I'm not diminishing. I'm just saying what made him dynamic in a game plan consideration is what's going to get him into Canton.
Yeah, well, then go back and look at the candidacy of Lynn Dawson and Bob Greasy and everybody else. Those guys. There's guys in the Hall of Fame that probably shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
Well, but Super Bowl winning quarterbacks, so if we go back 35 years to that committee when I wasn't on it, and we didn't have nearly the data and stuff, and we didn't have people analyzing the schemes, and the schemes were simpler.
Sure.
What happened was you won Super Bowls and you got into the Hall of Fame.
Right.
And so there's a lot of those guys. The Steelers had all these guys in.
Sure.
Even the Cowboys teams got a lot of guys in.
Yeah.
And I think there's a little bit more of a nuance. Now, once you get into defense and safeties, that's a whole other story. A lot of these guys have waited a long time.
I'm never going to argue the fact. I think Darren Woodson, for I've been with him. The Ed Reeds, Troy Polamalu's, I understand those guys. Hell, I go all the way. I go see Larry Wilson play. I've seen those. I could go that far back.
Yeah.
So to me though, when I watch safeties and I think about how they impact games.
Yes.
Darren Woodson, and I told you, like I say, Dawkins was great, Butler was great.
Yeah.
These guys were great players, but they didn't infect the game like Darren Woodson did.
Yeah. Well, we've got to tell that story, and one of the issues that we get into is how many OCs are around from then and that sort of thing. It's what you got to do.
Yeah.
That's the type of work that makes this stuff come to life.
Yeah. I know you take your votes completely serious, and I to me, that's all I ask, because I've seen, like I say, I have an argument too for Harvey Martin as well for a senior sake.
Oh, yeah.
Growing up, 20-year season ticket holder for the Dallas Cowboys, and and I respect Claude Humphrey and guys like that are in this thing.
Sure.
But I just think there's some guys, and it's unfortunate that not everybody could get in that's deserving. But if you gave me a choice of one guy,
Yeah.
Darren Woodson's the one.
Darren Woodson's the one. I like it. I love that type of stuff and just learning more about it.
Just being around the guys who are currently in the Hall of Fame and know them as players.
You know, next time I talk to, I live in the Seattle area, and I next time I talk to Mike Holmgren, I'll ask him about him. You know,
making brisket up in Seattle. I love it. There he is, Mike Sando. Thanks for being so generous with your time, my man. We love talking football with you.
Thank you. It was fun. Time stood still.
Well, Mike Sando in the Athletics. Okay, a must read for football fans everywhere. We got 3 down, 2 to go, and football's finest coming up next. Eric.
Yes, sir. Paternity leave, unhappy whiteouts, and quite the coaching tree next year in the nation. But Tolos, I want to tell you about my number.
FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 4. The G-Bag Nation coming back a little late, quite a bit late, as Mike Sanda with The Athletic was just on with us. If you want to go back with instant rewind functionality on the Odyssey app, it's a football conversation. It'll be worth your time. We have a Super Bowl winning tight end Jermaine Wiggins coming up here in about 10 minutes or so. It's time now for football's finest. Our coverage brought to you by Stella Artois and Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Here's the Chief.
All right, let's keep it clean and tidy right here with the finest.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
The Super Bowl was ruffling feathers. Justin Jefferson, Vikings wide receiver, used to catch balls from Sam. Quote, definitely think the Vikings would have been better with Sam Darnold this year. That is a quote from Justin Jefferson. That's kind of a obvious quote, but it's interesting to just hear him lend voice to that right there.
Yeah, and it's very interesting when your star player is saying that, publicly. It definitely speaks to how massive of a story it is, and something that Vikings fans, they've been tortured for 50 years. It just adds to the pain.
Yeah, it does. And it's got to be painful for Niners fans and for Brock Purdy to have his big, giant face ripped down from Levi's Stadium, home of the Niners, and pressed with a Sam Darnold big time pick. Like, that hurts, dude. Can you imagine if we're hosting the Super Bowl at AT&T Stadium and you got Jalen Hurts' big giant poster over there replacing Dak, or Jaden Daniels, or I guess it would be Jackson Dart now with the giant, something like that. Like, that sting. That's insult to injury right there.
It is too much pain. It was, in retrospect, almost too much to see Aaron Rodgers do what he did in that building. And Eli Manning signing it. There have been one too many humiliations, but a giant Jalen Hurts would go too far.
How about the now former Vikings GM not bringing back Sam Darnold? Sam Darnold gets to the Super Bowl, and Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, hyphenated last name.
Yeah, hyphenated last name. You always got to say that.
Yeah, you got to mention that. You got to mention. It's like, why did you just call him by 3 names?
Yeah, you always got to mention that, because we got some hyphenated players in the NFL draft this year.
Yeah, which
got to mention.
Always a little side eye with those guys. It's rare that a hyphenated last name player goes on to be fantastic. There are some outliers, so it can happen, but it is something to consider. But yeah, the GM who decided to go with J.J. McCarthy and not Sam Darnold, and I don't remember how much we talked about this last year in just terms of, it would have made a heck of a lot more sense, right? To put the franchise tag on Darnold and then have a team,
trade
you trade like maybe you do with Pickens right now. At least get something for him.
We're not GMing.
But the idea to let Sam Darnold, and I guess they'll get the third round comp pick for him right in this year's draft, so they will be able to get that. But man, seeing him in the Super Bowl. Yeah, well, he won't be using it. That's a good point, because he is now fired. But you also had the note here, which is very anti-NFL, very anti-football. This dude took 2 weeks paternity leave.
Apparently you can't do it, is what everybody's saying.
I guess you just can't do it. He still worked from home. It's like,
they said he didn't go to he wouldn't go to on school calls and stuff like that either. He wouldn't go to All-Star games and school calls.
Yeah, that's tough. That's just one of those things where if you're going to be successful,
hey, you should have hired McCarthy.
If you go, they
had to fit right in together.
If you go paternity leave and you keep Sam Darnold, and Sam Darnold's not playing in the Super Bowl for another team this year, it's probably no harm, no foul. But if you're going to be taking paternity leave at that level, and then the guy that you didn't bring back is leading a team to the Super Bowl, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. But
shocking that nobody stood up and said we should keep Darnold, especially with how much credit O'Connell is given for an offensive guy. But maybe J.J. McCarthy was the draft pick that he wanted, and they wanted to see that through. But I think multiple jobs should roll as a result of how big of a mistake that is.
Or maybe the real Sam Darnold will stand up in the Super Bowl, and by stand up, I mean he will fall down in the pocket as Milton Williams and Christian Barmore are all up in his kitchen. Maybe that ends up happening. But
it very well could.
Paternity leave's a big no-no. Watch out, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Sean Sharif wouldn't be able to handle it in the NFL, right?
No.
He just wouldn't be able to.
No, it's tough, because I think anybody that has had a family knows you at least want a couple of days in there. But
no matter the football acumen, man.
I would say if I'm building a team, I don't want long-term paternity folks.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, dude, I was selling, and this is not cool, and this is stupid. But when I was selling cars, it was like I'm there for the birth that day, and then the next day I'm back at work.
Yeah, grinding. Yeah,
grinding my freaking balls off. You know what I mean?
Doing that.
I had to go act like I was going to try and sell a car, swing and miss. You know how much that sucks?
Yeah.
You don't take the paternity leave. You go to work.
Oh, no.
You don't sell a damn car, and you go home empty-handed.
Ooh.
Should have been better.
Should have been better.
It's valuable family
Should
time.
have been a better seller.
It is fairly recent, the trend of you have kids and you get somewhere between 2 and 6 weeks to hang out with them, and it's a thing of beauty.
Yeah,
but apparently the NFL's not ready for that. Okay, we got Jermaine Wiggins.
There's F them picks, and then the NFL, Goodell's like F them kids.
F them kids. Don't be a family man.
He won a Super Bowl with the Patriots against the Rams, 24, 25 years ago. He's now on WEEI, and he joins us for everything Patriots and Super Bowl talk coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
But
back live on Radio Row. Our coverage brought to you by Stella Artois, and it's brought to you by Tide. If it has to be clean, it's got to be Tide. As our next guest on our Wild Fork Foods hot seat. Wild Fork Foods, your number one meat and seafood source, is former NFL tight end, won a Super Bowl with the Patriots, and now he does radio on WEEI. Jermaine Wiggins here on The Fan. How you doing, man?
I am doing spectacular. I love the conversations that I get to have with everybody because I always tell my wife this. I'm born and bred in Boston, so I'm a northern boy, right? But I went to school down in Georgia and, got friends all over the place. I like to call myself big city country boy. Even though I'm not from the country, I feel like there's country in me because I love the big trucks and, I'm a gun guy and I love the, not the outdoors like going hunting or anything like that, but I just love the heat. I love the Texas. I watch all that stuff, the cowboy hats and everything. So I call myself big city country boy.
Big city country.
Yeah, I like to throw the horns there.
There you go. Yeah. Well, we're ready for you whenever you are. But you grew up in Boston. You played for the Patriots. Yes. You talk about the Patriots like you were Boston through and through.
Yeah. I grew up a Pats fan. I remember 1985. I was 10 years old, and the Patriots were in the playoffs. And I remember my mother brought me a Squish the Fish T-shirt, which they were playing the Miami Dolphins in the AFC Championship, and then it was the Bury the Bears, and we were up 3-0 in that game, and that was it from then. And then I remember '96, I was in college. I went to Marshall, and I was at the University of Georgia, and I'm watching the Super Bowl with Parcells and Terry Glenn, and I was a huge Pats fan. We lost that to the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, he's got the ring right now.
Oh, damn!
Yeah. I was scouting Green Bay.
Oh, okay, yeah. So we lost to the Packers, and I'll never forget that. And then now it's just been success upon success, and now we're back.
Yeah.
To think about that, we are back in it. Going back to another Super Bowl. We had the dynasty for so long, and to be part of it, and as a player and a fan, and now following it with the media. I'm not really like a media person. I just I talk shit I talk ish for 4 hours
all good.
a day, and I have a blast doing it.
Yeah, you didn't have to wait too long to get back, though, Wiggy.
No.
It's like we're sitting here at home, the Cowboys. 30 years.
I feel bad for you.
Do you think we could ever show up and cover one of these things for the Patriots? I thought maybe there would be a bit of time.
Yeah.
Vrabel's got you boys right back.
Yeah,
here.
well, Jimmy, you should have had Jerry Jones. You could have had Mike Vrabel when he was a consultant for the Cleveland Browns. You should have hired him instead. You held on to McCarthy for too long, and now you got Schottenheimer there. I mean, I feel bad for Cowboys fans. It's supposed to be America's team. When's the last time?
Yeah.
It's been brutal.
It hurts, bro.
Patriots
I'd probably
try to
rather
take
be
that.
a Texans fan than a Cowboys fan.
Damn,
dude.
Well,
that hurts.
if you just look at the organization, where the directions that they're going.
Sure.
Playing better football.
Yeah.
You gotta like Dak, though, don't you? Dak,
I do like
a
Dak.
lot of good things going on.
Listen, I give Jerry Jones a lot of credit as a front office person because think about the players that he drafted. And some of these guys that have came through Dallas in that program. I mean, I don't know what he was thinking when he got rid of Micah Parsons. That was dumb. But to find a Micah Parsons, to get a Dak Prescott, to get a CeeDee Lamb like you talk about, to trade for a guy like George Pickens who, I went to Georgia and I knew what he could do in college. And you start to see have a Jason Witten. Like Dallas has always had, and he's been the GM there, they've always had talent, right? Yeah. So you give him, his biggest issue is that he's never been able to put the right coach in the position, other than Jimmy Johnson and I know Parcells, who I started my career with. But you think about what he's been able to do as far as that. I give him a lot of credit as far as the GM role.
Who's tougher, Parcells or Belichick?
They're two different animals, right? If you guys probably remember Parcells. I mean, you might be a little.
He worked for him.
I worked for him in Dallas. Yeah.
Yeah. So you know how Bill Parcells is like when you do something wrong. I mean, it don't matter if you're a player, a coach, a scout. Everybody's getting MF'd, and everybody and their mama's getting MF'd, and and Parcells will come up and grab you and be yelling and screaming at you. Get rid of this guy. Where Belichick is quiet, you don't you just writes his note down, and then your position coach comes to you and says, "Oh, you're done for the game."
Oh no!
Yeah, when Parcells has chewed your ass out, and then the next thing you know, sit him down. I mean, Parcells is the best. I absolutely love him, and to see him and how he are being around both of those guys. But Vrabel is more like Parcells than he is Belichick. When you kind of look at Mike Vrabel, and I know he's taken a little bit of kind of everything, and I know he never played for Parcells, but that's kind of how Parcells was, talking a lot of trash, seeing if he can get into your mind and play mental games.
Yeah, I mean, and he's willing to put his wang on the line for another Super Bowl.
Yeah, we asked him about that. He said,
Thank you for that question.
Yeah, that was all. We played the sound.
That was a tremendous follow-up.
Yes. Well, you know what? I got to give Vrabel credit because he said, "Hey, listen, I'm willing to cut half of it off and still, be good to go." So
that's impressive.
And he's going to be a well-endowed individual.
Yeah, right. That is
my gosh.
If you're willing to get rid of half of it and still be good, okay. Hey, listen, I
tell you what, nobody's cut off half this fun.
Yeah.
So when it comes to Bill not getting into the Hall of Fame, that's had to have been a massive topic for you guys.
Last week. Yes. I mean, but then again, when you let idiots do it, idiots vote for the Hall of Fame, here's what I say. This is what I say. If I was commissioner NFL or if I was in this role, I would say you have to be a former player, scout, front office, coach to be able to vote for the Hall of Fame, because there'll still be people that have biases and they're petty. Listen, we talk about it. We sit there in Boston Sports Talk Radio on the Greg Hill Show, and we got to listen to Cam Newton talk about fool's gold. We got to listen to Ryan. Yeah. We got to listen to Ryan Clark say, "Listen, Brady wasn't a generational player." So even if you're a former player, you're not going to get it right. But the ones that actually have to go before a board or whatever it is, their peers, and saying, "Here's why I want to be able to vote for Hall of Fame, MVP, and have that type of vote." And I feel like guys who have been around the game, and I don't want to just say players, but coaches, front office, scouts, they understand that little extra and what it takes and understanding. So when people say, what about Spygate? Everybody was doing it back then. They were filming it. And if you're a moron that's going to have hand signals week 1 and week 8 that are the same, and a team is smart enough to say, hey, we want to see if we can pick up on that, I just think that that's what they should do. And if they don't want to do that, I would say televise it prime time. Let everybody say, here's why I'm not voting for Bill Belichick. Let us watch it like we watched the Combine and we watched the draft and everything else. Televise it. So, but yeah, those would be some of the things that I would do, because I think some people get petty because he didn't talk to the media.
Right.
Really?
They're using their personal grudge.
Yeah. I don't care what you did. Like, if you're a talented player, you're a first ballot Hall of Famer, that's what you are. When I watch guys and I see guys play and when their careers are over, I'm gonna say, hey, listen, when his career is over and I look at him and depending on what he does in his career, that guy's a Hall of Famer.
So, it's former Patriots tight end Jermaine Wiggins, a Super Bowl champion, with us here on The Fan now. How do you look at this game? Do you think the Patriots should be 4-point dogs?
No, I could see why they're doing it. It's recency bias, and it's basically based off of the NFC and AFC championship games. When you look at it, you look at the NFC championship game, Sam Darnold goes out there, throws for 300-plus yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. He looks unbelievable. He's in a shootout with Matthew Stafford, another person who potentially could be the MVP, and then you turn on the AFC championship game, and at least for the first half, it's like Drake May couldn't hit the side of a barn. So I can get why they see that. But I'm a Patriots fan, but when you start looking at the Patriots, we've already played against the number 1 defense in the NFL. We played against the number 2 defense in the NFL. We played against the Chargers, which was another top 5, top 7 defense. Seattle's got a great defense. I just look at the clock will hit midnight on Sam Darnold. Because if you look at Sam Darnold this season, I mean, yes, they have a good team, but he wasn't the guy in the NFC Championship game. That's not who he is. He had a great game, and I think ultimately Mike Vrabel and that defense is going to kind of do what they've been able to do all postseason long and bring quarterbacks back to who they are. And so I think if you're able to do that, and Drake May, obviously, you got to make some throws, because that's what it comes out to, 3 or 4 throws in a game by a quarterback. on whether or not you win that football game. That's 3 or 4 throws. It happens every single game.
And all of New England seems like they're gay for May right now.
Yeah. I mean, you know what it is. We are very happy for May.
Very happy. So what's up with the health stuff with him? Is he healthy?
Yeah, I mean, we asked Vrabel that question, and it's like, you know, he'd be limited. Clearly, there's something bothering him. I don't know what it is, but clearly there's something bothering. Hopefully, it's just a pain thing, an AC joint, and maybe he'll be good to go. But my expectations are he's going to be good to go. And, you know, if you're out there playing, hey, man, you just got to suck it up and do what you got to do.
You know, a lot of your old teammates do these podcasts now, and they're fascinating. You know, and you get guys like Matt Lyon. You get guys always. You guys sound like you had a hell of a lot of fun playing football.
Yeah, we did. We did. You know, it's
some great stories.
Yeah. When you play for, you know, and I was fortunate to play for a lot of different teams, you know, and had a good career as an undrafted guy, you know. And when you get to play and you get to get around a lot of good guys and understand it, and back then it was, you know, I always tell people this. Back then, the coaches were hard asses, right?
Yeah.
They were always a lot older than the players, and they were like, well, listen, I remember when I played Bud Grant, we used to run, run up hills in the snowstorms, and then we had to push trucks and all this, and I had to work 6 jobs, and, you know, that and it was like, it was a different era. That's how I kind of came up in that era. And you learn to be like, you know, build this bond and this brother. Like, you had to depend on the guy next to you. You know what I mean? There was no BSing back then. I mean, we had guys in the locker room like Willie McGinnis. There was no BSing. And if you were out of line, you know what? You might get a fresh one to the back of the head every now and then. But that was, and you had to earn your stripes. I mean, the Dallas Cowboys documentary, Jimmy Johnson. Hey, he's got asthma. He can't breathe. I don't care. Get him off my field.
Send him to the asthma field.
But that's nowadays. Forget about it. They'll be sending in emails to Roger Goodell like, "Oh, no way I can do this. Like, my mental health and this." And so it's just a different time. And we had a brotherhood and a bond. And I give credit to a lot of these guys nowadays. It's hard on social media playing, and you know, we didn't have to deal with that. But you know. It was a fun time.
Well, we had a blast talking football with you, Jermaine. Thanks for being generous with your time.
I thought we were going to talk more Texas stuff. I came on here.
If you want to.
Bull riding and steaks and all that other
brisket.
Brisket
Sandos.
Is brisket Sando number 1 in the Sando power rankings?
How's the barbecue in Texas? Is it like
it's elite.
Come on,
it's
dude.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I love the
chowder
brisket.
in Boston.
I don't eat seafood, so I couldn't tell you, right? But I love the barbecue brisket, burnt edges.
Burnt ends are where it's at.
I'm telling you, I told you, big city country boy. Texas is, I've only been there a few times, but I feel like, you know, I'm Texas
ready for it.
I love throwing the horns up.
Come on down. We'll drive big trucks and go shoot.
Yes.
Man, we'll have a blast.
Hey, you are speaking my language right there. Give me a count. Give me what do they call them, 10 gallons?
Yep.
I'm more like 18, 20 gallons because I got a big head. But give me one of those.
I'll set you up with East Dallas Diesel. We'll get you something lifted loud, custom.
Lift it up, man. That's what I'm talking
Absolutely.
about. That is
we got you covered,
Texas.
man.
Yes, that's it.
Appreciate you, Jermaine. Congrats on your success.
Thank you very much.
There he is, Jermaine Wiggins, WEEI. You could tell a tremendous success on and off the field as it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We are live on Radio Row. Our coverage is brought to you by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And with that, we go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Okay. Here we are in the building. My man said Chargers. The Chargers. He couldn't hit the side of a barn. I couldn't hit the side of a barn.
That was authentic New England, boy. I tell you.
Passes. He said Parsons.
Yeah.
Parsons is hilarious, bro. Froze. Not a throw, a fro. I was in here cracking up that old boy. Talking about he's country. Hot ass. All right, this is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Oh, by the way, the Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. Shout out to the On Time Experts.
Salute.
Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the Day so far, this will be day 2 right here because they won on a Friday. It comes from the Fan itself, the night show here on the Fan After Dark. They have a segment called Fatties on the Phone. They talk to the listeners and whatnot, all the fatties. Chris in Fort Worth called in buzzed up. He was loose. He had some advice on how to survive the freeze we just had.
What's up, Chris in Fort Worth? Hey, appreciate everything you guys do. Man, you guys doing well. Appreciate you, sir. And, yeah.
And as you and I know, hey, get chalkboard. That whiteboard we don't need. No, I'm sorry, but I was gonna say, man, love everything you guys doing. Keep up good work and everything.
Well, thank you.
The three things. This is how I know you my guys, because this is why I love Blake.
Okay.
As well.
Okay.
Because of older age, and when you say the three things survive, is you gotta stay warm, hydrated, and strapped.
Yeah.
Two different things.
Amen.
Simple as that.
Chris, you're not in a vehicle by chance, are you?
Oh God, I hope not. I hope not. Chris was hella loose.
It's a good question from Fred there.
Yeah. Underrated line from Fred as well. Well, thank you.
All right. Let's see what I got for you boys. Dallas Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd and legendary point guard, Hall of Famer, right? Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, he is. He was talking to the media during Saturday night's post game. I'll let him say it.
Coach, you get a lot of national criticism for playing flag at point guard over the last two games.
I don't give a criticism. That's your opinion. You guys write that. That's not that. I've done this. I played this game. I played it at a very high level, and I know what the I'm doing.
Yeah.
But I don't give a fuck what you guys write. Yeah. Because you guys have never played the game.
Damn, bro.
And so I built players. So I know what the I'm doing.
Yeah.
So to take criticism, it only makes me better. Because if I wasn't doing it right, you guys wouldn't be poking holes at what I've done. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
I don't give a F what you write. I don't give a F what you think. It's my man.
Kid just went at his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like he was ready to say you've taken a lot of criticism, but over the last two games, maybe it's paying off because Cooper Flagg's decision-making and the eruption of, 81 points over two games combined? It's a hell of a two-game stretch.
Yeah.
I think he was setting him up actually to give him props.
I think he was too. That was the calmest scorched earthing I've heard in a long time.
They say Coach Kidd doesn't drink anymore, man, but imagine him drinking. Oh, God. This is the common, cool, collected version of Kidd.
I don't drink.
Imagine that, man.
I love it because I feel like, the anger wants to come out, but he's matured enough to a point where he can suppress it just enough to get his message out without crashing out.
All right, let's go to South Carolina. A man accused of stealing a patrol car. Uh-oh. Crazy. And then he had a high-speed chase through multiple counties through there. He finally seen the judge, and
your options for an attorney are you can hire an attorney. If you cannot afford one, you can apply for public defender.
Well,
sir, please don't interrupt me.
Since we're being videoed, we're on the news. I was not driving under the influence. I got blood tested. Excuse me, I'm speaking.
No, sir.
I got blood tested. Water's
not the time for this.
I got blood tested.
I don't want to, but I will hold you in contempt of court.
I was not. What court is this?
This is Spartanburg County.
Blood tested. I did not drink and drive. They had a chainsaw, and they were going to cut me up. They were following me around the parking lot. People have been breaking into my sister's house. Demons have been doing non-stop stuff.
Sir, listen to me, please. You will have an opportunity to give a defense for these charges. I'm not here to say you're guilty today. I'm here to tell you you're right.
Well, let me tell you this.
No, sir.
If you do not listen to me and believe me, you will be charged. So if anybody can hear me out hired in this court, I want them to know that this is a bunch of BS.
Sir, I'm holding you in contempt of court.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're
15
not.
days.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. Yeah, you know, yes, I am. No, you're not.
Lawyer just gave up. It's not time for this.
It's a bunch of BS.
Yeah, dude. Demons doing nonstop stuff. Can't blame him.
Yeah, it makes me want to steal a car, a cop car.
They're trying to get you with a chainsaw?
Yeah.
Kidding me, Judge?
They did this to my sister, so I'm still a cop car. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes over there at Friendship West Baptist Church. I have a preacher right here. This is not Freddie Haynes. This is a preacher right here. Goes off on his congregation because they're raising a bunch of soft boys in this church. He is one of these soft, sissy men in his church.
This is the most passive pussycat generation that America has ever known. God did not give you a boy to wear lacy panties and run around with a baby doll and paint his fingernails. That's why we've got so many effeminate boys.
I forgot y'all in San Francisco.
Yeah,
I should have picked another clip.
Can't tell you how many boys I saw in lacy panties with painted fingernails last night.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
Turn those speakers down while I finish this.
Running around with high heel shoes and carrying purses. They don't know who they are. They don't know what they are. They don't know what they came from. For God's sakes, he's a boy. Quit making a pansy out of him and let him be a boy. And I want you to know before you join this church, we got guns, we'll use our guns. You act stupid, you're going to get shot. You act stupid, you're going to get shot.
Wow.
I'll say it again. You act stupid in this church, you're going to get shot.
First time.
What happens if they act stupid?
Yeah.
Stay away, kill.
They going to get shot.
Got a question. What if they act stupid?
Yeah, it was great stuff, right? What happened to y'all? Y'all just fell apart. Y'all just cracking jokes and y'all just stopped.
We were waiting for you.
Oh, guess you ran out of jokes.
Yeah, we did.
All right, that's it, man.
We got our champ.
Quitter.
My dismount is. I never can stick to dismount, dog.
We got Chris of the Fan After Dark calling in hammered. You got Mavs head coach Jason Kidd. You have a man accused of stealing a patrol car to escape the demons and the chainsaw. And you got Preacher on the Pussycat Generation. Whew, tough one today. I'm going to go with the man accused of stealing the patrol car who ended up being in contempt of court. I think that's 30 days or something like that. Yeah. Chief, who are you voting for?
15.
Give me that chant.
All righty. Lucius, what do you say?
Church, preach, tabernacle.
We're tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I think I'm going to go with the court as well.
It's 2-1, Brian.
Court.
By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's the man held in contempt of court. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup and Lucius with LA Live.
Hey, it's a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
What is it, here you are, this multimillionaire, and, it seems like you've always been attracted to the guys that are still in the streets to a certain degree. Do you think that's a fair statement?
You think I'm attracted to them?
Well, not attracted to them, but I mean, you like having them around. You're friends with them and you maintain
I like having them around?
I'm just asking.
You think I'm friends? What do you think? You think I like having them around?
What do you think? I'm funny? You calling me a clown? What are you saying to me right now? Vlad, I can hear Vlad's knees shaking when he asked Mike Tyson that question. Oh, my man. Gosh. My bad. This is LA Live for Monday, February 2nd, 2026. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip-hop group PPT for naming today Monday, Friday. Monday, Friday is just basically a weekend wrap-up. Some things I've seen on the timeline or something I did. All right, just letting you know that. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. It was a big prize fight weekend at the Garden. The Garden. Shakur Stevenson defeated Teofimo Lopez Jr. by a unanimous decision Saturday night. Unanimous. Steven came and took the WBO welterweight title. Took that strap right off of T.O.'s lap. Took that strap, fam. Stevenson pitched a shutout. It was a display of dominance by Shakur. Oh, my gosh. T.O. had nothing for Stevenson's jab. I've never seen a jab that crisp all night, making T.O. look silly with that jab. Stevenson's counter-punching was immaculate. What a great fight. Stevenson he's got defense like Mayweather, by the way. I'm just going to put that out there. A lot of people are saying it, but he's got the defense like Mayweather for sure.
But he's also got offense that's nasty, like he gets aggressive.
He doesn't have that offense like you want to see it. He's not coming at you, pause, but he's got that jab to keep you back to where he wants you to be. He's good at keeping the distance and that counter punch. Be careful. It's going to be whop, whop to your face as soon as you leave something there. Fop, fop. Man was on fire. Congratulations to Shakur Stevenson and Jay Prince. Jay Prince down there in Houston. Awful showing for T.O. I'm not sure if he even won a round. Maybe they gave him a round, not sure. But he did have a breakthrough that night. He did have a breakthrough. T.O. has been racially trolling black fighters for a while now. Calling them monkeys. Even sent a package of watermelons and bananas to Keyshawn Davis.
Damn.
Who won his fight by a stoppage on Saturday night, too, by the way. Shout out to Keyshawn Davis. That was a great fight. Yeah, so T.O.'s been doing all of this racial trolling, to get his opponents in the fighting feeling. So post-fight, we hear a breakthrough right here from T.O.
To all my brothers and sisters, I love you guys. Always salute to the power that it be above. I thank you guys. I never wanted anything to harm you guys at all. So for that, my condolences to all you guys and to the slavery and everything that's ever happened mentally.
Wow. Yeah. My bad for all the slavery and everything that's ever happened. Getting hosed down and everything for voting rights. I apologize, fam. This dude kicked my behind.
Ass whooping so good, he's apologizing for crap that happened forever ago.
Oh,
wow.
my God.
That's amazing.
He even had his fist up when he said it. He gave you a little black power fist. Like, my bad, brother. I'm with y'all. Mentally. Everything that happens to you guys mentally. Because of the physical ass whooping I just took tonight. A lot of people are saying T.O.'s dad is the issue. Now, remember on Friday I told you that T.O., there was a video of T.O.'s dad, allegedly T.O. Sr., washed up in NYC before the fight. Looked like he had himself a real good time. It was the embarrassing type of drunk. There's two type of embarrassing drunks. There's the one that was you get your anger. And it's usually the person that came with you that's kind of embarrassed. Like, oh, my gosh, you're drunk again. You can't handle your liquor.
No, not again.
Somebody get him a cab.
Yeah, please. Or you have the other one where you're damn near pulling down your pants and you're slumped over and you got to have the wall to hold you up.
Too emotional.
Yeah. You're basically a target to get robbed, that type of vibe. Yeah, well, that was a video of allegedly T.O. Sr. before the press conference. Couldn't make it to the press conference. Everybody made fun of that. And people were upset at T.O. Sr. in the corner giving confusion directions to his son during the fight. Maybe he had a little remnants of